The prodigy turned into a nobody upon changing professions, but upon rebirth, he acquired a super system that allowed him to level up effortlessly. Didn't expect this, did you? I just wanted to see your face before the dawn of your demise. Die. With mocking laughter, Su Ming fell into a swarm of monsters, their claws tearing at his body. Fear, pain, hatred, helplessness, and unwillingness seized his mind and body in an instant. In Jiang City, Longxia, hundreds of students stood in neat rows in the plaza of North River Academy. Su Ming stood at the front, his body trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the perilous scene played vividly in his mind, the hateful laughter echoing in his ears. Have I been reborn? After a moment, Su Ming breathed heavily. Looking around at the familiar environment, scenes, and classmates, he murmured to himself. On the stage, Principal Gao Baisong was speaking passionately. Everyone here is now 18 years old, and today is the day you all change professions. Whether it's a combat role, a support role, or a regular job, you must shine in your field. This was a world where games and reality intertwined, where humans and monsters coexisted, full of various dungeons and mysterious realms, brimming with endless possibilities. However, in the past century, the power of monsters inexplicably increased, subtly surpassing that of humans. Recently, the Sakura nation was annihilated by a monster attack, its entire population reduced to fodder, serving as a wake-up call for humanity. As the most promising figure in the academy, Su Ming possessed and strength talent. This talent was classified into 7 levels from S to F, determining the potential limit of an individual. However, in his previous life, he changed professions to become a rare necromancer, with initial attributes that were useless and lacking any accompanying skills. This profession had appeared many years ago, but in a world where experience was king, it was difficult to level up, and rumors had it that even a level 1 monster could kill it, rendering it a laughingstock. From that day on, Su Ming, stripped of his halo, was mocked and ostracized everywhere. Yet, he endured humiliation, even going as far as to scrounge for experience points, taking a full 3 years to barely reach level 9. Just as he was about to break through to level 10, he accepted an invitation from his classmate Zhang Yongxing, unable to resist the temptation, only to be pushed into a horde of monsters and meet a tragic end. Before dying, he finally uncovered the secret of the Necromancer. Golden light soared into the sky as the profession-changing ceremony was about to begin. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled Su Ming's mind, and a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Super system loading. Super system loaded, successfully bound. Currently in initial stage. Activating experience worry-free function. This left Su Ming utterly stunned. Normally, the attribute system would only activate after changing professions, yet he had obtained a special system in advance. Even more exciting was the experience worry-free function, gaining 1 experience point per second, retrievable at midnight every day. Could I level up just by lying down? Su Ming swallowed, his expression one of shock. Su Ming, no need to be nervous. With your talent, your future is limitless. Gao Baisong misunderstood his expression. But you still have to successfully change professions first. Zhang Yongxing taunted from behind. If you end up with a regular job, our genius Su Ming would be a laughingstock. Memories surged in Su Ming's mind, and he turned around, delivering a punch followed by a swift kick. Zhang Yongxing couldn't even cry out from the pain, curling up like a shrimp. Su Ming was about to land a few more kicks when the instructor stopped him. Fortunately, his extraordinary talent meant the instructor didn't press the matter further. The profession-changing array activated, and Gao Baisong began calling names. The first student, Li Qingtian, changed professions to a regular chef. Gao Baisong wasn't surprised, as the probability of combat and support roles was only 10, and finding 50 out of over 500 people would be considered lucky. Wang Xiaohua stepped forward. Wang Xiaohua stepped into the golden light with a calm demeanor. However, when the ordinary profession of massage therapist was announced, the audience erupted in boos. Wang Xiaohua's face turned crimson with shame, and she hurriedly fled the scene. Although it is a legitimate job, it is often misunderstood. Nevertheless, if she chooses, this profession can bring in a significant income. Hua Haitao. Gao Baisong called out the third name, and the entire room fell silent. As one of this year's notable figures, Hua Haitao's talent was on par with Su Ming, both being class. He strode forward confidently, pausing deliberately as he passed Su Ming, eyes full of disdain, clearly provoking him. However, Su Ming didn't even lift an eyelid, his indifference only fueling Hua Haitao's anger. As soon as Hua Haitao stepped into the golden light, the sky changed dramatically. A golden beam burst forth with dazzling brilliance, though only for a moment. It left Gao Baisong thrilled. The audience erupted in excitement. Even Su Ming, focused on the super system interface, couldn't help but glance at Hua Haitao in the light. Combat profession, assassin. With Hua Haitao's profession revealed, envious gazes turned towards him. Gao Baisong was so excited he almost danced. eager to rush up and embrace Hua Haitao. Already proud, Hua Haitao was now even more smug, giving a deliberate snort as he passed Su Ming, as if declaring his inevitable victory. Su Ming remained unfazed, his focus on the rapidly increasing experience points. Confident his rise was unstoppable. Finally, after calling numerous names, Gao Baisong announced Su Ming. Instantly, all eyes were on him. Su Ming vividly remembered the overwhelming ridicule he faced after his successful job change in his previous life. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards the light with a mix of anxiety and determination. This time, he wasn't afraid of ridicule. Instead, he worried about not becoming a necromancer. As expected, the moment Su Ming stepped into the light, the sky darkened. Such a dramatic phenomenon was not something an ordinary profession could cause. The entire student body held their breath, eyes fixed on Su Ming. Gao Baisong was already brimming with excitement. Having two class combat professions in one go would undoubtedly propel their school to new heights. The success rate for upgrading each talent level differs by 10, decreasing from class to class. Failing an upgrade means losing experience points while the level remains unchanged. It's clear how crucial talent levels and experience points are to them. The higher the level, the harder the upgrade. Low-level talents like D, E, and F are almost never associated with high levels. As the sky grew darker, the golden beam also dimmed. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the revelation of Su Ming's profession. Suddenly, the golden beam of light turned pitch black, and a massive skull appeared in the sky, shocking everyone present. Gao Baisong couldn't help but swallow nervously, secretly guessing it might be some rare profession. However, Zhang Yongxing, despite his pain, cursed viciously. This must be a cursed, useless profession. All bark and no bite. Moments later, the skull's shadow vanished, the darkness faded, and the beam returned to its golden hue. Su Ming's jaw-changing ceremony finally concluded, and he became an undead summoner as he had hoped. However, his joy was soon drowned out by the laughter and mockery from those around him. Ha ha, an undead summoner? The most useless profession in history. Zhang Yongxing laughed so hard he had tears in his eyes. I was right. All bark and no bite. Gao Baisong sighed deeply and shook his head. What a waste. I thought it was going to be an extraordinary profession, but it turns out it really is extraordinary. Yet, Su Ming's feelings were entirely different from those of the crowd. He stared at his attribute page, feeling ecstatic. Despite his measly 1 point in all 4 attributes, far below the usual 5 points after a job change, he had more free attribute points to distribute. More importantly, the undead summoner was a unique profession. As long as he lived, there would be no second one. Without hesitation, Su Ming allocated his 6 free attribute points to agility. Immediately, he felt his movements become much lighter. Oh, Su the genius is back. Zhang Yongxing couldn't wait to mock him. Didn't expect that, did you? Neither did I, haha. Su Ming smirked and replied calmly. Clown. This retort infuriated Zhang Yongxing, and if it weren't for the teachers and principal present, he swore he would make Su Ming beg for mercy. Next is Zhang Yongxing. Gao Baisong's voice called from above. Zhang Yongxing left with a harsh warning. From today on, I'll show you who the real genius is. Watch closely. With that, he strutted towards the golden light. Although no celestial phenomenon occurred, he successfully became a mage. Zhang Yongxing returned, laughing wildly as if to flaunt his success to Su Ming. Su Ming paid him no mind, quietly checking his accumulated 1,800 experience points, feeling thrilled. He knew how difficult the path to leveling up would be. Killing a single monster in a level 1 dungeon only yielded 5 experience points, requiring him to slay 200 monsters to reach level 2, not to mention splitting experience when in a team. Just then, a cracking sound came from the direction of the golden beam. Crack, crack. Su Ming followed the sound and saw a golden pillar of light seemingly frozen in place. Inside one of the ice columns stood a girl whose exquisite features were breathtaking, her silver hair shining brilliantly in the light. Squinting his eyes, Su Ming thought to himself, Yi Lingfei, the 3rd level talent of the year, a genius with both beauty and strength, yet as cold as her profession. As the phenomenon faded, Yi Lingfei completed her job change. Combat class, Ice Mage. This announcement instantly electrified the crowd. Principal Gao Baisong trembled with excitement, while the students marveled. Ice Mages, being a rare class, far surpass ordinary mages. It's said that a high-level Ice Mage can freeze an entire town with a single forbidden spell, reducing it to ice shards in an instant. Yi Lingfei walked out of the light column expressionlessly, not even glancing at Su Ming as she passed by. At that moment, Su Ming likely didn't even register as a competitor in her eyes. Even Hao Haitao, an S-level talent assassin, paled in comparison to Yi Lingfei, let alone Su Ming, who had become a laughingstock. What are you staring at? My goddess is not someone you can covet. Zhang Yongxing couldn't help but taunt when he saw Su Ming's gaze on Yi Lingfei. Shut up. Su Ming retorted without hesitation. Zhang Yongxing clenched his fists, seething with rage. How dare someone with a useless profession speak to him like that? He could tolerate it before, but now fine, fine, fine. Su Ming, just you wait. His repeated fine revealed the depth of his anger. The job change ceremony continued, but no one as dazzling as Yi Lingfei appeared again. Gao Baisong was already satisfied. Having both Yi Lingfei and Hao Haitao as talents from Beijiang Academy this year was enough to make him proud. As for Su Ming, he had been completely disregarded. Ultimately, 33 combat classes and 15 support classes emerged from over 500 students, numbers within expectations. Gao Baisong declared the ceremony a success and reminded these 48 students to prepare for their first dungeon entry, arranged by the school for the next day. This was the only teaching opportunity the school provided each year for newly promoted combat and support class students. As students began to disperse, Su Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Turning around, he saw his friend Wang Xiaoming, a level talent warrior. Su Ming's heart tightened, recalling that Wang Xiaoming had died in the dungeon the next day in his previous life. Despite the school's guidance, why did the death occur? Su Ming had no idea, as he had missed the opportunity due to a delay in his past life. As dusk settled, a faint melancholy hung over the campus. Wang Xiaoming mistakenly thought Su Ming was still upset about being assigned the useless profession and hurried over to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry, it's just a rumor. Who knows, maybe you'll get some awesome skills at level 10. Just don't forget about me then." Su Ming gave a slight smile, not offering much explanation, and simply replied, "Congratulations on becoming the warrior you wanted to be." With enthusiasm, Wang Xiaoming put a friendly arm around Su Ming's shoulder, leading him towards the school gate. "Don't worry, we'll team up, and I'll help you level up." Feeling a warmth in his heart, Su Ming sincerely said, "I really appreciate that." After a pause, he added, "Maybe you shouldn't go tomorrow." Wang Xiaoming was taken aback, staring at Su Ming in disbelief, not understanding why he would suggest skipping the opportunity of the beginner's dungeon. With a serious expression, Su Ming said, "It's for your own good. Think about it carefully." "Why?" Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but ask, curiosity bubbling within him. Su Ming shrugged, speaking vaguely. No particular reason, just a bad feeling. He knew that even if he warned Wang Xiaoming about potential danger tomorrow, he probably wouldn't believe him. As they chatted, they reached a fork in the road and said their goodbyes, each heading towards their own home. The sky darkened faster than usual, and by 6 o'clock, night had quietly fallen. As Su Ming approached the entrance of a dim alley, he suddenly stopped. This was his usual route home, but today, a figure stood there. Her hair fluttered in the breeze, and her silhouette was alluring in the dim light. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had anticipated this scene. Without hesitation, he walked into the alley. As he got closer, the girl's face became clear. It was Shen Yao, the girl he had once pursued. Though they hadn't officially started a relationship, there was an ambiguous connection between them. "Su Ming," Shen Yao began, but before she could finish, a loud slap landed on her face. "Bitch!" Su Ming cursed and turned to run. "Damn, get him!" At that moment, several men appeared from the shadows, surrounding Su Ming. However, Su Ming was exceptionally agile. Even when faced with two men blocking the alley's exit, he managed to slip away. This agility was precisely why he had allocated all his free attribute points to dexterity. In his previous life, he had been beaten badly here, spending a month in the hospital, all thanks to Shun Yao and Zhang Yongxing. Back then, when he saw Shun Yao waiting for him, he naively thought she was there to comfort him. Little did he know, it was a setup for humiliation. Now, as Su Ming dashed out of the alley, he felt only one thing: satisfaction. "Damn, how's that little brat so fast?" the leading man cursed, watching Su Ming's figure disappear into the distance. Shin Yao's eyes were red, 5 distinct finger marks visible on her cheek, as she seethed, "That bastard dared to hit me." She couldn't believe that Su Ming, who had once been so obedient to her, would suddenly slap her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her rage burning like fire. Su Ming walked briskly back to his front door, expertly unlocked it, and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit. He calmly turned on the light, his gaze immediately landing on the sofa. There sat his father, Su Chong, motionless, his face unshaven, looking haggard with vacant eyes. Su Ming had expected to find his father there, so his expression remained calm. "Dad," Su Ming called softly. Hearing his son's voice, Su Chong's empty eyes lifted slightly. When he saw that Su Ming had become a necromancer, a strange smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha!" Su Chong laughed maniacally, his laughter tinged with helplessness and despair. Su Ming understood that his father was disappointed in his choice of profession. What had his father experienced in that mysterious realm 5 years ago? Why did his mother die there? These questions had haunted Su Ming. Although his father returned alive, he was greatly weakened, burdened with chronic ailments, and his mental state had deteriorated, leaving him like a walking corpse. 5 years. You refuse to say anything. What are you hiding? Su Ming shouted, slamming the door shut. In his past life, he had been meek outside and had to face his half-crazed father at home. Now, seeing his father like this again, the frustration inside him grew stronger. Ha ha, you worthless profession. How dare you speak to me like that? Su Chong roared, kicking over the coffee table in front of him. The pride of the once mighty berserker was still in his bones, and Su Ming was his son. He would not allow him to speak in such a manner. Su Ming's eyes were red, his fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms. He swore to himself that he would gain enough strength to earn his father's recognition, to prove that a necromancer was not a worthless profession. He wanted his father to reveal the secrets he had buried all those years. With the secrets of the necromancer and the support of a super system, Su Ming was confident that this life would be different from the last. This was his most fervent inner cry. As the father and son faced off, there was a sudden, urgent banging at the door. "Kid, open the door. If you don't, I'll break it down," came the rough, threatening voices. Su Ming frowned, immediately thinking of those people from the alley. He didn't expect them to be so persistent, even following him home. How did they know where he lived? Shenyao. A name flashed in Su Ming's mind, and his expression darkened. The experience points from experience no worries couldn't be extracted until midnight, and he was indeed still a novice. Even though those outside were ordinary professionals, their basic attributes were at least 2 points, and they had the advantage in numbers. Su Ming had no chance of winning. Damn it. Am I really going to get beaten up again? Su Ming thought bitterly. Bang. The door was finally kicked open. 4 burly men filed in, crowding the already small living room. Shen Yao followed them in, standing behind them with a look of triumph in her eyes. Hey, kid, why aren't you running? Let's see how you run now. The leader of the group sneered at Su Ming, wielding a club menacingly. His voice echoed in the small room, dripping with threat. Su Ming involuntarily took 2 steps back, pressing his back against the cold wall. His eyes darted warily over the 4 men in front of him, his heart racing. You just won't give up, will you? Su Ming gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. The man chuckled coldly. Well, we have no choice. Young Master Zhang gave strict orders. Thanks to your good friend. He glanced meaningfully at Shenyao. Shenyao immediately put on a fawning expression, hurriedly distancing herself. Friend? I don't know this person. Young Master Zhang is my friend. I'm just helping my friend. Her voice was full of flattery and sycophancy, clearly intending to curry favor with Zhang Yongxing, the wealthy and powerful young man. At that moment, the man's gaze fell on the middle-aged man curled up on the sofa. Oh, look, there's a useless person here too, he said disdainfully, dismissing Su Chong's haggard appearance as insignificant. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly stepped forward, placing himself between his father and the men. Despite Su Chong's lack of paternal care over the past 5 years, the bond of blood compelled Su Ming to protect him instinctively. Come at me. Don't touch my dad. Su Ming's voice was firm, though slightly trembling. Hearing his son's words, Su Chong lifted his eyes slightly, a complex expression flickering within them. The man smirked wickedly. Don't worry, everyone gets a share. Get him. At his command, the 4 men rushed at Su Ming, clubs raised. Just as the clubs were about to strike Su Ming, a figure darted in front of him with lightning speed. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy thuds echoed as Su Chong shielded his son with his frail body. Dad! Su Ming exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before him. Su Chong slowly straightened up, glaring coldly at the men, his voice low and intimidating. How dare you lay a hand on a son in front of his father? His words seemed to chill the air around them. In that moment, Su Chong unleashed his full strength, revealing his profession to the stunned onlookers. Berserker. The leader and his companions froze. Even Shun Yao was left agape in surprise. What the hell? How does this loser have a rare combat class dad? The leader exclaimed, dropping his club with a clatter, retreating in fear. The other 3 were even more terrified, their faces pale as they turned and fled towards the door, fearing they might be the next to fall. Get out! Su Chong roared with fierce eyes at the dumbfounded leader. I'm leaving right now. The leader and Shun Yao nodded frantically, scrambling out of the room in a panic. Once everyone had left, Su Chong slowly approached the door, closing it with a click. As it shut, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning ghostly pale. Dad! Su Ming rushed forward to support him, but Su Chong stubbornly pushed him away. Stay back. He staggered into a room, leaving Su Ming standing there, his emotions a turbulent mix. With the intruders gone, the house returned to its quiet state. Time ticked by, and the night grew deeper. Leaning against his bed, Su Ming glanced at his phone. 23 hours and 57 minutes. Only 3 minutes remained until midnight. His heart raced as he recalled activating the system at 1 p.m. By midnight, his accumulated experience points would total 39,600. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Time flew by like an arrow. Su Ming nervously watched the timer on his wrist, his heart racing. 59 seconds, 0 seconds. In an instant, he summoned the super system interface, his eyes fixed on the experience points. 39,603. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose to extract the experience points. A system prompt appeared, and he swallowed hard, pulling up the attributes page again. His breathing became rapid, his eyes glued to the level section. Sure enough, the page showed, Level 1, Experience 39, 60310000. Su Ming understood that as long as he didn't choose to level up, the experience points would continue to accumulate. This wealth could be used not only for leveling up, but also for enhancing various skills. He could hardly believe the number, equivalent to 3 years of effort in his past life. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. He closed the system interface and lay on his bed with a silly grin. It was destined to be a sleepless night, but he didn't immediately choose to level up. He had to enter the novice dungeon the next day, and rashly increasing his level might cause unnecessary trouble. The next morning, gentle sunlight filled the room. Su Ming opened his eyes, thinking about entering the novice dungeon, and instantly felt invigorated. He quickly got up, dressed, and headed out. Walking on the way to the academy, Su Ming wore a slight smile. He had been waiting for this moment. He was determined to use his strength to shatter everyone's prejudice against necromancers. Upon arriving at the school, he found the square already bustling with people. Su Ming looked around but didn't see his friend Wang Xiaoming. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Wang Xiaoming had heeded his advice. Suddenly, an annoying voice came from behind. Su the genius, you got lucky yesterday. Today might not be the same. Su Ming turned to see Zhang Yongxing with his arm around Shen Yao's waist, the two standing intimately together. Zhang Yongxing was deliberately flaunting their relationship in front of Su Ming, trying to provoke him. However, he had no idea that Shen Yao was already a detested figure in Su Ming's heart. Su Ming scoffed at the couple and quickly averted his gaze. Zhang Yongxing, mistaking Su Ming's indifference for sadness, laughed triumphantly. As more students gathered, Gao Baisong began taking attendance. He noticed only 47 people were present, missing Wang Xiaoming. Gao Baisong looked anxious, waiting for 10 minutes. But still, Wang Xiaoming was nowhere to be seen. Helplessly, he decided to proceed without him. We'll figure it out when the time comes. Handling the monsters in the beginner's dungeon should be a piece of cake. On the way to the beginner's dungeon, the voice of instructor Zhang Ming echoed inside the vehicle, thoroughly explaining the important aspects of the dungeon. Su Ming leaned against the window, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze casually drifting over the passing scenery. These so-called important aspects were already second nature to him. The rules of the beginner's dungeon automatically surfaced in Su Ming's mind. All monsters are level 1, and the boss is level 2. Every day at midnight, all monsters and bosses are reset. If separated from the team, one must leave the dungeon before midnight. Additionally, people from other academies might also be present in the dungeon, so it's crucial to avoid conflicts, as there's no telling what they might do. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the destination. Su Ming stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze sweeping over this place that was both familiar and strange, and couldn't help but sigh lightly. Remembering how he spent an entire year in this beginner's dungeon in his previous life, he couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. How inexperienced must one be? Instructor Zhang Ming's voice interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. This is the entrance to the beginner's dungeon. Students, prepare your identification, it's time to register. He pointed to the area ahead, surrounded by layers of caution tape. As soon as he finished speaking, other instructors began distributing weapons. When it was Su Ming's turn, the instructor handed him a staff. However, Su Ming shook his head and politely declined. Instructor, could I switch weapons? Switch weapons. The instructor looked puzzled. What weapon do you want? Can I choose a bow and arrow? Su Ming calmly requested, ignoring the curious stares from his classmates. Zhang Yongxing, standing nearby, mockingly jeered. Ha ha ha. Instructor, he's a necromancer without any skills. It's good enough he's not asking for a machete. This immediately sparked a wave of laughter. The instructor finally understood, and with a suppressed chuckle, handed Su Ming a bow and arrow. Su Ming thanked him politely and accepted the weapon. Looking at its pitiful one agility attribute, he couldn't help but smile wryly, but none of that mattered. With the bow and arrow in hand, Su Ming walked straight to Instructor Zhang Ming. Instructor Zhang Ming, you don't need to worry about me. I'll go solo. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. With that, he turned and headed towards the dungeon entrance. Zhang Ming and the other instructors stood there, momentarily stunned, until Zhang Ming snapped back to reality as Su Ming walked a few steps away. Hey, Su Ming, stop. Come back. Zhang Yongxing started to gloat again. Ha! A useless person choosing to go solo. Isn't that just asking for trouble? At this moment, Zhang Ming was also a bit annoyed, feeling that Su Ming had no grasp of his situation. Did he still think he was one of the Academy's top 3? Ever since the job change, the Academy's focus had shifted entirely to Yi Lingfei and Hua Haitao, leaving no room for Su Ming. Zhang Ming didn't even bother to chase after him, as he considered it a waste of effort to spend energy on someone he deemed weak. Su Ming's figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. Suddenly, a clear female voice broke the silence. Instructor Zhang Ming, I choose to leave the school team as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming was instantly furious. He turned abruptly, ready to reprimand, but swallowed his words when he saw who spoke. Yi Lingfei stepped out from the crowd with a determined expression. Yi, you mustn't do this. Zhang Ming's tone softened immediately. We are responsible for your safety. If you don't want to be with too many people, we can arrange for an instructor to accompany you alone. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit appeared beside Yi Lingfei. He spoke courteously. Thank you for your kindness. We will take care of our young lady ourselves. Zhang Ming was taken aback. The aura of this middle-aged man gave him a strong sense of pressure, and he vaguely sensed that the man's level was definitely above 20. Helplessly, Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. All right, with a senior like you, she will surely be safe. After Yi Lingfei and the middle-aged man left, another voice emerged from the team. Instructor Zhang Ming, I'm not going with you either. Zhang Ming was at a loss, wondering what was happening this year. Just then, a hurried shout came from afar. Hey, wait for me. A figure was seen frantically waving and running towards them. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already arrived at the dungeon entrance. Two uniformed staff members stopped him. Please show your ID. Without a word, Su Ming handed over his ID. After a careful check, they were surprised to find that Su Ming was only level 1, and in a rare weakling class. They kindly advised him, are you sure you want to enter the dungeon alone? Please don't risk your life. They didn't want to see Su Ming get easily defeated by a level 1 monster as rumored. Yes, Su Ming responded with a firm gaze, leaving no room for doubt. The two staff members exchanged a glance, shook their heads, and sighed. They returned his ID after registering and wished him good luck. Thank you. Su Ming replied politely, then stepped through the swirling portal into the novice dungeon. Before him lay a complex forest. Gripping his bow and arrow tightly, Su Ming cautiously advanced deeper into the jungle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Su Ming knew this was a sign of approaching monsters. Sure enough, moments later, a green figure leaped from the underbrush. It was a grotesque, short-statured goblin wielding a machete, glaring at Su Ming with a fierce expression. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling secretly pleased. With a thought, he heard the word level up, and in an instant, a golden beam of light enveloped him. Upon leveling up, Su Ming surged from level 2 to level 6, with energy coursing through him like a tidal wave. He quickly checked his status panel. Name, Su Ming. Class, Necromancer. Level, 6 experience 106, 031, 5000. Strength, 6 agility, 12 spirit, 6 stamina, 6. Summons, 060. Skills, none. Talent, S level. Remaining free attribute points, 30. Though he had no accompanying skills, Su Ming possessed the unique privilege of summons that other classes lacked. His attributes were finally on par with others of the same level, and he had 5 extra free points. Without hesitation, Su Ming allocated all 30 points to agility. Instantly, an unprecedented power surged through his body. With his agility skyrocketing to an astounding 42 points, Su Ming felt every cell in his body exulting in joy. The hunt had officially begun. Faced with this unexpected leap in levels, the goblin opposite him was bewildered. Before it could react, Su Ming shot forward like an arrow, swiftly widening the gap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows sliced through the air, hitting their mark with precision. Thud, thud, thud. The goblin was struck by several arrows, but since Su Ming hadn't increased his strength attribute, the damage wasn't lethal. It let out a piercing scream and turned to flee. However, against Su Ming, who had fully invested in agility, escape was futile. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more arrows flew, hitting their target again. The goblin fell heavily to the ground, dead. Killed a goblin, gained 5 experience points. The system notification chimed, but Su Ming no longer cared about such minor gains. He strode forward quickly, staring impassively at the corpse on the ground. Bending down to retrieve his arrows, Su Ming calculated internally, 50 arrows shouldn't be wasted. Then, he picked up an arrow and forcefully stabbed it into the goblin's head, extracting a marble-sized crystalla level 1 magic crystal. This magic crystal, brimming with immense energy, had widespread uses in the real world. Although it was only worth 200 Longxia currency, for Su Ming, who lived off subsidies, it was a significant income. Pocketing the magic crystal, Su Ming didn't stop there. His eyes narrowed, his breathing quickened, and his heart raced. Slowly, he placed his hand on the goblin's corpse, remaining still as if preparing for something monumental. Seconds ticked by. Su Ming held his breath, focusing intently on the goblin corpse before him. At precisely the 60-second mark, a message flashed before his eyes. Goblin undead information extracted. A slight smile played on Su Ming's lips, his excitement barely contained. This was the true essence of a necromancer. He felt a silent triumph, recognizing that others had never lingered by the corpses as he did, leading to the underestimation of this profession. On Su Ming's attribute page, the summons section quietly updated. Summons, 160, was now prominently displayed. Clicking for more details revealed another line. Summons, level 1 Goblin Skeleton Warrior 1. Come forth, Su Ming murmured, his voice steady as he initiated the summon without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than a dark vortex materialized before him. Emerging from it was a skeletal figure, unmistakably goblin-like. This skeleton mirrored the goblin's form, small in stature, its bones riddled with cracks, and clutching a machete. At first glance, it seemed fragile, as if it might collapse at any moment. Ha ha, it worked! Su Ming exulted, unconcerned about the skeleton's apparent frailty. After all, it was surely stronger than he had been at level 1. Su Ming reflected on the distinctive advantage of a necromancer over a typical summoner. While ordinary summoners expend mental energy during summoning, and their creature's strength varies with their mental state, as a necromancer, he only needed to extract information from a corpse. Doing so would add the corresponding summon to his list without depleting any mental energy. Even if a summon perished, as long as the information remained in the list, he could resummon it at will. Most importantly, the power of the summon depended entirely on its original strength, unrelated to Su Ming's mental power. He examined the Goblin Skeleton Warrior's stats closely. Name: Goblin Skeleton Warrior. Level 1. Strength, 5. Agility, 3. Spirit, 1. Constitution, 3. Skills, none. Talent, grade F. Looking at these attributes, Su Ming felt a mix of emotions. At level 1, he likely wouldn't have stood a chance against it. The legend of the Necromancer who was killed by a level 1 monster a century ago might just be true. With everything in order, Su Ming and his newly summoned Skeleton Warrior pressed onward. Before long, they encountered another goblin. With the Skeleton Warrior's help, the fight was a breeze, and they swiftly defeated it. Killed a goblin, gained 5 experience points. The system notification chimed. After the battle, Su Ming crouched down to extract the undead information, leaving the grimy task of retrieving the magic crystal to the Skeleton Warrior. Soon, the second goblin's information was extracted. Without hesitation, Su Ming summoned it, feeling a surge of security as 2 goblin skeleton warriors flanked him like loyal guardians. Just as Su Ming was about to move forward, a cacophony of goblin cries echoed from not far ahead, interrupting his thoughts. Su Ming quickly moved forward at the sound, eagerly searching for goblins to bolster his undead army. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he calculated that his current level 6 strength was enough to record information on 60 summoned creatures. Imagining the scene of 60 skeletal warriors following him, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little thrill. However, as he approached the source of the noise, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The cacophony suggested a significant number. Su Ming immediately slowed his pace, held his breath, and cautiously moved closer to investigate. Sure enough, he was met with the sight of a goblin horde, so numerous that his eyes widened slightly. A rough count revealed there were at least 12. These goblins were surrounding 2 people, emitting piercing shrieks and swinging their weapons, yet hesitating to move forward. Su Ming furrowed his brows, hiding in the shadows to observe carefully. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar silhouette. Upon closer inspection, he quickly recognized Yi Lingfei from the exquisite contour of her profile. Su Ming was quite surprised to see Yi Lingfei here. As a key protection target of the school, she should have been moving with the main group. Her safety was of utmost importance, and the school would never allow any mishap to occur to her. As for the other person, Su Ming didn't recognize him. However, judging by his well-dressed, formal attire, it was clear he wasn't an instructor from the academy. While Su Ming was pondering, the well-dressed middle-aged man spoke, his tone instructive. Miss, when facing such monsters, you absolutely cannot show mercy, or you'll end up suffering. Yi Lingfei nodded earnestly in response. I understand, Uncle Zhong. The middle-aged man, satisfied, said, Good. There are quite a few this time, so let me clear the field for you first. No sooner had he finished speaking than a silver, gleaming machete appeared in his hand out of thin air. Thunderbolt, whirlwind slash. Uncle Zhong muttered as he dashed into the goblin horde. In an instant, a cold flash appeared, and half of the goblins were down. This scene made Su Ming's eyes widen in shock. It was his first time witnessing such a high-level expert fishing in a novice dungeon. With just one move, so many goblins were slain. If it were him facing Uncle Zhong, he would likely be defeated in an instant. This realization instinctively made Su Ming shrink back, afraid of being noticed. After all, in such places, deaths were common occurrences, whether at the hands of monsters or humans, and no one would question it. After Uncle Zhong dealt with the goblins in 2 moves, he said to Yi Lingfei, Miss, let's find a lone one for you to practice on. With that, the 2 headed deeper into the area. Only after their figures completely disappeared from view did Su Ming breathe a sigh of relief and step out from the underbrush. Looking at the goblin corpses scattered around, he grinned and muttered to himself, What a stroke of luck. Su Ming couldn't help but rub his hands together. He knew that wealthy students like Yi Lingfei, with expert guidance, wouldn't care about these 200-unit level 1 magic crystals. This was undoubtedly a windfall for him. You two, dig out the magic crystals for me. Su Ming ordered the 2 goblin skeleton warriors behind him. while he crouched down to continue extracting undead information. It took a full 12 minutes, 1 minute per goblin, for Su Ming to extract all the undead information. With a confident smile, he shouted, "Come forth, my warriors." Immediately, black swirling portals appeared, and goblin skeleton warriors emerged one after another. In no time, 14 skeletal warriors were standing around Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming was full of confidence, thinking to himself, as long as he didn't encounter those high-level experts fishing in the novice dungeon, he could absolutely dominate it. Su Ming led his army of skeletons rampaging through the beginner's dungeon, hunting goblins with abandon. He only stopped when night fell. At that moment, 24 skeletal warriors encircled him like an impenetrable iron barrier. Unlike other novice players, Su Ming chose not to retreat. He lit a campfire on the spot, and the 24 skeletal guards ensured he spent the night safely in this perilous dungeon. By now, those who ventured alone were probably already retreating. After all, the dungeon refreshes at midnight, unleashing hordes of monsters. Coupled with the darkness of night, the danger level would skyrocket. Players without sufficient strength would likely become fodder for the creatures. Suddenly, a raspy roar shattered the night silence. Su Ming glanced up to see a goblin, drawn by the campfire, baring its teeth at him. With a calm expression, Su Ming willed his 24 skeletal warriors to surge towards the unwitting goblin like a tidal wave. The goblin was instantly surrounded, fear spreading across its grotesque face. Bones clashed, blood spattered, and in a blink, the unfortunate creature was reduced to pieces. A system notification chimed. "You have slain a goblin, gaining 5 experience points." Su Ming rose leisurely and whispered, "Goblin undead. Information extraction successful. Come forth." With a snap of his fingers, his skeletal army gained a new member. At that moment, Su Ming's keen hearing caught the sound of voices in the distance. Without hesitation, he leapt into the tree canopy, and the skeletal army vanished into black vortices. In an instant, only the flickering firelight and a deathly silence remained. Soon, 3 figures came into Su Ming's view. The young man leading them cursed as he reached the campfire and kicked it apart. Su Ming frowned slightly, recognizing the man all too well. It was Zhang Yongxing. Su Ming's gaze quickly assessed the other 2. They seemed formidable, clearly of high level. One of the middle-aged men instructed, "Xiao Chong, stay and watch over the young master. I'll scout the area." With that, he turned and left, leaving only Xiao Chong and Zhang Yongxing behind. A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he battled internally. Moments later, he made up his mind. Zhang Yongxing must die to quench his burning grudge. With a thought, black vortices appeared across the ground. One by one, goblin skeleton warriors emerged, tasked with a single mission to kill Zhang Yongxing. What was that sound? Xiao Chong looked around warily. Zhang Yongxing dismissed it, saying, "What could it be? Didn't Uncle Zhang go to check? If there were danger, he'd have dealt with it by now. There is something. Be careful, young master." Xiao Chong had already spotted the skeletal warriors. Zhang Yongxing finally grew alert, following Xiao Chong's gaze. One by one, the skeletal warriors emerged from the darkness, surrounding them completely. What on earth is this? Wasn't it said that there would only be goblins in the beginner dungeon? Why are there skeletons too? Zhang Yongxing looked around nervously. Under the moonlight, skeletal warriors with their eerie white bones kept emerging from the darkness, creating a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. He instinctively moved closer to Xiaoqiang, his voice trembling slightly. Xiaoqiang tried to maintain his composure, though his eyes were also filled with shock. He quickly scanned the surroundings, analyzing the situation. "I have no idea, but these things look a bit like goblins. Maybe they're skeletons of dead goblins." As time went on, the number of skeleton warriors continued to increase. Zhang Yongxing's voice was clearly panicked. "This is just bad luck. Why are there more and more of them?" Xiaoqiang took a deep breath, gripped his magic staff tightly, and assumed a battle stance. He turned to reassure him. "Don't worry, young master. They're only level 1. I can handle them." Not far away, a figure silently observed the scene. Su Ming watched Xiaoqiang enter battle mode with a cold gaze, quickly deducing the opponent's class and level. Mage, level 10. Despite the significant level gap, he wasn't deterred from attacking. "Attack!" Su Ming commanded in his mind. The skeleton warriors surged toward Xiaoqiang and Zhang Yongxing like a tide. Xiaoqiang swung his magic staff, unleashing a series of fireballs, each one able to shatter a skeleton warrior. However, facing an onslaught of 25 skeletons while having to protect Zhang Yongxing, Xiaoqiang felt the mounting pressure, finding it hard to manage. "Xiaoqiang, hang in there." Zhang Yongxing, hiding behind him, spoke with a mix of encouragement and fear. The two fought while retreating, but the skeleton warriors pressed on relentlessly. Xiaoqiang's brow furrowed as he noticed that each time he killed a skeleton, another would immediately appear nearby. Even more puzzling was the fact that defeating these skeletons yielded no experience points. What on earth is going on with these things? Why do they seem endless? Xiaoqiang pondered while casting spells, but with Zhang Yongxing's safety at stake, He had no time to delve into the mystery. As the battle dragged on, Xiaoqiang's energy was draining rapidly. He had already taken down dozens of skeletons, but his stamina and mental strength were depleting quickly. Young master, help out a bit. Xiaoqiang panted. Zhang Yongxing was shocked at the suggestion and shook his head repeatedly. What? You want me to fight? Then what are you here for? The skeleton warriors were terrifying enough as they were. Asking him to fight them was unthinkable. From the shadows, Su Ming smirked. Every time a skeleton warrior was slain, he would immediately summon another. As long as he remained alive, the skeleton warriors would keep appearing. This was the terrifying aspect of a necromancer, and the reason he allocated his free attribute points to agility. Speed was his lifeline. As long as he wasn't hit, he could exhaust his opponents through endless undead summons. By now, Xiaoqiang was drenched in sweat, realizing that all the skeleton warriors were targeting Zhang Yongxing, forcing him to stay close to protect the young master. Can you handle this or not? Zhang Yongxing, noticing Xiaoqiang's deteriorating state, spoke with a tone of blame and anxiety. Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and replied, how can a man say he can't? It's just that these skeletons are too strange. It's like someone is controlling them from the shadows. He sensed something was off, but had no chance to investigate, feeling frustrated. Then hurry up and deal with them. They're coming again. Zhang Yongxing's voice grew more anxious, fearing the skeleton warriors would get too close to him. Xiaoqiang looked around and realized they were surrounded. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Do you really think I could fail in a beginner's dungeon? You're underestimating me. Zhang Yongxing, seeing that Xiaoqiang was all talk and no action, urged anxiously. Then hurry up and do something. Stop just running your mouth. Fire blast! Xiaoqiang shouted sharply, unleashing the new skill he had just learned upon reaching level 10. In an instant, a starlit array appeared around him, followed by a thunderous explosion. Flames soared into the sky, and a wave of heat swept over, toppling a large number of Su Ming's skeleton warriors. After executing the move, Xiaoqiang's face turned pale, and he gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. However, Zhang Yongxing didn't notice his weakness and instead complained. If you had such a powerful skill, why didn't you use it earlier? You had me worried for nothing. From up in a tree, Su Ming peered out, his eyes narrowing. He knew the commotion would surely alert the person known as Uncle Zhang. Judging by Xiaoqiang's respect for him, Uncle Zhang must be even stronger. If he returned, Su Ming would lose all opportunities and might even be in danger. He decided to take a gamble, ready to retreat if things went south. Come forth, my warriors. Su Ming called softly. A black vortex portal appeared, and the skeleton warriors returned with renewed vigor. Seeing this, Xiaoqiang was furious. Coward! Who's there? Show yourself if you have the guts. This time, Zhang Yongxing wasn't panicked. Instead, he was excited. Xiaoqiang, use that move again. There'll be no match for it. Huh. Reluctantly, Xiaoqiang cast Fire Blast once more. Amid the rumbling explosions, his face grew even paler, and he staggered back a couple of steps. Su Ming took in the scene, a slight smile on his lips. He slowly emerged halfway, drew his bow, and aimed at Zhang Yongxing. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. Watch out! Xiaoqiang's pupils constricted, and he instinctively reached out to push Zhang Yongxing aside. Thud! The arrow hit Xiaoqiang's arm. Zhang Yongxing, caught off guard, fell face first to the ground. Damn it! Xiaoqiang cried out in pain, turning to locate the source of the arrows. Zhang Yongxing got up from the ground, furious. What the hell, Xiaoqiang? Are you trying to get yourself killed by pushing me? But when he saw the arrow wound on Xiaoqiang's arm, he froze. Whoosh! 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 3 more arrows followed in quick succession. Fireball! In a panic, Xiaoqiang launched 2 fireballs, managing to deflect only 2 of the arrows. The third arrow struck Zhang Yongxing's shoulder. Thud! Ugh! Zhang Yongxing's eyes widened as he screamed in pain, incredulous that he had been ambushed by a sneaky bastard, and he fell to the ground in agony. The remaining skeleton warriors took the opportunity to close in, intending to finish off Zhang Yongxing. Xiaoqiang, sweating profusely, desperately hurled several fireballs at the skeletons. Fireball! Fireball! Despite their efforts, one skeleton warrior managed to slip through, raising its sword and closing in on Zhang Yongxing. Zhang Yongxing, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder, paled as he struggled to inch backward, leaving a trail of blood behind. The hollow eye sockets of the skeleton warrior glowed with an eerie green light as it lifted its rusted blade, ready to deliver a fatal blow. In the shadows, Su Ming's lips curled into a cold, vengeful smile, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, as if he could already see Zhang Yongxing lying in a pool of blood. Just as the situation seemed dire, a figure darted forward like lightning, positioning itself between Zhang Yongxing and the imminent danger. With a deft swing of his spear, a sharp metallic clash rang out, effortlessly deflecting the skeleton warrior's attack. With a casual strike, the skeleton warrior was instantly reduced to a pile of bones. Witnessing this, Su Ming's heart raced with alarm. He quickly wiped the smile from his face and turned to flee. Uncle Zhang is back. If I don't leave now, I won't get another chance, he thought, a flicker of frustration crossing his eyes. So close. I almost got rid of Zhang Yongxing. Uncle Zhang, spear in hand, scanned the surroundings warily before turning to Xiao Chong. What happened? He demanded sternly. Xiao Chong, wincing from the pain in his arm, urgently pointed to where Su Ming had been. Uncle Zhang, we're under attack. He was right there. Take care of the young master. Uncle Zhang ordered, then shot off like an arrow in the direction Xiao Chong had indicated. In moments, he reached the spot where Su Ming had hidden, but found only an empty space and a goblin's corpse, its magic crystal removed. Uncle Zhang frowned, thinking, someone was definitely here just now. Uncle Zhang, what did you find? Zhang Yongxing, having pulled the arrow from his shoulder, looked even paler. Struggling to stand, he was eager to hear the outcome. Uncle Zhang shook his head in resignation. He got away. The opponent was fast, and by the time I arrived, he was long gone. Who could it be? Xiao Chong asked, gritting his teeth as he extracted an arrow from his arm, blood spurting out. Uncle Zhang crouched to examine the blood-stained arrows on the ground. An archer, he speculated. Xiao Chong recounted the scene to Uncle Zhang. He didn't seem like an ordinary archer. He could control skeleton creatures. A necromancer? Uncle Zhang pondered briefly before dismissing the idea. But that can't be right. Necromancers are rare and powerful, and there's been no news of any from the academy recently. Besides, what necromancer uses a bow and arrow? That's absurd. Suddenly, Uncle Zhang's expression changed. Wait, that guy wasn't a novice. Even if a first-level novice put everything into agility, they couldn't be that fast. He quickly concluded, it must be an assassin sent by some faction to kill the young master. Uncle Zhang decisively ordered, we can't stay in this dungeon any longer. We must leave immediately. With that, he bent down to help Zhang Yongxing up. Easy, Uncle Zhang, it hurts, Zhang Yongxing grimaced, but the thought of leaving the perilous dungeon lifted his spirits. He'd had enough of this dangerous place. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already vanished into the distance. He punched a tree trunk in frustration, his eyes burning with resentment and anger. Every time he recalled how Zhang Yongxing had humiliated him in a past life, Su Ming seethed with a desire to skin him alive, especially since Zhang Yongxing had ultimately betrayed him, leading to his tragic death in the dungeon. This hatred burned like a fierce fire in Su Ming's heart. I must become stronger. Su Ming's eyes narrowed with determination as he looked deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yes, there's still the boss. The dungeon's boss. A new plan began to take shape in his mind. Su Ming quickly calmed himself and continued to delve deeper into the dungeon. Night had fallen, and the reset time of the dungeon at midnight was fast approaching. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the sounds of insects and birds breaking the silence. It seemed that today's goblins had been completely cleared out. After weighing his options for a moment, Su Ming decisively leapt onto the tree canopy, waiting for the dungeon to refresh. During this time, he could gather experience and take a short rest. To keep his presence hidden, he summoned only 2 goblin skeleton warriors to guard his sides, concealing themselves among the branches. Fatigue washed over him, and Su Ming unknowingly drifted into a deep sleep on the tree branch. Time ticked by 23:59:58, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, 00:00:00, and in an instant, the entire dungeon flickered as if undergoing some change. However, this anomaly did not awaken the sleeping Su Ming. Inside the dungeon, monsters respawned in numbers several times greater than before. The sound of fierce fighting soon echoed from a distance. Su Ming finally woke up, stretching and yawning. He nearly forgot he was perched in a tree, and his movements almost caused him to fall. Whoa, close call. Su Ming quickly grabbed the branch, narrowly avoiding a fall. What was that noise? What time is it? Su Ming looked towards the direction of the fighting, then casually glanced at the time. 6 minutes and 57 seconds. So it's already time. Excitement flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Without checking the situation on the ground, he immediately summoned the super system to extract experience. Extraction successful, gained 86,400 experience points. Although he already knew he could extract this much experience in a day, Su Ming couldn't hide his excitement when it actually happened. After the extraction, Su Ming quickly opened his status page, focusing on the level section. Level 6. Experience 97,06815,000. Level up. This time, Su Ming didn't hesitate and chose to level up immediately. In an instant, beams of light shot up from his body. He leveled up 3 times, jumping from level 6 to level 9, just 1 step away from level 10. Level 9. Experience 32,06835,000. Summon limit increased from 60 to 90. Su Ming's excitement was beyond words. In just 2 days, he had reached the level he had taken 3 years to achieve in his previous life. Su Ming couldn't suppress his joy any longer and burst into laughter. At this point, he had 18 free attribute points to allocate, but he wasn't in a rush to use them. His current agility was enough to move freely through the beginner dungeon. Catching up to him would be impossible unless it was a high-level player. Su Ming was more eager to see what skills he would learn after reaching level 10. As for those free attribute points, he planned to decide how to allocate them after seeing the specific skills. After all, his understanding of this class was limited to level 9. Roar! Roar! Su Ming's laughter attracted a few monsters, now looking up from below the tree. Su Ming looked down and saw 3 goblins, but they seemed to have changed. What's going on? Su Ming frowned slightly, feeling that everything around him seemed different since he woke up. Su Ming was slightly taken aback to find that the 3 goblins on the ground were all level 2. This discovery puzzled him after all. The beginner dungeon was supposed to have only level 1 creatures, with the exception of the boss. Could his presence have altered the course of events? As he pondered this, the goblins noticed him. They snarled, with one attempting to climb the tree while the other 2 searched for stones to throw. Su Ming quickly snapped back to reality, realizing that his immediate priority was to deal with the 3 level 2 goblins. Following Su Ming's command, the skeletal warrior by his side leapt down from the tree, aiming its machete at the goblin attempting to climb. The battle erupted instantly, with the initial 2 against stone scenario rapidly turning into a 3 against 12. With their level advantage, the goblins soon shattered Su Ming's 2 skeletal warriors. The goblins roared in excitement, brandishing their weapons and taunting Su Ming in the tree. Su Ming smirked, and with a thought, summoned all his minion-sen army of 25 skeletal warriors. The 3 goblins were quickly surrounded, their expressions shifting from smugness to terror. With a snap of Su Ming's fingers, the skeleton army launched their assault. Despite the goblins' desperate resistance, they were quickly overwhelmed and hacked to death by the sheer number of attackers. Killed a level 2 goblin, gained 10 experience points. The system notification chimed thrice as Su Ming jumped down from the tree to collect his spoils. He routinely extracted the undead information and had the skeleton warriors dig for magic crystals. Level 2 magic crystals were more valuable than level 1, each worth 500 yuan. A few minutes later, Su Ming finished his tasks. He checked the status of his summoned creatures, 2890, including 25 level 1 goblin skeletal warriors and 3 newly acquired level 2 goblin skeletal warriors. Eagerly, he summoned the 3 level 2 skeletons, which appeared slightly more robust than their level 1 counterparts. Su Ming carefully examined their attribute panel. Name: Goblin Skeletal Warrior. Level 2. Strength: 8. Agility: 4. Spirit: 1. Constitution: 5. Skills: none. Talent: F grade. Comparing the results, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the significant improvement of level 2 skeletons over level 1. He realized that if all the dungeon creatures had become level 2, the level 1 students would face great danger. With these attributes, it would be much harder for an average level 1 student to defeat them. Encountering 2 at once could be overwhelming. Just then, he heard increasing commotion in the distance, suggesting a fierce battle was underway. Su Ming turned alertly towards the source of the noise, ready to face any new challenges that might arise. Su Ming took the magic crystal that the skeleton warrior had just extracted and pocketed it as he quickly headed toward the source of the commotion. He never missed an opportunity to pick up leftover spoils. As he got closer, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. It was people from his own academy locked in battle with monsters. A level 12 mage instructor was leading 10 level 1 students, and they were in a dire situation. In a typical beginner dungeon, such a lineup would have been more than enough. However, this time was different. They were surrounded by more than a dozen level 2 goblins, with more monsters continuously pouring in. Su Ming watched coldly, recalling their previous mockery of him, and immediately lost any intention of helping. Just then, a level 2 goblin suddenly appeared beside him. However, before it could get close, the skeleton warrior intercepted it, dragging it aside and quickly slaying it. The system notification sounded, successfully killed a level 2 goblin, gained 10 experience points. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the group. In the darkness, a sharp-eyed student recognized Su Ming's figure and exclaimed. The others were stunned, finding it hard to believe that the loser had survived until now. Su Ming ignored them, focusing instead on extracting information. Once he was done, he stood up again. The group only saw Su Ming, not noticing the army of skeletons behind him. Su Ming, did you lure these monsters here? The sharp-eyed student loudly questioned. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, wondering who would be idle enough to do such a thing. He turned to see who the genius was. Shen Yao? Su Ming recognized the familiar voice, feeling a bit speechless. Shen Yao's obsession with him was such that she could recognize him even in such a situation. Shen Yao confidently declared, "It must be this loser. He couldn't handle the monsters and ran towards us, luring all the nearby monsters here." After hearing Shen Yao's speculation, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, in their eyes, Su Ming was pathetically weak, and surviving in this environment meant either hiding or leading monsters to others. "What nonsense are you spouting, UBH?" Su Ming responded unceremoniously. Shen Yao persisted. If you didn't lure them, then why were you sneaking around over there? At that moment, the instructor unleashed a powerful spell. Flame burst, clearing half of the battlefield. With the pressure slightly relieved, he also turned his attention to Su Ming. Su Ming, your actions are utterly disgraceful. You've put your classmates in great danger. I expect you to reflect on your behavior. Once we're out, I will inform the principal. The instructor's words were full of condemnation, clearly believing Shen Yao's account. Su Ming stood still, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered in silence. Shen Yao's sharp, cutting words echoed in his ears like a blade piercing his heart. The big exam, he murmured, memories flooding back. In his previous life, he missed this crucial exam due to being hospitalized from an injury, losing the opportunity for the benefits and offers from major guilds. Lost in thought, Su Ming was abruptly pulled back to reality by a piercing scream. He looked up quickly to see a student with a goblin's blade through his chest, blood gushing out. The student's eyes were wide open, blood trickling from his mouth, filled with unwillingness and despair. Fireball! Shouted Instructor Chao Gan urgently. A blazing fireball shot forth, striking down the vicious goblin. But it was too late. Li Guang had already lost his life. Damn it! Shen Yao, hurry up and heal him. Instructor Chao Gan urged anxiously. Shen Yao immediately began chanting her priestly healing spells. Golden light enveloped Li Guang, but it had no effect. Faces were filled with helplessness, and Instructor Chao Gan's expression was as dark as iron. It's all Su Ming's fault, Shen Yao accused sharply, placing all the blame on Su Ming. Instructor Chao Gan, seizing this opportunity, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Students, you all must testify for me today. He excitedly scanned the students around him. If it weren't for Su Ming intentionally attracting so many monsters, how could we have been trapped? The students nodded, echoing the instructor's words. Listening to these absurd accusations, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. An esteemed academy instructor, instead of reflecting on his own mistakes, was eager to shirk responsibility, truly disgraceful. However, there was no time to continue this farcical conversation. The goblins swarmed again, forcing everyone to focus intently on defending themselves. The glow of skills interwove in the air, and screams rang out. The intense battle lasted for a while until they finally repelled all the monsters. But the cost was high. 2 more students lay in pools of blood. 3 vibrant lives were lost in what should have been a safe beginner's dungeon. Instructor Chao Gan's face was ashen, fully aware of the gravity of this incident. To protect himself, he decided to place all the blame on Su Ming. Su Ming, don't think you can escape. Get over here. Chao Gan commanded harshly, his tone filled with authority and threat. Shen Yao joined in, mocking coldly. That's right. Without your half-dead father to back you up today, you'd better come over obediently. Su Ming stood quietly, his expression showing a flash of complex emotions as he faced these unjust accusations. Hearing Shen Yao's words, Su Ming's expression instantly darkened. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Could the half-dead father she mentioned be his own father, Su Chong? Mentor, do you know him? Shen Yao asked in surprise. Chao Gan laughed heartily. Of course I know him. He's quite the celebrity. A celebrity? Is he strong? Shen Yao inquired curiously, then added. He usually looks half-dead, but the last time I saw him, he was a berserker. Chao Gan shook his head and sneered. 5 years ago, it was rumored that he survived by posing as a deserter, and he's been crippled ever since. Now he's just a paper tiger. Don't be fooled by his berserker act. He's nothing at all. He paused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, and his wife died back then too. I seriously suspect she might have been executed on the spot while deserting with Su Chong. In the darkness, no one noticed the fury on Su Ming's face. Shen Yao cautiously asked, Mentor Chao Gan, if it turns out that these 3 students were killed by Su Ming, what will happen to him? At this, the surrounding students looked at her with disbelief. Even Chao Gan was surprised, not expecting such malice from the girl. He'll be expelled from the academy and face official punishment. Chao Gan replied, a sly smile playing on his lips. Shen Yao turned to look at everyone, her bright eyes glistening in the darkness. If we just say it was the monsters Su Ming attracted, his punishment won't be as severe. That's much better, much better. Chao Gan thought with delight, his gaze towards Shen Yao subtly changing. The other students, seeing the mentor's approval, quickly agreed. Seeing everyone reach a consensus, Chao Gan felt relieved. He shouted harshly in Su Ming's direction. Su Ming, come here quietly. Don't make useless struggles. You've committed an unforgivable crime by causing the deaths of 3 fellow students. Seeing Chao Gan's disdainful expression, Su Ming was filled with rage. It was one thing to insult him, but now they were slandering his parents and accusing him falsely. How could this man be a teacher? To hell with you. Su Ming suddenly snapped, raising his bow and shooting 3 arrows in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air. You're playing with fire. Chao Gan saw Su Ming's attack and smirked with amusement. A novice from a useless profession daring to attack a level 12 mage like him was simply courting death. Mentor, Su Ming is so audacious. Why not just execute him on the spot? Shen Yao continued to incite. Fireball. Chao Gan casually cast a fireball, effortlessly deflecting Su Ming's 3 arrows. Su Ming showed no respect for authority, and after making a mistake, he dared to attack us. The surrounding classmates sneered at Su Ming, their eyes filled with disdain. They whispered among themselves, questioning whether Su Ming still deserved the title of genius, convinced he was nothing but a failure. Just then, Su Ming's cold voice emerged from the forest. If we're going to play, let's play big. No one leaves. Before the words finished, he stepped out from the dense trees. The level he'd been concealing to avoid trouble was now revealed due to his Axianza, surprising level 9. Everyone was stunned, and Shun Yao and Chao Gan were filled with disbelief. Chao Gan, having been a mentor for years, had never seen anyone rise to level 9 in just 2 days, especially not someone from a so-called useless profession. It was utterly unbelievable. Suppressing his shock, Chao Gan sternly demanded, "What on earth is going on with you?" Su Ming coldly replied, "None of your business," his eyes filled with a sharp, killing intent. Infuriated by Su Ming's rudeness, Chao Gan felt his dignity as a mentor was being trampled. He loudly declared, "You all saw it. Su Ming not only caused a classmate's death, but also attacked us, showing no respect for his superiors. He deserves to be punished, and it's not my fault." Shen Yao immediately agreed. "Yes, we can all testify for the mentor." Other students nodded in support, boosting Chao Gan's confidence. Su Ming raised an eyebrow at Chao Gan, his eyes full of mockery. "Do you really think you can kill me?" "Arrogant." Chao Gan sneered, raising his hand to cast a fireball spell. Boom! The fireball hit its target with a dull thud. However, it wasn't Su Ming who was struck, but a skeleton monster that had suddenly appeared. Chao Gan, Shen Yao, and the others were astounded. Su Ming's abilities were beyond their comprehension. Not only had his level inexplicably reached 9, but he could also summon these eerie skeletons to shield him from attacks. Seeing their astonishment, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Chao Gan tried to maintain his composure and shouted, "Don't think mastering a few tricks makes you impressive. Against absolute power, they're useless." "Is that so?" Su Ming put away his bow and casually placed his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of confidence. "Come out, my warriors." In response to his call, nearly 30 skeleton warriors emerged from the forest. Their eye sockets glowed with an eerie red light, emitting a suffocating aura of death. Chao Gan, Shun Yao, and everyone else were utterly shocked by this scene, a series of questions racing through their minds. Was level 9 real? Were all these skeletons really summoned by Su Ming? Chao Gan felt like his head was about to explode. Everything in front of him was beyond belief. He glared at Su Ming and shouted, "Tell me, this is all just one of your illusions." Su Ming ignored him, focused solely on one thought, to kill all these people, especially that traitor Shen Yao and the despicable mentor. At his command, the skeleton warriors charged forward with their blades. As the skeletons surged like a tide, Shen Yao and the other students panicked. Chao Gan quickly reassured them. "Everyone, don't worry. Fight with me." To him, these level 1 skeleton warriors were nothing to fear. Despite Su Ming's impressive display of power, Chao Gan remained composed, more determined than ever to eliminate Su Ming. "Fire blast!" Chao Gan shouted, and as the skeleton warriors approached, they were consumed by a violent explosion. With a thunderous roar, nearly 10 skeleton warriors were reduced to dust in an instant. Seeing this, the other students realized these skeletons weren't so formidable and mustered the courage to join the battle. In no time, Su Ming's skeleton army was completely wiped out. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chao Gan laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha! Su Ming, your skeletons are all gone. What will you do now?" Though he was a bit tired from the continuous fighting, his spirits were high. Shun Yao urged impatiently, "Mentor, stop wasting time with him. Let's finish this quickly." She was eager to get rid of Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head, mocking himself. "To think I treated you so well before, and now you're in such a hurry to kill me." Shen Yao retorted with a cold laugh. "Well, did I ask you to treat me well? You chose to do that yourself. What's it got to do with me?" In her eyes, Su Ming was nothing compared to Zhang Yongxing. Narrowing his eyes, Su Ming replied chillingly, "This will be the decision you regret most in your life." Shen Yao was dismissive. "Ha ha, regret? Once you're dead, Zhang will treat me wonderfully. I won't regret a thing." "Is that so?" Su Ming's voice was as cold as ice. "Come forth, warriors." No sooner had he spoken than another large group of skeleton warriors emerged. Shen Yao was stunned, and Chao Gan looked bewildered. They had no choice but to fight fiercely once more, only to find these skeleton warriors seemed endless, constantly reappearing. "Damn it, are these your summons?" Chao Gan finally realized, staring at Su Ming in shock. Su Ming sneered, "Haha, so, you aren't entirely foolish." The crowd was terrified. Was this the legendary Necromancer? Wasn't it supposed to be a useless profession? Didn't it lack companion skills? Wasn't it supposed to have weak attributes? Why did everything about Su Ming defy their understanding? A sense of regret suddenly washed over Shen Yao, but it was too late. Damn it. Capture the leader first. Chao Gan, realizing the terrifying nature of the legendary profession, decided to go straight for Su Ming. If this news spreads, the entire Longxia kingdom will be shaken. Su Ming's status is bound to rise significantly. Chao Gan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. His conflict with Su Ming had reached an irreconcilable point. Today, it was either him or Su Ming. Fire blast. Chao Gan unleashed his skill again, charging towards Su Ming. He was convinced that the Necromancer's physical attributes were weak, and that once Su Ming was killed, everything would be over. However, without Chao Gan as the main attacker, the other students quickly found themselves in a dire situation. The skeletal warriors closed in relentlessly, and the students cried out in panic. Instructor, help us. They're getting closer. We can't hold them off. Chao Gan ignored them, his focus solely on one target, killing Su Ming. Die, he roared, launching a fireball. Su Ming smirked and effortlessly dodged. His agility of 45 was not just for show, his speed was on par with, if not surpassing, Chao Gan's. Chao Gan was stunned, thinking to himself, wasn't his attribute supposed to be weak? How is he faster than me? Block him, Su Ming commanded, and several skeletal warriors sprang forth in response. These things are useless against me, Chao Gan shouted as he easily dispatched a skeletal warrior. Su Ming merely smiled slightly. He knew that level 1 and 2 skeletal warriors posed little threat to a level 12 mage, but his advantage lay in numbers. Plus, Chao Gan was already exhausted, making this battle seem like catching a turtle in a jar to Su Ming. At that moment, with two sickening thuds, two students, unprotected by Chao Gan, fell into pools of blood. Shen Yao was utterly panicked, finally realizing that Su Ming was indeed willing to kill. Su Ming, stop! Spare us! Someone finally succumbed to fear and began to beg for mercy. Yes, Su Ming, let us go, we saw nothing. Shen Yao, too, sensed the looming threat of death, and regret surged through her. She wished she could slap herself for missing out on such a genius. Kid, stop running if you dare. Chao Gan, gasping for breath, chased after Su Ming, only to find his skills constantly missing the mark. As soon as he paused to catch his breath, he was surrounded by a group of skeletal warriors. Fire blast. Chao Gan unleashed his skill again, shattering the surrounding skeletons. However, his stamina was rapidly depleting, while Su Ming's attacks showed no sign of letting up. The outcome of this battle seemed inevitable. Su Ming slowly raised his bow and arrow, his eyes sharp as a blade, aiming at Chao Gan in the distance. He took a deep breath, and with a slight exertion of his fingers, 3 arrows shot out like meteors with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chao Gan's face turned pale, sweat rolling down as he was clearly exhausted. He barely managed to summon the last of his magic, casting 2 fireball spells to fend off the incoming arrows. However, just as he was fully focused on the frontal assault, a skeletal warrior silently appeared behind him. With a dull thud, the skeleton warrior's blade struck heavily on Chao Gan's back. The unexpected ambush caught him off guard, and he screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground. The wound on his back was deep, exposing bone, and the agony left him gasping for breath, his lips quivering uncontrollably. As soon as Chao Gan hit the ground, nearby skeleton warriors swarmed over him, delivering 2 more blows. Ah! His piercing scream echoed through the area, painfully ringing in the ears of anyone nearby. Do you dare to kill me? Chao Gan gritted his teeth against the pain, cold sweat pouring down, as he struggled to threaten Su Ming with a few words. Su Ming heard this and let out a disdainful laugh, striding over to stand before Chao Gan. He leisurely took out an arrow, placed it on the bow, and pulled the string taut, aiming the arrowhead directly at Chao Gan's forehead. At this moment, Chao Gan's life hung by a thread, entirely in Su Ming's hands. Fear surged within Chao Gan like a tidal wave. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, "If you kill me, neither the academy nor the authorities will let you go." Su Ming seemed momentarily affected by these words, furrowing his brow slightly as he slowly lowered his bow and arrow, nodding. Seeing this, Chao Gan exhaled a sigh of relief, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his back. A skeleton warrior had appeared behind him, its blade plunging deeply into his back. Ugh! Chao Gan's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Su Ming with disbelief, but before he could speak, skeleton warriors surrounded him. In a flash of blades, they stabbed into his body repeatedly. In moments, Chao Gan was lifeless, his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. Su Ming coldly addressed Chao Gan's corpse. "Thanks for the reminder. If I had killed you with my bow and arrow, it would have been undeniable murder. But now, who can say for sure who struck the final blow? After all, this place is littered with goblin corpses, who knows if it was them?" With those words, Su Ming turned his gaze to the remaining 5 people. They were surrounded by skeleton warriors, trembling with fear, their eyes filled with terror. "Su Ming, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake," Shen Yao pleaded, her eyes welling with tears, putting on a pitiful appearance. Su Ming sneered, and with a thought, the skeleton warriors moved into action. The flash of blades was followed by screams, and in the blink of an eye, all but Shun Yao lay in pools of blood. Shin Yao's face turned deathly pale, her body shaking uncontrollably from sheer terror. She looked at Su Ming with pleading eyes, urgently saying, Su Ming, let's start over. I'm willing to accept your love. From today on, I'll be your girlfriend. Her voice was filled with desperation, as if this was her last lifeline. Hearing this, Su Ming's lips curled into a cold sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. Shin Yao, seeing his reaction, immediately put on a pitiful expression, pleading tearfully, Please, I truly know I was wrong. It was Zhang Yongxing who seduced me. Her tone was sincere, as if genuinely remorseful. Su Ming ignored her performance, focusing instead on counting the goblin corpses on the ground. He crouched down, meticulously collecting the necromantic information from each body. Meanwhile, the skeleton warriors busied themselves digging up magic crystals. Su Ming attempted to extract necromantic information from Chao Gan's corpse, but to no avail, clearly indicating this ability only worked on monsters. Shin Yao watched Su Ming's actions with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he was doing. But she noted that Su Ming hadn't harmed her, secretly feeling relieved. She naively thought that as long as she agreed to be Su Ming's girlfriend, he wouldn't hurt her. Her attention was soon drawn to the magic crystals unearthed by the skeleton warriors, and she couldn't help but swallow. She quickly calculated. One crystal was worth 500, and 37 crystals would be 18,500 yuan, a considerable sum for a child from an ordinary family. Su Ming, catching her greedy look from the corner of his eye, inwardly sneered. Even at a time like this, she was still fixated on the magic crystals, a true gold digger. Half an hour later, Su Ming completed the extraction of all necromantic information. The number of his summoned creatures surged from 29 to 66, including 25 level 1 goblin skeleton warriors and 41 level 2 ones. As Su Ming stood up, Shin Yao obediently approached to wipe his sweat, only to be pushed away. She was baffled, wondering if Su Ming hadn't already accepted her. Why was he still so cold? Was he angry? Jealous? While she was lost in thought, the skeleton warriors surrounded her, making her pale with fright. Su Ming gestured for Shun Yao to follow, and with the escort of the skeleton warriors, she had no choice. After walking for a long time, they finally encountered new monsters 5 level 2 goblins. Faced with these goblins, Su Ming's lips curled into a wicked smile. Shin Yao was no longer afraid. She was convinced that with Su Ming around, even 20 goblins would be easily handled. She was secretly grateful that Su Ming liked her, a sweet smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Su Ming glanced at her with a look reserved for a lunatic, completely baffled by her thoughts. He coldly said, Go on. Shin Yao continued to smile sweetly, without reacting. I said go. Su Ming urged again when she didn't move. Me? Really? Shin Yao pointed at herself in confusion. Aren't you talking to these skeleton creatures? Why me? I'm a priest, you know. Shin Yao stood hesitantly beside Su Ming, looking troubled. How can you expect a girl to fight monsters? She complained, pouting. Su Ming frowned, his tone impatient. Are you going or not? Shin Yao tugged playfully at Su Ming's sleeve, her voice soft. I'm a healer, you know. I'm not much of a fighter. Su Ming abruptly shook off her hand and pushed her forward. Caught off guard, Shin Yao fell heavily to the ground, her eyes wide with shock. Su Ming, what are you doing? Shin Yao shouted, a hint of unease in her eyes. Su Ming sneered, stepping back with his skeleton warriors, leaving Shin Yao alone to face 5 menacing goblins. Fear washed over Shin Yao like a tide. Su Ming, stop joking. Help me, she screamed, watching the goblins approach in despair. Goblins are especially gentle with girls, Su Ming remarked sarcastically, hands in his pockets, watching coldly. Soon, strange noises and Shun Yao's curses filled the air. Su Ming, I'll haunt you even as a ghost, her curses echoed around. Unmoved, Su Ming's lips curled slightly. Moments later, Shin Yao's curses turned to piercing screams. That's what you get, you witch, Su Ming muttered under his breath. Afterward, Shin Yao lay barely alive, discarded to the side. The goblins noticed Su Ming's return and moved toward him. Su Ming had just completed a circuit of the area and returned at that moment. Kill them, Su Ming commanded, and dozens of skeleton warriors swarmed forward. The goblins had no chance to escape. Killed a level 2 goblin, gained 10 experience points. The system notifications sounded one after another. Su Ming walked over to Shin Yao, clicking his tongue at her disheveled state. He bent down to check, finding she had already passed away. Consider yourself lucky, you got a thrill before dying. Su Ming scoffed at Shin Yao's body and turned to leave. Now, he only wanted to find the boss's location. He had circled the area before without success, only spotting the camps of various academy teams, their fires flickering in the distance. He gazed at the vast army of skeletons behind him, furrowing his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. Withdraw. With a low command, the 71 skeleton warriors vanished instantly. Su Ming calculated silently. This army was already substantial, and unleashing them all would cause too much commotion, potentially attracting unnecessary trouble. After all, the world was full of powerful individuals, and keeping a low profile was the wise choice. Meanwhile, the entrance to the novice dungeon was bustling with people, and the atmosphere was tense. Bai Jianfeng, a strong figure from the Jianhu Guild, hurriedly approached the guards. "What's the situation?" he asked urgently. A guard immediately reported, "Mr. Bai, there was an unusual energy fluctuation inside the dungeon earlier. We sent people in to check and found that the monsters, originally at level 1, had all risen to level 2, and their numbers increased significantly." "What?" Bai Jianfeng's expression changed dramatically. "Level 2 monsters are not suitable for novices. Order everyone to evacuate immediately. There's something strange about this dungeon." "Yes." The surrounding people responded in unison. Bai Jianfeng turned to his team and commanded, "You all go in as well, and make sure the students evacuate safely." Before he finished speaking, he had already stepped into the dungeon, with the others following closely behind. As an official guild, the Jianhu Guild was responsible for managing Jiangqing City. With the novice dungeon showing anomalies, they had to respond swiftly to protect the students from various academies. This was not only their duty, but also their mission. Meanwhile, Su Ming was moving alone through the forest. His agile figure drew quite a bit of attention, and someone even called out, "Hey, friend, which academy are you from? How dare you roam around alone?" Ignoring the query, Su Ming continued deeper into the dungeon, prompting a flurry of discussion. "That guy's ignoring everyone. Is he crazy?" A man with sharp features stood up, watching Su Ming's silhouette disappear into the darkness, muttering, "The dungeon's having issues, and while everyone wants to leave, he's rushing in." Not far along, Su Ming came upon another encampment, which turned out to be from his own Jiangbei Academy. The leader was Zhang Ming, the strongest mentor for this mission. Several tents were set up on the clearing, indicating they planned to stay overnight. At the moment, everyone was gathered around a campfire, with Zhang Ming seemingly sharing some battle insights. Su Ming quietly approached, his gaze quickly scanning the crowd, and then he froze. "Wang Xiaoming, what's he doing here?" Su Ming was surprised to find his friend in the group, even though he remembered Wang Xiaoming missing the initial gathering. Zhang Ming's team consisted of 12 students, including another prodigy, Hua Haitao. Could it be that Wang Xiaoming ended up dying in the dungeon due to the anomaly? Su Ming muttered to himself, but soon dismissed the thought. In his previous life, there had been no such anomaly. This unexpected discovery plunged Su Ming into deep thought. He had to uncover the reason behind it. Su Ming was lost in thought when the voice of their mentor, Zhang Ming, announcing the end of the session, pulled him back to reality. Everyone returned to their tents to rest, leaving only 2 students on night watch. Su Ming sighed softly and was about to leave when he saw Wang Xiaoming emerge from a tent and head straight toward him. "Huh? Did he notice me?" Su Ming was startled. It was pitch black all around, and he was well hidden by the vegetation. Even an owl would have trouble spotting him, right? After a moment's hesitation, Su Ming decided to climb a tree to see if Wang Xiaoming had really spotted him. After all, as a good friend, it wouldn't be right not to give him a little scare. Su Ming nimbly climbed onto a branch and looked down. Wang Xiaoming soon arrived at the spot where Su Ming had been standing, but his steps seemed a bit odd, and his expression was unnatural. Su Ming frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. Sure enough, Wang Xiaoming loosened his waistband and squatted down. As his face relaxed, a foul odor wafted up to the tree. "Oh, come on!" Su Ming cursed inwardly, shifting from lying down to crouching, ready to jump down and give this oblivious guy a fright. Just then, a crack broke the night silence as a branch snapped. Wang Xiaoming and Su Ming both turned toward the sound, but saw nothing but darkness. "Did I hear wrong?" Wang Xiaoming muttered to himself, his voice soft, yet clearly heard by Su Ming in the tree. Both of them had heard it. It was no illusion. Wang Xiaoming relaxed, but Su Ming became more vigilant, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the surroundings, though the lingering odor was unpleasant. "Ah, that's better," Wang Xiaoming exclaimed after finishing his business, and was about to get up when a figure suddenly appeared behind him, holding a knife that gleamed coldly. "Behind you!" Su Ming shouted urgently. The sudden cry was especially jarring in the quiet night, startling both Wang Xiaoming and the mysterious figure. They both looked up toward the source of the voice. Su Ming's arrow was already in flight, whizzing through the air. The figure was shocked, their pupils constricting as they hurriedly retreated several steps. "Su Ming." Wang Xiaoming recognized the silhouette in the tree and then quickly turned. "Hua Haitao." His eyes were filled with confusion, not understanding why Su Ming was in the tree or when Hua Haitao had appeared behind him. He began to seriously doubt his own perception. "He wants to kill you." In the darkness, Su Ming's eyes glinted with a cold light, his voice icy. He finally understood the cause of Wang Xiaoming's death in the previous life, though he still couldn't grasp why Hua Haitao wanted to kill Wang Xiaoming. "You want to kill me?" Wang Xiaoming looked at Hua Haitao in disbelief, his voice filled with shock and confusion. This incident was hard for Wang Xiaoming to accept. He frowned and pondered why classmates, who usually have no grievances, would resort to violence. However, Su Ming's warning could not be ignored. Wang Xiaoming remained on high alert, casting a vigilant glance around him. Suddenly, Hua Haitao's voice emerged from the shadows with a hint of mockery. What a troublesome guy. I thought I could take care of you without anyone knowing, but that useless person ruined the plan. He let out a cold laugh, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. But the outcome won't change, just an extra useless person to deal with. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoming quickly tightened his belt and demanded, "Why do you want to kill me?" Hua Haitao sneered. "Haven't you heard that having a treasure makes you guilty? Do you not understand that?" Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished into the darkness, a skill inherent to assassin's stealth. "Bastard! If you have the guts, come out!" Wang Xiaoming shouted angrily, gripping his sword tightly and scanning his surroundings warily. Although they were both level 1, the treachery of an assassin made him cautious. "Brother Su, come to me quickly!" Wang Xiaoming called out to Su Ming while staying on guard. "I won't let him hurt you." Su Ming felt a warmth in his heart and leaped down from the tree. The moment he appeared, both Wang Xiaoming and the hidden Hua Haitao were stunned. Su Ming was already at level 9. Before they could react, Su Ming commanded in a deep voice, "Come forth, my warriors." As soon as he spoke, 71 goblin skeleton warriors emerged from a black vortex, quickly forming 2 concentric circles. They surrounded Su Ming and Wang Xiaoming in the center, while the outer circle blocked Hua Haitao's escape route. Despite being invisible, Hua Haitao was trembling with fear. This display was far beyond his expectations, leaving him too terrified to act. Su Ming suddenly wrinkled his nose and turned to the still stunned Wang Xiaoming, asking, "Do you smell something fishy?" Wang Xiaoming snapped back to reality, sniffed carefully, and nodded. "I do. And there's a hint of something foul too." Su Ming keenly noticed a puddle on the ground nearby, causing a slight smirk to form on his lips. He had pinpointed Hua Haitao's approximate location and was ready to take action. Just then, the voice of their instructor, Zhang Ming, came from the direction of the tents. "What's going on? Who's over there?" Su Ming looked towards the sound and saw Zhang Ming striding quickly in their direction. He coldly muttered towards where Hua Haitao was hiding. "Lucky you." Before long, Zhang Ming arrived with 2 students in tow. At this moment, Hua Haitao's invisibility wore off, and his figure reappeared in everyone's sight. Zhang Ming sternly questioned, "What are you all doing here?" His gaze swept over Wang Xiaoming and the others, suddenly noticing Su Ming, who was usually a loner. "Wait a minute, Su Ming? What are you doing here?" Su Ming had already disengaged from combat mode and chose to conceal information. He casually replied, "Just passing by." Zhang Ming couldn't discern any clues from his demeanor. "Really?" Zhang Ming's tone was laced with obvious disdain. "It's a miracle you've survived this long." Zhang Ming then turned his attention to Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao. "And what about you two?" Wang Xiaoming chuckled awkwardly, pointing at the items on the ground, stammering, I was just taking care of something." He didn't mention Hua Haitao's earlier attempt on his life, choosing to remain silent since Su Ming hadn't spoken up. Zhang Ming glanced at the mess on the ground, covering his nose in disgust. He then looked at Hua Haitao, noticing the wet pants and traces on the ground illuminated by the firelight. Zhang Ming frowned, his expression full of disbelief. "What's going on with you?" Hua Haitao was deeply embarrassed, hanging his head low, nearly wanting to dig a hole for himself. I couldn't hold it." He knew revealing the truth would be his downfall. The 2 students beside Zhang Ming couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. "Silence." Zhang Ming sternly reprimanded the snickering students, then seriously advised, "In this scenario, you can't let your guard down, and don't wander too far." With that, he turned to leave, casting a meaningful glance at Su Ming as he departed. Su Ming remained unfazed, knowing that if it weren't for his good friend, he would have left long ago. Once Zhang Ming and his group had gone far enough, Su Ming turned coldly towards Hua Haitao. Hua Haitao panicked, exclaiming in terror, "What are you doing? If you try anything, I'll scream." Instructor Zhang hasn't gone far. The look in his eyes, once filled with disdain and arrogance, was now replaced by sheer terror. After just over a day in the dungeon, Wang Xiaoming was still at level 1, while the others had reached level 9. He was shocked by their insane leveling speed. His eyes swept over the dense crowd of skeletal warriors, whose sheer numbers were terrifying. If there were only 1 or 2, he could handle them, but this overwhelming force was utterly despairing. Hua Haitao felt deeply that his own talent and profession, which he had always been proud of, were insignificant compared to Su Ming. He wondered if this was what they meant by "having a treasure makes you guilty." At that moment, Su Ming spoke, his gaze fixed on the items in Wang Xiaoming's hands. Wang Xiaoming slowly removed a ring from his finger, revealing a peculiar stone in his other hand. "That's a storage ring. And an upgrade stone," Su Ming exclaimed, unable to hide his surprise. Wang Xiaoming explained, "I came across a weakened boss during the day and managed to kill it. I didn't expect that he, hidden, would see it." As he spoke, he turned to look at Hua Haitao, eyes full of astonishment. Hua Haitao cursed inwardly, thinking how annoying the assassin class was, always sneaky, like a sly fox. Su Ming calculated in his mind. The storage ring was already a valuable item, but the upgrade stone was priceless. It allowed the user to level up instantly, with effects influenced by their talent. If word got out that Wang Xiaoming had an upgrade stone, it would attract countless greedy eyes, willing to do anything to get it. Su bro, you just saved my life, so these are for you, Wang Xiaoming said generously, knowing he couldn't keep these treasures safe and might even be killed for them. It was better to give them to Su Ming as a token of gratitude. Hua Haitao couldn't believe his ears. A low-grade storage ring could sell for hundreds of thousands, and an upgrade stone was worth millions, practically priceless. And Wang Xiaoming was just giving them away? Su Ming smiled slightly, acknowledging Wang Xiaoming's incredible luck. I'll take the storage ring then, but you should keep the upgrade stone for yourself. He wasn't one to refuse a useful item, and the storage ring would indeed be handy. However, the upgrade stone was too valuable, and he didn't feel right taking it. Plus, he didn't need the experience at the moment. Wang Xiaoming hesitated, looking at the upgrade stone. He had planned to use it when he reached a higher level to maximize its effect. But Hua Haitao's presence had disrupted his plans. Su Ming advised, do what you think is best with it. But remember, someone's already got their eye on that stone. He glanced meaningfully at Hua Haitao. Hua Haitao quickly shook his head and promised, I won't make any moves against him, fearing that Su Ming might turn against him. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Xiaoming gritted his teeth and used the upgrade stone. Instantly, a beam of light shot up from his body as he leveled up. He knew that killing Hua Haitao was nearly impossible now, especially since the latter could become invisible, and Zhang Ming was nearby. Even if Hua Haitao promised not to act now, who could guarantee he wouldn't change his mind once Su Ming left? Using the upgrade stone immediately was undoubtedly the best choice. Congratulations, Su Ming said with a smile as Wang Xiaoming ascended to a level 2 warrior. Hua Haitao, seeing the upgrade stone used up, couldn't help but show a hint of regret on his face. Suddenly, there was a rapid whistling sound around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Ming and his companions were cautiously scanning their surroundings when a strange noise suddenly shattered the silence. Wang Xiaoming, looking around nervously, whispered, what was that sound? Just as he finished speaking, Su Ming, with his keen senses, caught sight of several dark figures flashing in the distance and immediately warned, this isn't good. There are monsters. Upon hearing this, Hua Haitao quickly cast an invisibility spell and vanished on the spot. Wang Xiaoming, in a panic, shouted, I have to go back and warn everyone. With that, he started running towards the academy's camp. After a few steps, he stopped and turned back to shout at Su Ming. Su, why are you still standing there? Come on. Su Ming just smiled and shook his head, explaining, you go ahead. It's probably safer with them. He was calculating in his mind that it was better not to expose himself to too many people before reaching level 10. If someone got jealous and stifled his potential prematurely, it would be a huge loss. Wang Xiaoming, recalling Su Ming's strength and those terrifying skeleton warriors, realized his worry might be unnecessary. He nodded solemnly and said, be careful. Then he turned and continued towards the academy's camp. Su Ming put on the storage ring Wang Xiaoming had given him and once again plunged into the darkness. Although the ring's space was only about 5 cubic meters, it was sufficient for him. Suddenly, he noticed an unusually large number of monsters around him, at least a dozen at a rough glance. Just then, an explosion was heard from the direction of the academy's camp, indicating that the battle had begun. Su Ming allowed a faint smile to appear on his lips and murmured to himself, interesting. Without hesitation, he summoned his undead army, and 71 skeleton warriors appeared in an instant. Su Ming used the simplest and most direct approach, ordering them to charge. Soon, all 13 level 2 goblins were slain, each providing 10 experience points. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming continued to extract undead information to expand his army. In no time, his summoned creatures increased from 71 to 84, just 6 shy of the maximum limit. However, the dark figures around him continued to flicker, making the situation increasingly eerie. Su Ming frowned slightly but quickly made a decision. Attack! The skeleton warriors charged into battle once more. In the darkness, cold steel flashed and blood splattered, accompanied by the goblins' wretched cries. Within just an hour, Su Ming had slain 35 more monsters, finally achieving a moment of peace. He swiftly summoned his attribute page and discovered that his summoned creatures had reached the limit of 9,090. Without hesitation, he deleted all undead information of the level 1 goblin skeleton warriors. After the system confirmed the deletion, Su Ming checked the attribute page again and was satisfied to see the number of summoned creatures was now 6590. Su Ming started extracting undead information from level 2 goblins again. Half an hour later, his summoned creatures reached the limit of 9,090 once more. This time, he summoned a full army of 90 level 2 goblin skeleton warriors. Even Su Ming himself felt a twinge of fear at the sight of this massive skeleton army. Meanwhile, the dungeon was in complete chaos, with monsters pouring out like a tide. The various academies were forced to join the battle, and as the danger became more apparent, they began leading their students toward the dungeon entrance for evacuation. Suddenly, the sound of skin being pierced echoed across the battlefield. Squelch! Squelch! Panic ensued, and someone shouted, "How is this thing at level 5? Get back! Quickly retreat! That's a boss!" A towering, muscular goblin wielding a large machete was ruthlessly slaughtering students. Their mentors had already been overwhelmed by the goblin horde. From a distance, Su Ming was drawn by the commotion, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Oh, finally a boss. To him, this wasn't just an ordinary level 2 goblin, but a prime target for extracting undead information and potentially yielding valuable items. As he approached, Su Ming watched coldly, with no intention of intervening. Soon, the group of nearly 10 from the academy, including the mentor, perished. The mentors, despite being around level 10, succumbed to the overwhelming number of monsters while trying to protect their students. When the goblins noticed Su Ming, they immediately stopped tearing at the corpses and turned their gaze toward him. Even the boss-level goblin discarded a half-eaten limb. Roar! The goblin boss bellowed at Su Ming, seemingly commanding the surrounding goblins to attack. In an instant, more than 20 goblins charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming smirked disdainfully. "Trying to outnumber me? I have way more minions than you." As soon as he finished speaking, nearly 100 goblin skeleton warriors surged from behind him. The sight left the goblin boss in shock. The two sides quickly clashed, with the sound of squelch, squelch, echoing continuously. Before long, the opposing 20-plus goblins were all slain, and the goblin boss was surrounded by the skeleton warriors. Roar! The goblin boss let out a furious roar, swinging its large machete. The level 2 skeleton warriors were no match for it, with several being destroyed in a single blow. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his bow, aiming for the boss's eye. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, hitting the right eye with a squelch. Roar! The goblin boss screamed in agony, filled with endless rage. It swung the machete even more fiercely, each strike taking down several skeleton warriors. It attempted to charge at Su Ming, but the skeleton warriors swarmed it, preventing it from advancing and reaching him. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Su Ming felt. He watched the fierce battle intently, eagerly anticipating the victory and rewards to come. The goblin boss, realizing it was in a dire situation, immediately considered retreating. It began to break through the rear, attempting to flee the battlefield. However, Su Ming wasn't about to let his prey escape so easily. Dozens of skeletal warriors swiftly surrounded the goblin boss, forming an impenetrable circle. With a deafening roar, the goblin boss swung its weapon wildly, trying to carve a bloody path to freedom. But Su Ming's summoning skill was too formidable. For every few skeletons that fell, new ones quickly took their place. This relentless war of attrition was too much, even for a powerful goblin boss. Before long, the goblin boss was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. In its final moments, it let out another thunderous roar. Its eyes turned blood red, and its muscles swelled, dramatically boosting its strength and speed. It managed to take down a large number of surrounding skeletal warriors. Seeing this, Su Ming was not alarmed, but rather exhilarated. He immediately summoned more skeletal warriors to fill the gaps. Faced with this endless onslaught, the goblin boss ultimately couldn't escape its fate and fell into a pool of blood. A system notification promptly followed. You have successfully slain a level 5 goblin boss, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations, you have been awarded 5 points in strength attributes. Killing a level 5 goblin boss has dropped a greatsword. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, not expecting the additional attribute reward, which was a pleasant surprise. The 5 points in strength were far more valuable than other rewards, equivalent to a level up's worth of freely allocable points. He quickly stepped forward and picked up the dropped greatsword. The system displayed. Exquisite greatsword, strength 8, constitution 5. This weapon's attributes far surpassed his current bow. Without hesitation, Su Ming used the greatsword to cleave open the goblin boss's skull and extracted a magic crystal. Being from a level 5 boss, this magic crystal was far more valuable than ordinary level 1 or 2 crystals. He carefully stored both the greatsword and the magic crystal in his storage ring. Next, Su Ming embarked on the task he was most looking forward to, extracting the goblin boss's undead information. A minute later, the extraction was successful, and he eagerly proceeded with the summoning. As a black vortex portal opened, a skeleton larger than a typical goblin skeletal warrior emerged from the darkness. Wielding a greatsword, its skeleton showed almost no cracks, and its eye sockets glowed with crimson light, exuding a far greater presence than ordinary goblin skeletal warriors. The system displayed. Name: Goblin Boss Skeletal Warrior. Level 5. Strength: 25. Agility: 8. Spirit: 3. Constitution: 12. Skill. Berserk temporarily increases all attributes by 20. Talent. Grade D. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, noting that boss-level creatures were indeed exceptional, with attributes far surpassing those of the same level and possessing special skills. Just then, a light appeared in the distance, accompanied by faint voices. It seems like there's someone over there. Let's go check it out. Soon, a group of uniformed individuals appeared in Su Ming's line of sight. Su Ming quickly scanned the scene before him and immediately recognized the group. They were officials assigned to oversee the novice dungeon. The middle-aged man leading them approached briskly, his face filled with concern. "Young man, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Su Ming replied calmly, shifting his gaze to the scattered bodies on the ground. The middle-aged man followed his gaze and sighed deeply. Sigh? "This dungeon has developed an anomaly, leading to unexpected casualties. For safety reasons, we've been ordered to evacuate everyone immediately." He turned to Su Ming, giving a signal to two nearby team members to escort the young man out. At that moment, a team member rushed over, looking anxious. "Captain, we found a recently deceased boss-level monster over there." "What?" The middle-aged man showed a hint of surprise. "A boss level? What level?" "It's a level 5 goblin boss." Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked back at Su Ming with a hint of skepticism. "Did you kill it?" Su Ming realized he couldn't hide it any longer. He retrieved the large cleaver dropped by the boss from his storage ring. "I did. This is what it dropped." The middle-aged man's eyes moved between the cleaver in Su Ming's hand and the storage ring on his finger, revealing a trace of doubt. Su Ming quickly explained, "The ring was given to me by someone else, not dropped by the boss. When I arrived, the boss was already near death. I shot an arrow from hiding and finished it off. Then you all showed up." The middle-aged man's gaze shifted between the bow in Su Ming's hand and the arrow in the goblin boss's right eye, finally nodding. "All right. Since you defeated the boss, the loot is yours. Now let's go." Su Ming attempted to refuse. "You don't need to worry about me. I can leave safely on my own. You should help the others." He was eager to continue hunting bosses, not only to extract powerful undead information, but also to obtain loot and potentially attribute rewards. The allure was too great for him. However, the middle-aged man was firm. "Since we've encountered you, we must ensure you leave safely." His tone was non-negotiable. Reluctantly, Su Ming agreed. "All right, thank you." Despite his reluctance, he knew he couldn't oppose the officials. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. Su Ming, escorted by two protectors, finally reached the exit of the dungeon. Along the way, they encountered several goblins, but the two escorts were skillful and swiftly defeated the enemies, leaving Su Ming with nothing to do. "You can go on your own now. We need to rescue others." One of them gestured towards the exit, indicating that Su Ming should leave by himself. "All right, thank you so much." Su Ming expressed his gratitude sincerely. The two nodded with a smile, watching him leave. Just a step away from the exit, Su Ming suddenly stopped. Torn between leaving and staying, he contemplated sneaking back once the escorts left. However, when he turned around, they were still standing there, smiling at him. "Damn it," Su Ming cursed internally. Resigned, he took the final step. The scene before him suddenly changed, and Su Ming found himself back in the real world, with daylight breaking. A thought struck him. What if I just turn around and go back? As he was about to act on his plan, a gruff voice pulled him back to reality. "Hey kid, which academy are you from? Hurry up and move, don't block the entrance." Su Ming noticed that a crowd had gathered around. The gruff man continued urging him. "Move quickly. I'm from Jiangbei Academy." Realizing he couldn't go back, Su Ming stepped away from the entrance. "Jiangbei Academy is over there, go on." The gruff man pointed behind him. "Thanks." Su Ming nodded and moved in the direction indicated. As he passed through the crowd, he caught sight of a man in a suit with a sinister smile. Despite his refined appearance, the man exuded a dangerous aura. "It's him. Even he's here." Su Ming was shocked. The man was Lu Shuwan, the vice president of the Sword Tiger Guild, known as the Suit Thug for his formidable strength. Such a prominent figure's presence indicated that the dungeon had drawn significant official attention. "Hey, Su, over here. Come on over." Wang Xiaoming's shout interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. Looking towards the voice, Su Ming saw that many from Jiangbei Academy had already gathered, with Wang Xiaoming among them. He quickly made his way to their meeting point. Instructor Zhang Ming was stunned to see Su Ming. "You actually made it out alive. That's some luck." His team had suffered 2 casualties despite their best efforts during the monster outbreak, and had only escaped with the Sword Tiger Guild's help. He couldn't fathom how Su Ming survived in such a dire situation. Ignoring Zhang Ming, Su Ming turned to Wang Xiaoming. "Where's that bastard Zhang Yongxing? I shot him with an arrow, but I haven't seen him since I got out. Did he not make it?" Wang Xiaoming replied. "I heard he already went home." As they talked, Yi Lingfei emerged from the dungeon with a middle-aged man, heading directly towards Jiangbei Academy's location. Everyone except Su Ming was astonished by her high level. Yi Lingfei openly shared her information without hesitation. She is an ice mage, and her level has reached 4. No wonder she's the genius of Jiangbei Academy. Zhang Ming exclaimed in admiration after seeing Yi Lingfei's level. He thought to himself that if it weren't for Su Ming, she would probably be the fastest to level up in this novice dungeon. Yi Lingfei approached Zhang Ming and said coldly, "Instructor Zhang Ming, I won't be returning to the academy with you." All right, all right, Zhang Ming quickly agreed. He knew full well that with the strength of the middle-aged man behind Yi Lingfei, even 10 of him wouldn't stand a chance. After getting permission, Yi Lingfei merely nodded politely before turning to leave. The crowd watched her departure with admiration in their eyes. Wang Xiaoming frowned, suddenly feeling it was unfair to Su Ming. Just as he was about to speak up, saying, "My brother Su." Su Ming clamped his hand over Wang Xiaoming's mouth. "What the hell are you doing?" Su Ming hissed, nearly suffocating Wang Xiaoming with his grip. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Zhang Ming glanced at them. "This is no time for fooling around. Be serious." Only then did Su Ming release Wang Xiaoming. Gasping for air, Wang Xiaoming complained, "Brother Su, do you have a grudge against me? Trying to kill me?" "Shut up. Don't say anything stupid," Su Ming retorted, giving him a stern look. Got it. Got it." Wang Xiaoming waved his hand, indicating he wouldn't say more. He couldn't understand why Su Ming chose not to show off at such a perfect moment. As silence enveloped the scene, a captivating ringtone suddenly broke the quiet. "Love, even in death." The crowd burst into laughter. "Whose phone is ringing? That's some serious love," someone couldn't help but tease. However, when Lu Shuwen took out his phone to answer it, the room fell into silence. Laughter ceased abruptly, and even breathing seemed to stop. They realized they had just mocked Lu Shuwen, the vice president of the Sword Tiger Guild, known as the Suit Thug. In Jiangcheng, he was one of the few formidable figures, with both status and strength. Provoking him required no reason at all. "What? I'll be right there." The message over the phone made Lu Shuwen instantly tense. He continued his call while briskly walking out. From his expression and tone, it was clear something serious had occurred. At this moment, Su Ming's expression grew serious. He realized the world wasn't following the trajectory of his previous life. Changes in the novice dungeon and Lu Shuwen's urgent call confirmed this. Not to mention, he had personally saved Wang Xiaoming. Su Ming knew clearly that a series of unknown events awaited him. He had to remain vigilant and be prepared to handle any situation that might arise. After Lu Shuwen left, the atmosphere at the scene relaxed significantly, and everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thankful to have avoided disaster. At the exit of the dungeon, people began to trickle out. Among the 4 instructors from Jiangbei Academy, all but the unfortunate Chao Gan, who met with a mishap, had gathered. The operation was divided into 4 teams, each led by an instructor. However, Chao Gan's prolonged absence was causing concern among the crowd. Standing at the front of the group, Zhang Ming kept his eyes fixed on the dungeon entrance, muttering, "Strange. Why hasn't Chao Gan come out yet? How deep have they gone?" As time passed, several academies had already regrouped and left. Now, only a few groups remained, anxiously waiting. A man with a rough voice couldn't help but speak up. "You should go back. There's no need to wait any longer." His words caused a stir among those present. The implication clear. Those yet to emerge had little chance of survival. Zhang Ming immediately stepped forward to question, "Have you got it wrong? We still have a team from Jiangbei Academy inside." Other academy representatives echoed his concern, indicating they also had teams unaccounted for. The rough-voiced man's eyes swept over the crowd like knives, and he said coldly, "Are you not aware of the situation inside the dungeon? Do you really think they could hold out for this long?" His words cut deeply, leaving the crowd in silence as everyone realized that even they might not have endured in such an environment for so long. With a somber expression, Zhang Ming returned to his group and quietly instructed, "Let's head back to the academy." The students understood the gravity of the situation, and no one said another word. Thus, Su Ming and his group began their journey home. More than half an hour later, they arrived at the academy, where Principal Gao Baisong had been waiting for some time, his expression grave. Through phone calls, he had been informed of the entire situation. Out of 52 people who entered the dungeon, including 48 students and 4 instructors, only 31 survived, nearly half were lost. This marked the most tragic loss in Jiangbei Academy's history. Gao Baisong sighed deeply, his voice tinged with resignation. "Students, the anomaly in this novice dungeon has led to significant casualties. I am relieved to see you standing here. You've all done well. I know many of you witnessed the sacrifice of your teammates, but you must not blame yourselves. The dungeon's anomaly was beyond anyone's control." Suddenly, Gao Baisong's demeanor became serious. "Just as you were returning, about 10 minutes ago, I received a crucial phone call." The crowd buzzed with curiosity about the mysterious call's content. Gao Baisong announced solemnly, "A secret realm has appeared in Jiangxing, and this year's major exam will involve entering the secret realm." This announcement hit the students like a bombshell. Someone exclaimed, "What? They're sending us rookies into a secret realm." Another bluntly stated, "Expecting us to enter the secret realm for the exam is like sending us to our deaths." Faces were filled with disbelief, and the chatter grew louder. The dangers of the secret realm loomed over the hearts of the senior students at Jiangxing High School like an unknown darkness. When Gao Baisong announced that they would be sent to this mysterious place, the classroom erupted into chaos. The students exchanged anxious glances, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Quiet down. Gao Baisong raised his voice, trying to calm the commotion. I know you have many questions, but this secret realm is different from any before. His words caught Su Ming's attention. Standing among the crowd, Su Ming was deep in thought. He seemed to have guessed the content of the mysterious phone call Lu Shuwen received earlier. It was likely about this newly discovered secret realm. Gao Baisong continued. This realm has been officially tested and has a level limit. You cannot exceed level 10. Participation is entirely voluntary, and no one is forced. However, if you manage to return alive, you can choose to join any guild in Jiangxing. Those who do not participate can either continue their studies or choose to take the exam for a guild of their choice. After speaking, Gao Baisong stood silently on the podium, scanning the room to see how many students dared to take on the challenge. Suddenly, he added, "Oh, and it said that the water of life might appear in this realm." This statement hit Su Ming like a bolt of lightning. His eyes lit up, and his heart raced. The water of life. It was a priceless elixir with powerful restorative and healing properties. Su Ming immediately thought of his better-than father, Su Chong. If he could obtain the water of life, there might be hope for his father's recovery. In his excitement, Su Ming raised his hand without hesitation. "I'm in." He stepped out from the crowd, becoming the first student to sign up. The room was instantly abuzz. Everyone stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Even Gao Baisong was momentarily stunned. Apart from Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao, others thought that Su Ming, known for his useless profession, must have lost his mind. Zhang Ming immediately stepped forward to warn him. "Su Ming, think carefully. The dangers inside are nothing like today's dungeons. If you die in there, don't blame the school for not warning you." Su Ming smiled calmly, his eyes resolute. "I've made up my mind. I want to participate." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "What a lunatic, isn't he afraid of dying? Yeah, does he still think he's a genius?" At this moment, a chubby boy nudged Hua Haitao, pointing at Su Ming. "Brother Tao, look at that loser. You haven't even signed up, and he dares to be the first. Is he stupid?" Hua Haitao's face darkened immediately. He shoved the chubby boy aside and shouted, "Stay away from me. If you want to die, don't drag me with you." Unfazed, the chubby boy approached again. Hua Haitao lost his temper and roared at him. "Brother Tao, get lost." This outburst drew everyone's attention, plunging the classroom into silence once more. Hua Haitao's actions caught Gao Baisong's attention. The principal's sharp eyes were fixed on the young man, secretly hoping he would participate in the secret realm exam. Given Hua Haitao's skills as an assassin, his survival chances in the secret realm were much higher than others. Even if he just stood at the entrance, remaining invisible until time ran out, it would be a wise move. Seeing Hua Haitao's hesitation, Gao Baisong spoke up. "Hua Haitao, are you participating too? That's courageous." These words left Hua Haitao momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, "What? When did I say I was going to participate? I don't want to be in the same place as that weirdo Su Ming." The main reason he didn't want to join was because of Su Ming. With his talent and profession, he could easily join a guild without taking this exam. He was confident that any guild would cultivate him well. Just as Hua Haitao was about to explain, Gao Baisong interrupted again. "You're one of the prominent figures at Jiangbei Academy. Since you're willing to participate, come on up. I believe Yiling Fei will join too." The principal wore a knowing smile. Hua Haitao cursed internally. "You're really setting me up." He realized that backing out now would make him look like a coward. Reluctantly, he stepped forward to stand next to Su Ming. His heart was filled with anxiety, and when Su Ming glanced at him indifferently, he was terrified. Soon, 2 more students joined the lineup. Wang Xiaoming wisely chose to back out. Gao Baisong was pleased and said, "I'm very gratified that these 4 students have the courage to participate in the secret realm exam. In 2 days, you will represent Jiangbei Academy in the secret realm. During these 2 days, the school will arrange for mentors to help you level up and enhance your survival skills." A satisfied smile spread across the principal's face. His biggest fear was that no one would participate, which would lead to other academies mocking Jiangbei Academy as cowards. Now, not only were there participants, but there were 4, with 2 more undecided. This allowed him to stand proud before other academies. After all, when faced with such a life-threatening secret realm, most students wouldn't dare to take the risk. "Everyone, you're dismissed," Gao Baisong announced, having achieved his goal. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly stepped forward and said, "Principal, there's no need to assign a mentor for me." Gao Baisong frowned, wondering if there was something wrong with Su Ming. It was one thing for someone with a seemingly useless profession to participate, but now he was even refusing the chance to level up. Zhang Ming chimed in sarcastically, "Principal, I don't think it's necessary either. His escape skills are top-notch." "What do you mean?" Gao Baisong was increasingly confused. Zhang Ming then briefly recounted Su Ming's performance in the dungeon, leaving the principal astonished. His view of Su Ming shifted. No longer did he see him as insignificant, but as someone worth paying attention to. He absolutely couldn't believe that someone with a useless profession could survive in a mutated dungeon on their own. Gao Baisong stared at Su Ming, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. He nodded slowly, his tone firm. I agree to your request. Su Ming's lips curved into a slight smile. After thanking the principal, he turned and left, his steps light and brisk. Zhang Ming watched Su Ming walk away and couldn't help but sneer. Principal, by letting him participate, aren't you sending him to his death? Luck only goes so far. Gao Baisong was unfazed, a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. No worries. I believe he can survive in the dungeon and definitely in the secret realm too. He thought to himself that Su Ming must have some unknown means of escape. Suddenly, Zhang Ming noticed something unusual about Hua Haitao. Beads of sweat appeared on Hua Haitao's forehead, and his shirt was soaked through. What's up with you? Is it that hot? Zhang Ming asked, puzzled. Hua Haitao hurriedly wiped his forehead with his sleeve, stammering. Yeah, it's pretty hot. Zhang Ming's gaze drifted over Hua Haitao, finally settling on his pants. He made a series of suggestive clicking sounds. Hua Haitao was instantly embarrassed, as if his secret had been exposed, and quickly fled the scene. After leaving the academy, Su Ming didn't head straight home. Instead, he went directly to the Treasure Pavilion, a chain store specializing in monster-related goods, located in major cities across the country. As soon as he stepped into the Treasure Pavilion, a shapely female attendant greeted him. She was dressed in a white blouse and a pencil skirt, highlighting her graceful figure. Welcome, she said with a sweet smile. Su Ming politely replied, I'd like to sell some items. Of course. This way, please. The attendant guided Su Ming to a seat, gesturing for him to sit down. She quickly brought a cup of tea, her smile never fading. Thank you, Su Ming said softly as he accepted the tea. The attendant sat across from Su Ming and began her introduction. You're welcome, sir. We purchase magic crystals, equipment, and other items here, and our prices will definitely satisfy you. As Su Ming spoke, he took out magic crystals from his storage ring and placed them on the table. I want to sell some magic crystals. On the table were 25 first-level magic crystals and 113 second-level magic crystals. A flash of shock crossed the attendant's eyes. She secretly guessed that this young-looking customer might be a recently awakened student. She didn't expect him to produce so many magic crystals at once. Did you hunt these all by yourself? The attendant couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes. Could you calculate how much they can sell for? Su Ming nodded in confirmation. The attendant swallowed hard, her gaze on Su Ming turning respectful. She thought to herself, this young man is extraordinary. The purchase price for first-level magic crystals is 200 yuan each, and for second-level magic crystals, it's 500 yuan each. Altogether, that's 61,500 yuan. Is that acceptable? The attendant quickly calculated and quoted. Suddenly remembering something, Su Ming took out another magic crystal from his storage ring and handed it to the attendant. Oh, I also have a level 5 one. The waitress's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard about the level 5 boss magic crystal, silently questioning Su Ming as if asking, did you hunt that yourself too? Su Ming scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Haha, just lucky. Just lucky. The waitress quickly regained her professional demeanor and said, this is a level 5 boss quality magic crystal. Our purchase price is 20,000 yuan. Is that acceptable to you? Yes. Su Ming nodded, thinking the price was close to what he expected. Great. That totals 81,500 yuan for everything. The waitress swiftly pulled out some paperwork and pointed to a blank space. If everything looks good, please sign here. We'll transfer the money to your account shortly. Without much thought, Su Ming took the document and signed his name. All right, please wait a moment. The waitress stood up and collected the paperwork and all the magic crystals from the table. 5 minutes later, Su Ming's phone vibrated with a message. Dear customer, 81,500 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 383-8438. Remaining balance, 81,500.5 yuan. Seeing the deposit, Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. The waitress returned to Su Ming with a professional smile, asking, Sir, the amount should be in your account now. Is there anything else I can assist you with? I'd like to buy a weapon, Su Ming replied. Although he had a machete in his storage ring, he felt he needed a ranged weapon. His frame was too fragile for close combat. Oh, what type of weapon are you looking for? The waitress couldn't discern Su Ming's profession and couldn't recommend a specific weapon. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming decided that a bow and arrow would suit him best and asked, Do you have any bows? Yes. I didn't expect your profession to be an archer. The waitress nodded and gestured for him to follow. Under the waitress's guidance, Su Ming arrived at a room filled with bows and arrows. It was much quieter here, with only a few customers, in stark contrast to the crowded rooms of swords and staffs. Sir, these are all bows and arrows. The prices are marked below each item, so feel free to take a look, the waitress introduced. Su Ming nodded, his gaze sweeping over the bows on display. The exquisite bow, agility 5, was priced at 10,000 yuan, and the rare bow, agility 15, was 50,000 yuan, both of which he considered junk equipment. He then looked at bows with special effects, like the Qilin bow, which could shoot flaming arrows, but the 100,000 yuan price tag made him shake his head. Finally, Su Ming's eyes rested on a weapon called the Void Bow. Void Bow common. Agility 5. Special effect. Drawing the bow is the arrow. Price. 80,000 yuan. Sir, would you like to try it out? The waitress, noticing Su Ming lingering in front of the Void Bow, used her years of sales experience to gauge his interest. You can try it? Su Ming turned to the waitress, looking somewhat surprised. In his previous life, he was always broke and couldn't afford to shop at the treasure pavilion. The waitress's sweet smile was like a gentle spring breeze as she skillfully opened the counter and took out the legendary Void Bow. This way, please, she said softly, leading the way with the bow in hand. Su Ming followed her into a spacious training room. The room was uncluttered and clean, with a few targets neatly arranged not far away. The waitress handed the Void Bow to Su Ming, explaining, Sir, this is our special testing area at the treasure pavilion, designed for our guests. The walls and targets are made of special materials, so feel free to use them. Su Ming took the bow, unable to hide his excitement. It was his first time in such a premium place. I won't hold back then. He nodded slightly and stepped forward. Gazing at the Void Bow in his hands, Su Ming murmured, Draw the bow and it becomes an arrow? Sensing his curiosity, the waitress quickly clarified, Sir, the special feature of this bow is that it doesn't require arrows. Hearing this, Su Ming's face lit up with a smile. Great, not needing arrows is even more convenient. He swiftly drew the bow, shooting 3 arrows in a second. 3 golden streaks shot through the air like meteors, hitting the bullseye with precision. With a thud, 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 the targets shattered instantly. Su Ming was overjoyed. The power of the Void Bow far surpassed his regular bow and arrows. Not needing to carry arrows made it seem like it was tailor-made for him. Ha! I'll take this bow, he exclaimed excitedly, turning to the waitress. However, the moment he turned around, he noticed the waitress staring at him with disbelief, her face full of shock. Hello? Hey. Su Ming waved his bank card, trying to get her attention. The waitress snapped out of her daze and apologized, stammering. I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Please wait a moment. She took the bank card and quickly left the room. Once outside, the waitress let out a long breath, still filled with confusion. She thought, oh my, that young man is a necromancer? Isn't that a useless class? Why does he seem so powerful? Level 9. He looks like just a student. A necromancer using a bow. What's going on? A moment later, the waitress regained her professional demeanor and returned to the room. Sir, the amount has been deducted. Here's your card, she said, handing the bank card back to Su Ming. Thanks. Su Ming took the card, stored the Void Bow in his storage ring, and prepared to leave. Sir, wait. Just as Su Ming turned and took a few steps, the waitress suddenly called out urgently. Su Ming turned back, puzzled. What's the matter? He thought to himself, the payment's done, and I got what I wanted, why can't I leave? The server quickly caught up with Su Ming and handed him a pink business card with a smile. This is my card. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Su Ming was stunned and took the card in a daze. He thought to himself, anyone who receives a business card from the 100 Treasures Pavilion must be someone of wealth or status. I never expected that I would have such a day. He looked down at the card, which had the name, Lin Anshi, written in playful large letters. It was clearly a personally designed card. Lin Anshi. Su Ming read aloud. That's me. Lin Anshi nodded with a smile. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation in the future. With Lin Anshi seeing him off, Su Ming left the 100 Treasures Pavilion. As he walked down the street, the sun had already set. Su Ming took out his phone to check his messages and saw that his balance was only 1,500.5 yuan. He sighed. Money really doesn't last long, he muttered to himself. Finally, Su Ming entered a supermarket and bought a lot of meat and fish. It's time to treat the family to a nice meal, he thought, carrying the plastic bags of various sizes as he headed home. Su Ming felt quite cheerful, sensing that everything was moving in a positive direction. He was even looking forward to seeing his father, Su Chang's, expression when he found out Su Ming had reached level 9. Soon, he arrived at the dim alley he had to pass through to get home. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in the alley, all eyes fixed on Su Ming. Hey, who do we have here? A voice called out. Isn't that the kid young Master Zhang told us to deal with last time? Another person chimed in. Yeah, who would have thought we'd be so lucky to run into him today? Haha, young Master Zhang will be pleased to know we've caught him again, won't he? Su Ming recognized these people as the hooligans who had cornered him with Shun Yao that day. They had even chased him to his home, and if it weren't for his father Su Chang's desperate intervention, he might still be lying in a hospital bed. Well, I wasn't even looking for you guys, and you just walked right into my path. Su Ming smirked with a mischievous grin. He carried his bags and walked into the dark alley without hesitation. Wow, this coward isn't running away this time. He actually dares to come in. One of the hooligans remarked in surprise. Something's off. He's really agile. Last time, we were careless, and he got away. Another said cautiously. Huh, I don't believe he'll escape this time. The group stood up straight, lining up to block the alley completely. Su Ming's pace didn't slow at all. As he neared them, he had a thought. Suddenly, a black vortex portal appeared behind the hooligans. A skeleton warrior wielding a large machete emerged from it, none other than the goblin boss skeleton warrior. One of the hooligans was the first to notice the anomaly behind him. He turned around, eyes wide with terror, unable to speak, and frantically tapped the shoulders of his companions. What are you doing? Quit it. The others brushed off his hand impatiently. That kid's coming over. Just then, there was a squelch sound of a blade slicing through skin. Following that, there was a series of thuds, and something round and plump fell to the ground. Suddenly, it was as if it began to rain lightly from the sky, but the droplets weren't cold. Instead, they were warm and slightly sticky. What is this? And what's with the rain? Su Ming frowned, raising his hand to wipe the rain off his face. As he focused his gaze, he was stunned. It wasn't just him. Everyone was momentarily struck into a shocked silence. However, this brief silence was instantly shattered. Swish, swish, swish. The skeletal warriors mercilessly swung their weapons, cold light flashing, blood splattering. Those people didn't even have time to scream before they fell into pools of blood. In the dim alley, this sudden massacre went unnoticed. Su Ming walked past the bodies with a blank expression, his right hand moving slightly as he stored all the corpses in his storage ring. Withdraw, he ordered coldly. The skeletal warriors obeyed, retreating slowly into the darkness. Only a pool of blood remained on the ground, as if nothing had happened. With a creak, Su Ming opened his front door. The sound of the TV news echoed from the living room, reporting exactly what he had experienced today. Today, we received reliable official information that an anomaly occurred in the Goblin Newbie dungeon in Jiang City, resulting in numerous deaths, with a large proportion being students from various academies. A special secret realm has also appeared in Jiang City, with level restrictions. After official discussions, it has been decided to make this secret realm the final exam for all academies in Jiang City. Guilds can also send teams that meet the level requirements to participate. Please stay tuned for more updates from this station. As Su Ming entered the house, Su Chong asked, "Did something go wrong with the dungeon you went to?" "Yes," Su Ming replied truthfully. "The monsters inside all turned to level 2, and their numbers increased significantly." Su Chong said impassively, "I didn't expect so many to die. You're lucky to be alive. It must be your mother watching over you." He continued to change the channel, suddenly remembering something. "Oh right. The news said your final exam this year is a secret realm. It should be voluntary, right? Don't participate. I'll ask Uncle Hay to find you a guild to join. Just go along with it." "Actually, I've already signed up. We gather in 2 days," Su Ming began, but Su Chong, enraged, threw the remote at him. "Cancel it right now. Do you think you can handle a secret realm?" Su Ming was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, his gaze resolute. "There's the water of life in that secret realm. I have to go." Su Chong paused slightly at the mention of water of life, then chuckled bitterly. "Ha! You think you can get the water of life? With my current strength, I must obtain the water of life," Su Ming said, canceling the information concealment. He had never intended to reveal his strength this way, but at this moment, there was no need to hide it from his father. Su Ming's professional information and level status were fully revealed before Su Chong's eyes at that moment. Profession, Necromancer, level 9. Su Chong's eyes widened, and he stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning. His lips trembled slightly, as though he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. It took him a while to recover from the shock, and he rubbed his eyes desperately, fearing he had seen wrong. Level 9. No mistake. It was indeed level 9. Su Chong's mind raced, recalling that Su Ming had only changed professions 2 days ago. To go from a novice to level 9 in just 2 days? Such speed was unimaginable, even for major powers, let alone an ordinary family. Yet now his son had achieved it. How did you do it?" Su Chong's voice was filled with astonishment and doubt, his eyes showing a desperate desire for answers. Su Ming smiled calmly. "It's a long story, but there's one thing I want to tell you. I now have enough strength to enter the secret realm. Please don't stop me." His eyes shone with a determined light, clearly resolved to enter the secret realm. With that, Su Ming quickly hid the information, grabbed a plastic bag full of ingredients, and walked into the kitchen, leaving Su Chong standing there, his face full of surprise. Su Chong's mind remained unsettled for a long time. The surprise Su Ming brought was overwhelming. The so-called useless profession reaching level 9 in 2 days. If this news got out, it would shake not just Jiang City, but the entire Longxiao nation. Anxiously, Su Chong stumbled to the kitchen door and earnestly said to Su Ming, who was busy inside, "Does anyone else know about your situation? The fewer people who know, the better, until you're absolutely safe." "I know," Su Ming replied without turning around, continuing to sort through the plastic bag of ingredients. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chong spoke again. I think you shouldn't go to the secret realm. Forget about the water of life. To him, the highly coveted secret realm was too dangerous, and if Su Ming were targeted by certain people, the consequences could be disastrous. I've said it before, I must obtain the water of life. Su Ming's tone was firm, unmoved by his father's concerns. Su Chong's face was filled with worry. If Su Ming were just an ordinary person, avoiding adventure would mean no danger to his life. But now it was different. He vaguely sensed that his son might have discovered some secrets about this mysterious profession with the potential to rise. However, this path was extremely perilous. Especially upon learning of Su Ming's determination to obtain the water of life, Su Chong felt a deep sense of guilt, knowing it was all to cure his own illness. You? Dad. There's no need to say more. Su Ming suddenly turned, interrupting his father's words. Whether you hit me or scold me, it won't change my resolve. To completely dispel his father's concerns, Su Ming snapped his fingers. Instantly, the surrounding space distorted, revealing numerous dark vortex portals. This scene left Su Chong utterly astounded, especially when the skeletal heads of undead warriors emerged from the black vortices. His expression became even more exaggerated. Retrieve. Due to limited space, Su Ming didn't let the skeletal warriors fully manifest and quickly retracted them. What is all this? Su Chong was both shocked and excited, his voice trembling with emotion. My summon. Su Ming replied simply, then turned back to focus on preparing the ingredients. Su Chong stood at the kitchen doorway, utterly stunned. He slowly swallowed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Ming's situation had completely surpassed his understanding. Stumbling back to the living room, he sank heavily onto the sofa, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Time seemed to freeze. It wasn't clear how much time had passed before a foolish grin slowly spread across Su Chong's face. Tears shimmered in his eyes, a complex mix of relief, pride, and a hint of regret. That night, Su Chong finally took on the semblance of a father. He patiently explained many precautions about dungeons and secret realms to Su Ming, his voice laced with undeniable concern. However, whenever Su Ming tried to ask about that particular secret realm experience, Su Chong either fell silent or skillfully changed the subject. Su Ming felt helpless, acutely aware that his father was deliberately hiding certain truths. Despite his persistent questioning, he received only a cold response. You're not qualified to know yet. This statement struck Su Ming like a heavy blow to the heart. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his desire to become stronger growing even more intense. As the night deepened, Su Ming returned to his room, eagerly awaiting midnight. He watched the clock intently, eyes fixed on the second hand as it ticked away. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Midnight. Time's up. Su Ming eagerly summoned the super system to extract experience. The system's notification sounded. Extraction successful, 86,400 experience points acquired. Overflowing with excitement, Su Ming couldn't help but dance with joy. He immediately opened his attribute panel, eyes glued to the level section. Level 9. Experience, 119, 54835,000. Level up. Su Ming whispered, his heart racing. He knew that upon reaching level 10, everyone randomly receives a corresponding class skill. As an undead summoner, he was both excited and nervous about the skill he was about to gain. A pillar of light shot up from Su Ming, accompanied by the sound of a successful level up notification. Level 10. Experience, 84, 54840,000. Su Ming held his breath, eyes fixed on the attribute page. Skill acquired, Reaper's Curse. As expected, Su Ming was overjoyed. Just hearing the name made him feel extraordinary. He quickly checked his skill list. Reaper's Curse, level 1. Using it on an ally grants a temporary 5 boost to all attributes, while using it on an enemy temporarily reduces all their attributes by 5. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, not expecting it to be a dual-purpose support skill. For him, this was nothing short of a divine skill. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, his laughter filled with excitement and joy. Even at just level 1, providing a 5 increase or decrease was already quite significant. Su Ming forcibly suppressed his inner excitement, deciding to upgrade the skill immediately. At this moment, he had an abundance of experience points. Upgrading Reaper's Curse requires consuming 20,000 experience points. Continue, the system prompted. The experience points needed for the upgrade surprised Su Ming a bit, but considering the increase in boost ratio, this amount seemed trivial to him. Confirm upgrade. Su Ming chose without hesitation. Upgrade successful. Reaper's Curse has been raised to level 2. As Su Ming's level increased, the amplification and reduction effects of the Death Curse soared from 5 to 10. Without hesitation, he chose to continue upgrading his skills in preparation for the upcoming Secret Realm examination. Knowing that level 10 was the competition limit, he decided to invest all his experience points into skill upgrades to maximize his strength. The system prompted that upgrading the death curse required 50,000 experience points. Su Ming decisively confirmed, and the screen flashed, upgrade successful. The death curse instantly rose to level 3, consuming 70,000 of the recently acquired 86,400 experience points. Satisfied with the remaining experience points, Su Ming knew they weren't enough for further skill upgrades, but reaching level 3 with the death curse was gratifying. At that moment, he noticed a message from the super system as he reached level 10. Curious, Su Ming opened the super system prompt. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10. The system is currently in its initial stage and can be upgraded to the intermediate stage with 10 upgrade stones. Upon seeing this message, Su Ming couldn't help but gasp. Reaching level 10 brought him many surprises, and although acquiring 10 upgrade stones seemed nearly impossible at the moment, the news excited him. 10 upgrade stones. Su Ming lay sprawled on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his pupils trembling slightly as he tried to calm his excitement. After a moment of composure, he closed the super system interface and turned his attention to his attribute panel. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 10. Experience, 44, 54840000. Strength, 15. Agility, 46. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 10. Summons, 90,100. Level 2 Goblin Skeleton Warrior, 89. Level 5 Goblin Skeleton Warrior 1. Skills, Death Curse, Level 3, grants a temporary 15 attribute boost when used on allies, and temporarily weakens all attributes by 15 when used on enemies. Talent, level. Remaining free attribute points, 24. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he experimentally cast the death curse on himself. Instantly, a pillar of black light rose from his body and quickly vanished, but Su Ming clearly felt the enhancement of his attributes. He quickly picked up his phone and started a timer. As the seconds ticked away, the feeling of empowerment lasted until 2 minutes and 56 seconds, confirming for Su Ming that the death curse's duration was exactly 3 minutes, accounting for the time spent picking up the phone. What delighted him even more was the skill's minimal consumption of mental and physical energy. In his current state, he could cast it dozens of times in succession, and even more if used intermittently. Given the low consumption and the fact that the amplification effect wasn't influenced by mental strength or other factors, Su Ming decided to continue boosting his agility. Survival is the key, he thought, chuckling to himself as he sat on the bed. Without hesitation, Su Ming allocated all 24 free attribute points to agility, further enhancing his survivability. At this point, Su Ming's agility attribute had skyrocketed to an astonishing 70 points. This was a rarity in the gaming world. Even archers, who are known for their agility, rarely allocate all their points to this attribute. Su Ming's extreme allocation strategy made his speed comparable to that of an average level 20 player, earning him a top spot among the old 6. After completing his attribute allocation, Su Ming fell asleep and didn't wake up for 2 days. Before he knew it, the morning of the big exam had arrived. During these 2 days, Su Ming didn't venture into any dungeons to level up. The beginner dungeons no longer held any appeal for him, and he feared that regular dungeons might interfere with his exam preparations. So, he chose to stay home, waiting patiently. Despite this, he continued to accumulate a steady 86,400 experience points daily. Over the 2 days, combined with his remaining experience points, Su Ming had amassed a total of 217,348 experience points, fully preparing himself for the upcoming challenge. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm clock's persistent beeping filled the air. Su Ming groped to turn it off and lingered in bed for a few more moments before reluctantly getting up. As he opened his bleary eyes and was about to get out of bed, he suddenly remembered something and sat back down. With a thought, his attribute page appeared. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose to upgrade the Death's Curse, instantly consuming 100,000 experience points. Upgrade successful. Death's Curse has been upgraded to level 4. With the skill level increase, both the enhancement and reduction effects reached an impressive 20. Although the remaining 117,348 experience points were not enough to push the skill to level 5, this upgrade undoubtedly boosted Su Ming's confidence. After completing the upgrade, Su Ming got up, washed, and prepared to head to school for the assembly. As he walked out of his room, he was surprised to find his father, Su Chong, already sitting in the living room, having even prepared breakfast for him. Eat up. Today's the day of your secret realm exam, Su Chong said with an awkward smile, a gesture that made the atmosphere slightly awkward. Su Ming chuckled inwardly, the scene giving him an odd sense of a Last Supper. Oh, by the way, Su Chong added, your Uncle He heard about your exam today and insisted on taking you to the academy. No need. I can go by myself, Su Ming politely declined, not wanting to trouble others. To him, today didn't seem different from any other day. Just as he finished speaking, a rapid knock came from the door. I bet that's your Uncle He. Su Chong quickly got up and hurried to the door. As the door opened, a burly man appeared in the doorway. standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with dark skin and a friendly smile. He appeared to be around 40 years old. It was indeed Uncle He. Xiao Ming, I heard you're having your big exam today. Uncle He said warmly as he entered the house and approached Su Ming, winking playfully. At such an important time, since your dad can't take you, your Uncle He will. Faced with Uncle He's enthusiasm, Su Ming forced a smile, letting out a polite haha, while his heart was a mix of emotions. Despite Su Ming's repeated refusals, Uncle He remained enthusiastic and insisted on taking Su Ming to the academy on behalf of Su Chong. With no other option, Su Ming reluctantly agreed. After breakfast and bidding farewell to his father, Su Chong, Uncle He placed his sturdy arm around Su Ming's shoulder, and they stepped out of the house together. Uncle He, whose real name was Li Dahe, was a close friend of Su Chong. Since the Su family had faced difficulties, he had been very supportive, particularly attentive to Su Ming's needs. Come on, Xiao Ming, get in the car. When they reached downstairs, Li Dahe pulled out his keys and honked the horn of a shabby little four-wheeler twice. As soon as Su Ming settled in, Li Dahe hit the gas, and the sudden acceleration caught Su Ming off guard. After only 20 meters, an elderly woman suddenly crossed the street. Li Dahe slammed on the brakes, causing Su Ming's head to jerk forward violently. This was one of the main reasons Su Ming was reluctant to have Li Dahe drive him to school. Hey, what's wrong with people these days? Can't they watch where they're going? Li Dahe began his usual grumbling. Anything that entered his line of sight, whether human or animal, was subject to his critique. This was another reason Su Ming was hesitant to ride with him. Su Ming felt dizzy, his breakfast churning in his stomach. About 10 minutes later, they hit another red light, and Li Dahe braked abruptly again. Unable to hold it in, Su Ming gagged a few times. Why is this red light taking so long? So annoying. Li Dahe continued to complain, but soon noticed Su Ming's discomfort. He turned to Su Ming with a peculiar look and said slowly, "You seem a bit weak." Just as Su Ming was about to retort, he noticed several dark shapes flickering ahead. What is that? He asked, his expression changing abruptly. Stay in the car. Don't get out. Li Dahe instructed sternly as he got out of the car. The dark shapes multiplied, accompanied by piercing screams. Su Ming frowned and soon recognized them as level 1 demon wolves. These creatures were slightly larger than ordinary dogs, but possessed formidable strength, making them difficult for ordinary people to contend with. Their claws could easily shatter car windshields. The demon wolves launched a frenzied attack on the crowd. Some panicked and attempted to run them down, but most were intercepted. The scene was chaotic, filled with cries and screams. Su Ming was stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. The borders of Longxia Kingdom hadn't been breached, so why were there monsters rampaging within? Secret realms and dungeons were officially guarded, making it impossible for monsters to escape from there. Even if a few had slipped through, it shouldn't be on this scale. Before Su Ming could make sense of it all, several demon wolves were already charging towards his position. Thrust! Thrust! The silver spear pierced through the air like lightning, instantly skewering the charging demon wolves like a shish kebab. Li Dahe, a level 28 knight who had just disembarked, wielded his silver spear with fluid grace. Every demon wolf that dared to approach met its end under his weapon. As the number of demon wolves surged, Li Dahe furrowed his brow and shouted, "Holy shield!" A golden light shone, enveloping the car in a protective barrier. The wolves clawed at it frantically, but couldn't make a dent. Driven by curiosity, Su Ming rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and asked, "Uncle He, what's going on?" Li Dahe shook his head, replying, "I don't know either. Strange things have been happening a lot lately." In no time, more than 20 demon wolves had gathered outside the shield, attacking fiercely. Li Dahe suddenly shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The shield exploded, sending rocks flying and dust swirling. The demon wolves were blown to pieces, leaving none alive. Su Ming was stunned, mentally repeating, "Wow," countless times, witnessing Li Dahe's formidable strength for the first time. In the distance, several black sedans sped towards them. A group of people quickly disembarked and efficiently began hunting the remaining demon wolves. Li Dahe glanced over and murmured, "Finally, they're here." With these reinforcements, the battle quickly turned. The level 1 demon wolves were no match for them. Just as Su Ming thought the crisis was over, an unusual howl echoed. He quickly turned, spotting a demon werewolf howling towards the sky. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. A level 10 demon werewolf, clearly the leader of the pack. As the howl ended, the demon werewolf vanished in a flash, reappearing as it charged towards Su Ming. In a split second, Su Ming retrieved the void bow from his storage ring, but the cramped car space hindered his movements. At that moment, Li Dahe darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. With seamless movements, he flicked the demon werewolf high into the air. He then stood firm like a mountain, waiting for the werewolf to fall precisely onto his silver spear. Thrust! Blood splattered. The demon werewolf's heart was pierced through, and after a few struggles, it ceased to move. Su Ming watched in awe, admiring Li Dahe's fluid and impressive actions. Even a level 10 demon werewolf couldn't escape death against such overwhelming power. Li Dahe casually tossed the werewolf's body to the ground with a dull thud. He then swiftly extracted a level 10 magic crystal. Although he might not care much for level 1 crystals, this level 10 crystal would fetch a good price. Su Ming jumped out of the car, approaching while genuinely praising. Uncle He, you're incredible. Li Dahe, hearing the compliment, beamed with pride. Of course. Who do you think your Uncle He is? However, as Li Dahe returned to the car, he noticed Su Ming hadn't followed but was crouched by the werewolf's body, busy with something. Li Dahe asked curiously, Xiao Ming, what are you doing there? I've already taken the magic crystal. Li Dahe mistakenly thought Su Ming was searching for dropped items, unaware that Su Ming was focused on extracting undead information. Faced with the corpse of a level 10 monster, Su Ming was extremely excited. He held his breath, concentrating intensely on the extraction process. When the timer hit 55 seconds, a system notification suddenly appeared. Su Ming was startled, pleasantly surprised to find that the extraction time had been reduced by 5 seconds. He quickly opened the attribute page, and under the summon section, level 10 demon werewolf 1 stood out. After confirming the undead record was complete, Su Ming slowly stood up, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. He realized that as he had reached level 10, the time to extract undead information had also shortened. Although it was just a 5-second difference, it meant that when he reached level 20, the extraction time might shorten again. This discovery filled Su Ming with joy, as if he saw limitless possibilities. What are you doing, standing there grinning? Li Dahe's voice pulled Su Ming back to reality. Su Ming quickly covered up, saying, nothing much. Just the first time seeing such a high-level monster. Went to study it a bit. He scratched his head, pretending nothing had happened as he walked back to Li Dahe. At that moment, a black sedan pulled up nearby, and a person who dealt with monsters stepped out. He immediately recognized Li Dahe, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, isn't this Li Dahe from the Qinghai Guild? Li Dahe merely glanced at the man coldly, without replying. The man sneered, what? Pretending you don't know me. Li Dahe looked around, seeing that most of the monsters had been cleared, and promptly said to Su Ming, Xiao Ming, get in the car. Okay, Su Ming responded, quickly heading towards the car. The man put away his weapon, shifting his gaze to Su Ming. Oh, isn't this Su Chong's son, Su Ming? Su Ming frowned slightly, turning to look at the man, puzzled. This person seemed to know his father and even knew his name. Get in the car. Ignore him, Li Dahe urged while opening the car door. Even as Su Ming got into the car, his eyes remained on the mysterious man. As the car drove away, the man's figure gradually shrank until it disappeared from view. Uncle He, who was that? Do you know him? He seems to know my dad, and even me. Su Ming couldn't help but ask. Just someone irrelevant. Best to stay away from him. Li Dahe's tone was curt, clearly unwilling to elaborate. After encountering that man, the usually talkative Li Dahe became unusually quiet, making Su Ming feel a bit uneasy. The two remained silent the entire way to the academy. Be careful when you enter the secret realm, Li Dahe advised earnestly as Su Ming got out of the car. Your dad might not always seem like it, but he does care about you. I know. You can go now. Su Ming waved, signaling for him not to worry. Watching Li Dahe's car disappear from view, Su Ming turned and walked into the academy, the mysterious man's image still lingering in his mind. Soon, Su Ming arrived at the gathering point of the academy. Seeing everyone already there, looking as if they had been waiting for a while, he quickly explained, sorry, something unexpected happened on the way. I'm late. Hey, you wasted so much of our time. Someone complained with a displeased expression. If I were you, I wouldn't go off to die. Chen Wei, a swordsman with an A-level talent, stirred whispers among the participants. However, Su Ming merely smiled indifferently, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. In addition to the 4 who had registered earlier, 3 more joined, with Yi Lingfei standing out, accompanied by 2 imposing bodyguards that highlighted her extraordinary status. Gao Baisong clapped his hands, his voice booming. All right, now that everyone is here, let's set off. His words reflected the importance he placed on this secret realm exam, as the participants were the top students from various academies this year. Half an hour later, led by Gao Baisong, the group arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The scene before them was awe-inspiring. Caution tape surrounded the area, and uniformed staff stood at the ready. Su Ming keenly observed that in addition to more than a dozen academies, there were numerous factions and guilds present. Among them was Lu Shuwan, representing Beijiang Academy, seemingly one of the last to arrive. A staff member with a megaphone stepped forward, his voice clearly resonating throughout the area. In addition to academy students, this secret realm exploration includes members from family forces and guilds. Please note, once inside, the earliest exit is after 72 hours, and the realm will close in 7 days. The participant level cap is level 10. We hope everyone will assist each other and strictly prohibit any internal conflict. Anyone bullying students will be severely punished. Turning to his students, Gao Baisong's expression was stern. I don't expect any astounding achievements from you. Even if you stay at the entrance for 3 days, that's fine, but you must come back alive. Also, I hope you will look out for each other. Everyone nodded solemnly. The first to enter the secret realm were the elites from various major guilds, including the official Sword Tiger Guild. They sent in 5 young individuals, all at the maximum level of 10. Other guilds and family forces were equally competitive, with the lowest level being 9. When it was time for the academy students, the atmosphere noticeably shifted. Each time a level 6 student appeared, it elicited gasps, underscoring the difficulty of reaching that level. Finally, the students from Jiangbei Academy queued up to register. First up, Chen Wei, level 3. Second, Hua Haitao, level 4. The intense training over the past few days had led to noticeable progress. Fourth, Yiling Fei, level 7. This announcement was like a bombshell, electrifying the crowd. Reaching level 7 just days after changing professions? Whether from families or guilds, all eyes focused on the silver-haired girl, filled with shock and curiosity. Is she the girl from the Yi family? She must hold a significant position within her family. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Fifth, Su Ming. As the host called out, all attention turned to this mysterious individual whose level was about to be revealed. Su Ming's level was displayed as 10, leaving the registration staff momentarily dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them vigorously, trying to confirm it wasn't an illusion. As the news spread, the entire venue erupted with excitement, even more so than the commotion caused earlier by Yi Lingfei. Even the usually aloof Yi Lingfei couldn't help but turn around, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Chen Wei, who had previously mocked Su Ming at the academy, was utterly shocked, wishing he could slap himself. Who would have thought that a profession once considered a joke could reach level 10 in just a few days? Can it still be called a useless profession? The only person who remained calm was Hua Haitao. He observed Su Ming with a composed demeanor, pondering to himself. Who exactly is this guy? How could he reach level 10 so quickly? Is there some powerful force secretly nurturing him? The attention of various factions and guilds was immediately drawn to Su Ming, making him the focal point of the entire venue. Principals from other academies surrounded Gao Baisong, demanding to know what was happening. Gao Baisong himself was equally bewildered, having no idea when such a prodigy appeared in his academy. The registration staff, still skeptical, asked again, "Are you sure you're a student?" Su Ming nodded and presented his student ID. Since his level had already been exposed, he saw no point in hiding it anymore. After all, once inside the secret realm, he wouldn't be disturbed by the outside world. Although the staff found it hard to believe, the facts were undeniable, so they completed the registration and allowed him to pass. Ignoring the surrounding shock, Su Ming stepped towards the golden vortex. Despite feeling anxious, he knew he had to face this unknown challenge. Everyone took a deep breath and followed him into the golden vortex. With a blink, Su Ming found himself in a vast, boundless land. In the distance, faint black dots could be seen, likely the people who had entered earlier. Hua Haitao, wary after the incident of assassinating Wang Xiaoming in the novice dungeon, feared Su Ming's retaliation. Without a word, he used a stealth skill and vanished. Chen Wei instinctively stepped back a few paces, watching Su Ming warily. In a place like this, killing wasn't uncommon, and having taunted Su Ming earlier, he couldn't help but worry about potential repercussions. Suddenly, the usually quiet Xie Dong spoke up. Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you going to start infighting as soon as we enter?" As a level 3 a grade talent warlock, his level was comparable to Chen Wei's. Su Ming paid no attention to the commotion behind him and left the group directly. He was always a loner, with no obligation to play babysitter for anyone. Someone like Chen Wei wasn't worth his time. As long as they didn't bother him, Su Ming wouldn't harm his classmates over mere words. As for Hua Haitao, that cunning old fox didn't dare face him alone and had quietly slipped away as soon as he arrived. Just a few steps out, a cool female voice suddenly called out from behind. "How did you do it?" It was the first time the aloof goddess Yi Lingfei had ever spoken to him. Su Ming ignored her and kept walking. Since she liked being aloof, he would let her continue to be so. They were strangers. Even in the past life, they had never crossed paths. "Hey, Su Ming, I'm talking to you." Yi Lingfei frowned, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. She had never been ignored like this before. Whether it was her looks, figure, talent, or strength, she was top tier. Usually, people who wanted to speak with her could line up from the east of the city to the west. Yet this guy dared to ignore her, and she found it hard to accept. To her, Su Ming was simply an arrogant and rude person. Seeing Su Ming continue to ignore her, Yi Lingfei couldn't help but catch up and block his way. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" she said, a bit embarrassed and angry. Yet her beauty was still captivating. "I heard you. What's up?" Su Ming replied with a blank expression. The two locked eyes, and after a moment, Yi Lingfei spoke again. "How did you manage to reach level 10 in such a short time?" Hearing this, Su Ming looked at her as if she were crazy and retorted. "Why should I tell you? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." When Yi Lingfei remained silent for a long time, Su Ming bypassed her and continued walking. Yi Lingfei bit her lip and stomped the ground in frustration, not expecting Su Ming to be so dismissive of her, which infuriated her. Hey, Su Ming, why are you leaving by yourself? Unity is strength. Xie Dong was anxious when he saw Su Ming leave the group. In this dangerous secret realm, staying together was the safest option. With Hua Haitao gone, and now even the dark horse Su Ming leaving, their group of 5 was suddenly down to 3. Their combat power took a significant hit, and the danger level skyrocketed. Just then, the golden vortex behind them suddenly glowed, and 2 more figures appeared. Miss. The 2 figures approached Yi Lingfei and greeted her respectfully. All right, let's go. Yi Lingfei nodded at them and then turned to leave. The 2 quickly followed her. Seeing their last hope leave as well, Xie Dong felt lost and despondent. This was nothing like he imagined. Originally, he planned to cling to the powerful Hua Haitao and Yi Lingfei, but now they were all gone. Even the unexpected powerhouse Su Ming abandoned them. Xie Dong, don't worry, I won't abandon you. Chen Wei finally dared to speak after Su Ming was out of earshot. Xie Dong turned to look at him, and their eyes met, sharing a mutual understanding. Su Ming walked under the moonlight, crossing the boundary between day and night, and arrived at a deep forest. Along the way, he encountered nothing but a few insignificant level 1 creatures and saw no other souls. Now, surrounded by dense trees, the interlocking branches and leaves obscured his vision in the pitch-black night. After careful consideration, Su Ming decided to rest where he was. He cautiously placed a lantern on the ground, sat cross-legged, and took out some dry food and water from his storage ring. A day of trekking had left him in urgent need of replenishing his energy. Just as he took a bite of his food, a rustling sound emanated from the jungle. Su Ming looked up alertly, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Was it the wind? A creature? Or a person? As he speculated, a sharp crack of a breaking branch echoed in the darkness. Why are you hiding? Come out! Su Ming shouted sternly, quickly standing up with his ethereal bow appearing in his hand. When the silence continued, he unceremoniously shot several arrows, their golden trajectories cutting bright arcs through the darkness. A sickening thud followed by a beast's wretched howl indicated that his blind shot had hit its mark. More frantic rustling came from the jungle, suggesting the target was moving erratically. Suddenly, a shadow leaped forward like an arrow from a bowstring. Die! Su Ming muttered, releasing another precise shot. With a sharp thud, the arrow struck the shadow's head. A heavy thump followed as a level 1 black hound monster crashed to the ground, its life extinguished instantly. So, it was just you, little thing, Su Ming muttered to himself, firing another arrow for good measure. This shot was forceful enough to shatter the hound's head, causing a level 1 magic crystal to drop. A smirk played on Su Ming's lips. $200, might as well take it, he said, bending down to pick up the crystal. Just as he turned, a chill ran down his spine. There's more. He tensed, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. In the next moment, a fiery ball came hurtling from the forest. Su Ming reacted swiftly, sidestepping it with ease. The fireball exploded on impact, illuminating the surrounding trees with its fiery glow. Who's there? Su Ming demanded, his gaze piercing toward the source of the fireball. Pretty fast, aren't you? A teasing voice echoed from the darkness. Then, 2 figures slowly emerged into Su Ming's view. Under the dim light of the lantern, he could make out their faces, 2 strangers with unremarkable appearances, but their eyes gleamed with ill intent. Su Ming was taken by surprise when he was suddenly attacked by a level 10 mage and a level 9 warrior. Filled with confusion, he looked around to make sure he didn't know these 2 hostile individuals, nor had he killed any boss that would warrant such revenge. Why are you attacking me? Su Ming asked with a furrowed brow, his tone tinged with caution. The 2 didn't answer directly. Instead, they examined Su Ming's surroundings. The mage squinted, speaking with a hint of disdain. Why are you alone? Su Ming let out a cold laugh, responding defiantly. What's it to you? The mage was provoked by Su Ming's attitude and couldn't help but taunt. Kid, you've got guts. I thought you were an archer with that bow, but turns out you're just a weakling. He laughed loudly after speaking. At that moment, the warrior also spoke, his tone full of threat. Kid, leave your weapon and storage ring, and we'll let you go. Su Ming instantly understood their intention. It was a blatant robbery. His weapon was obviously valuable, and his storage ring could sell for hundreds of thousands. To these desperados, Su Ming was just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. A cold smile appeared on Su Ming's lips as he scanned the 2 men. They looked to be around 25 or 26, both wearing storage rings, clearly seasoned rogues. Robbery? Su Ming chuckled, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Seeing Su Ming still dared to be defiant, the mage became even more smug. That's right. You got it. If you want to live, hand over your stuff. Don't wait for us to make a move, because then you won't have your life to keep. They didn't take Su Ming, a so-called useless profession, seriously at all. Little did they know, Su Ming had reached level 10 in just a few days. But as the first group to enter the secret realm, they had no idea what had happened afterward. Su Ming looked at them provocatively, beckoning with his finger. Want it? Come and get it yourself. This taunt completely enraged the mage. With a roar, he raised his hand and cast a fireball. However, Su Ming's speed was astonishing, and he easily dodged the attack. The warrior watched in surprise, muttering, "This kid, what's going on? Did he put all his points into agility?" The mage paused, feeling that this guess might have some merit. He gritted his teeth and attacked again. Great fireball. A huge fireball flew towards Su Ming. Remaining calm, Su Ming was inwardly surprised that the opponent's level 10 skill wasn't a flame burst. Although the great fireball was more powerful than an ordinary fireball, it was actually less formidable than a flame burst. Su Ming dodged again with ease. The great fireball crashed to the ground, leaving a large crater. The mage's face darkened as he shouted to the warrior, "This kid moves like a monkey. Let's go together." The warrior wore a sinister smile. No worries, no matter how fast he is, he's still facing certain death. In their eyes, Su Ming, having put everything into agility, had no attack power and was merely delaying his inevitable demise. Yet, they were unaware that the real danger was quietly closing in. With the warriors joining the fray, Su Ming felt the pressure mounting. He deftly dodged their attacks, but for a brief moment, he exposed a slight flaw. The mage seized this fleeting opportunity and, brandishing his staff, shouted, "Dodge? Let's see how you dodge this time." Fireball. Su Ming remained expressionless, glancing sideways at the mage. Just as the fireball was about to hit him, a skeleton warrior suddenly appeared and shielded him. Boom! The fireball struck the skeleton, shattering it to pieces. The mage and the warrior stared in disbelief at the scene before them. What was that? They both wondered. Su Ming put away his void bow and said coldly, "I was planning to play with you a bit longer, but you guys don't play fair, ganging up on me like this." The mage couldn't help but ask curiously, "Was that your summoned creature?" The warrior, undeterred, advanced. "Yeah, we're ganging up on you. So what? That skeleton is nothing but ashes now." Su Ming sneered. "Well, let's see if you're qualified to gang up on me. Like to gang up, do you? Then bring it on." With that, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, countless black vortex portals appeared around them. Skeleton warriors wielding large swords emerged, surrounding the mage and the warrior. The mage and the warrior were filled with shock, unable to believe their eyes. The mage furrowed his brow. What is this? Is he sure he's not a necromancer? The warrior was equally puzzled. Is this what a necromancer's summoning looks like? I've never heard of such power. Su Ming, hands in his pockets, looked on with a cold, piercing gaze. "Kill them," he commanded. The level 2 skeleton warriors immediately launched their assault on the mage and the warrior. The mage scoffed. "Who do you think you're underestimating? You think mere level 2 skeletons can defeat us? How laughable." He raised his hand, releasing several fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded on the skeletons, taking out several in an instant. The warrior wasn't about to be outdone. Exactly. Who are you underestimating? He leaped high, swinging his sword down with force. Boom. He shattered a skeleton warrior into pieces. Su Ming chuckled. "Then good luck to you." With that, he turned away, returning to his lantern and leisurely began eating, watching the fierce battle unfold. The mage and the warrior, infuriated by Su Ming's dismissive attitude, trembled with rage. They had never encountered such an arrogant opponent. It was a blatant insult. The mage, veins bulging with anger, yelled, "You bastard! I'll have your head." He blasted 2 more skeleton warriors into bits with a fireball and hurled several more towards Su Ming. As the fireballs approached, Su Ming didn't even blink. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding skeleton warriors intercepted the attacks one after another. The warrior, equally enraged, gritted his teeth. "This guy is too arrogant. If I don't cut him down today, I'm no man." The two of them launched into a frenzied slaughter against the skeletal warriors. Amidst the clash of swords and flicker of blades, the sound of cracking bones was unceasing. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to annihilate all the skeleton warriors surrounding them. The mage's face twisted into a cruel smile, eyes filled with mockery as he coldly said, "Huh, kid, let's see what you do now." At this moment, Su Ming had leisurely finished his meal and was about to drink some water. He glanced at them calmly and remarked, "You guys are pretty fast. Finished so quickly." Hearing this, the warrior was filled with rage. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and said, "You brat. We'll soon show you the consequences of angering us." At that moment, he wished he could tear Su Ming to pieces to vent his fury. "Oh." Su Ming responded nonchalantly with a single word, continuing to sip his water, appearing completely at ease. To the mage and warrior, this was blatant provocation. The mage was about to lash out in anger, but suddenly stopped, his face instantly filling with shock. What's going on here?" Even the warrior beside him was stunned by the scene before them. They were surrounded once more by a sea of skeleton warriors, stretching as far as the eye could see. More alarming was the presence of a towering skeleton leader among them, a formidable level 5 entity. Su Ming leisurely remarked, "Keep it up, guys." With that, he continued drinking his water, adopting a spectator's stance, showing no sense of urgency or danger. The skeleton warriors surged forward like a tide. Faced with this overwhelming assault, the mage and warrior dared not relax for a moment, diving into a new round of combat. However, they quickly realized a despairing truth: they couldn't get anywhere near Su Ming, nor did they have any chance to retreat. Damn it! Why won't they stop coming? The warrior cursed through gritted teeth as he swung his weapon. The mage keenly noticed the root of the problem. Something's not right. For every one we kill, another appears. Can he summon them endlessly? The warrior glanced around, seeing that the mage was correct. They were trapped in a dreadful predicament. No matter how many they killed, the endless skeletal army kept coming. Get close to him? How do you propose we do that? The mage shouted, launching a fireball that shattered several skeletons in front of him. Yet, in the next moment, more skeletons filled the gap, leaving them stuck. As time passed, the mage and warrior grew increasingly anxious and fearful. The shadow of death seemed to be closing in. At that moment, Su Ming slowly stood up, drawing a bow of void. Whoosh! A golden arrow shot through the air. Thud! The arrow struck the warrior's exposed arm with precision. Ah! The sudden agony made the warrior cry out, glaring at Su Ming in resentment. Seeing the situation take a drastic turn, the mage was now sweating profusely. Trembling, he spoke. Friend, I think this is all a misunderstanding. Why don't we call it quits? Upon hearing this, Su Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at the mage with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He sneered, a misunderstanding? How can robbery be a misunderstanding? You really have the nerve to say that. Seeing this, the mage quickly changed his tune. Yes, I admit it was our mistake. As long as you are willing to stop, our Night Guild can offer you compensation. He emphasized the name Night Guild, hoping to intimidate Su Ming. Night Guild. Su Ming repeated the name, frowning slightly as if in thought. Noticing Su Ming's reaction, the mage saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly added, yes, the Night Guild. We are all from the Night Guild. We have other companions nearby. As long as you stop, we can discuss anything. He nodded emphatically, hinting that Su Ming shouldn't take things too far. Su Ming smirked internally. He knew that the Night Guild was just a second-rate guild in Jiang City, often involved in shady activities, with members mostly of dubious character. So what if you're from the Night Guild? Before he finished speaking, Su Ming raised his hand and shot another arrow. With a thud, the arrow hit the mage's calf precisely. You ungrateful wretch. The mage's face twisted in pain, and his attitude took a sharp turn. Huh, showing your true colors, huh? There's nothing to discuss with people like you. Su Ming sneered, continuously firing arrows from his ethereal bow. By now, the mage and the warrior were exhausted from the prolonged battle. Not only did they have to fend off the skeleton warriors, but they also had to watch out for Su Ming's arrows. They were quickly reaching their limits. With a thud, the goblin boss's skeleton warrior's massive blade landed heavily on the warrior, blood splattering. Immediately after, Su Ming's arrow struck the warrior's chest with precision. Ah! The warrior let out a harrowing scream, eyes bloodshot, face full of unwillingness. In an instant, the other skeleton warrior's blades fell upon him. The mage, witnessing this, swallowed hard, fear spreading through his body. Trembling, he said, You dare kill members of the Night Guild? Su Ming narrowed his eyes and said coldly, If I let you go, would you spare me? He knew that if he let them leave now, they would soon return with reinforcements. If he fell into their hands, his fate would be worse than death. Of course, the mage's words were cut short as a skeleton warrior unexpectedly slit his throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering on the ground. His fate was the same as the warrior's, quickly succumbing to the skeleton warrior's onslaught. Bring me the storage ring, Su Ming said, unwilling to even approach the bloody scene. A skeleton warrior closest to the bodies followed the command, severing the finger along with the ring and handing the blood-soaked ring to Su Ming. Su Ming carefully took it, immediately separating the ring from the finger. He felt a sense of relief. Despite the danger, he had managed to get through this encounter unscathed. With the two storage rings in hand, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The rings were worth a staggering 2 million yuan, an unexpected windfall for him. However, he dared not linger, fearing the enemy's allies might arrive at any moment. Su Ming quickly ordered the skeleton warriors to retreat from the scene, only relaxing once they were far from the bodies. Eagerly, he inspected the warrior's storage ring, pouring out its contents. Under the light, Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief at the pile of miscellaneous items before him. What is all this junk? Su Ming muttered with a frown. The warrior seemed like a hoarder, with an assortment of odd items crammed into the ring. Tables, chairs, old computers, old TVs, and even a stainless steel wash basin were haphazardly piled on the ground. Crouching, Su Ming began to sift through the items. 10 minutes later, he stretched and stood up, a satisfied smile on his face. Despite the majority being trash, he had found some valuable magic crystals. This guy was quite loaded. Su Ming thought to himself as he stashed the crystals into his own storage ring, feeling pleased. He found 13 level 5 crystals, 7 level 6 crystals, and 3 each of levels 7, 8, and 9. This unexpected bounty lifted his spirits. Eagerly, he then opened the storage ring of the level 10 mage, his expectations high. However, as the items from the ring began to fall out one by one, Su Ming's expression froze. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief, and he swallowed hard. This guy is a pervert, isn't he? Su Ming murmured, staring blankly at the scene before him. More than half of the ring's contents were intimate female items, and as they were exposed to the air, a nauseating odor assaulted him. Ugh! Su Ming instinctively stepped back, retching. He had no desire to approach the pile, so he commanded the skeleton warriors to search for valuable items. The skeleton warriors moved roughly, sending various items flying. Su Ming was thankful no one else was around. Otherwise, this bizarre scene might have led others to think he was a pervert. Amidst the chaos, Su Ming discovered treasures besides the magic crystals: 3 bottles of green liquid, low-grade healing potions. He carefully picked up a small green bottle, examining it closely. These potions were quite valuable, with each bottle worth 50,000 yuan. While their combat effectiveness was limited, they could restore energy and heal injuries during rest. As Su Ming reveled in his unexpected gain, a rustling sound suddenly reached him from afar. He listened intently, sensing someone approaching. Quickly, Su Ming stashed the crystals and potions into his storage ring and dismissed all the skeleton warriors. Hey there, friend, wait up. Just as Su Ming was about to make his escape, a voice called out. He turned to see someone holding a bow. An archer. Su Ming frowned slightly, his guard immediately up. Behind the archer, 2 figures followed closely, and Su Ming quickly recognized them as a level 10 warlock and a level 10 assassin. His expression tensed slightly, his instincts telling him that these 3 were in league with the 2 he had encountered earlier. We're from the Night Guild, the leading archer inquired. Have you seen a mage with a warrior? No. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was just as he suspected. He quickly composed himself, shook his head to deny it, and turned to leave. The 2 were already dead by his hand, and it was not safe to linger. Facing 3 level 10 experts, he wasn't entirely confident. Friend, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The archer closed the distance in a blink, his tone probing. Su Ming didn't want to escalate the situation, responding coolly. Is there something you need? The archer moved to where Su Ming had previously searched the storage ring, his eyes scanning the mess on the ground. I'm just curious why you're here alone. Where are your teammates? Which guild are you from? This doesn't seem to concern you, does it? If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Sensing that his cover was about to be blown, Su Ming quickened his pace. Stop right there. The warlock and assassin arrived, noticing something amiss among the scattered items on the ground. Su Ming ignored them and sped up. Something's wrong, the warlock said in a deep voice. I recognize these items. They're Wu Da's and Huang Bin's. The archer and assassin were taken aback, their faces full of surprise. Su Ergo, you stay and look for Wu Da and Huang Bin. We'll chase that guy. The archer urgently instructed the assassin, then set off with the warlock in pursuit of Su Ming. The assassin complied, turning to search in another direction. Su Ming realized the pursuers were incredibly fast. He glanced back to see 3 arrows, wrapped in fierce winds, whistling toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ming's pupils contracted as he dodged sideways. The arrows hit tree trunks, leaving deep dents. Hiss! Su Ming gasped. Such power from a casual shot being hit would be disastrous. You can't escape. The archer pulled the bowstring taut again, releasing another arrow that cut through the air. Whoosh! Boom! Though Su Ming narrowly avoided it, his speed was clearly hindered. Haunting spirits. The warlock seized the opportunity, waving his staff. Swish! 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 Several dark shadows flew towards Su Ming. Realizing the danger, Su Ming tried to speed up again, but the path ahead was blocked by the archer's arrows. Damn it! Su Ming cursed. In the next moment, the shadows wrapped around him, greatly restricting his movements. Run? Let's see how far you can go. The archer laughed maniacally as he leaped into the air. The bowstring in his hand tightened instantly, and an arrow emitting a blinding white light was ready to fly. Critical hit. With his roar, the arrow shot out like lightning, leaving a dazzling white trail in the air. Su Ming frowned deeply, sensing that this arrow's power far surpassed the previous attacks. However, he was immobilized by a shadowy force. In a split second, he willed a skeletal warrior to appear in front of him. Bang! The arrow shattered the skeleton warrior instantly. Thud! Despite the reduced power, the arrow still pierced deeply into Su Ming's arm. The intense pain made him involuntarily curse. Damn it! Su Ming was relieved, realizing that if not for the skeleton warrior absorbing most of the damage and slightly altering the arrow's trajectory, the lethal strike would have hit his chest directly. With such power, he would have been dead. A necromancer? The archer exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Su Ming's abilities. That's rare. Indeed, it's rare. The sorcerer beside him agreed. Can such a class enter the secret realm? Was that skeleton just now a skill of this class? It's completely unimpressive. Ha! Truly a useless class, the sorcerer mocked without restraint. The archer slowly approached Su Ming, a mischievous glint in his eyes. How did you manage to get their storage rings? I'm curious. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he yanked the arrow from his arm. Want to know? I'll show you then. Before he finished speaking, countless skeletal warriors suddenly appeared around him, completely surrounding him. This kid can summon so many skeletons at once. The sight left both the archer and sorcerer utterly shocked. Noticing the assassin hadn't followed, Su Ming felt a surge of confidence. I don't mind sending you two to meet them. You actually killed them? The two stared in disbelief. Even though Su Ming could summon numerous skeletons, they considered them weak level 2 skeletons, hardly a threat to their companions. Yes. Su Ming swiftly retrieved a bottle of basic healing potion from his storage ring and drank it in one gulp. Otherwise, how do you think I got their storage rings? As the potion took effect, a warm sensation flowed through his body, slightly easing the pain, though the relief was minimal. Bastard. The archer was furious. You dare kill members of the Night Guild? You must die. Having killed their members and still acting indifferent, you're courting death, the sorcerer angrily echoed. Let's do this. Su Ming coldly discarded the empty bottle. As soon as he spoke, 89 skeletal warriors surged towards the opponents like a tide. Huh. Naive. The archer sneered. Blossom arrow rain. He shot a white arrow glow that instantly transformed into countless arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The arrow rain fell like a storm on the skeletal warriors, and within moments, over a dozen were shattered. Su Ming was shaken by the display of power, having to admit that this archer was far stronger than the previous two. Before Su Ming could recover from his surprise, the sorcerer beside him had already unleashed his deadly skill. Death Swamp. With a low mutter, the ground transformed instantly, and a pitch-black shadow rapidly spread toward the skeleton warriors. The area engulfed by the shadow turned into a quagmire in the blink of an eye, trapping the skeleton warriors who struggled in vain to escape. This scene made Su Ming's heart tighten. The sorcerer's control skill, combined with the archer's ranged attacks, had rendered his skeleton warriors ineffective. Before he could devise a strategy, the archer raised his longbow. Die! The archer shouted fiercely, unleashing a rain of pear blossom arrows. The skeleton warriors, trapped by the death swamp, became sitting ducks, unable to dodge. The sound of arrows piercing bone echoed continuously, and in no time, all the skeleton warriors fell, reduced to a pile of bones. Su Ming's expression was grave, cold sweat forming on his forehead. The coordination between these two was impeccable. At this rate, he stood no chance of winning. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand again and commanded, "Come forth, warriors." At his call, more skeleton warriors emerged from the darkness, returning to the battlefield. Seeing this, the archer and the sorcerer also showed a hint of seriousness on their faces. They finally understood why Su Ming could defeat the mage and the warrior. This war of attrition tactic could wear out most opponents. However, the archer soon sneered. "Do you really think this will defeat us?" he said mockingly, slowly raising his bow again. The battle resumed, with the same outcome. It wasn't long before the new wave of skeleton warriors was once again completely defeated. The archer and sorcerer pressed forward, closing the distance with Su Ming. Despite the continuous emergence of skeleton warriors, they couldn't stop their advance. Meanwhile, on the other side, an assassin who had split off from the main group finally found the bodies of the mage and the warrior. Yet, the sight before him left him frozen in place. A mysterious figure in a black robe was crouched over the bodies, devouring them. "What are you doing?" The assassin couldn't help but ask, bewildered by the bizarre scene. Hearing the voice, the black-robed figure slowly lifted his head and turned to the assassin. As his face came into view, the assassin's pupils dilated, his face filled with shock. Before he could react, the black-robed figure darted forward like a phantom. With a swift motion, claws pierced the assassin's heart. With a sickening squelch, the figure withdrew his blood-stained claws, clutching his still-beating heart. The assassin's pupils quickly dimmed, his life extinguished in an instant. The black-robed figure's lips curled into a sinister smile as he extended a long tongue to gently lick the blood from his lips. Meanwhile, the archer and sorcerer, locked in fierce combat with Su Ming, were unaware of the assassin's fate. The archer once again obliterated all the skeleton warriors, wearing a confident smile. "It's pointless. No matter how many times you summon them, it's all in vain." In response to the archer's taunt, Su Ming calmly replied, "It's not up to you to decide if it's useless." With that, he waved his hand again, and another wave of skeleton warriors emerged from the darkness. Seeing this, the sorcerer unhesitatingly unleashed his signature move once more. Death Swamp. This reliable crowd control skill enveloped the battlefield again, trapping the skeleton warriors in the mire. "Haha, in front of me. You and your summons are just here to take a beating." The warlock sneered, his eyes gleaming with confidence. However, his grin quickly froze. "But I must admit, you've redefined my understanding of a necromancer." The warlock grudgingly respected Su Ming for revitalizing a profession considered worthless. Before he could finish speaking, a shadowy figure struck from behind the warlock like a specter. Sharp claws carved a cross-shaped wound on his back. Ah! The warlock screamed, his face a mask of shock. Before he could turn around, another blow landed heavily on him. The warlock flew several meters like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing from his mouth. The archer spun around abruptly, seeing a level 10 werewolf skeleton and a level 5 skeleton wielding a large cleaver standing where the warlock had fallen. This sudden assault instantly overwhelmed the vulnerable warlock. It turned out that Su Ming had already hidden the werewolf and goblin boss in the shadows, waiting for the moment when the enemy let their guard down to deliver a fatal strike. As Su Ming's most formidable summon, the werewolf's attributes were intimidating. Name: Werewolf. Level: 10. Strength: 29. Agility: 35. Spirit: 5. Constitution: 20. Skill: Ambush. Talent: Grade E. The archer's expression shifted from initial contempt to caution, his heart filled with shock. He hadn't expected the opponent to have 2 high-level skeletons in reserve. The battle had turned on its head in an instant. Damn it! The archer cursed, releasing a barrage of arrows, taking down more than a dozen level 2 skeletons. Help me! Help me! The warlock weakly pleaded, his clothes soaked in blood, his face pale. He sensed that the archer might abandon him, his voice full of despair. As he fell, the skeleton warriors previously restrained by the death swamp regained their freedom, closing in on them. Help? How? The archer was now feeling immense pressure. Don't let him escape, Su Ming commanded. The werewolf and goblin skeleton launched a fierce attack on the archer. Su Ming walked slowly to the warlock's side, looking down at him. Spare me, give me a chance. The warlock's eyes were filled with fear, his voice pleading. Spare you? Spare you, my foot. Remembering his injured arm because of the warlock, Su Ming was furious. He raised the void bow and shot an arrow at the warlock's head. With a dull thud, the warlock fell straight to the ground, silent. Su Ming bent down to remove the storage ring from the warlock's finger, then walked towards the archer. Without the warlock to control the field, the archer, facing numerous skeleton warriors, could only fight while retreating, cursing continuously. Run? Can you escape? Su Ming coldly repeated the archer's earlier words. The archer trembled with rage, unable to accept that he had been bested by a worthless profession. Suddenly, there was a slicing sound, the unmistakable noise of flesh being cut. Both the archer and Su Ming widened their eyes, utterly shocked by the scene before them. Crimson blood splattered across the ground as the archer's piercing scream tore through the night. His body was cleaved in two by a massive sword that emerged from the darkness. Heavy footsteps approached, and Su Ming's eyes widened in shock and curiosity. A towering figure clad in black armor appeared before Su Ming, wielding an enormous sword that matched its size. The helmet had a narrow slit, emanating an intimidating aura. Su Ming estimated its level to be around 10, marveling at the sleek, heavy armor and wondering how it moved so freely. The archer, now only a torso, writhed in agony, his screams unending. The armored creature, seemingly irritated by the noise, ended the archer's life with a casual swing, the force of which whipped up a gust of wind, causing Su Ming to grow serious. Attack! Su Ming commanded, directing his skeleton army to engage. The werewolf charged first, its sharp claws striking the armored creature, only to produce a screech of metal on metal without leaving a mark. Su Ming was stunned. Its defense is insanely strong. Before he could finish his thought, the armored creature swung its sword, obliterating the werewolf in an instant. The blow was both powerful and incredibly fast. Su Ming swallowed hard, realizing his strongest summon was so easily defeated. The goblin boss rushed in with its large cleaver. Sparks flew as the great sword clashed with the cleaver. The goblin boss was forced back several steps, while the armored creature stood firm. Before the goblin boss could recover, the creature struck again, delivering a fatal blow. Su Ming felt both fear and exhilaration as he surveyed the scattered bones. The surrounding skeleton warriors swarmed, their blades clattering uselessly against the armor. The creature swept its sword in a wide arc, destroying several skeletons at once. So strong, unbelievably strong, Su Ming thought. The skeleton warriors' attacks were futile, while the armored creature's every move was lethal. In no time, Su Ming's entire skeleton army was decimated. Ha ha ha. Su Ming laughed, thrilled by the creature's power. This armored monster is even stronger than the archer. Perfect in both attack and defense, truly unbeatable. After dispatching all the skeleton warriors, the armored creature turned to Su Ming, letting out a low growl. Red light flickered from the slit in its helmet as it charged at Su Ming with its sword raised. Stop him, Su Ming commanded, summoning a new batch of skeleton warriors. They rushed toward the armored creature, determined to halt its advance. With a deep growl, the armored creature not only maintained its speed but accelerated its charge. Clang! Bang! On the battlefield, Su Ming clashed fiercely with the armored monster, the sound of metal striking metal echoing continuously. However, the outcome remained unchanged. The armored monster's strength overwhelmingly surpassed Su Ming's, suppressing him with ease. Suddenly, the armored monster charged at Su Ming with lightning speed, its massive sword slicing through the air. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and swiftly sidestepped the attack. At the same time, his void bow unleashed several arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck the heavy armor with a dull thud, failing to inflict any real damage. After creating some distance, Su Ming summoned his skeletal army once more. The demon wolfman darted forward, leading the charge against the armored monster. The monster swung its giant sword, aiming to kill the demon wolfman in a single blow. At the critical moment, a sword beam precisely struck the monster's wrist, interrupting its attack. Roar! The armored monster let out an enraged howl. The demon wolfman seized the opportunity, launching a frenzied assault. Its claws clashed with the armor, sparks flying in a spectacular display. Yet, these attacks still couldn't shake the armored monster. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had discovered a way to deal with the armored monster. He continued to shoot arrows, each one hitting the monster's wrist just as it was about to swing its sword, disrupting its movements. Soon, the skeletal warriors surrounded the monster, countless blades raining down upon it, but still failing to penetrate its defenses. Trip it up for me, Su Ming ordered. The skeletal warriors swarmed forward, but the monster's immense strength sent many of them flying. After a tense struggle, with the combined efforts of the demon wolfman and the goblin boss, they finally managed to trip the monster, even wresting its giant sword away. Without its sword, the armored warrior's lethality was significantly reduced, though it could still easily crush level 2 skeletal warriors. The monster was pinned in a spread-eagle position, letting out furious roars. Before Su Ming lay a small mountain of skeletal warriors, with the armored monster trapped beneath, only its head able to move. Su Ming approached, looking down at the struggling monster's head with a sinister smile. You're quite the tough opponent. The monster seemed to understand, its roars growing louder. Su Ming leaned down, gripping the helmet with both hands, and pulled with all his might. Finally, the helmet came off, revealing the monster's grotesque and terrifying face filled with sharp fangs and eyes glowing an eerie red, sending shivers down one's spine. It's over. Su Ming took a deep breath, raised his void bow, aimed at the monster's head, and decisively shot an arrow. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 10 Dark Knight, earning 5,000 experience points. Upon seeing the notification, Su Ming let out a long sigh of relief. However, the experience points that far exceeded those of a regular level 10 monster left him astonished. The skeleton warriors that had been piled on top of the Dark Knight's corpse scrambled away as Su Ming eagerly crouched down and placed his hand on the cold armor. Extract undead information, he murmured. 55 seconds later, the Dark Knight's information was successfully extracted. Su Ming immediately summoned this powerful undead. With a chilling crunching sound, a pitch-black vortex appeared out of thin air, and a towering Dark Knight slowly emerged. The heavy footsteps of the armored figure quickened Su Ming's heartbeat with excitement. Beneath the dark armor, a skeleton framework was revealed. Su Ming quickly checked its attribute panel. Name, Dark Knight. Level, 10. Strength, 45. Agility, 30. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 40. Skill, power can unleash double strength. Talent, grade D. Seeing these attributes, almost comparable to a boss-level creature, left Su Ming speechless. This far surpassed the power of the demon wolf, explaining its ability to defeat it so easily. Especially the power skill, which was essentially a walking mini-nuke. Just as Su Ming was reveling in his success, he heard a familiar heavy footstep approaching from the darkness. He instantly became alert, scanning his surroundings. The footsteps were getting closer, and it seemed there was more than one. Su Ming felt a sense of unease. The danger level of this secret realm was clearly beyond his expectations. He quickly stepped forward, removed the storage ring from the bisected archer's corpse, and prepared to flee at any moment. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The footsteps echoed continuously. Finally, they appeared. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 Dark Knights emerged from the darkness, each clad in heavy black armor and wielding a giant sword, identical to the one he had just defeated. Su Ming involuntarily took 2 steps back, his mind torn. Fight or flee? 9 Dark Knights. Not too many, not too few. Just enough to put him on the edge of indecision. If he could defeat them all, his undead army would undergo a qualitative leap. The temptation was immense. Go for it. Fortune favors the bold. Su Ming gritted his teeth, making his decision. In an instant, nearly 100 skeleton warriors formed ranks behind him, with 1 Dark Knight standing proudly. Both sides stood off for a few seconds before almost simultaneously charging at each other. However, even with nearly 100 undead soldiers, Su Ming's side struggled to withstand the fierce assault of the 9 Dark Knights. After one round of combat, Half of his undead army was lost. Su Ming frowned, realizing that a frontal assault was futile. To defeat them, he needed a strategy of picking them off one by one. Reaper's Curse, he shouted, beginning to cast a skill on the 9 Dark Knights, bracing himself for a thrilling life-or-death battle. Su Ming unleashed a powerful skill, instantly reducing all the opponent's attributes by 20 while boosting his Dark Knight and Demon Wolfman's attributes by 20. This 40 gap gave Su Ming's Dark Knight a significant advantage, enhancing its momentum. Quick, pull one out. Su Ming urgently called out. The Dark Knight understood and charged towards the enemy lines with astonishing speed. With the overwhelming power difference, it easily dragged one enemy knight out and pinned him down, delivering blows with relentless force. Meanwhile, Su Ming had to continuously summon new skeleton warriors to fend off the remaining 8 enemy knights. The battlefield was filled with the sound of cracking bones and flickering magic lights. Congratulations, you've successfully killed a level 10 Dark Knight, earning 5,000 experience points. The system's notification sounded. Su Ming's Dark Knight pressed on with its attack, soon taking down another enemy knight. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming quickly moved to the corpse to extract undead information. However, as he was halfway through, all other skeleton warriors had fallen, leaving only one Dark Knight struggling to hold the line. Time ticked by, with cold sweat dripping from Su Ming's forehead. The 55-second wait felt like an eternity. In the final 5 seconds, his lone Dark Knight also fell. The 8 enemy Dark Knights turned towards Su Ming in unison, eerie red glows emanating from the cracks in their skulls. They approached steadily, their heavy footsteps echoing like a death knell. Hurry! Hurry! Su Ming screamed internally, sweat trickling down his cheeks. A Dark Knight reached Su Ming, growling as it raised its massive sword. Just as the sword was about to strike, the undead information extraction completed. Su Ming instinctively dodged, but was a fraction too slow, sustaining a deep wound on his shoulder. Come forth, my warriors. Death's curse. Su Ming cried out in pain, simultaneously casting a skill and summoning a new army of skeletons. This time, he had 2 Dark Knights, significantly easing the pressure. Gasping for breath, Su Ming glanced at his blood-soaked wound, realizing this was the closest he'd come to death since his rebirth. But there was no time to dwell on it. He immediately commanded the Dark Knights to continue fighting. With 2 Dark Knights, the battle began to turn in his favor. Su Ming repeated his tactics, repeatedly killing enemy knights and extracting information. As the enemy's numbers dwindled, the difficulty of the battle gradually decreased. Congratulations, you've successfully killed a level 10 Dark Knight, earning 5,000 experience points. The system notifications continued to ring. Finally, when only one enemy knight remained, Su Ming had amassed 9 Dark Knights. The situation was completely reversed, leaving the enemy no chance to escape and resulting in their merciless defeat. Congratulations, you've successfully killed a level 10 Dark Knight, earning 5,000 experience points. The final system notification chimed as this thrilling battle came to an end. After the last Dark Knight fell, Su Ming let out a long sigh of relief and lay spread eagle on the ground. The surroundings returned to tranquility, and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze was clearly audible. He gazed at the pitch-black night sky, where a cloud slowly drifted by, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The residual effects of the basic potion continued to nourish his wounds, causing a tingling sensation. 10 Dark Knight spirits stood guard around him, providing Su Ming with a great sense of security. As time passed, the potion's effects were gradually absorbed. Although his injuries had improved, they were far from healed. Su Ming retrieved another bottle of basic healing potion from his storage ring, drank it in one go, and continued to lie on the ground, allowing the warmth to slowly mend his body. Meanwhile, outside Jiang City, news about Su Ming was spreading rapidly. According to our reporter at the scene in the Secret Realm, a student from Jiangbei Academy in Jiang City reached level 10 in just a few days. Is this extraordinary talent, or is there a hidden force supporting him? What is even more shocking is that this student's profession is identified as the weakest combat class Necromancer. Is this a deliberate hype, or is this supposedly weakest class about to rise? Su Chong sat on the living room sofa, anxiously watching the television screen. Su Ming's information was completely exposed, and he knew that countless forces were now focused on Su Ming. Whether this was a blessing or a curse was unpredictable. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks broke the silence. Su Chong turned to look at the door, already having a suspicion. Over the years, only Li Dahe had maintained contact with him. He struggled to his feet and limped towards the door. Old He, I'm really sorry to trouble you today, Su Chong said as he opened the door. However, it was not Li Dahe who stood before him, but a middle-aged man with a sinister smile. Su Chong's expression froze instantly. Su Tianxiang. Su Chong blurted out in shock. Hee. Brother Chong, long time no see. Su Tianxiang pushed open the partially ajar door and strode into the room. He looked around, then sat where Su Chong had just been, crossing his legs and scrutinizing Su Chong with a mocking gaze. What are you doing here? Get out. Su Chong frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. 5 years. Brother Chong, we haven't seen each other in 5 years. And you're already kicking me out upon our reunion? Is that appropriate? Su Tianxiang said with a playful tone, showing no concern for Su Chong's demand. Get out. I don't want to see you. Su Chong raised his voice, his anger intensifying. Su Tianxiang's words instantly made Su Chong's expression turn grave. The atmosphere was tense, as if a confrontation was imminent. What do you want? Su Chong asked warily, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Su Tianxiang slowly uncrossed his legs, sat up straight, and replied coldly. What do you think I want? I should be asking what you want. You've raised your son to be so outstanding. You must still hold a grudge over what happened back then, right? Before Su Chong could respond, Su Tianxiang suddenly attacked. Moving like lightning, he delivered a fierce kick aimed at Su Chong's head. Ah! Su Chong let out a piercing scream as he was slammed against the wall. His head hit the hard surface, and blood began to flow profusely. Su Tianxiang looked down at the collapsed and barely conscious Su Chong, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Don't worry. I'll send you off first, and soon enough, someone will send your son to join you. Your family will be reunited. Just then, a rough voice called out from outside the door. Chong, open up. We need to celebrate tonight. No going home until we're drunk. Li Dahe. Su Tianxiang turned to look at the door, his brow furrowed. He glanced back at Su Chong on the floor, noticing he was motionless and his pupils were dilating. Su Tianxiang knew that with the force of his kick and Su Chong's pre-existing condition, he was unlikely to survive. Before Li Dahe could arrive, Su Tianxiang quickly moved to the kitchen. He kicked out the security bars on the window and leaped from the third floor, vanishing into the night. Crash. Bang. Li Dahe reached the doorway to find the door wide open. Seeing Su Chong on the floor, he dropped the bottle of liquor he was holding, shattering it, and spilling the contents everywhere. Chong. Li Dahe rushed forward, immediately administering a healing potion to Su Chong, and then picked him up to carry him downstairs. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who was meditating in a secret realm, suddenly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, his heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly, filling him with an inexplicable fear and unease. What happened? Su Ming quickly sat up, warily scanning his surroundings. Aside from his 10 dark nights, there was only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. What was the source of this ominous feeling? After confirming his surroundings were safe, Su Ming slowly lay back down to continue his healing. He ordered the 10 dark knights to expand their perimeter, leaving only 2 by his side. With absolute defenses in place, he allowed himself to relax slightly. Time flew by, and Su Ming had spent 72 hours in the secret realm. Many students from the academy had started to leave, and those who remained were mostly from large guilds or family forces. After 3 days of recovery, Su Ming's injuries were almost fully healed, and he had used up all 3 bottles of basic potions. During this time, he hadn't encountered any more formidable creatures like the Dark Knights, but he did come across several low-level monsters. With the Dark Knights accompanying him, these creatures were easily defeated. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Do you know who we are? How dare you attack us? I don't care who you are. Hand over the loot that the boss just dropped. Su Ming had finally encountered a second group of people, but it seemed they were embroiled in some kind of dispute. Su Ming halted his steps, his eyes cautiously scanning the scene ahead. Not far away, a fierce clash was underway, with 2 groups fighting over items dropped by a boss. Hiding in the shadows, Su Ming wondered to himself what kind of item could provoke such a violent conflict. A young man shouted, "We're from the Yuming Guild. Do you really think you can take us on?" With that, he hurled several fireballs, forcing the opposing group to retreat. The leader of the other group sneered, "So what? There are only 4 of you. You might not be able to beat us." With those words, the 2 sides were once again locked in combat. Yuming Guild, Su Ming murmured quietly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. That's one of the top 3 guilds in Jiang City, on par with the Sword Tiger Guild. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Despite having only 4 members, the Yuming Guild held their ground. The young man roared, "If our leader were here, you'd all be dead by now." His opponent taunted, "Oh really? If he were here, we wouldn't even dare to challenge you." As the fight raged on, another group suddenly burst onto the scene. The leader laughed enthusiastically. "Haha, what a lively scene. What's going on here? Why all the fighting?" He quickly recognized the 2 groups. "Well, if it isn't Dai Bai from the Yuming Guild, and this must be Tang Shan from the Qingyun Guild." Dai Bai glanced warily at the newcomer and said sternly, "Who are you to know me? I advise you not to get involved in this mess." "Me? I'm Ma Jun from the Xingyue Guild." Ma Jun replied, folding his arms with a bright smile. "So why are you fighting?" Tang Shan smirked slyly. "How about we team up to take them down and split the loot? What do you say?" Hearing this, Dai Bai's expression darkened. Ma Jun pressed further. "Loot? What loot?" Even Su Ming, hiding in the shadows, perked up his ears. "He's got a quality stone on him. Probably other valuable items too." Tang Shan revealed. "What? A quality stone dropped?" Ma Jun's eyes gleamed with greed. Quality stones can enhance the quality of items and are as valuable as upgrade stones, starting at millions in value and considered priceless. Upon hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but feel stirred. With a quality stone in play, there might be other treasures as well, and he even felt tempted to join in. Sensing the danger, Dai Bai Bai issued a stern warning. I advise you not to push your luck. If our guild master finds out about this, the Qingyun Guild and Xingyue Guild won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Yuming Guild. These people have been blinded by greed, willing to do anything to get their hands on the item. I apologize. The allure of the quality stone is simply too great for us. With a command from Ma Jun, 4 of his companions charged into the battlefield like fierce tigers. The original 4 against 5 scenario quickly turned into 4 against 10, and the battle intensified. The Yuming Guild was immediately at a disadvantage, suffering casualties one after another. Dai Bai Bai watched as his companions fell one by one, his anger boiling over as he fought back with all his might. But even with his exceptional skills, he couldn't withstand the onslaught and soon collapsed from exhaustion. You will bring catastrophic disaster to your guild. Dai Bai Bai spat out each word through gritted teeth as he lay in a pool of blood. Ma Jun approached with a grin, mercilessly driving his blade into Dai Bai Bai's body. No need to worry about that. Just rest in peace. Dai Bai Bai's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness and resentment, as he died with his eyes open. With the battle over, Ma Jun turned to Tang Shan. Friend, how should we divide the spoils now? Tang Shan laughed heartily. Of course, we'll split it equally. Let's see what else he has besides the quality stone. Ma Jun nodded in agreement and bent down to take the storage ring from Dai Bai Bai's hand. At that moment, a sinister smile flashed across Tang Shan's face as he launched a surprise attack. A cold glint slashed across, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on Ma Jun. You bastard, he screamed, retreating in pain. Sorry about this. Why would I share something I can have all to myself? Tang Shan and his companions began to surround and attack Ma Jun. You despicable scoundrel. Ma Jun, severely injured, struggled to fend off the Qingyun Guild's assault. Tang Shan sneered, all's fair in war. Besides, I'm avenging the Yuming Guild. You were the one who killed them. The two guilds clashed once more. The Qingyun Guild quickly gained the upper hand, and after a fierce battle, Ma Jun's Xingyue Guild was completely wiped out. Die! Tang Shan swung his blade, slashing Ma Jun's throat, and blood sprayed as he ended Ma Jun's life. Ha ha ha, what a haul! Tang Shan, his face smeared with blood, laughed uncontrollably. Originally, he only planned to rob Dai Bai Bai and his group, but Ma Jun's group practically delivered themselves, making it all the more rewarding. Just the storage rings alone were worth 9 million, leaving him overjoyed. As Tang Shan prepared to take Dai Bai Bai's storage ring, he noticed a young man, seemingly out of nowhere, had already snatched the ring before him. Tang Shan was stunned. How had someone beaten him to it? The young man was Su Ming. He slowly raised his eyes, meeting Tang Shan's gaze. Tang Shan was momentarily startled, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected anyone else to be here, let alone someone daring enough to face them alone. Hey, kid! Tang Shan quickly regained his composure, brandishing his sword as he approached Su Ming, letting the blade scrape against the ground with a grating sound. Are you a student? Which academy? The other members of the Qingyun Guild also noticed Su Ming, casting mocking glances his way. To them, this kid who looked like a student couldn't be that strong. Forget about level 10, even level 5 seemed unlikely. Can't you see I'm holding something? Are you blind? Su Ming retorted coldly, sensing the hostility. Kid, you must have a death wish. Tang Shan advanced on Su Ming, raising his sword for a strike. Clang! The blade was suddenly blocked by a giant sword just 18 centimeters from Su Ming. Sparks flew from the metal clash, the sharp sound echoing around. Tang Shan's expression tightened as he stepped back. His companions were equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Su Ming's information was then revealed. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 10. Everyone present was taken aback. Interesting. Tang Shan appraised Su Ming anew and glanced at the Dark Knight wielding the giant sword. A Necromancer, huh? It's my first time encountering one. Is this your summon? Have you unlocked the secrets of necromancy? Something like that, Su Ming replied, gripping the storage ring of Dai Bai Bai, standing tall and fearless before them. Tang Shan's interest in Su Ming grew. It's rare, never heard of you before. What are your skills? What's the secret of this profession? Heh, beat me, and maybe I'll tell you. Su Ming grinned as the Dark Knight suddenly swung its sword forward. Facing the Dark Knight's fierce assault, Tang Shan retreated repeatedly. Hey, don't be so hasty. He backed up to his companions, extending an offer to Su Ming. Would you consider joining our Qingyun Guild? Necromancers hadn't been seen for years, let alone one so young and already at level 10. Su Ming's strength and potential were enough to catch Tang Shan's attention. Join you? What a joke, Su Ming scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. No matter how tempting the offer, he wouldn't agree. Ma Jun was a living example. Everyone chooses their own path, Tang Shan said, gripping his weapon tightly, a wicked smile on his lips. Since you're so determined, don't blame us for being rude. Just don't accuse us of bullying you with numbers. With those words, Tang Shan led his 4 companions in an attack. The Dark Knight raised its giant sword and charged forward. Boom. Clang. Several attacks rained down on the Dark Knight's heavy armor, producing a series of dull thuds. However, these attacks seemed to hit an indestructible wall, leaving not a single mark. Tang Shan swung his long blade, slashing repeatedly, only to spark against the armor without leaving a cut. He frowned and cursed. What the hell is this thing? My blade can't even break through its defense. Others joined in, hurling fireballs, arrows, and spells at the Dark Knight. But it was like throwing rocks into the sea, completely ineffective. Their voices were filled with shock and confusion. Its defense is too strong. Even my fireball has no effect. Tang Shan's brow furrowed, eyes sharp as he quickly identified the problem. The armor. It's the armor, he realized, glancing at Su Ming with a newfound respect for the strength of this summoned creature. Having pinpointed the key issue, the 5 worked in harmony, focusing their attacks on the Dark Knight's weak points. After a grueling battle, they finally brought down this formidable opponent. Tang Shan panted heavily, a complex expression in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, I have to admit, I underestimated your strength." He paused, a hint of threat in his tone. "I'll give you one more chance. Join our Qingyun guild, or die." Su Ming remained calm, a slight smile on his lips as he casually replied, "Then I choose to die." Tang Shan, hearing this, was furious. He shouted angrily, "Fine, fine, fine. Since you choose death, we'll grant your wish." He sneered. "Now that your summoned creature has been defeated, let's see what else you've got." Before he finished speaking, Tang Shan shot towards Su Ming like an arrow. However, just as he was about to reach Su Ming, a cold voice rang out. "I said it's you who will die." Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a thought, several dark shadows appeared before him, blocking Tang Shan's path like an impenetrable wall. Tang Shan abruptly halted, eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. Those shadows were identical Dark Knights. He couldn't help but swallow hard, a wave of uncontrollable fear rising within him. His companions were equally stunned by this sudden turn of events. They had only just managed to defeat one, and now 5 more appeared out of nowhere. It was like a nightmare. Surprised? Delighted? Su Ming raised an eyebrow at them, his tone laced with mockery. Tang Shan instinctively stepped back, his voice trembling. "You this guy?" Su Ming chuckled coldly, giving a command, "Kill them." The 5 Dark Knights charged at Tang Shan and his group like arrows loosed from a bow. Tang Shan quickly raised his weapon to defend himself, shouting at his stunned companions, "Idiots! Help out!" It was only then that the others snapped out of their daze, hastily joining the battle. However, facing 5 Dark Knights at once, they soon felt immense pressure. At this moment, Su Ming casually spoke, "How about, I had a few more." This statement landed like a heavy blow on Tang Shan and his group. They wore expressions of disbelief, a terrifying thought creeping into their minds. Could he summon even more? Before they could react, 5 more Dark Knights appeared behind them, cutting off their retreat entirely. Tang Shan was utterly panicked, his voice filled with despair. "No way. How many can you summon?" Feigning confusion, Su Ming retorted, "What? You think it's not enough? Want me to add more?" Hearing this, Tang Shan was struck speechless, as if hit by lightning. In that brief moment of distraction, his companion beside him was already severely injured. A chilling scream pierced the night sky. "Ah, help me." One of the companions was cleaved in half by a giant sword, his upper body crawling desperately towards the others, leaving a gruesome trail of blood on the ground. Tang Shan witnessed the grim fate of his companions, and cold sweat instantly drenched his forehead. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Friend, take everything, we don't want it." With the shadow of death looming, Tang Shan decisively abandoned all the spoils, just to save his life. Thud! Another companion fell, their piercing scream tearing through the night. Blood splattered, the warm liquid touching Tang Shan's cheek, and fear surged like a tide. Su Ming said coldly, "I want yours too." He showed no intention of letting them go. In a panic, Tang Shan hurriedly removed the storage ring from his hand and threw it towards Su Ming. "Here, take it. It's all yours." Su Ming caught the flying ring and replied politely, "Thank you." While desperately fending off the Dark Knight's attacks, Tang Shan pleaded, "Make them stop, please." His hands were numb, his grip torn, yet Su Ming showed no sign of stopping. Furious, Tang Shan cursed, "You bastard! You go back on your word. You won't die a good death." Squelch! Squelch! The sound of blades cutting into flesh was relentless. Tang Shan and his companions soon lay in pools of blood, their eyes wide open in death. Su Ming quickly collected 14 storage rings and left without a trace. He was secretly delighted this was a windfall. After leaving the battlefield, Su Ming prioritized checking Dai by Bai's storage ring. As expected, there was indeed a quality stone inside. Upon careful inspection, he soon found a stone engraved with mysterious runes. Quality stone, 50 chance to enhance item quality. Su Ming murmured the attributes, then put away the magic crystals, healing potions, and other items. Finally, a golden rune stone caught his attention. After a close examination, Su Ming was thrilled to discover a blink stone. It allows short-distance teleportation. This is a lifesaver. He carefully stored all the items, secretly pleased with the substantial haul. Time passed quietly, and it was already the 6th day. Many people began to retreat, but Su Ming was determined to go deeper. Hey, kid, you're not leaving yet, a retreating team kindly reminded him. Su Ming smiled in response. I want to try my luck a bit more. The person advised with concern. I suggest you leave soon. I've heard the Sword Tiger Guild was completely wiped out, and who knows what horrors lie in the depths. Su Ming furrowed his brow and curiously asked, could it be the ultimate boss of the secret realm? He thought to himself that if it were the ultimate boss, it might drop the life water he desperately needed. The man shrugged, his tone filled with a mix of caution and helplessness. I have no idea. This place is full of dangers, and you can't even trust people. My advice to you is to leave quickly. Going in alone is a death sentence. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but add, whether the Sword Tiger Guild was killed by humans or monsters, no one can say for sure. With that, the man quickly caught up with his teammates and turned to leave. Su Ming politely called out a thank you to his retreating figure. The man didn't look back, just waved his hand nonchalantly. In such a perilous place, receiving a reminder like this was truly rare. Su Ming thought to himself that if it were anyone else, not killing and looting would already be considered fortunate. Sword Tiger Guild? Su Ming murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the depths of the secret realm. As the strongest guild officially affiliated with Jiang City, the Sword Tiger Guild must have sent their elite members. Yet, they were completely wiped out. This suggests that whoever killed them was incredibly powerful. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming quickly made up his mind to continue exploring deeper. Along the way, he encountered several groups of people. Their gazes were filled with wariness and even malice. Fortunately, no one attacked him. Otherwise, Su Ming wouldn't mind collecting some deliveries. Suddenly, a strong scent of blood filled the air. Su Ming furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. Soon, he discovered scattered corpses on the ground. Each body had a tiger emblem pinned to their chest, identifying them as members of the Sword Tiger Guild. Su Ming observed closely and noticed that their expressions were frozen in terror. More eerily, their chests had been pierced by something, killing them instantly. His gaze finally settled on their hands, where all the storage rings were missing. Could it have been some kind of monster? Su Ming mused, stroking his chin. The wounds suggested it was more likely the work of a creature rather than a human. Just then, he heard urgent footsteps approaching. Su Ming immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings. From the forest, a figure suddenly dashed out and collided with him. A faint scent of a young girl accompanied by rapid breathing enveloped him. Su Ming looked closely and immediately recognized the person. Is it you? With her distinctive hair color and delicate features, it could only be Yi Lingfei. At that moment, Yi Lingfei was a far cry from her usual aloofness. Her face and clothes were splattered with crimson blood, and she looked terrified. She urgently said, let's go, quickly. Su Ming couldn't help but ask, where are your bodyguards? In theory, those 2 bodyguards should have been with her at all times. With her now alone, the outcome was likely self-evident. Yi Lingfei didn't have time to answer Su Ming's question. Her eyes kept glancing back, filled with fear. Her rapid breathing and tense muscles made it clear she was running for her life. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. You need to get out too, Yi Lingfei urged, her voice anxious as she hurriedly sidestepped Su Ming and continued to flee. Su Ming noticed her stumbling steps, indicating she was seriously injured. Scanning the area, he didn't see her bodyguards, which gave him a bad feeling. Hey, we're from the same academy, don't say I didn't help you, Su Ming shouted, pulling out 2 bottles of basic healing potions from his storage bag and tossing them accurately to Yi Lingfei. Yi Lingfei turned back, initially startled, then quickly reached out to catch the potions. Her own supply had long been depleted, and her bodyguards had fallen in battle, making these 2 bottles a timely lifeline. Her expression turned complex, knowing that for a student like Su Ming, these potions were not easily acquired. Thank you, she said, hesitating for a moment before adding, come with me. You'll die if you stay. But Su Ming turned and continued deeper into the secret realm, waving her off without looking back. Go on. Yi Lingfei watched his retreating figure, her eyes trembling slightly. In the end, she bit her lip and left the dangerous area, filled with gratitude for Su Ming and regret for having underestimated him before. Alone, Su Ming ventured deeper, extremely cautious. To ensure safety, he summoned all 10 of his dark knights, keeping 2 close and spreading the rest out for surveillance. Just when Su Ming thought he was safe, a red figure suddenly burst from the side of the forest. Moving swiftly, the figure instantly knocked away the 2 dark knights beside him. Then, a massive red sword swung down at Su Ming. What? Su Ming's pupils contracted, and with his high agility, he barely dodged the fierce strike. The sword hit the ground, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. The red figure didn't relent, immediately charging at Su Ming with a red shield in its left hand. This time, Su Ming couldn't evade and was sent flying over 10 meters. Cough, cough, cough. Su Ming hit the ground, pale and coughing violently, his blood surging within him. This sudden crisis made him realize he might have underestimated the dangers of the secret realm. Whoosh! A red figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Ming, brandishing a massive red sword that came whistling down. Su Ming was shocked. This enemy's speed and strength were beyond his expectations. At the critical moment, his Dark Knights arrived just in time to block the deadly blow. Clang! The sharp, ear-piercing sound of metal clashing filled the air, and sparks flew. It took the combined effort of two Dark Knights to barely withstand the attack, and Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the opponent's power. It was only then that he got a good look at the red figure. The adversary wore armor similar to that of the Dark Knights, but in a dark red hue. It held a dark red round shield in its left hand, and a matching cloak draped over its back. Its presence was imposing, exuding an aura of regal authority. Su Ming's heart sank. Could this be the ultimate boss? Suppressing the pain in his chest, Su Ming quickly got to his feet and retreated a few steps. To his surprise, even against two Dark Knights, the opponent seemed unfazed. With a swift shield bash, it knocked one knight back and then turned to pounce on the other. In just a few moves, it had the knight on the ground, and with a precise stab, it pierced the gap in the knight's neck armor, instantly killing him. Su Ming was dumbfounded. The Dark Knights he prided himself on were utterly outmatched by this foe. At that moment, the remaining 8 Dark Knights regrouped around him, slightly easing his tension. Altogether, Su Ming commanded, and the Dark Knights swarmed forward. However, the red figure continued to handle the attacks with ease, its moves precise and cunning. In contrast, the Dark Knight's attacks seemed clumsy. Crack! Even while being surrounded, the enemy managed to kill another Dark Knight, its sword finding the gap in the armor with unerring accuracy. Su Ming wiped a cold sweat from his brow, silently wondering whose lieutenant this could be, displaying such ferocity. He had believed 10 Dark Knights to be unbeatable, yet here was an even stronger foe. But the greater the challenge, the more excited Su Ming became. He quickly drank a bottle of basic healing potion and resummoned the fallen Dark Knight. Death's Curse. Su Ming cast a buff on all his knights and a debuff on the enemy's knight captain. The 20 enhancement and reduction significantly closed the gap in strength between them. Facing the onslaught of 10 Dark Knights, the knight captain began to struggle. Clang, clang, clang. The giant swords of the Dark Knights relentlessly struck, forcing the opponent to defend desperately with its shield while warding off attacks from the flanks. Occasionally, a giant sword would breach its defense, striking sparks off its armor. Seeing that this stalemate would only drain time and energy, Su Ming decided to employ an old tactic. Take it down. With his command, the Dark Knights abandoned their swords and lunged directly at the knight captain. The knight commander found himself in a dire situation as he faced the onslaught of Dark Knights. Dozens of them surged forward like a tidal wave, knocking him to the ground. He struggled desperately to draw his weapon, but the enemy held him down firmly. 2. Then 3 Dark Knights pinned each of his arms, nailing him to the ground. The knight commander was subdued in a spread eagle position, letting out a furious roar filled with defiance and humiliation. In this critical moment, Su Ming acted decisively. He retrieved the void bow from his storage ring and walked resolutely towards the knight commander. The heavy armor was seamless, leaving no gaps for a fatal blow. Su Ming furrowed his brow and resorted to the most direct approach, removing the opponent's helmet. He bent down, gripped the edges of the helmet with both hands, and pulled upwards with all his strength. The screech of metal against metal echoed, sweat beaded on Su Ming's forehead, and he finally removed the helmet. The knight commander's grotesque and menacing face was exposed to the air, his twisted features marked by brutality. Die, Su Ming said coldly, aiming the void bow at the knight commander's head. Just as he drew the bowstring back, a figure suddenly collided with him, disrupting his lethal shot. The golden arrow veered off course, striking the ground and sending shards of stone flying. Su Ming staggered back, seething with anger. He turned to see the unexpected intruder and was surprised to find a humanoid skeletal warrior wielding a sword and shield, emanating an eerie aura. A system prompt identified it as a skeleton soldier, level 10. Quickly creating distance, Su Ming cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The knight commander continued to struggle and roar on the ground, with 10 Dark Knights holding him down with all their might. Su Ming frowned, realizing he couldn't afford to leave his position even for a moment. What surprised him further was the presence of another person behind the skeleton soldier. It was a young man around Su Ming's age, with a wicked smile and eyes as cold as ice. Who are you? Su Ming asked icily, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The young man approached slowly, his voice dark and foreboding. Give me this boss, and consider it a favor you're owed. How about it? As they drew closer, Su Ming discerned the young man's details, An undead mage, level 10. The appearance of such a rare class startled him, but he was not about to back down. Are you kidding me? Su Ming scoffed. A favor for this boss? Are you trying to sell me a dream? My favors are valuable, the young man replied, his eyes meeting Su Ming's. In that instant, a chill pierced Su Ming's heart, making him realize that this opponent was no ordinary foe. I am Imosia of the Nether Guild. A cold voice shattered the silence of the forest. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, warily assessing the man who introduced himself as Imosia. He immediately realized this was the captain mentioned by the 4 Nether Guild members earlier. The name Imosia stirred memories in Su Ming, a genius with level talent who graduated a year before him and caused quite a stir at the time. Only level 10? Su Ming calculated internally. He must have deliberately suppressed his level. A level 10 skill is not to be underestimated. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode. Su Ming spoke coldly. So, because you're from the Nether Guild, you think I should hand over this boss to you? Imosia smirked arrogantly. No. Just because I'm Imosia, you'll give it up whether you want to or not. As he finished speaking, he struck the ground with his staff, causing it to crack open. Skeleton soldiers emerged, adding to the one from before, forming a neat row of 10 level 10 skeleton soldiers. Su Ming's eyes sharpened. Is that a threat? Do you think I'll be scared? He deliberately glanced at the Dark Knights still locked in a standoff with the Knight Commander. Imosia caught the hint but remained unfazed. If you use them, the boss will break free. Do you think it hates you more, or me? What if I lend it a hand? Do you still think you have a chance of surviving? Su Ming's expression darkened. The other's words indeed pressured him. Yet, he retorted firmly. If I want to leave, you may not be able to stop me. Imosia smirked. If you leave, the boss is no longer your concern. How about we both take a step back, defeat the boss, and split the loot? Split the loot? Do you really think that's possible? Su Ming's voice rose sharply, and in the next moment, dozens of skeleton warriors appeared behind him. Imosia's pupils contracted in shock. The number Su Ming summoned was astonishing. As a fellow necromancer, Su Ming's summoning ability completely overshadowed his. Is this the true power of a necromancer? This profession has clearly been underestimated for years. Imosia couldn't help but marvel. Seizing the moment, Su Ming pressed forward. If we really fight, the outcome is uncertain. The werewolf and goblin boss skeletons stood as a solid barrier in front of him. Imosia was undeterred. But you seem to forget, I'm a mage, not a summoner. Though he couldn't match Su Ming in summoning, his spell attacks were equally formidable. As the standoff reached its peak, rustling sounds suddenly came from the jungle. Oh, your teammates have arrived. Imosia turned towards the sound, his voice laced with mockery. The figure in the black robe moved like a bolt of dark lightning, shooting towards Imosia in an instant. Imosia retreated several steps, and the skeleton soldiers beside him immediately raised their shields to confront the threat. However, the strength of the black-robed figure was beyond expectation. With 2 resounding bangs, the skeleton soldiers were instantly shattered into fragments. This display of power left Su Ming and Imosia in shock. Imosia turned to Su Ming, a serious glint in his eyes. I suggest we deal with this guy first. Su Ming nodded slightly. I agree with your suggestion. He gazed at the black-robed figure, feeling a strange sense that the opponent might not even be human. After dispatching the skeletons, the black-robed figure noticed that Imosia was heavily guarded by 8 more skeleton soldiers. He quickly changed tactics, suddenly redirecting his attack towards the Knight Commander. What? Stop him! Su Ming shouted, immediately ordering the skeleton army to intercept. However, these level 2 skeleton warriors were like paper in front of the black-robed figure, torn apart in an instant. At this critical moment, Su Ming decisively raised his void bow. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows flew towards the Knight Commander's vital points. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows hit their mark, but the Knight Commander, with formidable vitality, remained standing. Seeing this, Imosia proposed again. I'll hold him off. You quickly take down the boss. We'll split the loot afterward. Without waiting for Su Ming's response, he immediately unleashed a skill. Soul of the Undead. A storm of skeletal apparitions surged forth, launching a frenzied assault on the black-robed figure. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed as the black-robed figure was forced to dodge, losing his hood in the chaos. His grotesque face was revealed to them. Sharp teeth, a long tongue, slit pupils glowing red, and hands bearing sharp claws. Is that even human? What on earth is that? Imosia couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling slightly. Su Ming's expression was grave. It's a half-monster. He recalled a report he'd seen in the news in his previous life. Half-monsters are usually stronger than monsters or humans of the same level, but the specifics are a state secret. Hearing this, Imosia furrowed his brow, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Without dwelling on it, he urged, no time to think. Hurry up. He commanded the skeleton soldiers to shield him while continuing to attack the half-monster. On it, Su Ming nodded firmly. then sprinted towards the Knight Commander, the void bow in his hand ready to deliver a fatal blow. The distance weakened Su Ming's void bow significantly. Seeing the half-monster retreat, he made a quick decision and dashed toward the Knight Commander. Aiming at the commander's forehead, Su Ming fired 2 arrows in rapid succession, delivering maximum damage. Congratulations! You've successfully slain the level 10 boss, Dark Knight Commander, earning 10,000 experience points. The system notification chimed. Immediately, a cascade of reward messages appeared. Congratulations! You've received a reward of 10 strength attribute points. You've slain the Dark Knight Commander and received the Water of Life. You've slain the Dark Knight Commander and received an upgrade stone. You've slain the Dark Knight Commander and received a quality stone. You've slain the Dark Knight Commander and received a reinforcement stone. You've slain the Dark Knight Commander and received a rare greatsword. You've slain the Dark Knight Commander and received a rare shield. Su Ming was stunned, unable to believe the bounty before him. 7 items plus 10 strength attribute points. This was an incredible haul. Even without all the items, the 10 attribute points alone were worth the effort. The half-monster, seeing the Knight Commander defeated and Su Ming's 10 Dark Knights about to rejoin the battle, chose to retreat decisively. He knew he couldn't face the combined might of 2 undead specialists alone and vanished without a trace. Su Ming had no time to pursue. His priority was to extract the Knight Commander's undead information. As he focused on this task, Emosia approached with his skeleton soldiers. However, the 10 Dark Knights blocked Emosia's path, exuding a powerful aura. Emosia understood that these Dark Knights were far superior to his skeleton soldiers. Extraction complete, Su Ming said with a confident smile. Emosia got straight to the point, asking, "How do you propose we split the loot?" Su Ming replied unreservedly, "The Water of Life, the upgrade stone, and the quality stone are all mine." With that, he quickly stored all the items in his inventory ring. Emosia's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "So, you're just using me and then discarding me?" Su Ming confidently countered, "I could have defeated the boss much earlier. If it weren't for your interference, the half-monster wouldn't have had the chance." Fine, fine, if that's how you see it. I have nothing more to say." Emosia glanced at the 10 Dark Knights, then turned and left without hesitation. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Su Ming's eyes, but he ultimately restrained himself from attacking. He knew Emosia had indeed been helpful, so it was best to call it even. Moreover, he wasn't entirely sure he could kill Emosia. As an undead specialist, Emosia likely had some hidden tricks. Plus, being a core member of a major guild, he probably had life-saving items. If Emosia escaped, Su Ming would become an enemy of the entire Nether Guild once he left the Secret Realm. With the Water of Life in hand, and the Secret Realm's closure imminent, Su Ming began retracing his steps. As he passed by the corpses of the Sword Tiger Guild members again, he suddenly paused. Su Ming gazed down at the bodies of the Sword Tiger Guild members, his brow furrowed in concentration. He carefully examined the wounds, his heart sinking as he realized the deadly injuries bore the unmistakable signature of the half-beast men. There were no signs of a fierce battle at the scene, indicating that the guild's captain had been killed with a single blow. Su Ming sighed softly, feeling a pang of regret for the fallen, then continued his journey toward the Secret Realm's exit. Time slipped by quietly, and before long, it was the 7th day. Most of the Academy's students had already escaped, but some would remain in the Secret Realm forever. At that moment, the entrance to the realm suddenly shimmered with light, and a graceful figure emerged from it. "Is that a student?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "I can't believe someone is coming out at this time. Judging by the clothes, it seems to be a student from Beijiang Academy." Another person added. The area around the entrance was already packed with anxious onlookers, and all eyes were instantly drawn to this unexpected figure. Yi Lingfei, Beijiang Academy's principal, Gao Baisong, immediately recognized the girl and rushed forward excitedly. "You're alive. This is wonderful." He scrutinized Yi Lingfei closely, noticing her injuries, and asked urgently, "Are you all right?" Yi Lingfei didn't answer directly. Instead, she turned to look back at the entrance to the Secret Realm, a flicker of worry in her eyes. "Miss." A middle-aged man in a suit emerged from the crowd, his voice filled with concern. "You're hurt." "Uncle Zhong." Yi Lingfei recognized the family steward and urgently asked, "Is there any way to go back in and save them?" Uncle Zhong sighed and shook his head. "It's impossible to enter the Secret Realm to rescue anyone. This realm is very special. If someone of high power tries to enter, the entire realm could collapse. Not only would it be impossible to save anyone, but it might also endanger everyone inside." He paused and added, "Miss, Do Wu and Xiao Wu's mission was to ensure your safety. As long as you get out safely, their sacrifice would be worth it." Yi Lingfei did not respond to this, but quietly returned to where the academy was gathered. Uncle Zhong followed closely, urging, "Miss, you're injured. Please come back with me." "I don't want to leave just yet," Yi Lingfei said, her gaze fixed on the entrance to the Secret Realm, as if waiting for something. Seeing her resolve, Uncle Zhong said nothing more. Gao Baisong looked around, muttering to himself, "We're still missing one student, Su Ming. I hope that boy is all right." His words were filled with concern and hope for the last student. The Secret Realm examination at Beijiang Academy is nearing its end, with 4 out of the 5 participants having safely returned. Chen Wei and Xie Dong completed their tasks within 72 hours, while Hua Haitao returned safely on the 5th day, albeit a bit later. Now, all eyes are on the last contestant, Su Ming, the remarkable necromancer who has captured everyone's attention. Su Ming's extraordinary performance has sparked widespread interest, prompting even the officials to reassess this long misunderstood profession. Near the entrance of the secret realm, officials and media reporters are jostling for space, eagerly awaiting Su Ming's return and desperate to catch a glimpse of this talent who has defied expectations. Meanwhile, in a luxurious living room, the television is broadcasting the latest updates on the secret realm examination. Zhang Yongxing, a student unable to participate due to injury, glares angrily at the screen showing Su Ming's image. His face contorts with rage as he suddenly bursts out, "Damn it! How is this possible?" Sitting beside him, a graceful woman, his Aunt Ling, frowns slightly as she looks at him. "Yongxing, why do you get so upset every time you see your classmate?" Her voice carries a hint of confusion and concern, indicating this scene has played out many times before. Zhang Yongxing, pointing at Su Ming on the screen, trembles with emotion as he exclaims, "Aunt Ling, you don't understand. This guy is clearly a nobody. The fact that he reached level 10 in such a short time must be some kind of trick. You've all been deceived. He's just a useless profession. Why him? Why?" Inside, Zhang Yongxing is filled with resentment and jealousy. Since kindergarten, he has always been second in class, with Su Ming perpetually in the top spot. This fact has long been a thorn in Zhang Yongxing's proud heart. Su Ming's indifferent attitude toward him only adds fuel to the fire, making Zhang Yongxing feel his self-esteem is being severely trampled. The elegant woman curls her feet up on the sofa, nonchalantly admiring her newly done nails. You might have a point. After all, he does have great talent. It's natural not to want it to go to waste. Whether he's a dragon or a worm, everything will be revealed once he exits the secret realm. Why bother getting upset over someone like him? Even if he is a genius, so what? In front of our Zhang family, even a dragon must coil, even a tiger must crouch. However, Zhang Yongxing's expression suddenly turns grave. He stands abruptly and calls out, "Uncle Zhang." Soon, a middle-aged man rushes into the room, respectfully asking, "Young master, what is it?" Zhang Yongxing's voice is unusually stern. "The person who attacked me in the novice dungeon. It was Su Ming." This sudden accusation catches Uncle Zhang by surprise. He knows Su Ming has recently been in the spotlight, and back then, all the students were just level 1 novices. Uncle Zhang secretly wonders if Zhang Yongxing is using this as a personal vendetta. Sensing Uncle Zhang's hesitation, Zhang Yongxing's tone carries a hint of displeasure. "Do you not believe my words anymore?" The more he thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes of his suspicion. Recalling Su Ming using a bow in the dungeon and connecting it to his profession and level, Zhang Yongxing's doubts grow stronger. This realization sends chills down his spine, as if he has uncovered an unsettling mystery. A hint of madness flashed in Zhang Yongxing's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care about anything else now. As long as I can kill Su Ming, the outcome doesn't matter. I'm going to report to the master right away." Uncle Zhang didn't dare to refute and could only nod in agreement. After leaving, Uncle Zhang recalled Zhang Yongxing's words, and a chill ran through his heart, causing him to quicken his pace involuntarily. At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm flickered with a dazzling light again. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it, their eyes fixed on the entrance. A young man emerged. It was Mo Xie from the Yuming Guild. The leader of the Yuming Guild immediately approached him, asking eagerly, "How did it go?" Mo Xie's expression was grim, his tone filled with displeasure. "Didn't get anything good, and ran into some ghostly thing." "Ghostly thing? What ghostly thing? Where are the other team members?" The leader frowned and pressed for more information. Mo Xie coldly replied, "I don't know," and then walked away without another word. The leader watched his departing figure, his face dark with anger. Standing nearby, Lu Shuwen looked worried, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the secret realm. He thought to himself, not a single person from the Jinhu Guild has returned yet. It's already the 7th day, and the time for the secret realm to close is drawing near. Those who were going to come out have mostly done so by now. Those who haven't probably won't make it out. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Su Ming was nearing the exit but was stopped. A half-monster appeared before him with a sinister grin. "Ha ha ha, boy, you're the last one left. Do you think I'm going to let you leave?" Su Ming was inwardly pleased. The enemy who had previously fled had come back, bringing reinforcements. In the half-monster's eyes, the situation was advantageous with more allies, while Su Ming appeared alone, seemingly ensuring victory. "I'm curious, why don't they attack you?" Su Ming's gaze fell on the 10 dark knights behind the half-monster, a slight smile on his lips. The half-monster explained smugly, Because I can communicate with them. We share the same goal, which is to kill you right here. With a low growl, the Dark Knights began to move towards Su Ming, their heavy footsteps echoing and sparks flying from the clashing metal. Su Ming remained calm, and behind him appeared 10 Dark Knights as well. The two sides quickly clashed, their giant swords clanging with a piercing sound. The half-monster sneered. Without them, you're nothing. Before he finished speaking, he launched a fierce attack on Su Ming, moving so fast he left afterimages. Su Ming grinned. Oh really? Ready to fight? He showed no fear and immediately cast the Reaper's Curse, applying a curse skill to the entire battlefield. The half-monster was momentarily stunned, surprise flickering across his face. He hadn't expected Su Ming to have such a skill. What? You little brat, he exclaimed, clearly caught off guard by Su Ming's counterattack. Su Ming suddenly felt his attributes weaken, and his speed slowed drastically. The previously balanced fight turned one-sided, with the Dark Knight gaining the upper hand. However, this did not shake Su Ming's resolve. Dealing with you is more than enough, Su Ming said coldly, his eyes shining with determination. The half-monster was eager to end the fight quickly. He charged at Su Ming, but was shocked to find that Su Ming's speed hadn't decreased at all. Every attack he launched missed its mark, proving futile. Damn skill, the half-monster cursed, frustrated. If it weren't for this negative status holding him back, he was confident he could tear Su Ming to pieces. Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, which the half-monster saw as blatant mockery. Don't get too smug. Once your skill wears off, you're done for. The half-monster snarled, continuing his attacks despite his limited speed. Heh, I'm afraid you won't get the chance. Su Ming suddenly stopped, no longer dodging. What? Arrogant. Seeing this, the half-monster rushed forward. At the critical moment, a dark red figure appeared, standing in front of Su Ming. With a clear shunk, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh was heard. The half-monster cried out, sent flying backward. As he fell to the ground and looked up at Su Ming, disbelief filled his eyes. In front of Su Ming stood a knight clad in dark red armor, a giant red sword dripping with blood in hand. This was Su Ming's most powerful summoned Dark Knight commander. Name, Dark Knight Commander. Level, 10. Strength, 90. Agility, 50. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 60. Skills, Power, Insight accurately hits enemy weak points for multiplied damage. Talent, a rank. You can control it. The half-monster was utterly shocked, realizing he had completely miscalculated. Surprised? Delighted? Su Ming said nonchalantly, waving his hand. The commander advanced on the half-monster. You win this time. I'll remember this sword strike, the half-monster said furiously, clutching the gruesome wound on his chest as he struggled to stand. He turned to flee, but froze upon looking back. Su Ming's 10 Dark Knights had already dealt with the other opponents and now surrounded him, cutting off all escape routes. On this vast battlefield, there was nowhere to run or hide. Do you think you can escape like last time? Su Ming's tone turned icy, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam, killing intent evident. Ha ha, didn't expect to fall at your hands, kid. The half-monster laughed maniacally. But don't celebrate too soon. Your good days are numbered. His eyes showed no fear, only a hint of mockery. Die. Su Ming coldly uttered a single word. Before he finished speaking, a red light flashed. The commander swung his sword, and with a shunk, the half-monster was cut in half. He collapsed to the ground, body twitching momentarily before life left him. Su Ming waited a moment, ensuring the enemy was truly dead, then approached slowly. He knelt down, attempting to extract necromantic information, but seemed unsuccessful. He then searched the half-monster's body for a storage ring, but found nothing. Just as Su Ming was about to rise in disappointment, his eyes caught something around the enemy's neck. This unexpected discovery sparked a new glimmer of hope. Su Ming reached out and gently pulled the necklace from the half-monster's neck. He held it up to his eyes, and his pupils contracted sharply in surprise. A bronze key. Su Ming exclaimed in disbelief. This key was the essential item needed to unlock a hidden quest, and its value was beyond words. Among all the gains from this secret realm exploration, apart from the Water of Life, this bronze key was undoubtedly the most precious treasure. Su Ming was overjoyed inside. This secret realm adventure had been a bountiful harvest, and he was unquestionably the biggest winner. At this moment, he couldn't wait to return home and give the Water of Life to his father, Su Chong, hoping to see his father's restored strength. He also eagerly anticipated Su Chong regaining his former confidence and optimism. Everything will get better. A determined light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He carefully placed the bronze key into his storage ring and then walked over to the fallen bodies of the Dark Knights. Quickly, he extracted all the information from the 10 undead. His summoned creature lineup had grown significantly, with 20 Dark Knights alone. This was a fearsome number, as each one possessed strength comparable to combat professionals of the same level. In addition, with a knight commander capable of overpowering same-level combat professionals, Su Ming was now invincible among his peers, even capable of challenging level 20 powerhouses. After completing this, Su Ming headed towards the secret realm's exit. As the entrance began to glow again, the crowd outside tensed up instantly. When Su Ming appeared, the entire place fell into a dead silence. After a few seconds, the area erupted into chaos, with noise flooding the scene. Reporters, like they were on a frenzy, surged forward, only to be stopped by staff at the perimeter. They shouted questions at Su Ming. Su Ming, how did you reach level 10 in such a short time? Su Ming, is there a hidden force backing you? Did you use any level up stones in the past few days? Su Ming, can you reveal your level 10 skill? Yi Lingfei, seeing Su Ming return safely, finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Uncle Zhong, let's go. She turned to leave the scene. Uncle Zhong paused, glanced at Su Ming, sensing something was amiss, then quickly followed Yi Lingfei. Principal Gao Baisong hurried over, concerned. Oh my, you're finally back. You had me worried sick. Are you hurt? In his eyes, Su Ming was now a dark horse, and he regretted not recognizing his potential earlier. He silently resolved to pay more attention to this promising student. At that moment, Lu Shuwen from the Sword Tiger Guild pushed through to Su Ming, urgently asking, "You're Su Ming, right? I need to know if you saw any of our Sword Tiger Guild members inside." Su Ming took a deep breath, looked directly into Lu Shuwen's eyes, and said gravely, "Yes, but they're all dead." This statement hit Lu Shuwen like a hammer, shattering his expectations instantly. Dead? How is that possible? Lu Shuwen murmured in disbelief, his brow furrowed. The faces of the elite team flashed through his mind. Each one was among the best selected by the Sword Tiger Guild, bolstered by rare professions and equipped with life-saving items. Yet, these advantages seemed useless in the secret realm. Su Ming noticed the shock on Lu Shuwen's face and spoke with increasing seriousness. "I saw their bodies with my own eyes." There was an undeniable certainty in his words. Lu Shuwen's expression turned grim, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. "How did they die?" His voice was low and dangerous, as if suppressing an impending rage. Su Ming answered truthfully, "I don't know the exact cause. I only saw that each of their bodies had a single wound, right in the heart, a bloody hole." He cautiously added, "As for whether it was the work of half-monsters, that's just my guess. Only one wound. Heart. Instant kill." Lu Shuwen repeated these keywords softly, his brow furrowing deeper. After a moment, he forced a slight smile. "Thank you for the information." "You're welcome," Su Ming replied politely with a nod. At that moment, Lu Shuwen suddenly shifted the conversation, unexpectedly proposing, "By the way, Su Ming, are you interested in joining our Sword Tiger Guild? This is an official invitation from me." As soon as he said this, the room fell silent, and all eyes focused on Su Ming. Even Principal Gao Baosong showed a look of surprise. An official invitation from Lu Shuwen of the Sword Tiger Guild signified a high level of recognition. Just as Su Ming was about to respond, his phone suddenly started vibrating wildly. With no signal in the secret realm, messages had piled up and now flooded in like a tide. Seeing this, Lu Shuwen seized the opportunity to continue his persuasion. "Su Ming, didn't you take the secret realm exam to join a good guild? Just nod, and you'll be a member of the Sword Tiger Guild. None of our benefits will be missing, and there's even an official talent subsidy." Principal Gao Baosong couldn't help but interject, "Su Ming, this is indeed a rare opportunity. The Sword Tiger Guild is one of the top guilds in Jiangqing City and is affiliated with the government. Joining would bring honor to our academy." His tone was full of expectation and excitement, as if he could hardly wait to accept on Su Ming's behalf. However, just then, a middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd, interrupting the seemingly settled invitation. "Old Lu, that's not right. It's up to the person to decide which guild they want to join. Blocking them and forcing them isn't fair, even if you represent the government." This middle-aged man was the head of the Wild Lion Guild, one of the top 3 guilds. With all his members returning safely, he was confident. He turned to Su Ming with a relaxed tone. "Su Ming, there are actually many options. Our Wild Lion Guild is also a good choice. At least we don't have as many rules and restrictions as some guilds." As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Shuwen, hinting that the Sword Tiger Guild was overly regulated and lacked freedom. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuwen's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth, thinking about how the Sword Tiger Guild, though part of the official system and full of regulations, offers far better benefits than other guilds. Seeing other guilds starting to poach members, he resolved internally, how could we let the Yuming Guild miss out? At that moment, another person emerged from the crowd with a sinister smile. Gao Baisong, Hua Haitao, and others were dumbfounded, utterly shocked by the unfolding situation. They couldn't believe their eyes. Su Ming was being courted by 3 major guilds simultaneously? Students from other academies were equally astonished, some casting envious glances, while others were filled with jealousy and resentment. The representatives of the 3 guilds began exchanging sarcastic remarks, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Su Ming was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events and found himself unable to get a word in. He discreetly stepped aside and pulled out his phone, which was vibrating wildly. When he saw the screen, he was taken aback. Over 100 missed calls and messages, all from the same person Li Dahe. What's going on with Uncle He? Is he rushing me? Su Ming wondered, unable to check the messages, and immediately called back. The call connected quickly, and Li Dahe's rough voice came through. Hey, Xiaoming, you're back safe. Yeah, I'm back. Everything's fine, Su Ming replied, indicating that there was no need to worry. Glad you're okay. Li Dahe sighed in relief and then asked, by the way, did you see the messages I sent you? Messages? I haven't had a chance yet. I just got back. Is there something urgent, Uncle He? Su Ming sensed something was off. Your dad. Li Dahe hesitated over the phone. Su Ming's brow furrowed as a sense of foreboding crept over him. Uncle He, what's happened to my dad? Is something wrong? Your dad? Something's happened. You should come to Jiangqing Hospital. What? Su Ming's expression changed dramatically, a flash of panic in his eyes. He couldn't fathom why his father, Su Chong, would be in trouble. In his previous life, his father was fine until his own death, so why was something happening now? After hanging up, Su Ming anxiously returned to the group and hastily said, I'm really sorry, everyone. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I haven't decided about the guild yet. My apologies. Seeing this, the representatives of the 3 major guilds all lowered their postures and offered to escort Su Ming. Thank you, but there's no need for that, Su Ming said simply, bidding farewell before quickly leaving the scene. As everyone watched Su Ming's departing figure, they fell into silence, each lost in their thoughts. Reporters swarmed around as soon as Su Ming emerged, bombarding him with questions. Su Ming, which guild are you most interested in? Su Ming, will you join one of the 3 major guilds? Su Ming was filled with anxiety, his face etched with worry. He had no time to entertain the goodwill gestures from the 3 major guilds, nor could he deal with the swarm of reporters. With his agile movements, he quickly shook off the crowd of journalists, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the hospital. In the hospital corridor, Su Ming rushed towards Li Dahe in a panic. Uncle He, what's going on? Where's my dad? He asked urgently. Li Dahe sighed deeply and shook his head slowly. Chang's condition is critical. He's undergoing his 3rd round of resuscitation. These words hit Su Ming like a bolt of lightning, leaving him feeling dizzy. He staggered back a few steps, leaning heavily against the corridor wall, muttering in disbelief. How can this be? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Ming's mind. That's right, the water of life. In his panic, he retrieved a bottle of green liquid from his storage ring and handed it to Li Dahe. Li Dahe's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Su Ming. The water of life was incredibly precious, sought after by the wealthy and powerful, yet elusive. He never expected Su Ming to have such a significant find from the secret realm. Uncle He, hurry, Su Ming urged. Li Dahe nodded and, with the water of life in hand, quickly led Su Ming toward the emergency room. Outside the emergency room, a doctor took the water of life but barred the 2 from entering. Sorry, you can't go in during the resuscitation, the doctor insisted. Li Dahe and Su Ming were adamant about witnessing the use of the water of life firsthand, fearing it might be misappropriated. Eventually, they were placed in a viewing room. The doctor entered the emergency room with the water of life, a subtle, enigmatic smile on his lips. Li Dahe and Su Ming anxiously watched from the viewing room, their hearts slightly easing only when they saw the doctor inject the entire green liquid into Su Chong's body. They believed that with the miraculous power of the water of life, the surgery would surely be a success. However, fate often takes unexpected turns, and what happens next remains uncertain. The grueling 2.5-hour ordeal finally came to an end as the emergency surgery was completed. Su Ming and Li Dahe rushed toward the doctor who had just come out, their faces filled with anxiety. Su Ming urgently asked, Doctor, how is my father? The doctor sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid the situation isn't very optimistic. Li Dahe stared in disbelief. How is that possible? That's the water of life. He firmly believed in its miraculous powers. The doctor looked at them seriously. Without the water of life, the patient wouldn't have made it. It's thanks to what you brought that he's alive. Su Ming's heart was in turmoil. What's my father's current condition? The doctor quickly explained. The patient is physically stable, but the water of life's effect wasn't enough. His cerebellum hasn't healed, and he's now in a coma. His tone suggested he was eager to leave. You mean he's unconscious? Su Ming asked anxiously. What if I get more of the water of life? He was determined to do whatever it took to awaken his father. The doctor shook his head. It's no use. His brain suffered a severe impact, and we've already missed our window. Even more water of life won't help now. He paused. He'll be moved to a regular ward soon. Thanks to the water of life's powerful healing, his body is fine, and you can discharge him anytime. With that, the doctor turned and left, unwilling to say more. At that moment, Su Chong was wheeled out, the bandages on his head completely removed. Seeing his father lying motionless on the bed, Su Ming's eyes were filled with rage as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Blood dripped onto the floor with a soft tick. Li Dahe tried to comfort him. Xiaoming, there must be a way to wake Brother Chong. Don't be too upset. Let's take him home first. Despite his firm tone, his eyes betrayed his sadness. Years of life-and-death friendship had kept them close, even after Su Chong had retired. On the way home, Su Ming supported his father in the back seat and asked in a low voice, "Uncle He, what exactly happened during this time?" Li Dahe gripped the steering wheel, filled with regret. "The night you entered the secret realm, Brother Chong was suddenly attacked. When I arrived, the assailant had already escaped through the window. I didn't have time to chase him. I just rushed Brother Chong to the hospital. It's all my fault. If I'd been there sooner, this wouldn't have happened." He slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Su Ming sincerely replied, "Uncle He, don't blame yourself. If you hadn't arrived in time, I don't know what would have happened to my dad without you and the water of life." A glint of cold determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he spoke with a hint of menace. "My father hasn't left the house in 5 years. He couldn't have made enemies out of nowhere. If there is an enemy, it must be related to what happened 5 years ago." His voice was low and resolute, clearly determined to uncover the truth. Even Li Dahe, who was driving, felt a chill from the back seat. It was a coldness that pierced like an ice spike, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Su Ming turned to Li Dahe, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Uncle He, when it comes to what happened 5 years ago, you must have some idea of who was behind it, right?" He hoped to glean some information from Li Dahe to determine who had harmed Su Chong. Li Dahe tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his brow furrowed with frustration. "Xiao Ming, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I genuinely don't know. Back then, I was just a small fry, not qualified to get involved in such big matters. I tried to find out a few times, but your dad scolded me harshly each time. You know how your dad is stubborn and tough." Disappointed, Su Ming turned to look out the window, pondering silently. From Li Dahe's reaction, it was clear he truly didn't know. But what puzzled Su Ming even more was why they waited 5 whole years to act. Could it be because of him? This thought darkened Su Ming's eyes, filling him with a sense of guilt. He knew that the news of his level being exposed would cause a huge stir in Jiangxing City. Reaching level 10 in such a short time was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Could my growing strength be threatening them, prompting them to eliminate us? Su Ming squinted, speculating to himself. About 20 minutes later, the car slowly stopped downstairs. Su Ming opened the car door, ready to help his father out, but Li Dahe was quicker. "For Brother Chong's safety, I've decided to stay and take care of him." Li Dahe's tone was firm and left no room for refusal. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, touched by this show of loyalty. "Uncle He, isn't this too much trouble for you?" Li Dahe hoisted Su Chong onto his back and strode towards Su Ming's house. "What are you talking about? I'm just a bachelor with no family. If it weren't for Brother Chong saving my life back then, I'd be long dead. Now someone wants his life, they'll have to step over my dead body first." Watching Li Dahe's retreating figure, Su Ming sincerely remarked, "Uncle He, my dad would be proud to have a friend like you." Li Dahe just chuckled, saying nothing more. Upon returning home, Su Ming was met with a scene of chaos, his expression turning grim. The cracked, blood-stained walls vividly conjured images of his father being beaten. A surge of anger welled up inside him, but he forced himself to calm down and tidied up briefly. Late at night, as Su Ming lay in bed, he summoned 2 system interfaces with a thought. It had been 7 days since he last extracted experience points, and this time he received a total of 604,800 points. He felt an increasing sense of danger in his situation, driving him to urgently seek to enhance his strength. His gaze lingered between his level and skills for a long time before he finally decided to upgrade. Su Ming thought that if he could quickly reach level 20 and gain a second skill, his power would undergo a significant transformation. Upgrade. With a low shout, a beam of light rose from his body. Upgrade successful. Level 11, experience 742, 14860,000 inch. Upgrade. Upgrade. Beams of light continuously flashed in the darkness, illuminating Su Ming's determined face. Su Ming's level skyrocketed like a rocket, soaring all the way to level 17 before coming to a halt. The system interface flashed with the glaring number, 17, 52148200000. He felt relieved that he hadn't faced any setbacks during this rapid progression, as it would have meant wasting a substantial amount of experience points. At this moment, 42 free distribution points awaited his decision, but Su Ming was in no rush to allocate them immediately. He noticed that the number of summoned creatures had also surged, jumping from 100 to 170, now displayed as 100170. After dealing with his own changes, Su Ming began to examine the dozen or so storage rings he had acquired in the secret realm. They were filled with miscellaneous items, the most valuable being magic crystals and healing potions. He carefully transferred these precious items into his own storage ring. A quick inventory revealed he had 45 bottles of basic healing potions and 11 bottles of intermediate potions. Su Ming quickly calculated. With basic potions priced at 50,000 each and intermediate ones at 100,000, these potions alone could fetch 3.35 million. As for the magic crystals, There were so many he couldn't be bothered to count them, planning to sell them directly at the 100 Treasures Pavilion later. The more precious stones, Su Ming decided to keep for himself, as they were often priceless and unavailable on the market. After finishing the inventory, Su Ming let out a long sigh and sprawled out on the bed. He had been hopeful about curing his father, only to find his father had become comatose, which plunged his mood into the depths. He tossed and turned in bed, finally managing to fall asleep after an unknown length of time. The tension from the secret realm finally eased, if only for a moment. When sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, Su Ming slowly awoke to find it was already noon. He yawned, stretched, and his joints cracked audibly. As he stepped out of the bedroom, the aroma of food wafted towards him. The dining table was already laden with dishes, and the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Su Ming rubbed his eyes instinctively, wondering if he was still dreaming. "Xiao Ming, you're awake. Go wash up and get ready for lunch." A familiar face popped out of the kitchen. Su Ming widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. He never would have guessed that the usually rough-around Thiesley Dahe had such a domestic side. "Uncle He, did you make all this?" Su Ming approached the table, picked up a piece of lean meat, and tasted it, finding the flavor surprisingly good. "Who else?" Li Dahe's voice carried a hint of pride. "Don't forget, your Uncle He is an orphan. I can handle housework and cooking just fine." "Amazing. Truly amazing." Su Ming praised sincerely. "Whoever marries you is going to be so lucky." Li Dahe chuckled and shook his head. "Don't tease me. A pure-hearted warrior like your Uncle He doesn't have any suitors." He carried the last dish out of the kitchen, his tone suddenly somber. "Your dad won't be able to enjoy this, subsisting only on nutrient solutions. Let's eat ourselves." Su Ming's gaze instinctively drifted towards his father's room, a wave of sadness washing over him. After lunch, Su Ming exchanged a few simple words with Li Dahe before stepping out of the house. While walking down the street, Su Ming suddenly remembered the business card from the 100 Treasures Pavilion clerk. He stopped, pulled the slightly creased card from his pocket, and squinted to read the name on it: Lin Anchi. Su Ming quickly dialed the phone number. After a few rings, a sweet voice answered. "Hello. How can I help you?" Clearing his throat and adjusting his demeanor, Su Ming asked. "Hello. Is this the 100 Treasures Pavilion?" "Yes, it is. I'm Lin Anchi from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. How can I assist you?" "I have some items to sell, and I'm on my way to the pavilion now." There was a hint of urgency in Su Ming's voice. "Are you at the store?" Lin Anchi hesitated slightly on the other end. Right now?" "Yes." Su Ming quickly added. "There are quite a few." Hearing this, Lin Anchi immediately agreed. "All right. I'll head to the store right away. May I know your name?" "Su Ming." "Okay, Mr. Su, see you soon." After hanging up, Su Ming hailed a taxi and headed straight to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Although other clerks could assist him upon arrival, he found it more convenient to have a consistent contact person, possibly gaining some discounts or exclusive information. Soon, Su Ming arrived at the pavilion. As soon as he stepped through the door, a clerk warmly greeted him. "Welcome. How can I assist you today?" Su Ming politely declined. "No need. I have an appointment." The clerk smiled and pointed in a direction. "All right. You can wait in the lounge area over there." Thanking the clerk, Su Ming walked towards the indicated direction. As soon as he sat down, someone brought him a cup of tea. Observing the bustling customers around him, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the pavilion's thriving business. Just as his thoughts began to wander, a quickening pace approached. A young girl in a short skirt and white t-shirt appeared before him. Her cheeks slightly flushed and breath a bit hurried, clearly having rushed over. "Sorry for the wait. You must be Mr. Su?" the girl said apologetically. Su Ming hesitated a bit, not recognizing her in casual clothes, having seen her in uniform last time. Miss Lin?" The girl nodded with a smile. "Yes. I'm Lin Anchi, but you can call me Xiao Qi." She sat opposite Su Ming. "What items are you looking to sell this time?" Without saying much, Su Ming pulled out a bundle of storage rings from his pocket, a total of 18, and placed them on the table. "Please help me handle these storage rings first." Lin Anchi was organizing files and turned to see the storage rings on the table, momentarily stunned. Her eyes blinked in surprise and doubt, darting between Su Ming and the rings, silently questioning. "Did you rob a bank?" Feeling slightly uncomfortable under her gaze, Su Ming scratched his head. "Is there a problem?" Lin Anchi snapped back to reality, realizing her lapse, and quickly apologized. Somewhat embarrassed, she explained, "There's no issue with selling storage rings, but selling 18 at once is a bit unusual." Upon hearing that someone was selling 18 storage rings at once, Su Ming immediately became alert. He realized his mistake. After all, who would sell so many storage rings in one go? Only those who have long been plundering in dungeons, perhaps. As Su Ming reached out to retrieve the storage rings, Lin Anchi's nimble fingers swiftly blocked his hand. She flashed a sweet and mischievous smile. "Hee hee. Don't worry, you're in luck meeting me. I can help you with this." Su Ming was slightly taken aback, not expecting the girl to be so sharp. Lin Anchi asked seriously. "I can help you split them into 18 separate orders. However, The buyback price for this type of storage ring is only 800,000 each. Are you sure you want to sell them all? Su Ming nodded in agreement. These low-level storage rings were of no use to him. Lin Anqi quickly handed over a stack of documents, exactly 18 pages. After Su Ming signed them, the transaction was swiftly completed. His account balance skyrocketed to 14.4 million, instantly making him wealthy. Lin Anqi smiled and said, Mr. Su, it was a pleasure doing business. Looking forward to next time. Su Ming was bewildered. He hadn't even taken out everything he wanted to sell, so why was she talking about next time? Seeing Su Ming still seated, Lin Anqi was puzzled too. Su Ming helplessly said, I have more things to sell. Lin Anqi suddenly realized, slapping her forehead in frustration. To her, 14.4 million was already a significant amount, especially since she remembered Su Ming as just a newly transitioned student. Su Ming looked around and asked, Do you have a bucket? This question momentarily baffled Lin Anqi, as she had never encountered a customer asking for a bucket in her year of work. Despite her confusion, she adhered to the principle of customer satisfaction and quickly found a bucket. When Lin Anqi returned with the bucket, she immediately attracted the attention of nearby customers and other shop staff. Su Ming took the bucket, and with a thought, the storage ring poured out a cascade of magic crystals, quickly filling 2/3 of the bucket. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, and even Lin Anqi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She looked at Su Ming incredulously, wondering how a newly transitioned student could possess so many magic crystals. After confirming the storage ring was empty, Su Ming looked up at Lin Anqi and said, That's all. Please count them. Lin Anqi's expression changed once more. The surprises this young man brought her were indeed overwhelming. Lin Anqi nodded subconsciously, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, where did this kid get so many magic crystals? He looks young. Could he have stolen them? At that moment, a few young people with brightly colored hair looked away from Su Ming, exchanging a series of meaningful glances, as if reaching some kind of agreement. Turning to Su Ming, Lin Anqi spoke apologetically, Mr. Su, I need a little time to count these. Su Ming waved his hand, leaning back on the sofa, leisurely sipping the tea from the shop. No rush, take your time. Half an hour later, Lin Anqi finished counting and reported to Su Ming. Mr. Su, there are 716 level 1 magic crystals and 621 level 2 magic crystals here, totaling 4,298,855 yuan. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Lin Anqi handed over a document. If everything looks good, please sign here. With the funds transferred to his card, the transaction was successfully completed. Su Ming's account balance had surpassed 18 million yuan, an amount sufficient for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a lifetime. This time, Lin Anqi was more cautious and carefully asked, Mr. Su, is there anything else you need help with? Su Ming was no longer satisfied with his void bow, feeling it was too low quality to waste quality stones on. He inquired, Do you have a high-quality void bow in stock? Lin Anqi immediately used a small device to check. Soon, she looked up and said, Mr. Su, we don't have another quality of the void bow at the moment, but we recently received a rare quality bow. Would you like to see it? Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he agreed with enthusiasm. Under Lin Anqi's guidance, they returned to the room where the bows were stored. Lin Anqi opened a display case and took out a bow that was entirely black with angular features. This is the one. Su Ming took the bow and examined its attributes closely. Demon bow rare. Agility 20, strength 10. Special effects. Demon power, draw, and shoot. Su Ming was thrilled. This bow's attributes and special effects completely outmatched the void bow. The demon power could even slow down opponents, making it perfect for a kiting strategy. I'll take it. How much? Su Ming asked eagerly. 2 million Longxia coins, Lin Anqi replied. Su Ming was slightly taken aback by the high price, remembering that his void bow had only cost 80,000. This one was 200,000. He gritted his teeth and decided to buy it anyway. Let's offset this, he said, preparing to trade in the void bow. Lin Anqi accepted the void bow and reminded him, All right, but the buyback price for the void bow is only 50,000. Su Ming felt a pang of regret, having lost 30,000 in just 7 days. Yet, he handed over his card without hesitation. All right, swipe it. After successfully purchasing the demon bow, Su Ming had nothing else to do and left the treasure pavilion. Lin Anqi followed him out, and Su Ming remembered that she wasn't even supposed to work today. It was the lure of money that brought her back. Meanwhile, the group of young people with multicolored hair quietly followed Su Ming out of the treasure pavilion. Su Ming stood by the roadside waiting for a ride, the early summer sun casting warmth on him as a gentle breeze played with his hair. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. Lin Anqi was walking towards him with a professional smile on her face. Mr. Su, waiting for a ride? Lin Anqi asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Su Ming nodded in response. Yes. I really appreciate you coming all this way today. Lin Anqi quickly waved her hand dismissively. Oh, not at all. I'm more than happy to have the opportunity, Mr. Su. She was inwardly delighted, knowing that the commission from Su Ming's deal alone would cover her performance targets for a month or two. Let me give you a ride, Lin Anchi suggested, her tone full of gratitude. Su Ming, feeling a bit embarrassed, politely declined. No, that's okay. I can catch a ride myself. But Lin Anchi insisted. Why be so formal? You've boosted my monthly performance so much today. It's the least I can do, not to mention treating you to a meal. Her smile grew even warmer. Seeing Su Ming's hesitation, Lin Anchi simply moved forward and gently nudged him towards the parking lot. Touched by her enthusiasm, Su Ming had no choice but to agree. All right. Thank you so much. Just then, a group of young people with colorful hair quietly followed them. As Su Ming and Lin Anchi reached the parking lot and confirmed no one else was around, the group suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Lin Anchi frowned slightly, asking warily, "What do you want?" "This is Bai Bao Pavilion's territory." The leader, with yellow hair, smirked and pointed across the street. "Huh, that side is Bai Bao Pavilion's territory, not here." Following his direction, Su Ming realized it was true. The exclusive parking lot for Bai Bao Pavilion was across the street, but it was expensive, whereas this private lot was half the price. No wonder those who worked here long-term chose this lot. Lin Anchi wasn't backing down. "Regardless, I'm with Bai Bao Pavilion. Are you sure you want to mess with me?" Her tone suggested this wasn't her first encounter with such a situation. Yellow hair squinted, his gaze sweeping over Lin Anchi. "Miss, I admit, you're very pretty and smart. I wouldn't dare touch you." Then he abruptly turned his gaze to Su Ming, his tone intensifying. "Our target is him." Su Ming looked puzzled, pointing at himself. "Me?" He had no idea why he was being targeted by these people. The green-haired and red-haired guys behind yellow hair leaned in to whisper. "Brother Yellow, this guy might not be easy. Shouldn't we wait for more people?" "Yeah, Brother Yellow, if he can afford so many magic crystals, he must be tough," another agreed. Yellow hair scoffed. "Humph. Him? This kid probably hasn't even grown all his hair yet." He eyed Su Ming dismissively, clearly not believing he could be stronger than himself, a level 10 summoner. Sensing the danger, Lin Anchi shouted urgently, "If you don't move, I'll call for help." Yellow hair took a step forward, unfazed. "Go ahead and call. Look around. Do you see anyone?" Indeed, aside from some old vehicles, the area was deserted. As the group approached, Lin Anchi instinctively stepped back, still shielding Su Ming, clearly aware of the impending danger. For men, each dressed in different colored outfits, assumed aggressive stances. Their levels and class information flashed before Su Ming and Lin Anchi. The leader, a blonde, was a level 10 summoner, while the other three green-haired, red-haired, and another companion were all level 10 warriors or mages. To an ordinary person, this lineup would certainly be intimidating, but Su Ming simply smiled calmly. "Anchi, step aside. They're targeting me," Su Ming said with a calm assurance in his eyes. Lin Anchi bit her lip, suppressing her internal panic, and stood firmly in front of Su Ming. "Mr. Su, you're my esteemed client. It's my duty to ensure your safety. They won't dare harm me. You should run to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. You'll be safe once you're inside." Su Ming glanced back at the pavilion, 200 meters away, and sighed lightly. It's a bit far. Let me handle this." "Mr. Su, you're no match for them," Lin Anchi urged anxiously. "I know you're talented. I've seen you in the news recently. But facing 4 level 10 opponents alone is nearly impossible. Please just go." The blonde smirked coldly. "Think you can leave? Too late." He waved his magic staff, summoning a snarling, drooling beast that appeared behind Su Ming and Lin Anchi, cutting off their escape. "Is that all?" Su Ming glanced at the beast behind him, a hint of disdain in his voice. The blonde sneered arrogantly. "Kid, stop pretending. Your status means nothing on this street. If you want to leave, hand over the money you just got." Lin Anchi frowned. "Are you from the Hungry Wolf Guild? Our pavilion has an agreement with you. Are you going back on it?" Su Ming shook his head with a light laugh. "A third-rate guild, only bold enough to flaunt on this street. Try stepping out into the real world." "Enough talk. Let's get him," the blonde shouted, his patience worn thin. "Mr. Su, I've put you in danger," Lin Anchi said remorsefully. Su Ming grinned, a chilling edge to his smile. "It's fine. Just help me clean up afterward." The blonde hesitated, momentarily shaken by Su Ming's smile. The other three paused briefly, but soon resumed their advance. "Clean up," Lin Anchi echoed, confused and wide-eyed. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he spoke with a chilling authority. "Come forth." As soon as he finished speaking, several dark vortices appeared around them, and the atmosphere grew tense. Crack, crack, crack. From the swirling darkness, dark knights emerged slowly, each wielding a massive sword. The grating sound of metal armor scraping against the ground echoed, causing everyone present to widen their eyes in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. As they realized Su Ming's level, their shock intensified. Even the usually composed Lin Anchi couldn't help but swallow hard, overwhelmed by the sight. Just in a few days, he's jumped from level 10 to 17? Is he even human? Lin Anshi thought to herself, her gaze shifting between Su Ming and the Dark Knights. Each of these summoned creatures was level 10, and their oppressive presence far exceeded the hellhounds summoned by the blonde earlier. While everyone was still reeling from shock, one Dark Knight suddenly swung its sword, a flash of cold light slicing through the air. Thud! A woo! The hellhound was cleaved in two, writhing in agony on the ground, its harrowing howls echoing in the air. Instant kill. This scene shattered the confidence of the green-haired group, causing them to retreat a few steps, their faces etched with fear. What are you afraid of? The blonde tried to maintain composure, though his voice trembled slightly. He's just one person, and there are 4 of us. So what if his level is higher? But your hellhound was taken out instantly. Yeah, and he summoned 5 of them. We can't win. The group exchanged words, their fighting spirit all but gone. You useless bunch, the blonde yelled, pushing his companions. Get in there. All of you. At that moment, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and gave a soft command. Attack. The Dark Knights charged at the 4 with their giant swords. Seeing the imminent danger, the blonde shouted in panic. If we don't act now, we'll lose our chance. With no other choice, they engaged hastily. Clang, clang, clang. Their attacks landed on the Dark Knights, but it was as if they were merely scratching an itch, having no effect. In no time, the Dark Knights closed in, their swords glinting menacingly, unstoppable. Flash, flash, flashes of cold light, and blood splattered. The blonde's companions fell into pools of blood before they could even scream. In the blink of an eye, he was left alone, isolated and vulnerable. Don't come any closer. The blonde's voice quivered, his legs trembling. Su Ming watched him coldly, saying flatly, we're all summoners here. I'll give you one more chance to summon. What? Can you spare me? I didn't know any better. I was reckless, the blonde pleaded. Having realized the vast difference in their abilities, he dared not challenge Su Ming. 3, 2, 1. Su Ming began counting down. Go ahead. In the final moment, the blonde gritted his teeth and shouted, Hellhound! Roar! A massive black hound, twice the size of the previous one, appeared out of nowhere, letting out a deafening growl. Good. Su Ming smiled slightly. Let's continue. Crack, crack. The Dark Knights launched another attack. The Hellhound, unwilling to back down, lunged at the nearest knight with its gaping maw. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking was followed by the Hellhound's piercing wails. The jarring sound of teeth breaking echoed across the battlefield. The Dark Knight gripped the Hellhound's throat with one hand, while mercilessly plunging his massive sword into the creature's body with the other. Once fierce, the Hellhound was now powerless, reduced to emitting pained howls. Witnessing his last ace being crushed, Xiao Huangmao's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes were vacant, his expression dazed, as if all hope had abandoned him. A Dark Knight swiftly approached Xiao Huangmao. Without a moment's hesitation, the knight raised his enormous sword and brought it down with a swift motion. With a thud, a round object fell to the ground, blood splattering around it. After dealing with all the enemies, Su Ming finally retracted the Dark Knight. Turning to face Lin Anshi, a relaxed smile played on his lips as he asked, Sister Qi, can I leave the cleanup to you? No problem, right? Still reeling from shock, Lin Anshi stared blankly at the scene before her, murmuring, No, no problem. Su Ming's display of power had far exceeded her expectations. She couldn't help but think to herself, is this the true power of a necromancer? Just then, a cheerful ringtone abruptly broke the bloody atmosphere. Let's learn to meow together. Meow, meow, meow. The familiar melody pulled Lin Anshi back to reality. She quickly pulled out her phone and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Lin Anshi's tone instantly turned professional. Elixir of life? Okay, I understand. While Lin Anshi was on the call, Su Ming keenly caught the words, elixir of life, which caused him to furrow his brow. Don't worry. I'll arrange it for you right away. Lin Anshi continued. All right. We'll be in touch then. Goodbye. After hanging up, Lin Anshi's expression grew serious, clearly indicating the call's significance. She turned to Su Ming, apologetically saying, Mr. Su, something urgent has come up, and I can't take you home. I'm very sorry. I'll report everything here accurately to the company. Don't worry. Su Ming, however, wasn't concerned about her apology. Instead, he focused on her intently, asking seriously, Wait, what did you just say about the elixir of life? Lin Anshi was a bit surprised and asked, Are you interested in the elixir of life too? Su Ming's tone was urgent as he pressed. Can you tell me more about it? Lin Anshi hesitated for a moment, then said, Of course, but the details are still unclear. Once I know more, I'll call you. Don't worry, I'll give you the most accurate information. Hearing this, Su Ming's face lit up with joy, and he thanked her repeatedly. Great. Sister Qi, thank you so much. I'll wait for your news. Lin Anshi simply nodded with a smile, giving an okay gesture to assure him. With her confirmation, Su Ming felt at ease as he left. Walking home, Su Ming's mind was in turmoil. He muttered to himself, The elixir of life appearing at this point in time is too suspicious. Could it be that 2 bottles were found during the secret realm test? The more he thought about it, the more unlikely it seemed. Such a precious item couldn't just appear randomly. The Knight Commander I faced was the ultimate boss. The chances of other minor bosses dropping the elixir of life are nearly impossible. Su Ming's expression gradually became somber, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He arrived at 2 possible conclusions. Either it was found elsewhere, or it belongs to him. This him clearly referred to a specific person, and this possibility seemed to fill Su Ming with unease and anger. Su Ming was walking towards the end of the street, about to turn a corner, when suddenly he heard a chaotic sound of footsteps behind him. Startled, he turned around, and a flash of cold light flickered before his eyes. His pupils contracted sharply as he saw a stranger wordlessly swing a blade fiercely at him. Are you from the Hungry Wolves Guild too? Su Ming swiftly sidestepped the attack and retreated a few paces, warily eyeing the 3 people in front of him. He immediately recalled the earlier encounter with a group led by a young man with dyed hair, remembering their mention of calling reinforcements. These 3 were dressed in a similar fashion, either with studded belts or tight-fitting clothes, which confirmed Su Ming's suspicion. The person standing at the back crossed his arms arrogantly and said, "Huh, you killed our men, and you think we'll let you walk out of this street? Do you really think the Hungry Wolves Guild is just for show?" A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he responded in a deep voice, "I don't start trouble, but if trouble comes to me, I will finish it." Since they had already attacked, he saw no reason to be polite. Su Ming quickly assessed the situation. All 3 were above level 15, much stronger than the previous group, especially the one speaking, who was level 19, even higher than Su Ming himself. The man stepped forward confidently. "I recognize you. You've been all over the news lately. But it's a pity, even if you have great talent, you haven't grown enough to handle us." Ha ha. Su Ming noticed the man's profession berserker, the same rare class as his father, Su Chong. This explained the man's confidence. Berserkers could easily overpower ordinary warriors of the same level, let alone being 2 levels above Su Ming. "You've got an eye for talent," the man continued. "But you're not bad yourself. You're an even rarer undead summoner. I've heard your presence has changed everyone's perception of this class. Let me test you out first." He cracked his knuckles, the sound of bones echoing, with a mocking smile on his lips. Su Ming responded coldly, "If you wish to die, I won't stop you." As he spoke, a dark knight appeared on either side of him, each wielding a massive sword to guard him. Su Ming calculated that 2 dark knights should be sufficient against this berserker. Impressive, worthy to be my opponent. The berserker drew a gleaming warblade from his storage ring, clearly not an ordinary weapon. "Take him down," Su Ming ordered coldly. The 2 dark knights immediately charged at the opponent. The berserker grinned viciously. Let me show you my power." Berserk. As he spoke, his muscles swelled rapidly. His eyes turned crimson, emitting a faint red glow. The battle was about to erupt. This is a skill associated with the Berserker class, allowing for a temporary but significant boost in attributes. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man charged towards the Dark Knight like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, the battle knife and the great sword clashed, sparking a brilliant shower of sparks. The sharp blade left scratches on the Dark Knight's armor, with the sound of metal colliding filling the air. Su Ming frowned slightly, inwardly surprised by the opponent's strength. Noticing Su Ming's change in expression, the man grinned and said, "Kid, I have to admit, your summoned creatures are pretty strong, but they're still not quite up to the mark." As soon as he finished speaking, the man lunged forward and kicked the Dark Knight to the ground. Quickly following up, he delivered a fierce kick that sent the opponent's helmet flying. With a loud bang, the skull hidden beneath shattered into dust. Awesome, as expected from the boss. The other 2 henchmen cheered excitedly upon witnessing this. "That kid is just an ant in front of the boss." The man sneered, turning to face Su Ming's other Dark Knight. Using the same method, he swiftly dispatched the second summoned creature as well. Then, he looked at Su Ming with a clear expression of disdain. At this moment, the berserk skill effects on the man began to fade. His bulging muscles returned to their normal size at a visible pace, and the red glow in his eyes subsided. However, his overbearing attitude remained unchanged. Su Ming's eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze on the storage ring on the man's hand, saying calmly, "I quite like your knife and storage ring." He knew that such storage rings were uncommon among small-time players like them. Players from major guilds and elite families who entered the secret realm had no shortage of resources, but these people might struggle with daily expenses, let alone afford expensive storage rings. The man was initially taken aback by Su Ming's words, then burst into laughter. "Huh, what a joke. Your summoned creatures have been smashed to pieces by me, and you dare to covet my stuff?" He shook his head in mockery, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Unfazed, Su Ming simply pointed at the man's storage ring, a faint smile playing on his lips. "If you leave everything behind now, I'll let you go." After the brief exchange, he had a rough understanding of the man's capabilities. Amused by Su Ming's words, the man turned to his two henchmen and laughed. Ha ha! Did you hear that? He wants to rob your big brother here. He laughed so hard that tears formed at the corners of his eyes. The two henchmen joined in the laughter, and one of them stepped forward, eager to please. Boss, why don't we take care of him for you? Seeing that Su Ming's summoned creatures were defeated, they wanted to seize the opportunity to showcase their prowess and humiliate their opponent. Go ahead, the man nodded with a smile, but reminded them, just don't kill him. He killed our people, and I still need to bring him back to report. Su Ming had recently been at the center of attention, with many major guilds and factions closely monitoring his movements. The man wasn't foolish. He knew that killing Su Ming would only bring trouble, and the best course of action was to capture him and let the guild leader decide. Got it, the two henchmen replied in unison, then approached Su Ming. As they walked, they taunted him. Kid, it's our turn to have some fun with you. The two men quickly approached Su Ming, stopping abruptly mid-sentence. Their eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across their faces, as even their leader stood dumbfounded by the scene before them. How is it possible? One of the henchmen stammered, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. They were surrounded by 10 dark knights, each exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Despite being level 15, they felt powerless. Dark knights were considered elites among monsters, let alone the fearsome knight captain. What's the matter? Weren't you looking to play with me? Su Ming said nonchalantly, gesturing towards the dark knights. If you want to play, you'll have to get past them first. Boss, help us, the henchman pleaded, turning to his leader with eyes full of fear and desperation. Kid, stop right there. How dare you? The leader began, but before he could finish, the dark knights attacked. The two henchmen were instantly obliterated by the fierce assault of the dark knights, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this, the leader involuntarily stepped back, his throat tightening. He knew the power of the dark knights, but never imagined the opponent could summon so many. He gasped in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Su Ming looked away, speaking calmly. I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. Money is just material, don't hold it too dear. You killed our Hungry Wolf Guild members again. The leader realized Su Ming's ruthlessness. Su Ming retorted, you were all trying to kill me. Shouldn't I fight back? Damn it. Aren't you afraid of our Hungry Wolf Guild's revenge? The leader said, his voice shaking. What's the difference between killing one and killing many? Su Ming asked, tilting his head. The leader was left speechless. With a thought, Su Ming sent the 10 dark knights charging towards the leader. Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. If I want to leave, you can't stop me, the leader shouted, attempting to flee. However, as he turned, he froze in place, his expression more exaggerated. Sweat beaded on his forehead, soaking the back of his shirt. He was now facing not just the previous 10 dark knights, but a total of 20. He hadn't even noticed when the additional 10 appeared. So, can you handle 2? How about 20? How do you plan to deal with that? Su Ming asked, crossing his arms with a faint smile on his lips. You bastard. How is this possible? The man roared in a hoarse voice, his eyes wide with disbelief. The already daunting 10 dark knights had doubled to 20, surrounding him completely. Any hope of escape seemed as distant as reaching the stars. Do you know who I am? He screamed hysterically at Su Ming. I'm a core member of the Hungry Wolf Guild. If you kill me, our leader will never let you go. Su Ming remained expressionless, unfazed by the threat. Seeing this, the man quickly changed his strategy, his tone softening. How about you let me go? I'll pretend this never happened. I'll even compensate you. Everything in my storage ring is yours. However, Su Ming had already made up his mind. Whether or not the man handed over his belongings willingly, once he was dead, everything would be Su Ming's. Besides, even if he let him go, the Hungry Wolf Guild would not simply let it slide. They might even retaliate more fiercely because of the man's exaggerated tale. Seeing Su Ming showing no intention of stopping, and the dark knights closing in, the man gritted his teeth. You little brat, if I make it out alive, I'll make sure you have no place to bury your corpse. Rage, he growled, activating his innate skill. In an instant, his muscles bulged, and his eyes glowed red. Gripping his battle knife tightly, he swung it with all his might, engaging in a fierce fight with the dark knights. The clanging of metal echoed continuously. Su Ming watched the scene unfold, frowning slightly. He noticed that the giant swords of the dark knights repeatedly grazed the man's body without causing any real harm. Is he wearing armor? Su Ming muttered to himself, a glint of greed in his eyes. He knew well that high-quality armor provided strong defense and appeared transparent when worn, making it difficult to detect with the naked eye. Such life-saving gear often cost more than weapons. In a small city like Jiangcheng, the treasure pavilion had only a few pieces of armor, mostly of ordinary grade with minimal effect. Any good items would be snapped up by large guilds and family forces. Berserk, the man suddenly shouted, unleashing a skill he had mastered at level 10. In an instant, he let out a chilling scream, black smoke emanating from his body. His blood-red eyes became even more intense, and his nails and teeth grew long and sharp. Saliva dripped from his mouth, making him look like a beast that had lost its mind, though his aura was noticeably stronger. He punched one dark knight away and then, like a beast hunting its prey, stabbed through the armor with his battle knife, killing it. The series of movements was fluid and seamless. After taking down a dark knight, the man looked up at Su Ming and exhaled deeply. His gaze was full of defiance, silently declaring that killing him wouldn't be easy. Su Ming had to admit, this berserker's strength was unexpected. Facing 20 dark knights simultaneously without a scratch, and even managing to kill one was no ordinary feat. Su Ming felt relieved that the berserker was only at level 19. If he reached level 20 and gained a second skill, his power would escalate further. The battle continued. The berserker swung his fists again, sending another dark knight flying with sheer force. With armor and dual buffs, these dark knights struggled to inflict any significant harm on him in the short term. Narrowing his eyes, Su Ming decided to use his trump card. A red figure dashed into the battlefield like lightning, appearing in front of the berserker in the blink of an eye. They clashed instantly, their weapons meeting with a deafening metallic clang, sparks flying. Both were evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. The berserker let out a low growl, mixed with labored breaths, clearly shocked by the sudden appearance of the red figure. This was Su Ming's strongest summon at the moment, the Knight Commander. Death's Curse. Su Ming muttered, raising his right hand slightly to enhance the Knight Commander. The Knight Commander's attributes surged by 20 instantly, the ground beneath him cracking under the newfound power. The berserker was forced back several steps, disbelief etched across his face, even his red glowing eyes filled with astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, the Knight Commander launched a fierce attack. Each sword strike howled through the air, causing the berserker's arms to ache. The surrounding dark knights weren't idle either. They swarmed, their massive swords raining down on the berserker. Though unable to breach his armor, the blows were enough to cause internal injuries. At that moment, the berserker's frenzy and rampage skills simultaneously wore off, his state visibly returning to normal. Blood surged within him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Knight Commander exploited this fleeting weakness, slashing his red greatsword with precision across the berserker's throat. Crimson blood sprayed, and the berserker fell to the ground, eyes wide open, dead but not at peace. Without hesitation, Su Ming stepped forward, swiftly seizing the berserker's battle blade, stripping off his armor, and finally taking his storage ring. These actions were smooth and efficient. Once done, he immediately turned and left. Su Ming knew well that he had already lingered too long. Though the area was deserted, it wouldn't be long before the Hungry Wolf Guild's reinforcements arrived. The priority was to leave this place quickly. As expected, shortly after Su Ming's departure, Chun Chuanying from the Hungry Wolf Guild arrived hastily with a group. On the ground lay his brother, Chun Chuanjun. Seeing his brother in a pool of blood, Chun Chuanying's face turned pale, his expression changed drastically. His breathing quickened, and he fell into a state of extreme anxiety. He quickly stepped forward, intending to support his brother, but by the time he reached him, Chun Chuanjun had already passed away. Chun Chuanying's eyes were filled with rage and sorrow as he looked at his brother's lifeless body, his heart wrenching with grief. This was his only brother, a rare talent in combat. Both he and the Hungry Wolf Guild had great hopes for him, and now he lay dead. Overcome with anger, Chun Chuanying's roar echoed through the empty street. Who did this? Who? In his despair and hatred, he scanned his brother's body and noticed that Chun Chuanjun's belongings had been completely looted. At that moment, a subordinate hurried over and whispered, "Boss, I just saw people from the 100 Treasures Pavilion cleaning up bodies in the private parking lot. Those bodies, they belong to the Hungry Wolf Guild too." Chun Chuanying shook his head in denial. "Impossible. We have an agreement with the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Xiaojun wouldn't have conflicted with them. Besides, the killer not only murdered but also looted the bodies. That's not the style of the 100 Treasures Pavilion." The subordinate hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be a guest of the 100 Treasures Pavilion?" Upon hearing this, Chun Chuanying furrowed his brow, a peculiar glint in his eyes. He analyzed in a deep voice. If a guest of the 100 Treasures Pavilion sought help nearby, they would indeed not stand by idly. In that case, it makes sense for them to clean up the bodies. He ordered sternly, "Bring Xiaojuan's body back. I don't care what methods you use. Find out who the killer is." With that, Chun Chuanying turned and left with a grim expression, not even pausing as he passed the private parking lot. He knew the nature of the Hungry Wolf Guild members too well and could guess what had happened without asking. Surely, it was Xiao Wangmiao and the others trying to rob someone that led to this disaster. Given that, why bother making a fuss? Behind him, his subordinates carried Chun Chuanjuan's body and quickly followed Chun Chuanying, leaving the scene. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already left that street, walking on his way home. He began to examine Chun Chuanjuan's belongings. First was the fierce wolf saber, and Su Ming glanced at its attributes. Exquisite quality, 20 strength, with a special effect of heavy strike and armor-piercing capability. He stored the saber in his storage ring, having little interest in such a standard weapon. Next, Su Ming checked the armor, which piqued his interest. In his past life, he wouldn't have dared to even dream of such equipment. Silver scale breastplate, rare quality, 20 strength, 20 constitution, with a special effect of toughness. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This piece of armor was worth at least tens of millions. The special effect, toughness, meant that ordinary blades couldn't penetrate it, providing significant protection to Su Ming's vital areas and making it nearly impossible for him to be killed instantly. He eagerly donned the silver scale breastplate, surprised to find it immediately turned invisible. If not for deliberately touching it, he wouldn't even feel that he was wearing armor. Finally, Su Ming opened Chun Chuanjuan's storage ring. As a high-ranking member of the Hungry Wolf Guild, this ring was bound to contain many valuable items. Filled with curiosity, Su Ming began to carefully inspect its contents. As Su Ming explored Chun Chuanjuan's storage ring, he was pleasantly surprised by what he found. There was a substantial amount of magic crystals and a variety of healing potions. 10 basic ones, 5 intermediate, and 2 advanced. These potions were quite valuable, especially the advanced ones, each worth 200,000 yuan with exceptional healing effects. Su Ming couldn't help but lament Chun Chuanjuan's fatigue never even had the chance to use them before being instantly killed. Su Ming felt fortunate, as this haul meant he wouldn't have to worry about buying healing potions for a while. While immersed in the joy of his find, a small fragment emitting a strange aura caught his attention. He carefully took it out and examined it in his palm. This mysterious item had no place in his memory. Neither the Academy's textbooks nor the news from his previous life mentioned it. The fragment was inscribed with the words, Divine Fragment, and came with a note. Collecting 10 pieces could synthesize a complete divine stone. Despite his curiosity about this unknown item, Su Ming understood there was no way to learn its origin at the moment. He decided to store it in his ring, secretly hoping for more discoveries in the future. Compared to the limitations of his previous life, he was confident that this time he could reach higher levels and uncover more secrets. Unknowingly, Su Ming found himself in the alley he always passed on his way home. The dim, silent alley was empty, and he walked through it as usual. However, as he reached the middle, a sudden sense of foreboding stopped him in his tracks. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the trash on the ground with a soft, whispering sound. Su Ming noticed 3 figures standing at the alley's exit, advancing slowly towards him, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Who are you?" Su Ming asked, trying to remain calm. "We're here to take your life," one of them replied coldly, their voice filled with murderous intent. Instinctively, Su Ming stepped back, only to realize 2 more people blocked his retreat. He understood this was a carefully planned ambush, and his opponents were well aware of his movements. "If you're going to kill me, at least let me die knowing why." Su Ming attempted to gather information while assessing the situation. The leader flashed a sinister smile. "Why does a dead man need to know?" As soon as the words left his mouth, enemies attacked from all directions. Facing this sudden crisis, Su Ming's nerves tightened instantly. "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have what it takes," he shouted defiantly, fully concentrating on dealing with the dire situation. Despite the formidable strength of his opponents, Su Ming didn't give up hope of survival and prepared to fight with all his might. "Arise, my warriors," Su Ming commanded decisively, opting for an all-out assault. The narrow alley was instantly filled with an army of the undead skeleton warriors, Dark Knights, and the Knight Captain filed out, making the scene overwhelmingly crowded. The leader remained calm and began clapping. "Bravo! Truly impressive." With a playful smile, he then ordered, "Attack." Su Ming wasted no time and commanded his undead army to engage. Hundreds of undead split into 2 groups, fiercely clashing with the 4 opponents. Thunder Whirlwind Slash. A warrior charged into the skeleton army like a whirlwind, and with a flash of cold light, numerous skeletons fell. Fireball. Greater Fireball. Super Fireball. A mage soared into the air, his magic staff whirling rapidly. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Explosions echoed continuously, flames shot skyward, and thick smoke rolled. In an instant, 2/3 of Su Ming's undead army was lost. A warrior tangled with the Knight Captain, amazed by the Red Knight's strength. The mage behind him spoke coldly. "Is that so?" Before the words even faded, his magic staff crackled with lightning, illuminating the alley as if it were daylight. Palm lightning. Lightning struck the Knight Captain, arcs of electricity wrapping around him, slowing his movements. "Thanks." The warrior leaped forward, gale thrust, aiming directly for the Knight Captain's chin. Bang! The attack hit its mark, and the Knight Captain fell. "Damn it! These guys are no pushovers." Su Ming muttered darkly, cursing under his breath. His pride, the Knight Captain, had fallen so easily. Perhaps this was the difference in levels. The leader stood with his arms crossed, mocking. "Huh? Show us what else you've got. Otherwise, you might not get another chance." Things aren't over yet. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he summoned another 100 undead warriors. This scene caused the 5 opponents to pause, secretly alarmed. "Excellent. You're proving to be a worthy adversary. You haven't disappointed us. The leader laughed, Su Ming's strength exceeding his expectations, filling him with excitement. The real show is just beginning, you bastards. Su Ming said in a low voice. The leader gestured invitingly, his eyes filled with mockery. Please, continue your performance. Let me witness the true power of a necromancer. Death's curse. Su Ming clapped his hands sharply, a black circle rapidly expanding from him as the center. Both enemies and allies were enveloped, with Su Ming's foes feeling their attributes weaken while his undead army's strength surged. The 5 adversaries were once again astounded by Su Ming's tactics, and the situation seemed to take a new turn. A 20 reduction in all attributes affects higher-level individuals more significantly. The battle erupted once more, with the sounds of metal clashing and skills exploding filling the air. The leader laughed maniacally to the sky, exhilarated by Su Ming's strength. Do you know? It's always thrilling to crush a genius. At level 17, you're holding your own against 4 level 20-plus experts and lasting this long. It's fascinating, he said, licking his lips, his eyes filled with desire. Your blood must be delicious. Su Ming's eyes lifted slightly, his gaze icy. The wide-scale use of the death curse had drained a significant amount of his mental and physical strength, and his breathing was faint yet audible. This was his most challenging battle since his rebirth. If truly overwhelmed, he would have no choice but to use the precious blink stone to escape. I actually have to step in personally. 5 against a level 17 kid, it's embarrassing if word got out. But nobody will live to tell. The leader laughed madly, and then brandished his magic staff. Su Ming's heart sank. A level 30 warlock. He had no chance of victory, not even a chance to break through. He was baffled as to which faction he had offended to warrant such a formidable lineup to hunt him down. Death Swamp. The warlock cast a large-scale control skill, and shadows spread rapidly. Su Ming and his undead army were instantly trapped in the swamp, severely restricting their movement. The other 4 attacked without restraint under the warlock's cover, quickly decimating the undead army. Su Ming knew that continuing to summon the undead was futile. The blink stone appeared in his hand in an instant. Just as he was about to crush it, his body suddenly froze. His expression changed dramatically, sweat beading on his forehead as he glanced at the warlock not far away. Sorry, but I beat you to it. Haunting ghost, the warlock said with a sinister smile. Ah, Su Ming exerted all his strength to break free from the binding, but found it impossible. The opponent's level was too high. He couldn't even move a finger, let alone crush the blink stone to escape. Finally, you're destined to die by my hand, so stop struggling. The lead sorcerer sneered as he approached Su Ming, his voice dripping with smug confidence. A level 30 sorcerer like me can't handle a level 17 novice like you? That's ridiculous. Su Ming gritted his teeth, filled with unwillingness. He was just beginning to rise. How could he let some random person snuff him out here? Think you can kill me? Not that easily, he shouted, quickly forming seals with his hands. Come forth, my warriors. In response to Su Ming's summons, an army of undead emerged from the ground. However, these low-level undead were as fragile as paper against the high-ranking sorcerer and were swiftly dispatched by spells and weapons, unable to halt the enemy's advance. Game over, kid. The lead sorcerer raised his longsword, aiming for Su Ming's heart with a vicious thrust. I haven't had this much fun in a while. Clang. A metallic clash rang out. The sword didn't pierce Su Ming's heart as the sorcerer intended, but was stopped by an invisible barrier. A barrier? The sorcerer raised an eyebrow in surprise, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, kid. Just how many secrets do you have? His gaze shifted to the storage ring on Su Ming's finger, licking his lips with greed. I'm quite interested in your storage ring now. The sorcerer raised his sword again, this time targeting Su Ming's neck. Rest assured, nothing will stop my sword from reaching your neck this time. Su Ming's pupils contracted, the breath of death looming. Instinctively, he clenched his teeth, bracing for the final blow. At that critical moment, with a clang, an arrow struck the sorcerer's sword, deflecting it. Everyone froze, eyes darting to the arrow's source. On the rooftop stood 3 figures. Leading them was a girl with flowing silver hair, her exquisite features unmistakably recognized by Su Ming Yilingfei. Behind her, 2 middle-aged men, one wielding a bow and the other a dagger, exuded formidable presence. Profession: Archer, level 32. Profession: Assassin, level 35. Profession: Ice Mage, level 8. Yilingfei declared firmly. Uncle Tay, Uncle Ko, I want to save him. He helped me in the secret realm. Yite drew his bowstring taut again, the arrow glowing brightly, aimed at the lead sorcerer. Friend, my lady has spoken. Let him go, and you may leave. The lead sorcerer, clearly unwilling, sneered. Do you know who we are? You're meddling in dangerous waters. Yite's tone intensified. I don't care who you are. This kid helped my lady, and she intends to repay him. You'll release him, whether you like it or not. As Yite finished speaking, a shadow leapt down from the rooftop and landed steadily in front of everyone. It was the assassin Yi Ku, whose cold gaze swept over the crowd, his voice as chilling as ice. This is a notification, not a negotiation. The air was thick with a suffocating killing intent, causing everyone to instinctively step back. The leading sorcerer quickly assessed the situation, his eyes flickering. He glanced at the archers poised on the rooftop, and then at Yi Ku, who was only a short distance away. Both were not only of a higher rank, but also battle-hardened veterans. The most daunting aspect was their professions: assassin and archer, natural enemies of a sorcerer. The sorcerer swiftly calculated. With 5 people on his side, they were likely no match. Moreover, Yi Ku was dangerously close, and any misstep could be fatal. After a brief hesitation, the sorcerer reluctantly deactivated his evil spirit entanglement skill and sneered. "Kid, consider yourself lucky this time." Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air. Reflecting on the terrifying moment just past, he was still shaken. It was the closest he had come to death since his rebirth. The sorcerer reluctantly glanced at Yi Lingfei on the rooftop, quickly deducing their background. "The Yi family, huh? I'll give you face today. Let's go." Although the Yi family in Jiangsheng was just a branch, they were not to be underestimated, forcing him to tread carefully. Once the figures disappeared at the end of the alley, Su Ming managed to calm himself. He looked up at Yi Lingfei, expressing genuine gratitude. "I owe you one. Thank you." Yi Lingfei smiled lightly and replied, "No need to thank me. You helped me last time too. We're even now." Before she finished speaking, Yi Ku quietly returned to her side, softly reminding her, "Miss, it's about time. We should go." Yi Lingfei nodded in agreement, cast a final glance at Su Ming, and quickly left with her 2 companions. In the dim alley, only Su Ming remained. He looked down at his hands, dazed, murmuring, "Too weak. I'm just too weak." Despite being outstanding among his peers, he lacked the ability to protect himself against major forces. If not for helping Yi Lingfei in the secret realm, he might have fallen today. "I need to get stronger. I must become stronger." Su Ming's heart was filled with a thirst for power. Currently, he saw only 2 paths to strength: dungeons or secret realms. By hunting powerful monsters and extracting their soul information, he could boost his abilities quickly. However, secret realms were perilous and usually required entering as part of a guild or family, and he was just a lone wanderer. It seemed dungeons were his only option. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Ming, and he smiled slightly, hurrying home. As he walked, his pace quickened with growing excitement, eager to implement his new plan: a third path to strength. With a creak, Su Ming pushed open the door to his house. As he stepped into the small living room, he was surprised to find 2 people already sitting inside. Su Ming pushed open the door and saw 2 people inside. One was the familiar face of Li Dahe, while the other was a stranger. Despite not knowing him, Su Ming could sense the powerful aura and overwhelming presence emanating from the stranger. His instincts told him that this person was extraordinarily strong. As soon as the stranger saw Su Ming enter, he stood up politely and extended his right hand. "Hello, you must be Su Ming, right? I'm Bai Jianfeng from the Sword Tiger Guild." Su Ming was slightly taken aback, but instinctively stepped forward to shake his hand. He hadn't expected someone from the Sword Tiger Guild to come to his house, let alone Bai Jianfeng, one in charge of the last novice dungeon anomaly and rumored to be an expert with strength talent. "I am Su Ming. Nice to meet you," he said, and after sitting down, couldn't help but ask, "May I know why you're here?" Before Bai Jianfeng could answer, Li Dahe excitedly jumped in. "Xiao Ming, Brother Feng is here to invite you to join the Sword Tiger Guild." Li Dahe knew that the Sword Tiger Guild was one of the top 3 guilds in Jiang City, affiliated with the government, and a highly coveted opportunity for many. With a warm smile, Bai Jianfeng continued, "Dahe is right. Our Vice President Lu Shuwen had previously invited you, but you couldn't give a definitive answer due to your father's situation. We understand that. So I'm here again on behalf of the Sword Tiger Guild to sincerely invite you to join us in better protecting Jiang City. What do you think, Su Ming?" Su Ming frowned slightly. He had pondered this decision many times and concluded that he didn't want to join any guild. He didn't want to be bound by anyone. Seeing Su Ming's silence, Bai Jianfeng added, "Su Ming, you've completed the Secret Realm exam and, technically, you've graduated. It's time to plan for your future. By joining us, you'll enjoy numerous benefits from the Sword Tiger Guild: half-price entry fees for dungeons, access to suitable secret realms, and monthly bonuses. These conditions would be highly attractive to most people, with secret realm access alone enough to persuade many." However, Su Ming remained unmoved. He knew these benefits weren't free. Once a task was assigned, they would have to complete it, even at the risk of their lives. The guild demanded absolute obedience, leaving no room for choice. "I'm sorry, I still haven't decided." Su Ming shook his head, politely declining Bai Jianfeng's invitation. Li Dahe was taken aback by Su Ming's response and anxiously said, "Xiao Ming, are you crazy? There's a great future ahead of you, and you're just giving it up? Didn't you take the Secret Realm exam to join a good guild? Now that the Sword Tiger Guild is personally inviting you, if you agree, you'll definitely rise to great heights." In Li Dahe's view, Su Ming risked his life to participate in the secret realm exam, all for the sake of joining a good guild. Yet now, Su Ming hesitated at the invitation from the Sword Tiger Guild, leaving Li Dahe puzzled. The Sword Tiger Guild had shown great interest in Su Ming. Rejecting them would be such a waste. Despite Li Dahe's earnest persuasion, Su Ming simply shook his head, saying he hadn't made up his mind yet. This polite response was essentially a gentle refusal. Bai Jianfeng, being astute, could easily see through this. He raised an eyebrow and asked Su Ming tentatively, "Did you accept an offer from the Nether Guild or the Wild Lion Guild?" Su Ming quickly shook his head in denial. "Neither. I truly haven't decided yet. Please don't misunderstand." Hearing this, Bai Jianfeng frowned slightly. "I'm a bit confused then. If you haven't accepted other guilds' invitations, what are you hesitating for? Are you dissatisfied with the terms we've offered?" He paused, his tone turning serious. "You must understand, without joining a guild, you won't even qualify to enter the secret realm. The secret realm is full of endless opportunities, incomparable to ordinary dungeons." Su Ming stood up, bowed slightly to Bai Jianfeng in gratitude, but remained firm. "As I said, thank you to the Sword Tiger Guild. I will consider it seriously." Bai Jianfeng's patience seemed to be wearing thin. His eyes showed a hint of urgency and frustration. "No, Su Ming, it seems you haven't grasped the situation." Su Ming knew well that the other party was reminding him of the danger he faced as a focal point of various forces if he didn't quickly find a strong backing. In this world where strength reigns supreme, only those who truly grow can be called geniuses. Otherwise, it's all talk. Now, with numerous guilds vying to invite him, constant refusal could mean facing great danger. "Yes, I understand. But I truly need more time to think." Su Ming repeated his earlier words. Seeing Su Ming unmoved, Bai Jianfeng decided to play his trump card. "All right then. But have you considered your father?" Su Ming's expression instantly became alert at the mention of his father. "What about him?" Bai Jianfeng keenly sensed Su Ming's vulnerability, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. "If we could help awaken your father, would you join the Sword Tiger Guild?" Su Ming's eyes widened with urgency as he asked, "How would you awaken him?" Bai Jianfeng slowly uttered 4 words, "Soul Awakening Elixir." At these words, Li Dahe, sitting beside them, suddenly stood up, visibly excited. Su Ming glanced at Li Dahe, noticing the disbelief in his eyes as he stared intently at Bai Jianfeng. Su Ming's heart stirred. It seemed the soul awakening elixir might indeed awaken his father. Su Ming shifted his gaze from Li Dahe to Bai Jianfeng, who stood there with a calm expression. Bai Jianfeng wore a slight smile and a hint of sincerity in his eyes, as if the soul awakening elixir was within reach if only Su Ming would nod. "No," Bai Jianfeng admitted. "The soul awakening elixir is too precious. It can awaken someone from any coma or sleep state, and also randomly enhance the user's mental attributes. Just for that reason alone, its price is astronomical." He paused, then added firmly, "But I can assure you that the Sword Tiger Guild will do everything in its power, using all its connections, to help locate or acquire the elixir." Hearing that Bai Jianfeng didn't have the elixir, Su Ming's interest waned. This was nothing more than an empty promise, and he wasn't willing to be fooled again. Yet, he felt a twinge of gratitude, knowing that his father still had a chance to wake up. As long as there was even a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. "Your offer is tempting." Su Ming hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, "But I'm afraid I have to decline." Li Dahe, upon hearing this, became visibly upset, his eyes reddening as he emotionally questioned, "Xiao Ming, don't you want to save your father? He's your father. How can you be so heartless? Even if he hasn't fulfilled his duties as a father these past few years, what about 5 years ago? How he loved you? Are you just going to forget that?" Each word was filled with desperation. Seeing this, Bai Jianfeng took out a postcard from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. "All right, I won't say more. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime." With that, he stood up and headed towards the door. "Take care," Su Ming said, ignoring Li Dahe's accusations. He knew Uncle He had been swayed by Bai Jianfeng's promises, and further discussion was futile. He decided to explain once Bai Jianfeng had left. As Bai Jianfeng reached the door, a traditional-sounding ringtone suddenly played from his phone. Both Su Ming and Li Dahe instinctively looked at him. "Hello, this is Bai Jianfeng," he answered, pausing in his tracks. Throughout the call, Bai Jianfeng's expression subtly shifted, occasionally glancing back at Su Ming, which made Su Ming uneasy. His intuition told him that the call was somehow related to him. "All right, understood. I'm currently at Su Ming's house. I'll talk to him again." "Yes, okay." Bai Jianfeng's tone was respectful, nodding repeatedly. Clearly, the person on the other end held a higher position in the Sword Tiger Guild. After hanging up, Bai Jianfeng returned to stand in front of Su Ming, scrutinizing him with an unusual look, but said nothing. Feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Su Ming couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Bai, is there something else?" Hearing Su Ming speak, Bai Jianfeng withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and curled his lips into a meaningful smile. "Interesting. Go on, I'm all ears." Su Ming was burning with curiosity about the information revealed in that phone call. Bai Jianfeng's eyes suddenly turned sharp, his words cutting like a knife. I heard you killed someone on Baixin Street. Su Ming frowned slightly and retorted. The ones I killed weren't ordinary people. Is the Jinhu Guild planning to get involved? He continued to explain. They tried to rob me. Was I not supposed to defend myself? Bai Jianfeng spoke slowly. The Hungry Wolf Guild is actively looking for information about you. We've managed to hold them off for now. He fixed his gaze on Su Ming, his tone suddenly more intense. Should we continue helping you, or let them have their way? This comes from the top, and the choice is yours. No rush to answer. You have 3 days. With that, Bai Jianfeng turned and left, leaving Su Ming and Li Dahe staring at each other in the living room. Li Dahe snapped back to reality and urgently asked, Xiao Ming, what's going on? Su Ming waved it off and briefly replied, nothing much, just got into a fight with the Hungry Wolf Guild today. Li Dahe immediately suggested, should we ask the president of the Qinghai Guild to mediate? Su Ming shook his head, looking serious. Uncle He, it's no use. I killed Qin Chuanjun, and given his status in the Hungry Wolf Guild, they won't let it slide. The Jianhu Guild sees this as an opportunity to exert pressure. Li Dahe was still puzzled. Xiaoming, I suggest you join the Jinhu Guild. You could get the Soul Awakening Elixir and solve the Hungry Wolf Guild issue at the same time. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Su Ming sighed. Uncle He, you don't understand. Stay out of this. He pulled out a bank card and handed it to Li Dahe. There's 10 million on this. Take my dad and leave. Li Dahe looked at Su Ming in shock, as if seeing a stranger. Leave? Why should we leave? With me here, your dad will be fine. Also, where did you get so much money? Su Ming's expression was grave. Leave Jiangsheng and hide. They're too powerful, and if they target my dad, you might not be able to protect him. Li Dahe looked Su Ming straight in the eye. I'll leave if you explain what's going on. Su Ming took a deep breath and briefly recounted the alley encounter. After listening, Li Dahe felt both a chill for Su Ming's narrow escape and awe at his strength. Even someone as strong as Su Ming, at level 28, would likely stand no chance against those 5 formidable individuals. Su Ming frowned in thought, picturing the 5 mysterious and powerful figures. He turned to Li Dahe beside him and urgently asked, Uncle He, do you know who they are? Su Ming's mind was in turmoil as he recalled his recent actions, unable to pinpoint when he might have offended such a terrifying force. He had suspected Zhang Yongxing but quickly dismissed the idea. Although Zhang Yongxing had a background, sending so many experts seemed excessive. Unless, Su Ming's eyes lit up as he suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be that the Zhang family knows I made a move against Zhang Yongxing? Li Dahe shook his head, his expression serious. To deal with a kid like you, assembling such a lineup, it can't be the Zhang family. Besides, they don't have concrete evidence. At most they'd just test you out. But these 5, their aim is clear to kill you without a doubt. He paused and added, however, your strength surprised them, and the appearance of the Yi family disrupted their original plan. Su Ming fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed. Then who could it be? He couldn't figure it out and felt a wave of helplessness. Li Dahe's expression turned even more grave. I don't know. I'll take your father and hide. Don't worry. His tone was full of caution, clearly very concerned about Su Ming's situation. I won't feel at ease if you don't join the Sword Tiger Guild. Otherwise, he hesitated, as if weighing something. Su Ming shook his head with a wry smile. You don't need to worry about me. Just take my father and leave safely. As for the Sword Tiger Guild, I can't join them. He explained. If I join them, what do you think they'll do to me? And even if I did join, they wouldn't really help me find the soul calling elixir. That's just an excuse. Li Dahe seemed like he wanted to say more, but in the end, he just sighed. He placed his hand on Su Ming's shoulder, his tone heavy. Can you guarantee your absolute safety? Those people are unlikely to give up. If you encounter problems you can't solve, you can seek help from Uncle He's Qinghai Guild. They're all Uncle He's buddies. They definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Su Ming nodded firmly, his eyes resolute. Uncle He, trust me, nothing will happen. I still need to save my father. Give me some time, and you all wait for me. Looking at Su Ming's determined expression, Li Dahe finally nodded. All right, Uncle He believes you can do it. With that, Li Dahe had nothing more to say. He quickly packed up and then left with the unconscious Su Chong in the night. Standing at the door, Su Ming watched their figures gradually disappear into the night, a feeling of emptiness rising within him. Closing the door, Su Ming sat alone on the couch in the living room. He vaguely felt that Li Dahe might know something, but since the other party wasn't saying, he didn't press further. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming silently resolved to embark on the 3rd path to becoming stronger. Su Ming retrieved the copper key from his storage ring, a key he had obtained from the semi-human in the secret realm. This mysterious item, capable of unlocking a hidden quest, shimmered faintly in his hand, stirring endless anticipation within him. Unknown opportunities and challenges awaited him ahead, and this might be his only chance to become stronger. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming fixed his gaze on the key and murmured to himself, "This is my only chance to get stronger." Without hesitation, he activated the key. With a crisp click, the sound of a lock opening echoed, and the key vanished instantly. However, the surroundings remained unchanged, causing Su Ming to furrow his brow. He cautiously looked around, searching for a possible entrance. Suddenly, with a creak, a black double door, adorned with mysterious and intricate patterns, appeared out of thin air before him. The door slowly opened, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. Su Ming involuntarily swallowed, a mix of shock and anticipation flickering in his eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Ming took a deep breath and mustered the courage to step through the mysterious door. The scene before him left Su Ming momentarily stunned. An expansive ancient battlefield unfolded before him. Corpses littered the ground, lingering flames still burned, and an eerie mist shrouded the area, casting a hazy veil over the entire battlefield. The impact of this sight was so overwhelming that Su Ming found it difficult to adjust, as if he had stepped into a surreal world. As Su Ming was still in awe, he suddenly heard a heavy sound behind him. He turned around sharply to find that the black door had already closed. Alarmed, Su Ming quickly stepped forward, attempting to reopen the door, only to watch it dissolve into a shadow and vanish without a trace. Panic surged within him, and Su Ming couldn't help but curse inwardly. How am I supposed to get out of here? As a novice entering a hidden quest for the first time, he had no experience to rely on. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from the sky. "Welcome to the ancient battlefield." At the same time, a white stone appeared out of nowhere in front of Su Ming. Instinctively, he reached out to grab it, and immediately realized it was a teleportation stone that could be used to leave the quest. This discovery brought him some relief, as his safety was at least assured. Facing this unfamiliar and dangerous environment, Su Ming acted decisively, summoning his entire undead army, a total of 100. Then, his eyes fell upon the corpses on the ground, and curiosity drove him to attempt extracting information from the undead. When the message, "Dawn Warrior Undead Information Successfully Extracted," appeared before him, Su Ming was stunned, a wave of indescribable awe sweeping over him. This unexpected discovery seemed to herald more incredible adventures to come. Su Ming was stunned for a few seconds, then his face broke into a joyful smile. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, his heart brimming with excitement. Could such a good thing really happen? He eagerly began to summon. A black vortex-like portal slowly opened, and a skeleton warrior clad in armor and wielding a long spear emerged from the darkness. Su Ming carefully examined its attributes. Name, Dawn Warrior. Level, 10. Strength, 30. Agility, 20. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 20. Skill, Thrust. Talent, a level. Although slightly weaker than a werewolf, the level 10 attributes were quite impressive. Compared to a level 2 goblin skeleton warrior, it was a world of difference. More importantly, Su Ming still had plenty of vacant slots for summoning, which this could perfectly fill. Overflowing with excitement, Su Ming began to frantically extract the countless corpses around him. With each successful extraction, the number of his summoned creatures grew, and his smile widened. Suddenly, a new name appeared: Storm Warrior. Su Ming paused for a moment, then realized this was a battlefield. Naturally, there would be undead from different factions. He immediately summoned this new warrior. Emerging from the dark vortex was another humanoid skeleton with a different armor style, wielding a battle axe instead of a spear. Su Ming carefully examined its attributes. Name, Storm Warrior. Level, 10. Strength, 35. Agility, 15. Spirit, 5. Constitution, 25. Skill, Mighty Strike. Talent, a level. Overall, its strength was comparable to the Dawn Warrior. Soon, Su Ming's summoning slots were filled. Without hesitation, he deleted all the level 2 goblin undead, even clearing the level 5 goblin boss. In the face of level 10 warriors, these lower-level summons had lost their value. After clearing them out, Su Ming continued extracting until the summoning slots were full again. He looked at his list of summons with satisfaction. Level 10 Dawn Warrior 74. Level 10 Storm Warrior 74. Level 10 Demon Werewolf 1. Level 10 Dark Knight 20. Level 10 Dark Knight Commander 1. This was a major overhaul, significantly boosting his overall strength. All were level 10. Su Ming's only regret was not finding more powerful undead like the Knight Commander. Having expanded his undead army, Su Ming began to explore the unknown environment. He soon walked out of the battlefield area, but still found nothing new. Just then, a loud voice echoed from the sky. Mission triggered. Prevent the war. Complete the mission to receive dungeon rewards. The mention of rewards piqued Su Ming's interest. The rewards from a hidden dungeon were bound to be generous, possibly providing the much-needed upgrade stones. He currently had only one, far from the 10 required for a system upgrade. However, amidst his excitement, Su Ming suddenly sensed something was amiss. This mission seemed a bit peculiar. The task is to stop the war. This is nearly an impossible mission. Su Ming stood on the vast, endless land, feeling so small and insignificant. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, as the mission given by this scenario seemed utterly bizarre to him. Even with the undead legion, stopping a war single-handedly was an almost insurmountable challenge. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, accompanied by a strange sound. They thump, thump, thump. Vibrations grew stronger, and Su Ming looked around warily. Soon, he noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance, hinting at something approaching. As the distance closed, Su Ming finally saw the true identity of the approaching force. It was the Dawn Warriors' Legion. Countless warriors clad in armor and wielding long spears were charging forward, emitting strange roars. They had human-like bodies but monster-like faces, creating a terrifying scene. Why are they charging towards me? Su Ming's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. The sheer number of foes was overwhelming. Stopping the war seemed impossible, and even his survival was uncertain. While still reeling from the terror of the Dawn Legion, shouts erupted from behind him. He spun around to find another mass of warriors. It was the Storm Warriors, wielding battle axes and sporting menacing fangs, clearly not easy adversaries. The battle lines stretched long, and Su Ming realized he had nowhere to escape. This is insane, he cursed, caught off guard by the sudden onset of war. Protect me, he urgently commanded his surrounding undead legion as both sides closed in. The undead moved swiftly, forming a three-layered defensive circle. The outermost layer was the axe-wielding Storm Warriors, the middle layer the spear-bearing Dawn Warriors, and the strongest Dark Knights stayed close to Su Ming to ensure his absolute safety. Su Ming drew his demon bow, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Damn it! Bring it on! Let's have a real fight today." He pulled the bowstring taut, unleashing a barrage of black light arrows at the enemy, firing 3 arrows per second, his firepower at full throttle. Thud! Thud! With such a multitude of enemies, Su Ming didn't need to aim. Shooting randomly, he never missed a target. Soon, the 3 armies collided in a massive clash, more accurately a 3-way melee, with Su Ming caught in the middle, facing attacks from both armies, feeling immense pressure. In just a brief encounter, the outer 2 layers of the Dawn Warriors and Storm Warriors were completely annihilated. Now, only the Dark Knights and their captain remained by Su Ming's side, their heavy armor protecting them down to their toes, preventing them from meeting the same fate as other undead warriors. The battle had just begun, and Su Ming was already feeling unprecedented pressure, but he knew this war was far from over. The Knight Commander moved like a precise killing machine, wielding his sharp weapon to carve a bloody path through the enemy ranks. Every foe that came near Su Ming fell under his fierce assault, blood splattering everywhere. System notifications flashed continuously. Successfully killed Storm Warrior, gained 500 experience points. Successfully killed Dawn Warrior, gained 500 experience points. Though these level 10 ordinary monsters offered only a tenth of the experience of an elite Dark Knight, their sheer numbers made up for it. In just a few minutes, Su Ming had slain dozens, amassing a substantial amount of experience points. Seeing that the undead army around him had dwindled, Su Ming summoned once more. As skeletons reappeared on the battlefield, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, feeling a renewed sense of security. Whoosh! Su Ming raised his hand and shot an arrow, striking an enemy soldier squarely in the head. The notification "Successfully killed Dawn Warrior, gained 500 experience points" flashed again. However, Su Ming soon realized the disadvantage of using a bow in such close-quarters combat. Wiping the sweat from his forehead and the blood splattered on his face, his expression grew serious. Just then, 2 enemy soldiers suddenly charged at him, their spears aimed at his chest. "Damn it!" Su Ming cursed under his breath, quickly sidestepping to dodge. Fortunately, his agility was high enough to evade the attacks with ease. While dodging, Su Ming swiftly released 2 arrows, both hitting their marks on the enemy's foreheads. The black arrows, imbued with demonic power, were devastating at such close range. With 2 loud bangs, the enemy's heads exploded like watermelons, blood spraying everywhere. Yet the battle was far from over, as 2 more axe-wielding foes charged at him from behind. These were the stragglers, as most of the enemy had already fallen to the Knight Commander. This is endless. A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. This time, instead of dodging, he charged directly at them. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." In an instant, the demonic bow in Su Ming's hand vanished, replaced by a dark red greatsword and a matching round shield. These were rare items he had obtained after defeating the ultimate boss in a secret realm. Crimson Flame, Greatsword Rare. Strength 25, Stamina 15. Special effect: Heavy Strike has armor-piercing capability. Skill: Powerful Strike can deal 2x damage. Set effect: When worn with Crimson Flame Shield, all attributes 5. Crimson Flame Shield Rare. Strength 10, Stamina 30. Special effect: Hard. Skill: Shield. Set effect: When worn with Crimson Flame Greatsword, all attributes 5. When Su Ming equipped both items, the set effect activated immediately, boosting all attributes by 5. Combined with the equipment's inherent bonuses, Su Ming's strength skyrocketed from 32 to 92, even surpassing the Knight Commander by 2 points. This power was more than enough to crush the enemies before him, rivaling warriors and knights in melee prowess. Powerful strike, Su Ming shouted, unleashing the greatsword skill. Swoosh, swoosh. A blinding red light flashed, and the two enemy soldiers in front of Su Ming were instantly cleaved in half, blood raining down and drenching him in red. Ha! Su Ming laughed toward the sky, his blood boiling, his fighting spirit soaring. The close combat brought Su Ming an unprecedented thrill, making him both excited and exhilarated. With his relatively high agility, he moved across the battlefield like a streak of red lightning. His dark red greatsword slashed through the air, leaving trails of blood, each swing accompanied by the wails of enemies and the splatter of blood. Su Ming was completely immersed in this slaughter, his eyes bloodshot, and the greatsword in his hand seemed to have a life of its own, relentlessly harvesting the lives of monsters. The monster's attacks occasionally struck his shield and body. The sound of metal clashing filled the air, and sparks flew everywhere. Although they couldn't penetrate Su Ming's defense, each impact sent a dull pain through his body. The intense battle raged on for over half an hour before Su Ming finally halted, gasping for breath. He was drenched in blood from head to toe, his clothes and face a deep crimson, indistinguishable whether it was his or his enemies'. The surrounding undead army immediately formed a protective circle around him, granting him a brief respite. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Su Ming wore a grin that was both joyous and chilling, resembling more a bloodthirsty warrior than a summoner. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, eyes still fixed on the monsters still fighting around him. Su Ming quickly retrieved 2 bottles of basic healing potions from his storage ring and drank them in one go, but the recovery was too slow. Impatient, he downed a bottle of intermediate healing potion. The effect was immediate, alleviating his pain and restoring much of his stamina. Stopping this war is currently impossible. Su Ming surveyed the scene, noticing the undead army also falling. He shouted loudly, "Warriors, join me on the battlefield once more." As soon as he spoke, the recently fallen undead warriors returned to the fray, following Su Ming into the enemy ranks. The brutal battle continued from daylight until sunset, with both sides eventually retreating. But this was just a halftime break. The war was far from over, and the mission continued. Is it over for now? Exhausted, Su Ming collapsed to the ground, lying spread-eagle on the blood-soaked earth, gazing at the clouds tinged red by the evening glow. Once he confirmed both sides had withdrawn, his taut nerves finally relaxed. As the tension faded, overwhelming fatigue swept over him. His eyelids felt heavy as lead, and despite his efforts to stay awake, he succumbed to sleep. The undead army quickly formed a protective circle, shielding the sleeping Su Ming. The knight captain stood guard, sword and shield in hand, ready to cut down even a fly that dared approach. Thus, Su Ming fell into a deep sleep on the blood-stained battlefield, not waking until the middle of the night. He slowly opened his bleary eyes to a pitch-black and eerily sinister environment. The countless corpses scattered across the ground enveloped the battlefield in a chilling atmosphere. Su Ming glanced around and saw his undead warriors encircling him like an iron fortress, which gave him a slight sense of relief. I can't believe I slept for so long. Su Ming sat up and took out his pocket watch, which showed that it was already past 4 a.m. Dawn was approaching, signaling the start of a new battle. At that moment, a loud and familiar voice echoed from the sky. The war is not over yet. Be prepared. Daybreak is the signal for the battle to begin. The sudden announcement startled Su Ming, making him shudder. Couldn't you give a little warning? He muttered, his heart racing. From these words, Su Ming roughly understood the pattern of the war fighting at sunrise, resting at sunset. Just like a day job, he joked to himself. With the experience of yesterday's battle, Su Ming was no longer complacent. Even with an army of undead, he couldn't afford to be careless. Yesterday, he had used up 10 bottles of basic healing potions and 5 intermediate ones. Without the ability to resupply, the potions in his storage ring wouldn't last for long. To reduce potion consumption, I have only one option to become stronger, Su Ming thought, his eyes narrowing as he summoned his status panel, focusing directly on the level section. Level 17. Experience 502-148-200-000. Seeing his experience points, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Killing nearly 1,000 monsters the previous day had earned him over 400,000 experience points. He then activated the super system to extract 2 days' worth of accumulated experience points, totaling 172,800. This brought his available experience points to a whopping 674,948. Level up. Su Ming didn't hesitate to choose to level up. As 2 golden beams of light rose from his body, his level jumped. Level 19. Experience 244-948-250-000. Now he was just a step away from reaching level 20. Su Ming was filled with excitement and anticipation, knowing that reaching level 20 would grant him the opportunity to learn a new skill. He was eager and curious about the upcoming new skill. Just a little more. Su Ming muttered to himself as he stood up. Then he crouched down to extract undead information. Having just leveled up twice, the number of his summoned creatures had also increased. Summoned creatures, 170190. This meant he could record the information of 20 more undead, reflecting his enhanced strength. After completing all preparations, Su Ming, accompanied by 190 undead warriors, swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. He had no intention of getting caught in another ambush. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness, the ground began to tremble once more. Su Ming knew the enemy was coming again. Their punctuality was astonishing, arriving promptly at dawn without a moment's delay. Heavy and chaotic footsteps echoed from both the front and back. Su Ming looked up, seeing a scene identical to the previous day. Dust clouds obscured the view, making it impossible to discern the situation. As the armies drew closer, Su Ming's expression grew more serious, his brow furrowed. "Damn it," he exclaimed. Su Ming had clearly retreated far from his previous position, yet when the armies appeared, he found himself caught right in the middle of them. Realizing he was trapped, he urgently shouted, "Quick, quick, quick, protect me." The moment the two armies clashed, the destruction was at its peak. Su Ming dared not relax for even a second, focusing intently on the surrounding situation. Following his command, 190 undead warriors immediately moved and formed an impenetrable barrier around him. With two heavy thuds, the armies collided once again. The undead warriors around Su Ming were swiftly knocked down by the fierce impact, but their sacrifice bought him precious time. Seeing the opportunity, Su Ming threw himself into the battle without hesitation. He quickly summoned new undead warriors to replace the fallen ones. "Death's curse," he muttered, enhancing himself with powerful magic while wielding a great sword and shield. With the death's curse augmenting him, Su Ming felt a surge of power within. His combat ability skyrocketed, with his strength attribute surpassing 100 and his agility nearing that threshold. In that moment, he became a battlefield juggernaut, relentlessly cutting down enemy soldiers. Successfully killed Storm Warrior, gained 500 experience points. Successfully killed Dawn Warrior, gained 500 experience points. The system notifications kept popping up, but Su Ming was too engrossed in the slaughter to pay them any mind. He was like a demon of destruction, far more ferocious than any summoner ought to be. If a warrior of equal level faced him now, they would struggle to withstand his might. As the battle raged on, Su Ming was only 5,000 experience points away from reaching level 20. This was merely a matter of defeating 10 more monsters. As expected, he quickly achieved this goal. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed the level up. A golden beam briefly enveloped Su Ming, signaling his breakthrough to a new level. Level up successful. Level 20. Experience 948280000. Skill acquired. Death Coil. Death Coil, level 1. Unleashes undead power to bind a target, strength dependent on personal power and skill level. Su Ming was momentarily surprised to learn that the new skill was another support ability, and one tied to his strength. He quickly adapted to this new power while continuing to fight. With a swift swing, Su Ming dispatched a Dawn Warrior and took a moment to check his attributes. He decided to allocate all 60 remaining free attribute points to his strength. Name: Su Ming. Class: Undead Summoner Unique. Level: 20. Experience: 948280000. Strength: 9,560. Agility: 805. Spirit: 205. Constitution: 2070. Summons: 190,200. Skills: Death's Curse, level 4. Death Coil, level 1. Talent: level. Remaining free attribute points, 0. With the additional 60 strength points, Su Ming's power surged. Even a casual swing of his great sword produced a terrifying whoosh, indicating immense force. His strength, with the 20 boost from Death's Curse, reached an astounding 186 points, twice that of a Knight Commander. If he used a powerful skill, his strength could double again, creating a truly fearsome force. Haha, come on, let me feel this newfound power. Su Ming grinned, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In the next instant, he was like a black lightning bolt, charging into the throngs of monsters to begin another round of slaughter. Su Ming swung his massive sword with the force of a raging storm, each strike creating gusts of wind. Monsters fell back under his relentless assault, either dying on the spot or being flung several meters away. Death followed him closely, entwined with this master of the battlefield. Just then, a shadow crept up silently behind Su Ming. A Dawn Warrior seized the fleeting opportunity, thrusting his spear at Su Ming's back with a cunning angle. If it hit, even with armor, Su Ming would likely suffer internal injuries. However, the situation had changed. With a thought, Su Ming unleashed a newly mastered skill. Countless semi-transparent phantom hands emerged from the ground, firmly restraining the Dawn Warrior's attack. Roar! The Dawn Warrior's face showed a flicker of shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. The phantom hands wrapped around him like chains, and despite his desperate struggle, he couldn't break free. Su Ming slowly turned, his cold gaze fixed on his opponent. Trying to ambush me. Sensing the aura of death, the Dawn Warrior let out a panicked growl. Su Ming smirked, his sword glinting with a chilling light. With a swift slash, the Dawn Warrior's head fell, warm blood splattering all over Su Ming. Ugh! Su Ming spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and plunged back into the battle. Compared to yesterday, Su Ming was noticeably more adept and powerful today. The entire battle only required him to use 5 bottles of basic healing potions and 2 intermediate ones, having the previous usage. As the sun set, both armies retreated from the battlefield, leaving Su Ming and his undead warriors standing alone amidst the sea of corpses. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the occasional breeze. Dig! Su Ming commanded his undead warriors after surveying the surroundings. Unlike yesterday, he now had ample time. The magic crystals of these level 10 monsters could sell for at least 2,000 yuan each. Since the undead warriors were idle, he decided to put them to good use. Watching nearly 200 undead warriors busy at work, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. He found a relatively clean spot to sit and began pondering how to resolve the current predicament. Over the past 2 days, Su Ming had come to understand a harsh truth. No matter where he fled, the center of the battle would revolve around him. He had nowhere to hide and had to confront the war heathen. In every battle, there must be leaders, Su Ming muttered, a sudden realization dawning on him. Where are the leaders? Reflecting on the past 2 days of combat, apart from the Dawn Warriors and Storm Warriors, he hadn't encountered any other types of enemies. This suggested that either there were no leaders, or they were lurking in the shadows. With furrowed brows, Su Ming continued to think. He knew that to stop the war, passive defense wouldn't solve the dilemma. Identifying and eliminating the leaders might be the only hope. Without leaders, the opposing forces might fall into disarray, potentially halting the war temporarily. With this thought, Su Ming excitedly slapped his thigh. Tomorrow, he would no longer engage in aimless slaughter, but would step onto the battlefield with a clear objective. Su Ming momentarily forgot about his newfound strength and slapped his thigh too hard, grimacing in pain. He rubbed his reddened skin while pondering a crucial question in his mind. Screw it, he resolved internally. Out with the old, in with the new. Things are meant to be used, right? Su Ming crossed his arms, continuously encouraging himself. Without hesitation, he carefully placed the Scarlet Flame shield and the Scarlet Flame greatsword on the ground. Then, he picked up 3 dried grasses, lit them, and held them in his hand. Facing north, south, east, and west, he bowed in each direction, chanting the peculiar words, up, down, left, right, A, B. Completing this strange ritual, he stuck the burning grasses into the ground. With everything ready, Su Ming took a deep breath and solemnly retrieved 2 quality stones from his storage ring. He knew these stones had a 50 chance of successfully enhancing the item's quality. His heart was a mix of tension and anticipation as he muttered to himself. Let's do this. It's up to you now. Su Ming aimed the quality stone at the Scarlet Flame greatsword on the ground and began the enhancement. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and a system notification sounded. Congratulations. Enhancement successful. Scarlet Flame greatsword upgraded to epic quality. Strength 35, Constitution 25, Agility 10. Special effect. Powerful strike with significant armor penetration. Skill. Power can unleash double strength damage. Set effect. Wearing the Scarlet Flame shield simultaneously grants all attributes 5. Su Ming was dumbfounded and instinctively swallowed hard. The Scarlet Flame greatsword had leapt from rare to epic level, instantly multiplying its value. Its attributes increased by a total of 70 points, and its special effects were enhanced. He couldn't help but imagine that with one swing, even armor might not withstand it. If not dead, it would at least strip a layer of skin. In his excitement, Su Ming turned his attention to the Scarlet Flame shield. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead from nervousness. Having already succeeded once, the chances of success were now even lower. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope, thinking, what if? Without further hesitation, Su Ming took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he enhanced the Scarlet Flame shield. Congratulations. Enhancement successful. Seeing these words, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Scarlet Flame shield upgraded to epic quality. Strength 20, Constitution 40, Spirit 10. Special effect. Ultra hard, 5 chance to ignore damage. Skill, shield. Set effect. Wearing the Scarlet Flame greatsword simultaneously grants all attributes 5. Su Ming was ecstatic. The quality enhancement of the Scarlet Flame shield also brought a 70-point attribute boost, and the special effects were strengthened. A 5 chance to ignore damage. This was practically a divine skill. He noticed the embers on the 3 dried grasses on the ground had not yet extinguished, which delighted him. It seemed his prayers and chants had indeed worked. At that moment, Su Ming eagerly equipped the 2 legendary items. Coupled with the power of the Reaper, his strength attribute soared past the 200-point mark. This astounding figure could undoubtedly dominate the outside world. To prepare for tomorrow's battle, Su Ming went to bed early with a sense of anticipation, eager to recharge his energy. The 3rd day's war commenced as the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness. Suddenly, the chaotic and heavy footsteps jolted Su Ming awake from his dreams. He sprang up from the ground like a spring and instinctively ordered the surrounding undead army to form a protective circle around him. The battlefield erupted instantly, filled with the sounds of clashing weapons and cries of pain, bringing Su Ming's consciousness rapidly into focus amidst the cacophony. Today, Su Ming was no longer the same as before. With his growing familiarity with the battlefield and his increasing strength, his eyes were now filled with nothing but cold indifference. As he wielded his sword to slay monstrous soldiers, he vigilantly searched for the figures of the 2 armies' leaders. However, a whole day of searching proved fruitless. Day after day, the war on the ancient battlefield continued in endless repetition. Su Ming gradually became numb to the relentless killing, and several times he considered crushing the teleportation stone to exit the dungeon, but he held back. He knew that leaving might mean losing this opportunity and the dungeon's rewards forever. Finally, on the 30th day, there was a turning point in the battle. Leaders of both armies appeared simultaneously at the front lines. A peculiar light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He knew the chance to end this war had finally arrived. "Cover me." Su Ming commanded the undead army, his voice filled with long-suppressed determination. The undead warriors surged forward, clearing a path for him toward the enemy leader. The Knight Captain led the Dark Knight squad to pave the way, with Su Ming following closely behind, heading straight for the enemy's heart. "You know how long I've waited for this moment? 30 whole days." Su Ming roared, releasing all his pent-up emotions. He wielded a dark red greatsword and swung it fiercely at one of the leaders. Clang! The sharp clash of metal was piercing. The leader fell from his horse, rolling on the ground before barely managing to stand. Su Ming caught a glimpse of his named General Dawn, level 15. The general's eyes were filled with shock, clearly intimidated by Su Ming's display of strength. Just as Su Ming was about to press his advantage, he suddenly heard the urgent sound of hooves behind him. He turned sharply to see a massive axe swinging down toward him. In the nick of time, Su Ming dodged aside. The giant axe whistled past his ear, missing by a mere 2 centimeters, bringing with it a chilling gust. Su Ming broke out in a cold sweat, as if he could smell the scent of death. In that moment, he profoundly realized that any slight misstep on the battlefield could lead to his demise. Su Ming turned around, his gaze locking onto the massive creature that had just cast a shadow of death upon him. He furrowed his brow slightly, then a mysterious smile played on his lips. A system notification appeared before him. Name, Storm Leader, level 15. Now both sides' generals are here, Su Ming thought to himself. The outcome of the war is about to be decided. Without hesitation, Su Ming shouted, "Prepare to die." He charged like an arrow towards the recently dismounted Dawn General. Sensing the impending danger, the Dawn General urgently called out for help from the surrounding soldiers. Su Ming sneered and ordered, "Block them." Instantly, undead warriors surged forward like a tide, intercepting the Dawn soldiers trying to assist. With no one to rely on, the Dawn General braced himself for the fight. His spear struck fiercely at Su Ming, but was deflected by the shield of scarlet flame, sparking brilliantly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming's great sword of scarlet flame carved a red arc, slicing through the opponent's armor and causing blood to spurt out. The Dawn General let out a cry of pain, staggering back. Fear filled his eyes, and with each step he retreated, Su Ming advanced. Just then, the familiar sound of hooves echoed again. Cursing under his breath, Su Ming spun around. The sharp axe came into view once more, but this time he didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his round shield to meet it. With a thundering crash, Su Ming was thrown several meters away, while the storm leader fell heavily to the ground. Quickly getting to his feet, Su Ming unleashed a series of skills. Death Coil, Reaper's Curse. Countless spectral hands bound the storm leader as a negative aura enveloped him. Used to being the 6th, huh? Su Ming's eyes flashed with cold intent. Sneaking up on me for kicks, is it? He charged forward, his dark red great sword plunging into the enemy's heart. The storm leader let out a horrific scream, his face twisted in agony. The surrounding storm warriors responded to the call, rushing towards Su Ming in a frenzy. Hold them off, Su Ming commanded in a deep voice. The undead warriors, fearless, fought desperately to fend off the enemy's assault. Raising his left hand with the round shield slowly, Su Ming's eyes were filled with a fierce determination. It's useless. They can't save you. Su Ming wielded his massive sword and struck it heavily onto the head of the storm leader, then swiftly withdrew the blade from its body. With 2 consecutive lethal blows, the storm leader soon ceased to breathe. The system notification chimed, awarding Su Ming 5,000 experience points. The fall of the leader was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the once ferocious storm warriors to panic and scatter in all directions. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, It worked. In stark contrast, the Dawn warriors remained full of fighting spirit, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing storm warriors as if chasing down old enemies. Meanwhile, some Dawn warriors attempted to break through and rescue their commander, but the undead warriors' blockade made their efforts futile. Having dealt with the storm leader, Su Ming set his sights on the Dawn general. It's your turn now, he declared coldly. Feeling the intense killing intent from Su Ming, the Dawn general clutched his chest wound, retreating in fear. Death coil. Su Ming's expression hardened as he activated the skill. Phantom hands emerged from the ground beneath the Dawn general, binding him tightly. Roar. The Dawn general was in utter panic, continuously roaring for reinforcements. In an instant, the number of monster soldiers around surged. They were as frenzied as the storm warriors had been, wildly brandishing spears in an attempt to break through the undead warriors' line. Occasionally, a few managed to slip past and block Su Ming's path to the Dawn general. Unfazed, Su Ming cut them down without hesitation, their blood splattering as they fell. These monsters were like paper before him, unable to impede his advance. It's over, Su Ming declared as he stood before the Dawn general, his massive sword poised at the general's neck. The Dawn general was terrified, emitting low growls as if pleading for mercy. However, faced with this creature's pleas, Su Ming felt no compassion. From both a racial and strategic standpoint, he had no reason to spare him. The sword slashed across the Dawn general's neck, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground. The thick scent of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. As the Dawn general's pupils dilated and his life ebbed away, the surrounding Dawn warriors seemed frozen, the battlefield falling silent. A few seconds later, they snapped out of their daze, ceased their assault, and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only Su Ming and the undead warriors remained on the battlefield. Both the Storm warriors and Dawn warriors had retreated. It appeared the war had truly been halted. Before the system notification sounded, Su Ming quickly extracted the undead information from both commanders. After all, these were elite-level monsters, with combat capabilities far surpassing ordinary ones. Just as Su Ming was about to summon them to check their attributes, a booming voice echoed from the sky. Congratulations, you have successfully stopped the war and the bloodshed. You have become the hero of the ancient battlefield. Hearing this, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding the other party's meaning. He thought to himself, what hero business? Your real job is to give out the rewards. Unable to hold back, Su Ming asked, where's the reward? The dungeon reward. His voice carried a hint of urgency as he stared intently at the sky, waiting for an answer. However, the booming voice from above continued to ramble on, seemingly ignoring Su Ming's question. As a hero, you naturally have a hero's destiny. The more Su Ming listened, the more he felt something was off, and a sense of foreboding crept up in his heart. He furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, you must be kidding me, right? Just then, the loud voice suddenly declared, next, a reward for the hero will be given. Your arch-nemesis, a dragon. As soon as the words were spoken, the world plunged into an eerie silence. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated, a nemesis as a reward? This must be a joke. Before he could gather his thoughts, a deafening roar erupted from the sky. Roar. The sound was like rolling thunder, reverberating through the heavens and earth, sending chills down one's spine. Su Ming looked towards the source of the sound and saw a black dragon, about 20 meters long, appear in the sky. It circled high above, each flap of its wings stirring up fierce winds, exerting an immense pressure on those below. A system notification appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Name, Hell Dragon. Level, 20. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt a bit relieved. Luckily, it's only level 20, he thought. With that, I still stand a fighting chance. I've never feared an opponent of the same level. Quickly assessing the situation, he called out to the dragon. You're the final boss of this dungeon, aren't you? Su Ming realized. There's no real reward in this dungeon. It was all just a facade. Only by stopping the war do you get to meet the final boss, the Hell Dragon. Despite understanding there was no dungeon reward, Su Ming wasn't disappointed. Instead, he felt a thrill. To him, the appearance of the Hell Dragon wasn't just a boss, it was a rare and formidable opponent. Bring it on. Su Ming grinned, staring at the Hell Dragon circling in the air. After all these days, with so much experience accumulated, it's time to level up my skills. Over the past month, Su Ming had tirelessly battled on the battlefield, slaying tens of thousands of monster soldiers. His experience points had reached an astonishing number, 15,948 points. Adding the 2,505,600 points extracted by the super system over 29 days, it totaled over 17.5 million points. Su Ming considered his options and decided not to level up directly to 30. He worried that such a rapid increase might attract unnecessary attention and cause trouble when he returned to his original world. Instead, he opted for a more cautious skill upgrade route. Upgrade. Su Ming commanded decisively. Upgrade the Reaper's Curse. The system immediately prompted. Upgrading the Reaper's Curse requires 180,000 experience points. Continue? Confirm. Su Ming answered without hesitation, ready to face the intense battle ahead. Level up successful. The Reaper's Curse has reached level 5. Su Ming took a deep breath, determined to continue his upgrades. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Upgrading the Reaper's Curse requires 5 million experience points. Do you wish to proceed? As the skill levels increased, the required experience points grew exponentially. Moving from level 9 to 10 demanded a staggering 5 million experience points, which made Su Ming gasp. He felt fortunate to be in this ancient battlefield's hidden instance. In his original world, amassing such a vast amount of experience would take ages. Clenching his teeth and steeling his resolve, Su Ming decisively chose to proceed with the upgrade. The system prompt sounded again. Upgrade successful. The Reaper's Curse is now level 10. However, the difficulty of upgrading beyond level 10 was astronomical. Level 11 required a colossal 10 million experience points, far exceeding Su Ming's current 6 million plus points. Reluctantly, he turned his attention to the Death Coil skill. Upgrade successful. Death Coil is now level 2. Upgrade successful. Death Coil is now level 3. Upgrade successful. Death Coil is now level 9. After a frenzy of upgrades, Su Ming's experience points were nearly depleted, leaving him with just over 670,000. However, the gains were significant. The number of targets for Death Coil skyrocketed from 1 to 9, and the Reaper's Curse's enhancement effect surged from 20 to 50. This was undoubtedly a qualitative leap in his power. Prepared for battle, Su Ming looked up at the Hell Dragon circling high above and thought to himself, "Why aren't you coming down?" As if sensing the provocation, the dragon let out a thunderous roar and launched a massive fireball straight at Su Ming. Boom! The fireball hit the ground with a deafening explosion, sending heat waves and flames soaring into the sky. Su Ming easily dodged and taunted. "You'll have to do better than that to hurt me." Roar. The dragon's innate pride was completely provoked. With a furious roar, the Hell Dragon swooped down, its tail crashing into the ground, creating a deep trench as rocks and debris flew. Seizing the moment, Su Ming quickly cast the Reaper's Curse. But the system prompt that appeared left him stunned. Skill ineffective. What the? He couldn't help but curse. The skill he'd spent so many experience points upgrading was useless, making Su Ming realize his opponent might be immune to negative effects. Thud, thud, thud. The Hell Dragon continued its assault, its massive tail repeatedly striking at Su Ming. However, Su Ming's agility was exceptional, allowing him to narrowly evade each attack. Frustrated by its missed attempts, the dragon landed on the ground, unleashing a barrage of scorching fireballs at Su Ming from close range. Boom. With no room to dodge, Su Ming had to raise his shield to defend himself. The fireball slammed into the shield with a heavy thud, the impact sending Su Ming flying over 10 meters. He rolled several times before coming to a stop. Upon witnessing Su Ming being struck, the hellish dragon immediately launched a ferocious attack. Its massive claws, gleaming coldly, swung down like a giant axe towards Su Ming. Faced with this deadly threat, Su Ming's pupils contracted as he felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. In that critical moment, Su Ming shouted, "Death Coil!" Instantly, countless ethereal hands emerged from the ground like a web, tightly binding the dragon's body. This was no ordinary skill. The power of a level 9 Death Coil was astounding, momentarily suspending the massive dragon in midair. The dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, spitting fire from its mouth, yet it couldn't break free from the binds. Su Ming got to his feet, disdainfully wiping his nose, thinking, "Did you really think this would be enough to stop me?" In the next moment, undead warriors surged towards the dragon like a tide. Some climbed onto its body, striking its scales with their weapons, only to produce sounds of clashing metal. The Knight Commander leaped up, bringing down his greatsword with a heavy blow, sparks flying, yet still unable to penetrate the defense. Su Ming frowned, inwardly lamenting that the dragon possessed not only immense strength, but also astonishing defense. Just then, the dragon unleashed a tremendous force, breaking free from the Death Coil. It shook violently, throwing off the undead warriors, then slashed its claws through the enemies on the ground and unleashed scorching fireballs, causing a series of explosions. In the blink of an eye, the undead army suffered heavy losses. In this dire moment, Su Ming unhesitatingly cast the Reaper's Curse upon himself. Instantly, he felt an unprecedented surge of power within, his attributes increasing by 50. Seeing that the undead warriors couldn't break through the dragon's scales, Su Ming decided to take matters into his own hands. Gripping the blazing flame greatsword, a weapon with formidable armor-piercing abilities, and combining it with his now terrifying strength, he was ready to tear through any defense. With a powerful push off the ground, Su Ming shot towards the dragon like an arrow, once again casting Death Coil. Countless ethereal hands ensnared the dragon, making it difficult to move. This strike is my strongest yet, Su Ming growled, unleashing a powerful skill. The blazing flame greatsword, gleaming coldly, struck heavily upon the dragon's chest scales. With a thunderous crash, sparks flew. The dragon's scales shattered like tiles, blood gushing from the wound. This strike finally breached the dragon's seemingly impenetrable defense. Roar! The hell dragon let out a cry of agony as its enormous wings flapped violently, stirring up fierce winds. The gigantic creature clearly wanted to escape the ground and return to the vast sky, its true domain. However, Su Ming wasn't about to let that happen. He immediately cast the Death Coil spell, binding the dragon tightly once more. In a cold voice, he commanded, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" No sooner had he spoken, the undead warriors that had just been slain by the dragon reappeared on the battlefield. They charged at the dragon relentlessly, some even thrusting their spears into the gaps between its scales, trying to pry open its defenses. The dragon roared in pain, its cries thunderously loud. This time, the undead army was bolstered by two powerful new members. Dawn General level 15, Strength 60, Agility 30, Spirit 10, Constitution 40, Skill, Thrust, Talent level. Storm Leader level 15, Strength 65, Agility 25, Spirit 10, Constitution 40, Skill, Power Strike, Talent level. These two leaders had attributes far surpassing those of ordinary monster soldiers, even outmatching the Dark Knights. Su Ming thought that in a battle of equals, the Dark Knights might still have an edge. The battle raged on, with nearly 200 undead warriors swarming over the dragon's massive body. The clash of weapons was incessant. Boom. Clang. Each strike brought unbearable pain to the Hell Dragon. It struggled desperately, but remained bound. Su Ming wielded his greatsword, launching relentless attacks on the dragon. Soon, the massive creature was covered in wounds, panting heavily. But Su Ming himself was also exhausted, the frequent use of skills nearly draining his energy. In a brief moment of respite, Su Ming retrieved a few high-grade healing potions from his storage ring. Facing a level 20 ultimate boss, he dared not relax for a moment. As the potion slid down his throat, he felt his strength rapidly returning, and his previous internal injuries were significantly alleviated. The effect was far superior to that of mid-grade potions, truly worth its 200,000 value. After a prolonged stalemate, the Hell Dragon finally succumbed. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The dragon's crimson eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, but its body remained tightly bound, with countless undead warriors atop it, continuously attacking with sharp weapons. It could only let out low growls, its fearsome dragon mouth trembling slightly, unwilling to accept defeat. Su Ming slowly approached the Hell Dragon, the sound of his greatsword scraping against the ground piercing the air. He said, "You're the strongest monster I've encountered so far. Don't worry, after your death, many more will witness your power. You will have the honor of becoming part of my strength." Upon hearing this, the dragon's crimson eyes widened, glaring at Su Ming as if silently questioning. Is that something a human would say? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, gripping the blazing greatsword tightly, ready to strike. With various effects enhancing him, this attack carried a terrifying destructive power of over 500 strength points. Powerful, Su Ming shouted, swinging his greatsword towards the dragon. Boom. Dragon scales flew in all directions, and the battlefield resounded with a tremendous explosion. Su Ming wielded his massive dark red sword with relentless force, each swing accompanied by the Hell Dragon's agonizing cries. The sword's gleam flashed, dragon blood splattered, and the fierce battle raged on until the dragon's roars abruptly ceased, its enormous body lying still. Panting heavily, Su Ming finally halted his relentless assault. A notification flashed before his eyes, successfully slain the ultimate boss of the ancient battlefield, the Hell Dragon, gaining 50,000 experience points. He exhaled deeply, thinking to himself, it's finally over. A series of reward notifications followed. 5 to all attributes. Dropped, Dragon's Ring. Dropped, Dragon Armor. Dropped, Upgrade Stone X1. Dropped, Explosive Stone X1. Obtained, Brave Title. Su Ming's gaze lingered on the rewards, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. An additional 5 points to all attributes equaled a 20-point boost, placing him 4 levels ahead of others. To him, attribute points were the most valuable resource, enabling him to rival high-level warriors even at level 20. As for the Brave title, Su Ming hadn't yet discovered its specific benefits. His focus was more on the tangible rewards. The upgrade stone was exactly what he needed at the moment. With this one, he now had 2, bringing him a step closer to advancing his system. The explosive stone was a legendary artifact. Although Su Ming had never witnessed its power firsthand, it was rumored that even level 50 warriors would steer clear of it. He began to imagine the weapon's astonishing destructive power. After carefully storing the two stones, Su Ming's attention turned to the dragon's ring and dragon armor. These two items clearly triggered a set effect, but what captivated him most was the dragon's ring. Hiss! Su Ming couldn't help but gasp. The ring's storage space was an impressive 50 cubic meters, 10 times larger than his current ring. Even more thrilling was the 10 boost to all attributes it provided. Su Ming mused that if word got out about this ring's details, it would undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes. While the dragon armor wasn't particularly breathtaking, its attributes were commendable. Especially surprising was its ability to unleash a fireball skill when the set effect was activated, which caught Su Ming off guard. Excitedly, Su Ming quickly donned the two pieces of equipment. Only by wearing them did his restless heart find a semblance of calm. Phew! After organizing his spoils, Su Ming took a deep breath, feeling immensely satisfied with the haul from this dungeon. Compared to a month ago before entering the dungeon, his strength had undergone a substantial transformation. However, the greatest reward lay before him. Su Ming's gaze fell on the Hell Dragon's corpse, a slight smile playing at his lips. Another ultimate boss-level entity. This would significantly enhance his overall strength. Su Ming stepped forward slowly and crouched down. Since reaching level 20, the time required to extract undead information had decreased once more. He began to focus intently on absorbing the power of this formidable creature, eager to elevate his strength to the next level. From 55 seconds down to 50, Su Ming could no longer contain his excitement when he saw the notification that he had successfully extracted the information of the ultimate boss, the Hell Dragon Undead. He looked up at the massive black vortex in the sky, his eyes filled with anticipation. Come on out. Let me see just how strong you are, Su Ming shouted, his voice brimming with challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic skeletal dragon roared out of the black vortex. It soared above, its bone wings whipping up gusts of wind, exuding a terrifying aura that was suffocating. Su Ming quickly glanced over the attributes panel of the Hell Dragon before him. Name: Hell Dragon. Level: 20. Strength: 220. Agility: 80. Spirit: 50. Constitution: 150. Skills: Fireball, immune to status effects from enemies. Talent: Grade A. Seeing these stats, a satisfied smile appeared on Su Ming's face. The dragon's attributes were already double those of a knight commander. Ordinary players at the same level, without the support of exceptional equipment, would be utterly defeated. Such a level of boss typically required an entire team to barely contend with it. However, Su Ming, this freak, was able to take it down solo. As a level 20 rookie, his epic-level equipment was simply astonishing. In the entire Jiang City, perhaps only the core members of the three major guilds could possibly wear such high-level gear. Withdraw. Su Ming waved his hand, and numerous black vortices opened, causing the undead warriors on the field to retreat. With the ultimate boss of the instance defeated, staying any longer was pointless. Just as Su Ming was about to take out a teleport stone to return, his attention was caught by the dragon's corpse on the ground. Rubbing his chin, a peculiar gleam flashed in his eyes. Such a formidable existence was a treasure trove. Dragon scales could allow a blacksmith to forge countless pieces of armor, while dragon claws and teeth were top-tier materials for crafting weapons, not to mention the magic crystal yet to be extracted. This was essentially a mobile resource bank. Without hesitation, Su Ming waved his hand and stored the dragon's corpse in his storage ring. The space of the storage ring was now vastly improved, easily accommodating the massive body. After completing all this, Su Ming carefully surveyed the surroundings to ensure nothing valuable was left behind. Then, he crushed the teleport stone in his hand. Crack! With a crisp sound, a mysterious force enveloped Su Ming. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his living room. The night enveloped everything in darkness, but the familiar feeling assured him he had indeed returned. Just as Su Ming was about to get up and turn on the light, he seemed to have kicked something with a thud. Su Ming frowned slightly, his expression puzzled. He stood at the entrance of the living room, scanning the scene before him. The room, once empty in his memory, was now cluttered with various items, and an ominous feeling rose within him. Could it be a body? This thought flashed through his mind, causing his heart to race. He held his breath and quickly stepped forward to turn on the light switch. The light illuminated the entire room instantly, and the sight shocked Su Ming. It wasn't a body, but a complete mess. The furniture was overturned, items scattered everywhere, clearly evidence of a break-in and thorough search. Su Ming turned to inspect the door, and sure enough, the lock had been violently broken. He quickly moved to the bedroom, and as expected, it was even more chaotic, resembling a pigsty. Fortunately, I had Li Dahe take my father away, Su Ming thought with relief, while his mind quickly raced through possible intruders. He started tidying up the living room, and propped the broken door with a wooden stick. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner downstairs, a man wearing a baseball cap was watching Su Ming's house intently, pulling out his phone to make a call. Hey brother bye, it's me. The lights in Su Ming's house just turned on. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. After disappearing for a month, he's finally shown up? It's not clear if it's him or someone else. The man in the cap frowned. Many people have been here during this time. News about him has spread throughout Longxia, and more than just Jiangqing's forces want to recruit him. Confirm immediately. Report back to me right away. The voice on the phone commanded sternly. Yes. The man in the cap replied, hanging up while keeping his eyes fixed on Su Ming's house. Su Ming finished tidying the living room and went to the bathroom to wash off the bloodstains. The clear water quickly turned a murky red, the metallic scent of blood filling the bathroom. Half an hour later, he returned to the living room refreshed, wearing clean clothes. Su Ming exhaled deeply, feeling a long-lost sense of calm. After a month of alternating between killing and sleeping in the ancient battlefield scenario, this tranquility felt strangely unsettling. He poured himself a glass of water, sat on the sofa, and took out his phone. The screen showed multiple missed calls from Li Dahe, Wang Xiaoming, and Lin Anqi. Li Dahe's and Lin Anqi's calls were particularly frequent. Su Ming called Li Dahe back first, briefly assuring him he was safe. On the other end, Li Dahe was both shocked and angry, launching into a tirade, demanding that Su Ming never disappear for so long without notice again. He expressed his worry during this time, unable to eat or sleep well. Su Ming repeatedly promised not to do it again, and only then did Li Dahe relent. Upon learning that his father was safe and sound, Su Ming finally felt relieved. After a brief exchange, he hung up and immediately dialed Lin Anqi's number. The call was quickly answered by a familiar sweet voice. Hello, Mr. Su. It's me. Sister Qi, do you have the results? Su Ming's expression turned serious instantly. Despite spending a month in the hidden realm, this question had been lingering in his mind. It really is you, Mr. Su. Lin Anqi's surprised voice came through the phone. I've been trying to reach you for so long, but no one answered. I was worried something might have happened to you. Assured that Su Ming was safe, Lin Anqi also felt a sense of relief. Ever since Su Ming's encounter with the robbers, she had been concerned for him. Then he disappeared for an entire month, and she even wondered if he had faced danger again. Now, having received his call back, the surreal feeling in her heart gradually faded. The matter you asked me to look into has been resolved, Lin Anqi added, but cautiously refrained from sharing more details over the phone. After all, if sensitive information were overheard, it could spell trouble for both her and Su Ming. Where are you? I'll come to you. Su Ming interrupted decisively, knowing such matters shouldn't be disclosed lightly. Isn't that inconvenient? How about I come to you? Lin Anqi hesitated, thinking it inappropriate to make a client go out of his way. I'll come to you, Su Ming insisted firmly. It's not safe for a girl to be out late at night. Lin Anqi was slightly taken aback by his assertiveness, unexpected for someone his age. Before she could respond, the call ended abruptly. Send me your location, Su Ming said briefly before hanging up and getting ready to leave. Listening to the busy tone, Lin Anqi felt a bit dazed, her heart racing. Is this what they call falling for someone? She wondered, quickly shaking her head to dispel such dangerous thoughts. After calming herself, she picked up her phone and sent her address to Su Ming. Upon receiving the address, Su Ming set off immediately. As he walked through the dark alley, he suddenly felt someone watching him. He stopped, alert, and looked back, catching a glimpse of a shadow quickly retreating into the corner. Although the figure moved swiftly, Su Ming had noticed. Determined not to bring trouble to Lin Anqi, Su Ming decided he wouldn't allow anyone to follow him. Given that she was willing to share such crucial information to help him, he couldn't let her fall into danger. Come out. Su Ming's voice was cold and piercing, his eyes glinting with a steely determination. Seconds passed in silence, the dark alley remaining eerily quiet. Don't make me use force. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with a hint of menace. He was no longer the same Su Ming from a month ago. Having endured the trials of the ancient battlefield, he now exuded an intimidating aura, commanding respect without anger. The figure in the shadow of the corner shuddered slightly, furrowing his brows. He hadn't expected his presence to be discovered so quickly. Just as he hesitated about whether to reveal himself, a black arrow whizzed through the air, heading straight for his hiding spot. Thud! The arrow struck the corner heavily, the explosion echoing sharply in the silent alley. Debris scattered, and the man, startled by the sudden attack, quickly shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. Don't shoot. It's all a misunderstanding." With nowhere to hide, the man had no choice but to step out slowly from the darkness. Su Ming watched him warily, his demon bow still taut, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Hee, I'm Zheng Qian from the Sword Tiger Guild." The newcomer raised his hands above his head, signaling that he meant no harm. His gaze swept over Su Ming, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. In just a month, the other had jumped from level 10 to 20 in upgrade speed that was simply astonishing. Zheng Qian pondered to himself. Could this guy really have no one secretly supporting him? Sword Tiger Guild? Su Ming frowned slightly. "Why are you following me?" Zheng Qian cautiously approached, asking softly, "Do you remember the matter we discussed a month ago?" Of course, Su Ming remembered. At that time, the other party had used the Hungry Wolf Guild issue to pressure him, giving him 3 days to think. But he had then entered a hidden quest and only returned today. The 3 days are over. Why are you still looking for me? Su Ming asked tentatively. You've been missing for a month. We've been waiting for your response, Zhang Qian quickly explained. To contact you as soon as possible, the guild sent me to wait here. It's really just a misunderstanding. Su Ming was slightly surprised, not expecting the other party to be so persistent. But he had other matters to attend to at the moment, so he said, I see. But I have other things to do right now. Let's talk tomorrow. Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. All right, we'll visit formally tomorrow. Then, with a serious expression, he solemnly reminded. Many people are looking for you right now. If you don't mind, I can accompany you for safety. What do they want with me? Su Ming put away the demon bow, asking indifferently. Zhang Qian explained earnestly. You have exceptional talent, and your profession is extremely rare. Naturally, many want to recruit someone as talented as you. However, there are also those with ulterior motives. For your safety, I suggest you let me accompany you. Su Ming politely declined Zhang Qian's offer. Thank you, but you should go back. With that, he turned to leave, not intending to take the other with him. Su Ming, Zhang Qian, seeing that Su Ming was not interested, quickly caught up, wanting to say more. As Su Ming turned around, his gaze pierced through Zhang Qian like a sharp sword, leaving him frozen in place, a cold sweat breaking out instantly. The intensity of the murderous intent in Su Ming's eyes was so strong that Zhang Qian found it hard to believe it came from an 18-year-old boy. Zhang Qian stood there in a daze for a long time until Su Ming's figure completely vanished from his sight. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he was profoundly shaken. In that moment, Su Ming seemed like a god of death emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, sending chills down his spine. Even though Zhang Qian was 5 levels higher than Su Ming, he felt as if he could be killed instantly by him. Insane. Absolutely insane. Zhang Qian muttered to himself as he hurriedly left the dim alley, his mind still in a haze. He took out his phone and, with trembling hands, dialed by Jianfeng's number. As the two left, the alley fell silent once more. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through, and the sound of a bell rang crisply from the rooftop. A pair of bare feet appeared quietly on the eaves, with silver bells on the ankles swaying gently in the wind. In the darkness, a melodious female voice whispered, Finally, I've found you. After leaving the alley, Su Ming quickly hailed a taxi and headed to the address Lin Anshi had provided. He repeatedly confirmed the house number displayed on his phone screen. 404. Yes, this is the one. Then he raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, coming. A sweet female voice responded immediately from inside, indicating that Lin Anshi had been waiting for some time. The door slowly opened, and Lin Anshi cautiously peeked out with half her face. Once she recognized Su Ming, she fully opened the door. Mr. Su, you're here? I'm so sorry to make you come all this way so late. Her face was full of apology as she hurriedly invited Su Ming inside. Tonight, Lin Anshi was dressed in simple denim shorts and a pink short t-shirt, giving off a sense of understated beauty. Her face had light makeup, clearly prepared for this meeting. Jia, please don't say that. You're helping me. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Su Ming replied with a smile as he stepped inside. It was a small one-bedroom apartment, limited in space but neat and orderly, providing a comfortable atmosphere. Feel free to sit anywhere. Would you like something to drink? Lin Anshi asked, a bit nervous after closing the door, as if she wasn't used to having male visitors. No need to trouble yourself, Su Ming said, sitting on the sofa and signaling that it wasn't necessary. Despite this, Lin Anshi still poured him a glass of water, and they sat facing each other. Having not seen each other for a month, the time felt both long and short. Lin Anshi now noticed that Su Ming seemed completely different. The youthful naivety was gone, replaced by a mature steadiness, with a hint of fierceness beneath the surface. Jia, what's the situation with the water of life? And who is selling it? Su Ming asked directly, his expression serious. The water of life isn't complete. Lin Anshi replied with a hint of regret. I tried to contact you at the time, but I couldn't reach you. It was sold the next day, she explained. From Su Ming's level of interest in the water of life, she had mistakenly assumed he urgently needed it. However, given her position at the Baibao Pavilion, she had no authority to interfere with the sale of such high-level items. Su Ming's expression turned grim upon hearing that the water of life was incomplete. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind, and he urgently inquired about the dosage. Lin Anshi replied, about 2/3. Despite being incomplete, this dosage still sparked a frenzy and was ultimately sold for a staggering 1 billion yuan. This information hit Su Ming like a heavy blow, reinforcing his suspicions. His eyes glazed over as he became more certain of his theory. Seeing his reaction, Lin Anshi asked with concern, Mr. Su, are you all right? Su Ming quickly collected himself, waving it off. I'm fine. Inwardly, he clenched his fists, a flash of cold determination in his eyes. Lin Anshi suddenly felt a chill, shivering as goosebumps formed on her arms. She looked around in confusion. Why is it suddenly so cold? Suppressing his anger, Su Ming calmly asked, Is the person selling the water of life from Jiangqing Hospital? Lin Anqi was surprised. How did you know? It was Dr. Zhang from Jiangqing Hospital. Before she finished speaking, there was a sharp crack. The glass in Su Ming's hand shattered instantly, sending shards and water flying. Startled, Lin Anqi covered her mouth in shock. Su Ming quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Lin Anqi was at a loss for words, deeply puzzled. Su Ming took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with anger. Because that water of life is mine. He explained through gritted teeth that the unscrupulous doctor was conducting such dealings in private, which had left his father, Su Chong, in a dire condition. He finally understood why his father's injuries were not healing. The treatment only used 1/3 of the water of life, while the remaining 2/3 were secretly withheld. Lin Anqi was stunned. What? That was your water of life? Su Ming stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Anqi. Sister Qi, could you please give me Dr. Zhang's information? I beg you. It's crucial for my father's treatment. Su Ming was convinced that the audacious Dr. Zhang could not possibly remain at the hospital. Searching for him alone would be like finding a needle in a haystack, but with Lin Anqi's assistance, it might be much easier. Mr. Su, please stand up. Lin Anqi quickly helped Su Ming to his feet. I don't know much, but I can tell you he's from the Zhang family and works as a doctor at Jiangqing Hospital. The Zhang family? Su Ming frowned. Which Zhang family? The Zhang family is one of the 3 major families in Jiangqing. Hearing this, Su Ming suddenly let out a chilling laugh, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. Ah, what a small world. Old grudges and new ones. We'll settle them all. Lin Anqi quickly advised. Mr. Su, don't act rashly. The Zhang family is not to be trifled with. Su Ming calmed down and reassured her. Don't worry, Sister Qi, I won't throw my life away. But one day, I'll make sure the Zhang family is erased from Jiangqing. Each word seemed to be forced out from between his teeth. Lin Anqi was momentarily speechless, falling silent. Su Ming realized that his words and demeanor might have frightened her, so he changed the subject. Anyway, thank you, Sister Qi. By the way, I have a shipment that needs your help. Don't mention it. I'm more than happy to help, Lin Anqi quickly replied. As it was already late, Su Ming got up to leave. Despite Lin Anqi's attempts to persuade him to stay, he politely declined. In the stillness of the night, Su Ming walked alone on the deserted street, his mind filled with thoughts of the Zhang family. Suddenly, several dark figures darted by, targeting the sparse pedestrians. Demon wolves? Su Ming squinted, noticing more and more shadows emerging around him. It was a situation he had encountered before with Li Dai. From a distance came the sound of a piercing scream, and the few remaining people on the street were quickly taken down by the demon wolves. Standing still, Su Ming scanned the area, estimating there were at least a few hundred demon wolves surrounding him. A few demon wolves stopped in front of Su Ming, growling lowly. Ignoring them, he continued walking. The wolves roared in anger and lunged at him, their fangs gleaming menacingly, as if ready to tear him apart. With a swift thrust, a spear shot out like lightning, instantly skewering the demonic wolves charging at Su Ming. Before he could react, a Dawn warrior spirit appeared at his side. From another direction, more wolves surged forward, only to be split in half by a descending battle axe. The Storm Warrior spirit had also joined the fray. Faced with these level 1 demonic wolves, Su Ming didn't need to lift a finger. The 2 undead warriors were more than enough to handle them. However, the recurrence of this strange phenomenon stirred a sense of unease in Su Ming. He realized that such situations might become more frequent and even more challenging. As time passed, more and more demonic wolves gathered from all directions. Su Ming was the only living person left on the street, making him the sole target for the wolves. Just as the situation became critical, a familiar voice rang out from above. Hey, kid, need some help? Looking up, Su Ming saw 5 figures perched on a utility pole. He wondered to himself, aren't they afraid of getting electrocuted? Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to recognize them as the group who had ambushed him in the alley before. It became clear to him that they had been tracking him for some time. The leading sorcerer was the first to jump down from the pole, landing amidst the demonic wolves. But before they could attack, his spells wiped them out. As the other 4 landed, the tension in the air escalated. Were you following me? Su Ming asked, raising an eyebrow. The sorcerer smugly replied, we planned to take you out in the alley, but then those Sword Tiger Guild folks showed up. Can't believe you turned down their help. Talk about a death wish. Unfazed, Su Ming glanced at his nails and asked nonchalantly, so why make a move now? The sorcerer, irritated, said, well, didn't you take a cab and vanish? Took us a while to track you down again. Suddenly, Su Ming looked up, his eyes glinting with menace. To be honest, I'm in a really bad mood right now. His entire being exuded a terrifying aura, causing the sorcerer and his group to feel a chill of fear. Since learning about the water of life, Su Ming had been on the brink of losing control. The appearance of these 5 gave him the perfect outlet for his pent-up rage. Trying to maintain composure, the sorcerer mocked. Kid, you must be out of your mind to talk to us like that. Su Ming didn't bother with further words, simply giving a low, commanding order. Kill them. The sorcerer sneered. You think those little skeletons of yours can do anything to us? Clearly, his impression of Su Ming hadn't changed since a month ago. This was expected, really. After all, it had only been a month, and while he could have grown stronger, it shouldn't have been by much. However, when hundreds of Dawn warriors and Storm Braves suddenly appeared before them, the five were momentarily stunned. What the heck is going on with this kid? The warlock exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. How did his summons change? They're not just level 2 skeletons anymore. Damn, that's a lot of them. And they're all level 10. A mage cursed, eyes wide with shock. The sky darkened with the overwhelming presence of undead warriors, each radiating the aura of level 10. Even seasoned adventurers would feel a twinge of fear facing such a formidable sight. He's reached level 20. A warrior observed Su Ming's level change keenly. Last time, he was level 17. In just a month, he's gone up 3 levels. This guy's a real piece of work. The warlock couldn't help but admire Su Ming's rapid level progression. The nearby level 1 magic wolves had already scattered in terror at the intimidating scene. Attack. Death Swamp. The warlock commanded decisively, initiating a crowd control skill. A massive shadow engulfed all the undead warriors. However, given their numbers and higher levels, the effect of Death Swamp was diminished. The undead warriors were hindered but not completely immobilized. Thunderpalm. Seeing this, the other 4 unleashed their skills, lightning flashing as they attacked the undead army. Though struggling, they weren't entirely helpless against Su Ming's forces. Kit, who would have thought you'd grow so much stronger in just a month? The warlock couldn't help but view Su Ming with newfound respect, finally understanding why the higher-ups wanted him eliminated. Just a month's delay had put them under immense pressure. If left unchecked, he might become a terrifying force within a year. Focus. Take care of yourselves. Su Ming reminded coldly. At that moment, heavy footsteps sounded from behind the warlock. Damn it. He spun around to find 20 dark knights had appeared unnoticed. Ghostly Bind. He immediately cast a control skill. Black shadows wrapped around the dark knights like a web, but their strength was formidable. Controlling 20 dark knights at once, along with the undead warriors, was a massive drain on the warlock. In no time, his forehead was beaded with sweat. Even a level 30 expert would struggle to maintain such a state for long. Hurry it up, the warlock barked at his companions. Hearing this, they intensified their attacks. Amidst the chaos, a warrior stealthily approached Su Ming. They all knew the key to defeating a summoner lay in taking out the summoner himself, causing the summons to collapse. That warrior was already envisioning victory, imagining himself the hero of the mission. Die, kid. Whirlwind stab. The warrior shouted, charging at Su Ming with his sword aimed at a vital point. Every move of the opponent had already been observed by Su Ming. As someone who had fought on real battlefields, how could he possibly let his opponent succeed easily? Just as the warrior's longsword was about to touch Su Ming, a round shield suddenly appeared out of nowhere, firmly blocking the attack. It was the knight captain whose timely intervention left the warrior gritting his teeth, his eyes burning with unwilling anger. Damn it, just missed by a bit. The warrior cursed under his breath, then shouted to his companions behind him, You hold that guy off. Let me finish him. Before he finished speaking, another warrior shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for Su Ming. The previous warrior, though unwilling, could only retreat and play a supporting role. No one can protect you now, can they? Die. The charging warrior sneered, his longsword aimed at Su Ming's throat, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of victory. Su Ming glanced at him disdainfully, a smirk of contempt playing at his lips. You think you can take me? Though I'm a summoner, I know a thing or two about combat. His tone was full of scorn for the warrior, who was at level 21 or 22. Suddenly, Su Ming launched a surprise attack, almost simultaneously casting 2 skills. Death Curse. Power. His voice boomed like thunder. Clang. Flash. At some point, a blood-red greatsword appeared in Su Ming's hand. Faced with the deadly strike coming his way, the warrior's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Under the shadow of death, he had no choice but to retract his longsword to barely defend himself. However, the force behind the blow far exceeded his expectations. His longsword, as fragile as paper, was knocked away in an instant. The red greatsword cut through him unimpeded, cleaving him in 2 before he could even scream. This shocking scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Even the level 30 sorcerer was left speechless. What the hell? Is he really a summoner? He just killed a warrior of a higher level with a single strike. Who would believe he's a summoner? Damn it. How are we supposed to fight this? The sorcerer couldn't help but curse. Before he finished speaking, the sorcerer turned and ran, completely disregarding the fate of his 3 companions. The situation was crystal clear. There was no hope of defeating the opponent. Whether it was summoned creatures or his own strength, Su Ming's progress over the past month had far surpassed the sorcerer's understanding. At this moment, preserving his life and relaying the information became his sole priority. Hey, boss, why are you running away? The remaining 3 finally snapped back to reality, realizing the sorcerer had fled and panicked. Run. Why keep fighting? If even a level 30 is running, why shouldn't we at level 20? Someone immediately gave up the thought of continuing the battle. Run? You think you can escape now? Too late. Su Ming sneered. Although he couldn't catch up with the level 30 sorcerer, he wouldn't let these three escape. Flash. Su Ming darted forward, his red greatsword slicing through the air like lightning towards the warrior engaged with the knight captain. A blinding red light flashed, and the warrior let out a blood-curdling scream as one of his arms was severed, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground. Su Ming didn't pause in his steps, continuing to close in on the other two. The warrior who had lost his arm let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped death. Just as he struggled to his feet, enduring the agony, another red greatsword mercilessly pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. The warrior's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of confusion. He believed Su Ming had already left, but as he turned, he realized the one swinging the sword at him was the knight commander. The crimson greatsword withdrew from his body with a chilling squelch. The warrior's body slowly fell, his life slipping away like sand through an hourglass. Meanwhile, the undead warriors, freed from the sorcerer's control, regained their mobility and surrounded the two mages like ravenous beasts. At this critical moment, Su Ming emerged from the undead legion, coldly taunting. Run. I dare you to run. Seeing Su Ming appear, one of the mages was instantly enraged, shouting, Bastard! Die! Fireball! A scorching fireball hurtled towards Su Ming, who calmly raised his round shield and effortlessly deflected it. In the next instant, his greatsword flashed like lightning, mercilessly striking the mage. There was no pity in Su Ming's eyes, each swing of his sword carrying lethal intent. Even if some managed to escape, the undead warriors behind him would finish them off without hesitation. In no time, 3 enemies lay in pools of blood. You're the last one, Su Ming murmured, his gaze fixed on the direction the sorcerer had fled. Without waiting, he set off in pursuit. The sorcerer had reached a dark alley, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Overwhelmed with fear, he muttered to himself, This kid, what's going on? He's become so strong in just a month. Su Ming's power had far exceeded his expectations, and likely those of his superiors as well. The sorcerer pulled out his phone, preparing to report to his superiors. Just then, a clear tinkling sound rang from above. He looked up warily to see a graceful figure leap lightly from the rooftop. It was a barefoot girl, with bells tied around her ankles. Her movements made the bells sound piercing in the silent night. Despite his caution, the sorcerer's curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, Little girl, why aren't you wearing shoes? The girl tilted her head, replying in a melodious but puzzled voice, Shoes? Why wear shoes? In the darkness, the sorcerer couldn't see her face, only guessing her youth from her voice. With a lewd grin, the sorcerer said, Little girl, let me finish my business, and then we can have some fun. He confidently dialed his superior's number to report on Su Ming. At that moment, a flash of cold light swept past. The sorcerer stood frozen, slowly looking down at his hand, only to find half of it missing, along with half of his phone. His gaze continued downward, seeing his severed hand and phone lying on the ground. A wave of excruciating pain hit him, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! His cries echoed through the silent night, quickly reaching Su Ming's ears. Su Ming's ears twitched, and he turned towards the source of the sound, murmuring to himself, That voice sounds like him. The sorcerer clutched his severed hand, sweat pouring down his face as the pain contorted his features. You little brat. How dare you ambush me? His eyes bulged with rage. It was a humiliation beyond measure that a mere girl had cut off his hand. The girl remained unfazed, twirling her enchanted blade like a butterfly. Oh really? Do I need to ambush you? When you plan to kill someone, do you stop to say, hey, I'm going to kill you now? Sharp-tongued brat. You'll beg for death soon enough, the sorcerer roared, summoning dark shadows to attack the girl. All right then, I'm going to kill you now, the girl mockingly announced. Her movements were swift, leaving afterimages on the ground. The sorcerer's phantoms couldn't catch her. In the darkness, a cold gleam flashed. A bloody gash appeared on the sorcerer's throat, and blood gushed out. He crashed against the wall and slowly slid down, terror filling his eyes. The girl leaned in close, saying earnestly, This time I told you. You can't blame me now. With his last ounce of strength, the sorcerer stammered, What kind of monster are you? Even at such close range, all he could see were her eyes, glowing red in the dark, mysterious and eerie. Calling someone a monster is very rude. Now I have to punish you. The girl suddenly stood up and swung her enchanted blade again. With a thud, something rolled on the ground. All done. The girl sheathed her blade and casually took the sorcerer's storage ring. I wonder what goodies he had on him. With the sound of a bell, she vanished from sight. Shortly after, Su Ming arrived in the alley, the strong scent of blood hitting him. Killed. He inspected the body on the ground, frowning. Discovering the sorcerer's storage ring missing, he felt a pang of disappointment. A level 30 veteran, there must have been plenty in that ring. What a shame. Someone beat me to it. Nevertheless, the sorcerer's death was somewhat beneficial for Su Ming. Considering the appearance of the demon wolf that night, he knew the scene would soon be cleaned up. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Ming decided to slip away. Sure enough, not long after he left, several black cars arrived. A group of men in black got out and began dealing with the demon wolf. Leading the operation was Su Tianxiang. With a swift motion, he sliced the demon wolf in half as it lunged at him, blood splattering everywhere. Su Tianxiang walked steadily towards the four bodies, his eyes carefully examining every detail. Before long, one of his subordinates ran over, breathless, and reported, "Brother Xiang, all taken care of." Su Tianxiang looked up and asked, "Did you find out where those demon wolves came from?" The subordinate shook his head with a wry smile. Still no trace, just like last time. They seemed to appear out of thin air, leaving no clues behind. He glanced around and added in surprise, "Brother Xiang, it looks like there was a fierce battle here." Su Tianxiang cast an impatient glance at him. "Fights between professionals are normal. Don't worry about that. Our priority is to find the source of the demon wolves. Go quickly." "Yes, yes, yes." The subordinate nodded repeatedly, not daring to say more, and immediately turned to leave. Meanwhile, Su Ming returned home, propped the door shut with a piece of wood, and headed straight to the bedroom. He lay on the bed, eyes wide open, unable to sleep. Thoughts of the Zhang family's medicine change, and the group of 5 he encountered today kept running through his mind. He had a vague feeling these people were connected to the culprit who injured his father, but he had no leads. "Next time, don't let me catch you," Su Ming murmured to himself, "or I'll make you talk." With that, he summoned the Knight Commander to guard him, finally closing his eyes in peace. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Su Ming's face, but he remained sound asleep. After a month of sleeping on the floor, the soft bed felt like heaven. Suddenly, a heavy knocking shattered the tranquility. The Knight Commander gripped his greatsword warily, turning towards the sound. "Who the hell is disturbing my sleep?" Su Ming woke reluctantly, a look of irritation on his face. He got up, dismissed the Knight Commander, and remembered Zheng Qian's words from yesterday, guessing it might be someone from the Sword Tiger Guild. "I'm coming. Stop knocking," Su Ming shouted, but the knocking persisted. "Knock, knock, knock, knock your damn head." He couldn't help but curse, and the knocking finally ceased. He removed the wooden bar from the door and opened it, revealing an unfamiliar elderly man. The man was dressed in a suit, with a head full of white hair and glasses, looking dignified and trustworthy, not at all like someone from the Sword Tiger Guild. "Are you Su Ming, student Su?" the elderly man asked with a friendly smile. "That's me. Who are you?" Su Ming asked warily. The elderly man continued to smile. "Aren't you going to invite me in to sit and chat? I'm getting on in years, and my back isn't what it used to be." Faced with the request from the elderly man to come inside for a detailed discussion, Su Ming furrowed his brow and refused without hesitation. He scrutinized the self-proclaimed wise old man before him, noting that despite his age, the man's eyes were exceptionally clear, showing no signs of cloudiness. After being directly refused, the corners of the old man's mouth twitched involuntarily, silently criticizing the young man's lack of respect for elders. However, he maintained a friendly smile and explained in a calm tone, "Su, I'm the butler of the Zhang family. There are some matters I'd like to discuss with you." The mention of the Zhang family hit Su Ming like a sledgehammer, causing his expression to change instantly, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He inwardly cursed the situation, never expecting the Zhang family to dare send someone to find him. The hatred of Zhang Yongxing and the resentment of Dr. Zhang ignited a fire of anger within him. "You came here," to Su Ming's eyes narrowed. The word died, almost escaping his lips before he swallowed it back. "Yes, I came to see you," the butler of the Zhang family replied, keenly aware of Su Ming's shift in mood but remaining unfazed. Perhaps he was unaware of the depth of the animosity between Su Ming and the Zhang family, showing no fear. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Su Ming coldly stated, "If you have something to say it here." He was determined not to let the man inside, considering it a great act of mercy to restrain himself from resorting to violence. "Very well," the butler sighed lightly before continuing with a serious expression, "We are here to invite you to join the Zhang family." This statement almost made Su Ming laugh. The idea of the Zhang family extending an olive branch to him was utterly absurd. Seeing Su Ming remain silent for a long time, the butler assumed he was concerned about Zhang Yongxing's situation and explained, "Su, there might be some misunderstandings between you and our young master Yongxing. Since you are classmates, there's nothing that can't be resolved. Are you serious about this?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow, full of disbelief. "Of course, we wouldn't joke about something like this," the butler nodded, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "We are aware that other guilds are trying to recruit you, but you might not be fully aware of the inner workings of those large guilds, right?" Su Ming leaned against the doorframe, listening silently as the butler launched into a lengthy discourse. The butler eloquently analyzed the drawbacks of joining large guilds, emphasizing that they bind talent with special contracts, forcing lifelong servitude. He strongly advocated for the freedom offered by the Zhang family clan, which, while not providing the same benefits as large guilds, offered more room for personal growth. Just as the butler continued his passionate speech, Su Ming raised a hand to cut him off, coldly uttering, "Not interested." This terse rejection was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the butler's enthusiasm. His face turned ashen, as if he had suffered a great insult. Su Ming had already seen through the other party's rhetoric. Although joining the clan had no strict restrictions, the ultimate beneficiaries were still the clan itself. Once you joined, getting out wasn't as easy as they claimed. The kindly smile on Steward Zhang's face vanished instantly when Su Ming refused, replaced by a sinister expression. The image of a benevolent elder was gone, revealing a devilish demeanor. Haha, what is there to discuss with your Zhang family? Get lost. Su Ming sneered, his last word exploding like thunder as his eyes widened, shouting fiercely. As ruthless as his opponent was, he was even more so. This sudden change caught Steward Zhang off guard. He involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, his heartbeat quickening, and looked at Su Ming in astonishment. This recent graduate exuded such a terrifying aura. He couldn't help but think to himself, what a ruthless person. Steward Zhang's earlier bravado disappeared, his voice now timid and uncertain. Student Su, in the novice dungeon, you attacked our young master Yongxing. If you don't join us, we'll have to settle this score with you. Seeing Su Ming about to shut the door, he hastily threw out this threat, trying to force a compromise. Su Ming paused, meeting the other's gaze. Oh? Are you threatening me? You could see it that way. Steward Zhang decided to drop the pretense. All right then. If we're settling scores, let's do it. Su Ming opened the door again, striding up to him. How about your Zhang family switching things around and stealing my water of life? Steward Zhang's tone showed slight surprise. So that water of life was yours? It was clear he knew of the incident, but didn't realize it belonged to Su Ming. Hatred filled Su Ming's eyes. And how does your Zhang family plan to explain that to me? Steward Zhang didn't respond immediately, gently pushing Su Ming back a few steps before smiling. As long as you join us, we'll naturally give you a satisfactory explanation. Of course, if you don't join us, we have no obligation to explain anything. He paused, a sinister smile reappearing on his face. Then there's nothing more to say. Before the words were fully spoken, Su Ming launched a punch at him. Boom. Although the old man was aged, his agility was remarkable, dodging Su Ming's full-force blow, which punched a hole in the corridor wall. Level 20? You're indeed something. The old man stepped back, a hint of surprise in his eyes, clearly taken aback by Su Ming's level. You old thing, not bad yourself. Level 35. Since the facade was dropped, Su Ming no longer bothered with formalities in addressing Steward Zhang. Young people are always so impulsive, resorting to violence without assessing the situation. Steward Zhang sighed, shaking his head, and then clapped his hands. In the next moment, over 10 figures appeared nearby, surrounding Su Ming. Among everyone present, the most formidable was the Steward Zhang. Su Ming coldly assessed this level 35 expert, contemplating the options at hand. Join the Zhang family to enjoy benefits but become subservient, or be eliminated under the guise of avenging Zhang Yongxing. The Zhang family played their cards wisely. If they couldn't have someone, they ensured no one else could either. Anger surged within Su Ming. First, they stole his elixir of life, and now they sought his life. How audacious of the Zhang family. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with determination. Even against the formidable Steward Zhang, he no longer felt fear. If it came to a desperate fight, the outcome was uncertain. Just as Su Ming was about to clash with the Zhang family, a deep, authoritative voice echoed from the hallway. Everyone, stop. All eyes turned to see 3 individuals emerging from the corridor, led by Jianfeng of the Sword Tiger Guild. As members of an officially affiliated guild, they had the right and responsibility to prevent conflicts among professionals, especially in residential areas where civilians could be caught in the crossfire. Having witnessed the situation, they couldn't stand idly by. Recognizing the newcomer, Steward Zhang queried in confusion, By Jianfeng? What brings you here? Bai Jianfeng snorted coldly, stepping between Su Ming and Steward Zhang. If I hadn't come, you would have likely started a brawl, wouldn't you? Steward Zhang immediately put on a smile. Rest assured, the Zhang family would never harm the innocent. Bai Jianfeng remained expressionless. You can leave now. We have some matters to discuss with Su Ming. Seeing this, Steward Zhang had no choice but to relent. All right then, since the Sword Tiger Guild has spoken, the Zhang family will give you this face. He turned to Su Ming with a meaningful look. Su, long nights are full of surprises. With that, he waved his hand, and his dozen subordinates quickly withdrew. As the Zhang family departed, the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Although Su Ming understood Bai Jianfeng's purpose, he still offered polite thanks. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Bai Jianfeng replied seriously. No need to thank me. I'm not doing this to help you, but to fulfill my duty. I cannot allow residents nearby to be endangered. Su Ming pondered silently. Bai Jianfeng seemed to have a sense of justice. but using the Hungry Wolf Guild incident to threaten him made it hard to feel amicable. Whether it was Bai's own intention or orders from above, it was ultimately him that Su Ming had to deal with. Back inside his home, Bai Jianfeng followed closely, while his two attendants stood guard outside. Bai Jianfeng got straight to the point. Su Ming, I'll be blunt. You've been missing for a month, and we've been holding off on the Hungry Wolf Guild issue. Today, we need a definite answer from you. The Sword Tiger Guild had been generous in suppressing the matter for a month. If not for the suspicious circumstances, Su Ming might have considered joining. However, Su Ming simply replied, sorry. Bai Jianfeng's expression darkened, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He stared at Su Ming and spoke again. Su Ming, are you really going to refuse our Sword Tiger Guild? Su Ming replied with a blank expression. Mr. Bai, I'm sorry, but my decision will not change. Bai Jianfeng's brow furrowed, and his tone became serious. You might not understand how dangerous your situation is right now. It's not just the Hungry Wolf Guild. Even the Zhang family has set their sights on you. More people will want to come after you in the future. He leaned forward, his hands pressed against the table. You urgently need a powerful ally, a force that can deter others. The Sword Tiger Guild is your best choice. Su Ming nodded calmly. I appreciate your offer. However, the Sword Tiger Guild is not in my plans. His tone was firm, his eyes reflecting an undeniable resolve. Bai Jianfeng let out a deep sigh and slowly stood up. All right, our Sword Tiger Guild won't force you. But you should know that without our support, you'll be on your own. Take care. With that, he turned and left the room, his footsteps gradually fading away. Su Ming sat alone in the living room, pondering Bai Jianfeng's warning. He was aware that his current situation was indeed precarious. Although he excelled among his peers, he wasn't yet strong enough to stand alone. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Ming's mind. The Yi family. He murmured, his gaze becoming profound. The Yi family, where Yi Lingfei belonged, was as renowned as the Zhang family, but even more powerful. However, this family was notoriously aloof and rarely engaged with outsiders. Su Ming stood up, pacing the room. If he could establish a connection with the Yi family, there would be no one in Jiang City who would dare to provoke him. His eyes grew resolute, and he had made up his mind. Just then, footsteps were heard outside again. Su Ming frowned, cursing inwardly. Again? What's going on today? He clenched his fist, anger rising. The footsteps stopped at the door, and Su Ming couldn't help but curse. Damn it. He quickly moved towards the door, his hand already on the hilt of the scarlet flame greatsword. However, a familiar voice came from outside. Su bro? Are you home? A head cautiously peeked in. Su Ming paused, then put away the sword, a smile appearing on his face. Well, if it isn't Wang Xiaoming. The visitor was none other than Su Ming's close friend, Wang Xiaoming. Ever since they parted ways after returning from the beginner's quest, they hadn't seen each other for over a month. Wang Xiaoming's sudden appearance took Su Ming by surprise. Su, you're home. Wang Xiaoming's face first lit up with joy, but then he looked puzzled upon seeing the dilapidated door. What happened to your place? Su Ming shrugged, unsure where to begin, and simply said, come in. It's a long story. How have you been lately? Following Su Ming inside, Wang Xiaoming chuckled self-deprecatingly. Oh, nothing much has changed. I'm nowhere near as accomplished as you. He then showed his level status. Level 5. Level 5 is impressive. Su Ming genuinely praised, thinking it was beyond his expectations for Wang Xiaoming to reach this level in just over a month. Well, I owe it to him. Wang Xiaoming scratched his head and smiled, gesturing behind him. Su Ming was puzzled, following Wang Xiaoming's gesture only to see no one there. A big question mark formed in his mind, and just as he was about to ask, Wang Xiaoming interjected. By the way, Su, I'm here for 2 reasons today. The more Su Ming listened, the more confused he became, unable to piece things together. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming quickly reassured him. Don't worry, Su. It's nothing major for you. He then found a place to sit. Go on, Su Ming said, his gaze still lingering in the empty space Wang Xiaoming had pointed to, his mind wandering. It's about whether you can forgive him. We've already reconciled our past issues, Wang Xiaoming said, again pointing to the empty spot behind him. Unable to hold back, Su Ming reminded him. There's no one behind you. Wang Xiaoming turned to look and indeed saw no one. Awkwardly, he smiled at Su Ming. Give me a moment. With that, he quickly dashed outside. About 10 seconds later, Wang Xiaoming returned, dragging someone into Su Ming's view. Hua Haitao. Su Ming's brow furrowed as he recalled how this person would always turn invisible and flee at the sight of him, as if Su Ming would devour him. Yes, Su, he's here to seek forgiveness. He's been helping me level up, Wang Xiaoming explained. Hua Haitao stood behind Wang Xiaoming, unable to meet Su Ming's gaze, his expression filled with fear. He stammered for a while, unable to form a complete sentence, clearly terrified of Su Ming. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he crossed his arms and said icily, he once tried to kill you. Sensing the murderous intent in Su Ming's voice, Hua Haitao hastily explained, his expression panicked. I truly know I was wrong. I was just possessed by a moment of madness. I swear I won't do it again. I've already apologized to Xiaoming. Hua Haitao had also heard about Su Ming's recent news. He realized that Su Ming was no longer just a prodigy of the academy. It's likely that Su Ming would soon become a powerhouse in Jiang City, perhaps even making a mark in Longxia country. Making an enemy of someone with such limitless potential was like having a ticking time bomb by his side. Since they didn't have any direct grievances, it would be better to find an opportunity to make peace. Su Ming thought to himself, which also explained why Hua Haitao had been trying to please Wang Xiaoming recently. His eyes darted between the two, contemplating the sincerity of this reconciliation. At that moment, Wang Xiaoming patted Hua Haitao on the shoulder with a grateful look in his eyes. Brother Su, we've resolved our issues. Plus, he recently saved me in a dungeon and has been helping me level up. Hearing this, Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Since the parties involved had no objections, what reason did he have to hold a grudge? He could tell from Wang Xiaoming's expression that Hua Haitao had indeed helped him. Knowing Wang Xiaoming's personality, he wouldn't forgive so easily otherwise. As long as you guys are happy. Su Ming shrugged, feeling a bit awkward under their eager gazes. Stop looking at me like that. Tell me about your second matter. Hua Haitao sighed in relief at Su Ming's response, feeling that his efforts had finally paid off. Wang Xiaoming immediately moved closer to Su Ming, his eyes filled with anticipation. The second thing is about that youth competition happening soon, specifically for graduates like us. I wanted to ask if you're interested, Brother Su. Without a second thought, Su Ming declined. Not interested. He didn't even bother to ask about the prizes. Recalling memories from his past life, this national competition held every 3 years was filled with strong contenders. Some families even had their younger members purposely repeat grades to compete. Others suppressed their levels to jump to level 20 upon graduation. Such tactics were not uncommon. Come on, Brother Su. Are you taking off and leaving me behind? Wang Xiaoming feigned pitifulness, trying to persuade Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head, expressing his concerns. I've been in the spotlight a bit too much lately. Not really suitable for participating. Just dealing with the secret realm incident was already overwhelming him. Joining the youth competition would only complicate things further. With his lack of strong backing and limited strength, keeping a low profile was the wise choice. Wang Xiaoming thought for a moment and agreed with Su Ming's reasoning, no longer pressing the matter. All right, you have a point. The news about you has been all over the place lately. Su Ming turned to Hua Haitao and suggested, take Hua Haitao with you and find a few more people. With his skills, he should at least make it past the first round. Hua Haitao quickly assured them, don't worry, I'll give it my all. I'm at level 7 now. Among their graduating class, level 7 was indeed impressive, and unless faced with other prodigies or clans, he stood a good chance. All right then. Wang Xiaoming got up to leave. Brother Su, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll go find some others. Su Ming nodded with a smile. Just as Wang Xiaoming was about to leave, he came back and added, by the way, Brother Su, I noticed Uncle isn't home. If you need any help, let me know. I might not be much help in a fight, but I can handle other chores. He finished with a wink at Su Ming. Wang Xiaoming's kind gesture warmed Su Ming's heart. He smiled and politely declined, indicating it wasn't necessary. However, after Wang Xiaoming and his group left, Su Ming's house didn't return to its usual calm. Visitor after visitor arrived, including representatives from well-known organizations like the Guangshi Guild and the Yuming Guild, as well as many second-tier guilds and even delegates from other cities. They attempted to persuade Su Ming to join them, using a mix of threats and incentives, but he turned them all down. At this point, Su Ming had become the center of attention, yet the various factions were hesitant to take any rash actions against him. Some even left with harsh words, trying to intimidate him into changing his mind. Su Ming paid them no mind. Although he wasn't as powerful as some, he was confident that with his current abilities, he could escape, if necessary. While Su Ming was lounging on the sofa, absorbed in a mobile game, he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching. Without looking up, he bluntly dismissed the visitor. Leave. I'm not interested. However, the person didn't leave and stood still in the living room. Annoyed, Su Ming continued playing. Can't you understand? Just go. How about a chat? A familiar female voice suddenly spoke, catching Su Ming's attention. He raised an eyebrow and turned to see a girl with a high ponytail and striking silver hair, exuding youthful energy. Yi Lingfei. Su Ming blurted out in surprise, not expecting the aloof goddess to appear at this moment. Not welcome? Yi Lingfei asked expressionlessly, her voice devoid of emotion. Su Ming quickly sat up straight and gestured for her to sit. Please, have a seat. Thanks for last time. He felt grateful to her, recalling how she had saved him in an alley, preventing what could have been a dire situation. Yi Lingfei sat down and got straight to the point. I made it clear last time. Consider it repaying the favor from the secret realm. No need to thank me. All right, Su Ming tentatively asked. So what brings you here? I do, Yi Lingfei replied decisively. Join me in the youth competition. This left Su Ming stunned. He tried to recall information about Yi Lingfei's participation in the youth competition from his past life. After a moment, He looked at her in disbelief. With Yi Lingfei's status, she could easily rally a large group from her clan and didn't need Su Ming's help. Su Ming finally remembered that, if he wasn't mistaken, in the previous life, Yi Lingfei was eliminated in the first round. This realization left him even more puzzled. That doesn't seem right, Su Ming muttered to himself. What doesn't seem right? Yi Lingfei asked, confused. Nothing. Su Ming shook his head and returned to the topic. I just can't figure out why you want me to join you. Yi Lingfei's words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Su Ming's heart. Her delicate face remained expressionless, and her voice was as calm as if she were discussing the weather. This indifferent demeanor was in stark contrast to her purpose of asking for a favor. If it weren't for the fact that she had once saved him, Su Ming might have already been tempted to drive her away with a broom. That reason is good enough. Su Ming responded, his lips twitching slightly. Yi Lingfei's straightforward answer caught him off guard. Yet upon reflection, her sudden appearance might not be a bad thing. It could actually save him a lot of trouble. He had been racking his brain trying to figure out how to connect with her, and now the opportunity had presented itself. So you agree? Yi Lingfei asked, her gaze intense. Su Ming deliberately put on a helpless expression and sighed deeply. I don't have any objections, but you know my current situation. I don't understand. Tell me. Yi Lingfei interrupted him abruptly, her tone leaving no room for nonsense. Her directness added another layer to Su Ming's impression of her. He continued to feign a pitiful demeanor. To be honest, many people are targeting me right now. However, before he could finish, Yi Lingfei interrupted again. You haven't joined any faction yet, but you need protection from one. Her sharp insight took Su Ming by surprise, as she accurately pinpointed his predicament. Exactly. I don't want to join any guild. Su Ming's tone turned serious, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Yi Lingfei's expression grew more serious as well. You want to use the influence of the Yi family to deter those who are eyeing you. Seeing his intentions laid bare, Su Ming decided to drop the pretense. Haha, that's right. If you help me, I'll help you win the youth championship. His eyes were filled with confidence, showing he wasn't joking. You think you can win the championship? Hearing his promise, an unusual sparkle appeared in Yi Lingfei's eyes. Pretty much. Su Ming nodded, full of confidence in his abilities. Among his peers, defeating him wouldn't be easy. A faint smile finally appeared on Yi Lingfei's beautiful face. This is actually quite simple. You just need to register a guild, and I'll join. Your goal will naturally be achieved. Su Ming was momentarily stunned by her smile. It was the first time he had seen Yi Lingfei smile, and her stunning beauty left him momentarily dazed. What is it? Yi Lingfei, noticing Su Ming's reaction, immediately withdrew her smile. Nothing, nothing. Su Ming laughed awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Creating a guild isn't difficult, but doesn't your clan usually avoid joining guilds? Well, they agree. Yi Lingfei nonchalantly replied. Then why do you think I'm participating in the youth championship alone? Su Ming suddenly understood. She hadn't received her clan's support for the championship. However, Yi Lingfei's proposal was indeed appealing. By creating a guild and having her join, outsiders would perceive it as being under the Yi family's influence. As long as the Yi family didn't clarify, he could enjoy their protection without actually joining any faction. With this realization, Su Ming stood up from his seat, extended his right hand, and smiled widely. Here's to a successful partnership. Regarding whether the Yi family would interfere with the guild's affairs, Su Ming was confident that Yi Lingfei would handle it properly. After they reached an agreement, Yi Lingfei extended her hand as a gesture of sincerity. Just as she was about to leave, Su Ming suddenly called out to her. If I'm not mistaken, the youth tournament requires 5 people to sign up, right? How many do you have now? Su Ming asked, staring intently at Yi Lingfei. Just you and me. You find the other 3. Yi Lingfei left the room without looking back, leaving Su Ming in a state of shock. Why is this girl pushing everything onto me? Su Ming muttered, feeling like a tool being used. He consoled himself. Fine, as long as it solves the current predicament, I'll be the tool. Su Ming took out his phone and dialed Wang Xiaoming without hesitation. Wang Xiaoming had approached him that morning about the youth tournament, and now that they needed people, it was perfect to ask his good friend to join. Hey Su bro, what's up? Missing me already? Wang Xiaoming teased on the other end of the line. Aren't you planning to participate in the youth tournament? Su Ming asked directly. Yeah. Su bro, have you changed your mind? Wang Xiaoming's tone instantly turned excited. In his mind, Su Ming's skills were top-notch. Can you talk properly? Su Ming was exasperated by the ambiguous tone, feeling a hint of bromance. Ahem. Sure thing. Wang Xiaoming quickly became serious. Su bro, are you joining too? With you on board, we'll definitely score a great ranking. You can pick any prize you want afterward. How many people do you have now? I need 2 spots, Su Ming stated bluntly. Sure. I haven't found anyone else yet. It's just me and Hua Haitao. Wang Xiaoming was ecstatic and then curiously asked, by the way, who's the other person on your side? Yi Lingfei. Su Ming replied, dropping a bombshell that left Wang Xiaoming dumbfounded. Wang Xiaoming almost dropped his phone, scrambling to catch it as he asked in shock. Su bro, are you involved with Yi Lingfei? Even Hua Haitao, who was next to Wang Xiaoming, couldn't help but turn his head with a look of gossip-filled interest. To them, Yiling Fei was not only beautiful and skilled, but also part of one of the three major families. Su Ming seemed to be on the verge of hitting the jackpot. Hey, don't say such things, Su Ming shouted, annoyed by Wang Xiaoming's imaginative mind. Oh, got it. I won't spread it around. Absolute secrecy, Wang Xiaoming quickly assured, afraid of angering Su Ming. That's not what I meant. Su Ming slapped his forehead in frustration, wishing he could reach through the phone and strangle Wang Xiaoming. So, should I say something or not? Wang Xiaoming was thoroughly confused, unable to grasp what Su Ming meant. We are innocent, Su Ming said weakly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He started to wonder if the problem lay with his ability to express himself or with Wang Xiaoming's ability to understand. Before Wang Xiaoming on the other end of the line could finish saying, "Got it. This can't be rushed. Take it slow," there was a sharp beep. Clearly, Su Ming had impatiently hung up. At that moment, Hua Haitao came over, his eyes gleaming with gossip, and eagerly asked, "So, how far has it gone?" Wang Xiaoming was momentarily stunned, looking at Hua Haitao with disbelief. His expression seemed to say, "Why are you so interested in this kind of gossip?" Realizing his faux pas, Hua Haitao quickly changed the subject. I misspoke. Is Brother Su planning to join us?" He deftly steered the conversation back on track. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already put away his phone and was striding out of the room. His mind was set on one thing: getting to the Guild Management Bureau as quickly as possible to register his guild. As soon as Su Ming stepped outside, he sensed several hidden gazes watching him. He knew these were scouts sent by major guilds to keep an eye on him. They were all eager, reporting the latest developments to their superiors. What a bunch of annoying flies, Su Ming muttered to himself, a cold smile playing on his lips. He quickened his pace and soon disappeared from sight. Out on the street, Su Ming flagged down a taxi and headed straight for the Guild Management Bureau. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of a grand and imposing building, with the words Guild Management Bureau prominently displayed above the entrance. Su Ming glanced up briefly, then walked directly to the entrance. Inside, people were coming and going, some registering guilds, others handling dissolution procedures. Su Ming took a number and found a corner to wait. Just then, a familiar figure caught his eye. Nong Jiala. Su Ming had known this person in his previous life, the second son of the Nong family in Jiangqing. Although the Nong family was one of the three major families, their combat strength was far inferior to the Yi and Zhang families, possibly even below some second-rate families. Their inclusion among the top families was solely due to their immense wealth. The Nong family's businesses spanned various industries, leaving no stone unturned. Unfortunately, the Nong family members generally lacked strong professional talents. Even as one of the top families, they barely held their position. As for Nong Jiala, his talent was mediocre, only rated as D-level. Fortunately, his profession was decent, as a support-type priest. In Su Ming's memory, this guy was a bit gullible, often heard in news about being tricked. The Nong family held little expectation for him, allowing him to do as he pleased. Number 438, please proceed to window A, blared the announcement, matching the number in Su Ming's hand. He finally tore his gaze from Nong Jiala and headed to window A. "Hello, I'd like to register a guild," Su Ming said politely to the staff behind the window. Without looking up, the staff handed him a form through the window and said coldly, "Please fill it out." Su Ming took the form and was momentarily stunned upon glancing at it. He realized it was his first time registering a guild. The first requirement was to fill in the names of 5 members. Yiling Fei was certainly no problem, but he was uncertain about Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao. So he immediately took out his phone and dialed Wang Xiaoming to get more details. Wang Xiaoming was shocked when he heard that Su Ming planned to start his own guild. His eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. Instinctively, he glanced at his friend, Hua Haitao, whose expression was equally incredulous. Starting a guild is one thing, but expanding it is another, Wang Xiaoming thought to himself. Small guilds often offer few benefits, and sometimes don't even have access to secret realms. Who would want to join? Do you have a guild now? Su Ming's voice came through the phone, filled with urgency. No, Wang Xiaoming answered without hesitation. Su, count me in for your guild. You can put down my name. As a good friend, he felt he had to support Su Ming no matter what. Great. Su Ming's voice was full of emotion. Rest assured, our guild has no strings attached. Everyone is free to come and go. He quickly added, suggesting that even if better opportunities arose, members could leave any time without any objection from him. During the conversation, Wang Xiaoming suddenly looked at Hua Haitao. Hua Haitao immediately felt uneasy and quickly explained, "Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me. Once the youth championship is over and I get a good ranking, I'm going to try my luck with the big guilds." He was keen on joining a large guild and had little interest in a small one like Su Ming's. However, Wang Xiaoming said into the phone, I asked, and Hua Haitao said he's in too. No problem, you can write his name down. Yes, that's settled. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Hua Haitao was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Wang Xiaoming. Don't worry. Good brothers stick together. Wang Xiaoming patted Hua Haitao's shoulder. Su won't let us down. Meanwhile, Su Ming quickly filled in their names on the form. But in the end, he realized he was still one person short, with only 4 members including himself. As Su Ming was fretting over this, a familiar figure passed by. Stop! Su Ming suddenly shouted, stopping the person. Startled, Nanjiale, the person called out, opened his eyes slightly, which were usually just slits. He was short and thin, with typical squinty eyes that made him seem unlikely to be the second son of a farming family. What is it? Nanjiale asked, his eyes quickly narrowing again as he looked at Su Ming in confusion. Nanjiale. Su Ming stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. He knew that although Nanjiale seemed a bit naive, he was loyal and never cared about money. How do you know me? Nanjiale asked in surprise, clearly having no memory of Su Ming. You don't remember me? Su Ming feigned anger, though they had never met. Nanjiale squinted at Su Ming, scrutinizing him before hesitantly saying, You're? Su Ming. The words startled Su Ming. Outwardly, he maintained his composure, but inside, he was in turmoil. How did this simpleton from a wealthy family know him? You remember me? Su Ming asked, striving to remain calm. Saw you on TV, Nanjiale replied nonchalantly. Su Ming was lost in his thoughts when he was suddenly jolted by a voice that was both familiar and strange. Looking up, he saw a tall, burly young man with a hearty smile standing before him, greeting him enthusiastically. Su Ming. Long time no see, the man exclaimed cheerfully. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, quickly searching his memory for any recollection of this person. He vaguely remembered seeing this face on a TV show, but couldn't recall any specifics. To avoid being rude, he decided to play along. Oh, it's you. Su Ming pretended to recognize him. How do you know me? Upon hearing this, the man's smile froze. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, Hey, you've got a terrible memory. We were kindergarten classmates. We almost shared the same pair of shorts back then. And you forgot your good buddy. Relieved, Su Ming realized they were kindergarten classmates, which explained why he couldn't remember. Feigning annoyance, he rolled his eyes and said, Oh, right. How could I forget you? Hearing this, the man looked guilty, scratching his head as if embarrassed by his own forgetfulness. Su Ming knew he had long forgotten anything from kindergarten. Right now, he just wanted to recruit this seemingly simple guy to make up the numbers. So, he decided to change the subject. So what brings you here? Su Ming asked, with a hint of curiosity. The man's eyes lit up at the question. He said excitedly, Oh, just passing time. I'm thinking of starting a guild for fun. Join my guild. How about a monthly salary of $1 million? Upon hearing this, Su Ming's mind flashed with some hazy memories. He vaguely remembered this straightforward guy had indeed started a guild before, pulling in a bunch of people. Unfortunately, it didn't last long before losing billions, leading to its disbandment. Clearly, managing a guild wasn't his forte. How many members do you have? Su Ming asked out of curiosity. 1. With you? That'll be 2. The man answered innocently, his face beaming with confidence. Seeing his simple demeanor, Su Ming didn't have the heart to discourage him. He thought for a moment and said, I don't need your million. Just join my guild. We need one more. Sounds good. The man agreed readily but quickly added a condition. But I have one condition. I want to be the guild leader. I want to prove it to my dad, my brother, my grandpa. Okay, stop. Su Ming interrupted, not wanting to hear the endless list. You can be the guild leader, but you won't have any command or decision-making rights. The man thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Deal. As long as people know I'm the leader, that's enough. With that, Su Ming filled in the name of this guy who called himself Nanjiale. Soon, their newly formed guild was officially registered as Freedom Guild. Over the next half hour, Su Ming contacted Yi Lingfei and others. The 5 of them quickly gathered, signed the papers, and recorded their information. Thus, the Freedom Guild was officially established. The news spread quickly, and those observing in the shadows immediately passed it on. At that moment, Wang Xiaoming pointed at Nanjiale and curiously asked, Brother Su, who is this guy? He looks kind of silly. Nanjiale heard this and was instantly enraged. Forcing his eyes open, he retorted angrily, My name is Nanjiale. Everyone was taken aback by the unusual surname. Even Yi Lingfei, who had been silent, looked on in surprise. She knew that once this news spread, it wouldn't take long for the entire Jiang city to be in an uproar. Yi Lingfei looked at Su Ming and said helplessly, Do you ever stop causing trouble? Bringing someone from the known family into the guild. Su Ming shrugged, seemingly unconcerned about the impending commotion. Yi Lingfei couldn't help but marvel at how this person could so effortlessly stir up a storm. Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao didn't immediately grasp what Yi Lingfei was implying, but Su Ming quickly understood the significance. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. The Yi and Nong families, 2 of the 3 major clans, had joined forces to establish a guild. This news was sure to create a stir in Jiang City. Traditionally, clans operated independently of guilds, but Su Ming's presence seemed to challenge this norm. Sensing the group's skepticism, Nong Jieyue hurried to clarify, Rest assured, my family won't interfere with my decisions and definitely won't cause any trouble for everyone. Yi Lingfei bluntly pointed out the truth. Your family just doesn't want to bother with you. Her straightforwardness made Nong Jiayue lower his head. Seeing this, Su Ming patted Nong Jiayue on the shoulder and changed the subject. Legu, interested in joining the youth championship? He had a plan in mind. Since Nong Jiayue wanted to prove himself, participating in the youth championship was the most direct way. Besides, Nong Jiayue met the eligibility criteria, even though he wasn't a graduate from the same academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Ming. Are you crazy? Her gaze seemed to say, with this team, you want to win first place? Nong Jiayue was flattered. Can I really? I'm only at level 5. Su Ming nodded confidently and turned to Yi Lingfei. Don't worry, when I say first place, I mean it. His words ignited a fervor in Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao, who had originally intended to participate casually, but were now inspired by Su Ming's ambition. Yi Lingfei left with a parting remark. I hope you keep your word, before turning and leaving the guild management office. Su Ming patted Wang Xiaoming on the shoulder, instructing, let's call it a day. The youth championship is in 7 days. I'll leave the registration to you. Wang Xiaoming was thrilled and assured him repeatedly, don't worry, Su Go. I'll get it done. After leaving the guild management office, Su Ming headed straight to the treasure pavilion. He had already contacted Lin Anxi on the way. As soon as he stepped through the door, a staff member warmly greeted him. Welcome. Sir, how can I assist you today? Su Ming politely declined. Thank you. I'm meeting someone. The staff member tactfully stepped aside. Before long, Lin Anxi appeared before Su Ming. Mr. Su, you're here? A mysterious smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Yes, Qijia. I have something big to sell. Lin Anxi was immediately intrigued. Oh? How big? Su Ming chuckled. A monster's corpse. You'll need a large open space. Lin Anxi promptly took out an instrument to check, and after 30 seconds, gestured for him to follow. This way, Mr. Su. Su Ming followed Lin Anxi down a long corridor, eventually arriving at a spacious room. Su Ming looked around the empty room, which had nothing in it. Although the floor was clean, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Lin Anxi turned around and asked, Mr. Su, have you seen enough? Yes, Su Ming replied briefly. Sensing the cue, Lin Anxi stepped back behind Su Ming and said, please proceed, Mr. Su. With a mere thought and a wave of his hand, Su Ming made a massive dragon corpse appear out of nowhere, landing with a dull thud. Lin Anxi's pupils shrank in shock, her astonishment evident. She asked in a trembling voice, is this a dragon? Yes, it's a dragon, Su Ming confirmed, his gaze calm as he looked at Lin Anxi. A complex expression crossed Lin Anxi's face as she marveled. Mr. Su, creatures related to dragons are incredibly formidable. I can't believe you managed to slay it. Su Ming scratched his nose and asked, what about the price? He was curious about the value of the dragon corpse. Lin Anxi's tone was slightly excited. The dragon's body is full of treasures. Its price is beyond my estimation. I need to consult higher up. She indicated for Su Ming to wait a moment. About 2 minutes later, hurried footsteps were heard outside. A scholarly-looking middle-aged man wearing glasses entered quickly. He approached Su Ming and introduced himself. Mr. Su, I presume? I'm Li Kong, the manager of the treasure pavilion. Su Ming nodded politely. Li Kong then turned to Lin Anxi and instructed, Xiao Qi, you can leave now. I will take care of Mr. Su. Lin Anxi hesitated, realizing that leaving would mean she was no longer part of the transaction. As she was about to turn and leave, Su Ming suddenly spoke up. Manager Li, is it? I'm used to doing business with Sister Qi. Without her, something feels missing. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, looking at Li Kong. He could see through Li Kang's intentions. To him, Lin Anxi was more than just a service staff. She was crucial in providing information about the water of life. Li Kong wanted to say something, but Su Ming had already waved his hand and put the dragon corpse back into his storage ring. This action left both Li Kong and Lin Anxi stunned. Su Ming said coldly, sorry, but I won't be selling the corpse. Goodbye. With that, he turned and headed for the door. Li Kong hurriedly called out, Mr. Su, please wait. Please. His voice was filled with urgency and regret. The prospect of this big deal made Li Kang's eyes gleam with greed. How could he let such a lucrative opportunity slip away? Even if the order counted towards Li Anxi's performance, as the manager, he could still take a share of the profits. If Su Ming left, he wouldn't get a penny. Su Ming sensed Li Kang's intentions and cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes filled with a hint of amusement. Seeing this, Li Kang's demeanor changed instantly, and he said ingratiatingly, Mr. Su, everything will be handled by Anxi. I'm just an appraiser. The stark contrast in Li Kang's attitude amused Su Ming. A smile appeared on his face as he turned back and said casually, you should have said you're just an appraiser. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive dragon corpse reappeared in the clearing, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lin Anxi looked at Su Ming with gratitude, feeling not just the benefit of money, but also the warmth of being protected. Su Ming, not wanting to hear any more of Li Kang's nonsense, gestured with his hand. Managerly, please go ahead. Li Kang nodded repeatedly, and, as he turned, shot a glare at Lin Anqi, who ignored him. He took out his instrument and began meticulously scanning the various parts of the dragon's body. The process lasted a full hour, accompanied only by the beeping of the device. Finally, Li Kang put away the instrument, returned to Su Ming, and tentatively asked, Mr. Su, this corpse belongs to a level 20 boss, right? Yes, it's indeed level 20. Su Ming admitted openly, seeing no reason to conceal the fact. Li Kang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued. I've checked, and the magic crystal is still inside. We can offer you a price of 1 billion. Deal. Su Ming agreed readily, secretly delighted. He had initially thought selling it for 2 or 3 million would be good, but the offer of 1 billion far exceeded his expectations. Li Kang beamed, saying, Great. Let Anqi help you complete the transaction. He was already calculating how much commission this hefty deal would bring him. However, Su Ming wasn't in a hurry. He looked at Lin Anqi and grinned. No rush. I have more to sell. Anqi, I need a barrel. With just the word barrel, Lin Anqi understood, while Li Kang looked puzzled. Lin Anqi hurried to the door, and Su Ming reminded her. Anqi, make sure it's the largest one this time. Shortly after, Lin Anqi returned with an oversized barrel, large enough to fit a person. Li Kang couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, What do you need such a big barrel for? Su Ming smiled mysteriously. You'll see. He slowly extended his right hand, adorned with the dragon's storage ring, over the barrel. Li Kang's attention was immediately drawn to the remarkable ring, silently amazed. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. A torrent of magic crystals poured out from the storage ring, cascading into the barrel with a clear, melodious sound. Li Kang was dumbfounded, utterly stunned by the spectacle before him. The quantity was astonishing. Lin Anqi's eyes widened as she looked at the overflowing bucket, immediately realizing one wouldn't be enough. She quickly ran out, and soon returned with another large bucket. Su Ming glanced up, giving her an approving look as if to say smart. By the time the last magic crystal dropped into the bucket, all 3 large buckets were filled to the brim. Li Kang and Lin Anqi stared in disbelief at the scene. Although Lin Anqi had seen Su Ming use buckets to store magic crystals before, the scale this time left her utterly amazed. How much do you think these are worth? Su Ming's question brought them back to reality. Li Kang's expression changed completely. He no longer believed Su Ming was just an ordinary person. This quantity of level 10 magic crystals was beyond what any ordinary person could possess. We need some time. Li Kang swallowed hard and immediately called over 20 staff members to help count. A moment later, Li Kang respectfully reported to Su Ming. Mr. Su, there are 35,320 level 10 magic crystals in total. We typically purchase them at 2,200 yuan each, but considering the quantity, I'm willing to offer an additional 100 yuan per crystal. Deal. Su Ming nodded without hesitation. Great. Shao Qi will assist you with the transaction, Li Kang replied with a polite smile. Su Ming followed Lin Anqi out of the room. Mr. Su, thank you. Lin Anqi turned to express her gratitude. Qi Jia, you're too kind. You've helped me, so it's only right for me to do this. Please, just call me Su Ming or Xiao Ming, Su Ming replied with a smile. That might not be appropriate. This is my workplace after all, so calling you Mr. Su is better, Lin Anqi answered hesitantly, with a flicker of something in her eyes. They quickly completed the transaction. This time, Su Ming's account saw a substantial increase. The magic crystals sold for over 81.23 million, and with the dragon corpse included, the total was 1.8123 billion Longxia currency. Is there anything else you want to sell? Lin Anqi asked cautiously, avoiding saying come again next time lightly. Nothing to sell at the moment, but I'm interested in buying upgrade stones. Do you have any in the shop, Qi Jia? Su Ming asked eagerly. Upgrade stones. Those are extremely rare. There's always more demand than supply, and even if someone has them, they're quickly snatched up by big guilds or powerful forces. Lin Anqi shook her head helplessly. All right, I was just asking. Don't worry about it, Su Ming reassured her. If I get any news, I'll let you know right away. Thanks, Qi Jia. Su Ming nodded in appreciation, bid a simple farewell, and left the treasure pavilion. As he stepped out, night had quietly fallen. The news of their newly established free guild had already spread throughout Jiangqing City, even making it to the television news. In the Yi family villa, within the living room, the television flickered as it continuously broadcast the latest news about the Freedom Guild. A month ago, the much-anticipated rising star, Su Ming, appeared at the Guild Administration Bureau today, establishing the Freedom Guild alongside the younger generations of the Yi and Nong families. The news anchor's enthusiastic tone sparked speculation among viewers about whether the 2 prominent families were secretly backing Su Ming. On the sofa, an elderly man with white hair and beard stared intently at the screen, his expression as stern as iron. When Yi Lingfei's image appeared on the screen, the remote control in his hand shattered instantly. He commanded in a deep voice, "Bring Fei Fei to me immediately." His authoritative tone left no room for doubt. A middle-aged man beside him quickly obeyed, disappearing out the door in an instant. Moments later, he returned with Yi Lingfei in tow. The young girl stood before the elder, a hint of nervousness on her face, clearly showing her respect and apprehension toward this authoritative figure of the Yi family. The elder gestured toward the television with his eyes and asked coldly, "Do you not plan to explain this?" Yi Lingfei lowered her head and replied softly, "There's nothing to explain. It's exactly as you saw." "What? Is this person your confidence in opposing our family?" The elder questioned sharply, directly referring to Su Ming. Only then did Yi Lingfei look up to meet the elder's gaze, her voice firm. "He's my friend. I asked him for help." This authoritative elder was none other than Yi Zongxing, the head of the Yi family and Yi Lingfei's grandfather. In the Yi family of Jiangqing City, his word was law, and only his most beloved granddaughter dared to defy him. Yi Zongxing's voice was stern as he said, "Do you realize the misunderstandings your actions could cause? Now, people might think the Yi and Nong families have joined forces. Even that young man in the spotlight is mistakenly believed to have joined our Yi family." Yi Lingfei bit her lip in response, her stubbornness evident. "I know. He's also my teammate for the youth tournament. During this time, I won't allow you to interfere with him or the guild matters." Yi Zongxing sneered. Fine, fine. Don't say your grandfather didn't give you a chance. I promise not to interfere with him or the guild until the tournament is over. But don't forget our agreement. Of course, if necessary, I won't hesitate to eliminate. I won't forget." Yi Lingfei interrupted her grandfather, coldly leaving those words before turning to leave. Watching his granddaughter's stubborn back, Yi Zongxing murmured to himself, "That girl. She's been so headstrong since she was little." His tone was full of helpless indulgence. Meanwhile, Su Ming, having left Baibao Pavilion, stood by the roadside, frowning. He had been waiting there for 10 minutes without seeing a single car in sight. "I can't even hail a cab," Su Ming muttered to himself as he walked down the street. The rain fell in fine threads, and the sky was growing dark. He quickened his pace, mentally calculating his plans to improve his quality of life. After all, he was no longer the penniless young man he once was. Suddenly, several men blocked his path. The leader fixed a sharp gaze on Su Ming and asked in a stern voice, "Are you Su Ming?" Su Ming looked up and immediately sensed the intense hostility from the other party. He cautiously stepped back more than 10 meters, evading the sudden attack of a dark shadow. Possessed by an evil spirit, he thought in surprise, quickly realizing it was some kind of sorcerer's skill. The man sneered and introduced himself. "I'm Chun Chuanying from the Hungry Wolf Guild. My brother died at your hands." Only then did Su Ming understand, surprised at how quickly the Hungry Wolf Guild had reacted, finding him in just a few hours. He remained serious but showed no fear. Seeing this, Chun Chuanying became even more enraged. "Do you think having the Yi family backing you means you can do whatever you want? Today, I'll use your blood to avenge my brother." Su Ming was slightly surprised by the words. "Word travels fast, I see. Even that is known," he replied calmly, as if discussing the weather. Chun Chuanying mistook Su Ming's calmness for weakness and sneered. "Others may fear the Yi family, but I, Chun Chuanying, do not. You must die today." Su Ming shook his head gently, continuing to walk. "You've misunderstood. When I said I didn't want to play anymore, I just meant I wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible." Before he finished speaking, a massive shadow suddenly engulfed the members of the Hungry Wolf Guild. Fear instantly spread across Chun Chuanying and his men's faces, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Amidst this tense moment, the rain intensified, and passers-by hurried for cover, leaving only Su Ming and the Hungry Wolf Guild members facing off in the rain. The air was thick with tension and danger, as if a monumental battle was about to erupt at any moment. A massive black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, from which emerged a colossal skeletal dragon. This was Su Ming's most formidable undead warrior, the Hell Dragon Undead. The appearance of the bone dragon threw Chun Chuanying and his companions into instant panic, as they felt an overwhelming and irresistible pressure bearing down on them. "Damn, this guy is overpowered. He actually summoned a bone dragon. Brothering, should we retreat? If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Chun Chuanying's followers hurried to his side, their eyes filled with terror. Even Chun Chuanying himself was deeply shaken, unable to conceal the fear in his eyes. The bone dragon swooped down from the sky, accompanied by a howling wind. The group no longer waited for Chun Chuanying's instructions and scattered in all directions. Only then did Chun Chuanying snap back to reality, realizing he had no escape and could only make a final stand. He vigorously waved his magic staff and shouted, "Evil spirits, possess!" Shadows flew from his body toward the bone dragon, attempting to restrain it. However, as soon as these shadows touched the dragon, they dissipated into wisps of black smoke. How is it possible? Chun Chuanying's face changed drastically, unable to believe that his prized control skill had failed. Su Ming smiled and said, "I'm sorry. Your power is insignificant before it." These words hit Chun Chuanying like a hammer to the heart. Known for his control skills as a warlock, he suddenly realized he was utterly powerless against the bone dragon. The bone dragon was already closing in, its massive tail sweeping toward Chen Chuanying. With a resounding boom, Chen Chuanying was instantly smashed into a pulp. Witnessing this, his followers were dumbfounded, their bodies trembling with fear. The bone dragon's enormous claws then reached for the others, leaving deep gouges in the ground. In an instant, everyone from the Hungry Wolf Guild was killed, not even leaving a complete corpse behind. Su Ming let out a disdainful sound as he retrieved Chen Chuanying's storage ring from the bloodied remains. He effortlessly leaped onto the bone dragon's back. The dragon flapped its damaged wings, carrying Su Ming into the sky, soon disappearing into the clouds. The starry night sky offered Su Ming an unprecedented visual experience. It was his first time soaring through the night like this. The wind whipped against his face as he sat cross-legged, a look of enjoyment on his face. He didn't head towards home, but instead moved in the direction of the dungeon. With 7 days to spare, he had enough time to explore the dungeon and enhance his strength. About half an hour later, Su Ming leapt down from the bone dragon's back. The people on the ground first felt a gust of wind sweeping past, followed by the sight of a figure descending from the sky, landing steadily in front of them. Faces filled with astonishment, they looked up, trying to figure out what had just happened. However, apart from the starry night sky, they saw nothing. That's odd. Where did that guy jump from? Yeah, could that gust of wind have been caused by him? Is he perhaps a rare class wind mage? The crowd continued to scrutinize the mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared, whispering amongst themselves. However, the unexpected visitor ignored the surrounding commotion and headed straight towards the dungeon entrance. This dungeon, known as Tyrant, was the highest level dungeon in Jiang City for those at level 30, and the dangers lurking within were well known. Just as Su Ming was about to step through the entrance, a staff member stopped him. "Hello? Please stop," the staff member said sternly. "I want to go in." Su Ming replied expressionlessly, taking out his ID to register. The staff member examined the ID, then looked up at Su Ming again, continuing, "Please show your class and level." With a thought, Su Ming displayed his information as requested. Class, Necromancer. Level, 20. The examiner was momentarily taken aback by the information, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. They exchanged glances and then politely refused. "Sorry, you must be at least level 30 to enter the Tyrant dungeon alone." Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly, taking back his ID. In his previous life, he had been on a lower tier and was unaware of such regulations. He turned his gaze to the scattered group waiting outside, considering the idea of forming a team. "Hey, are you guys going into the dungeon too?" Su Ming greeted a nearby team of 3, approaching them. The leader, a man in his 30s with a mohawk, seemed to be waiting for other teammates. Hearing Su Ming's voice, the 3 turned their attention to him. "Huh? Aren't you the guy who just dropped from the sky?" the mohawk leader asked in surprise. "Kid, what was that all about?" "Yeah, how did you suddenly appear like that?" the other 2 asked curiously. "Want to team up?" Su Ming looked around, noticing they were the only ones waiting. "Hey, kid, we're asking you a question." One of the team members nudged Su Ming with his elbow, pressing for an answer. "I jumped from the sky. So are we teaming up?" Su Ming glanced at him and continued to ask the mohawk leader. His priority was to enter the Tyrant dungeon, and as long as they agreed to take him along, that was enough. "But we already have someone," the mohawk leader said, looking Su Ming up and down with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. "Hey, what's up with that storage ring of yours? It looks different." A team member suddenly noticed the ring on Su Ming's finger and exclaimed. Hearing this, the mohawk leader's gaze immediately fixed on Su Ming's storage ring, a hint of greed in his eyes. Sensing their ill intentions, Su Ming decided not to stir up trouble at the dungeon entrance. "Never mind. I'll ask someone else," he said, turning to leave. As Su Ming turned to leave, Jaguanta hastily called out, "Hey, don't go. Weren't we going to team up for the dungeon?" Su Ming ignored him and continued walking without pause. At that moment, one of Jaguanta's lackeys leaned in and whispered, "Boss, I think I've seen this guy on the news." "Oh, a celebrity?" Jaguanta's eyes instantly lit up with greed. In his view, anyone who appeared on TV was an easy target. Another lackey quickly caught on and shouted, "Hey, kid, my boss is calling you. Are you deaf?" The commotion drew curious glances from the surrounding crowd. However, Su Ming paid no attention and kept walking in another direction, uninterested in entangling with these troublemakers. Despite being a level 30 dungeon, most people gathered here were only around level 20. They usually entered in 5-person teams, ensuring their safety as long as they didn't delve too deep. Seeing no response from Su Ming, the lackey couldn't help but curse loudly. "That bastard dares to ignore our boss." The insult struck a nerve with Su Ming, causing him to stop in his tracks, his body slightly trembling. Noticing this, Jaguanta sneered. "Oh? Calling him a bastard made him stop? Looks like he's got some temper." To everyone's surprise, Su Ming turned back and stood expressionless in front of Jaguantu and his group, meeting their gaze. His eyes were inscrutable, revealing no emotion. Although the mouthy lackey felt a bit guilty, he mustered the courage to challenge. What? Not happy? You want to fight over a word? Jaguanta stepped forward, fully displaying his big brother persona. What do you want? You were the one who approached us about teaming up, then acted like a big shot without saying a word. As he spoke, he revealed his info. Class, Knight, level, 25. He was confident that someone as young as Su Ming couldn't possibly be at a higher level. The crowd, sensing the tension, gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Unexpectedly, Su Ming said, "Weren't we going to team up? Let's do it." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned, surprised that Su Ming was there to discuss teaming up rather than picking a fight. The lackey snorted, relieved. Umph. Should have said so earlier. Acting all tough for nothing. Jaguanta smirked, thinking that this guy turned out to be a coward, easily intimidated by a little show of strength. All right, you seem pitiful enough. We'll take you along. With that, he sent a team invitation to Su Ming. Once the team was formed, Jaguantu and his men saw Su Ming's info and were taken aback. Wow. Level 20. A necromancer. Impressive. Their expressions towards Su Ming grew more complex. Su Ming raised an eyebrow at them and asked calmly, "What?" The guy with the mohawk looked intently at Su Ming's unique storage ring, hinting at something unsaid. Sensing the shift, Su Ming asked calmly, "Ready to go in?" The mohawk guy, worried Su Ming might change his mind, softened his tone. "Hold on a sec. I have a couple of friends who haven't arrived yet. We need at least 5 people to enter." His 2 sidekicks nodded in agreement, their attitudes suddenly much friendlier. Su Ming nodded without expression. All right. About 10 minutes later, a man and a woman hurriedly arrived. The mohawk guy complained, "Finally. You guys took forever." The man shook his head, speaking with resignation. "Hey, don't blame us. Something came up at the guild, and they're urgently gathering everyone. Xiao Mei and I had to come up with an excuse to slip away." The mohawk guy joked, "Huh? Your Hungry Wolf Guild is doing so well on Baishin Street. What could possibly be the issue?" At the mention of Hungry Wolf Guild, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Xiao Mei, holding Jiangxi's arm, gave the mohawk guy an annoyed look. "It happened on Baishin Street tonight. We lost some people from our guild. Now the whole guild's on the move. Jiangxi's phone has been ringing off the hook." The mohawk guy waved it off. All right, I get it. Tough on you guys. Let's go into the dungeon." He then sent a team invitation to them. Once Jiangxi and Xiao Mei accepted, they noticed Su Ming standing silently. The mohawk guy beamed, emphasizing his words. "Haha. I almost forgot to introduce our important friend for tonight." He gave Jiangxi and Xiao Mei a pointed look. Jiangxi, catching on after a moment, nodded at Su Ming. Oh, hello, friend." But Su Ming ignored him, which ignited a silent anger in Jiangxi's heart, though he kept his expression neutral. Su Ming suddenly urged, "Everyone's here. Can we go now?" The mohawk guy was secretly pleased, thinking this kid was walking into a trap on his own. "Let's go." Right away, the group made their way to the entrance of the tyrant dungeon again. After checking their IDs, the attendant reminded them, each person needs to pay a 1 million entrance fee. The mohawk guy and his friends immediately swiped their cards. The attendant added, "Only the official Sword Tiger Guild gets a discount. Everyone else pays full price." This explained why most people didn't make much money from the dungeon, as their earnings were mostly offset by the entrance fee. When it was Su Ming's turn, he paid the 1 million without hesitation. To him, this amount was a drop in the bucket. Besides, he was confident that once inside, he would make it back. After everyone had paid, the attendant let them pass. As they stepped into the dungeon, each person's hidden intentions became apparent. As the group entered the dungeon, a blinding red light flashed. Upon hearing an unusual sound behind them, Jaguantu and his companions quickly turned around, only to see Su Ming hovering in midair. He held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, his eyes icy and blade-like, exuding a palpable killing intent. The dark red greatsword in his hand was drenched in blood, which dripped from the tip, making a faint drip sound in the silence. On the ground lay 2 of Jaguanta's underlings, now headless corpses in a pool of blood. Their expressions were frozen in shock, clearly unable to comprehend what had happened even in their final moments. The ruthlessness and power Su Ming displayed struck Jaguanta's group like a heavy hammer, leaving them stunned and speechless. They instinctively took a few steps back, their legs trembling slightly. You actually dared to attack?" Jaguanta finally snapped back to reality, his voice filled with disbelief. They, who had considered themselves the hunters, had now become the prey. Su Ming responded coldly. "Weren't you planning to make a move all along? Why pretend otherwise?" His voice was as icy as his demeanor, exuding a chilling aura. "Kid, you only succeeded because you caught us off guard," Jaguanta shouted, gripping his spear tightly and pointing it at Su Ming. "Do you really think you can take us all on by yourself?" "Exactly." Gongzi stepped forward, eyes blazing with anger. "I've had enough of this kid. It's time he learned a lesson." Xiao Mei, standing nearby, posed seductively and cooed. "Even Gongzi is getting involved. Little brother, don't blame your sister for what's about to happen." Su Ming glanced at Gongzi and Xiaomei, a slight smile playing on his lips. Hungry Wolf Guild, is it? Do you know who killed the people that died tonight? Gongzi and Xiaomei faltered, their expressions suddenly turning tense. You know who the murderer is? Gongzi asked urgently. Tell us. You're not an accomplice, are you? Xiaomei dropped her flirtatious demeanor, looking serious. If you confess honestly, you might avoid some pain. Su Ming chuckled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. The answer is me. I killed them all. I killed Qin Chuanjun. I killed Qin Chuanying. Now that you know, what will you do about it? Before he finished speaking, Su Ming snapped his fingers. Instantly, the surrounding space distorted, and countless dark vortices appeared from nowhere. One by one, hideous undead warriors emerged from the darkness, encircling the group. A collective gasp escaped from everyone, especially Gongzi and Xiaomei, whose faces were etched with terror. Zhiguantam muttered to himself, this guy is unbelievably terrifying, isn't he? Gongzi and Xiaomei were too frightened to speak, only able to swallow nervously. Initially, they had doubted Su Ming's claims, as defeating someone as skilled as Qin Chuanying seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary level 20 fighter. But now, faced with nearly 200 undead warriors forming an army before them, they finally believed Su Ming's words. The oppressive aura of the undead army was suffocating, making everyone feel as if they were ensnared in the shadow of death, on the brink of being devoured. What's wrong with you guys? Get moving. The voice of the man with the mohawk cut sharply through the silence. He looked around, confusion and disbelief flickering in his eyes. Didn't they kill members of your Hungry Wolf Guild? Isn't this the perfect chance to prove yourselves? But barely had he finished speaking when Gongzi's face turned deathly pale. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave as he realized the danger before him. This is bad. This guy is a real threat. His voice trembled with terror. If he could kill Qin Chuanying and the others, he could kill me too. Run, run. Before he could finish, Gongzi was already pulling Xiaomei as they turned to flee. The man with the mohawk watched them scurry away, shaking his head in disappointment. You guys are such cowards. Scared by a mere level 10 summon. Despite his words, he quickly followed, calculating that if the three of them worked together, they might have a slim chance. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Run? Do you really think you can escape? Death coil. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. His fingers moved subtly as he unleashed a deadly skill. Instantly, countless ghostly hands emerged from the ground, swiftly entwining the trio's bodies. Gongzi swung his long knife desperately, trying to cut through the eerie bindings, but it was futile. Damn it. What kind of cursed skill is this? He cursed, realizing he couldn't even move his hand. Xiaomei was in an even worse predicament, suspended in midair in a spread-eagle position by the phantom hands. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Brother gang, help me. Her screams were filled with despair. The man with the mohawk was no exception. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Gongzi finally swallowed his pride and begged. Please, let us go. I'll leave the Hungry Wolf Guild right away. Su Ming walked up to them, a cold smirk on his face. Sorry, just for being part of the Hungry Wolf Guild, I can't let you leave alive. With that, he gave a curt command to the undead warriors beside him. Do it. Without hesitation, the undead warriors swung their axes, reducing Gongzi to a gruesome mess. Xiaomei, witnessing this horror, was petrified, frantically pleading. No, don't kill me. I'll do anything. Su Ming cast her a disdainful glance, and with a mere thought, several spears pierced her body, leaving her like a bloody pincushion. Seeing his companions meet such grim fates, the man with the mohawk finally grasped the gravity of his situation. He stammered. Look, I'm not with the Hungry Wolf Guild. Could you give me a chance? Su Ming approached him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Thanks for bringing me into the dungeon. Hearing this, the man with the mohawk thought he saw a glimmer of hope and quickly added. Oh, no problem. Brother, since I brought you in, and I'm not with the Hungry Wolf Guild, maybe you could spare me? However, Su Ming's expression suddenly twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, his voice seething with suppressed fury. If we're counting grievances, you're even worse. Because you called me a son of a bitch. Each word was spat out with venom, filled with endless hatred. The rooster-headed leader was stunned, unable to believe he had completely offended this deadly figure with just one sentence. He was on the verge of tears, desperately defending himself. Brother, there's no need to take it so seriously. However, Su Ming was already furious. Insulting me is one thing, but insulting my mother is unacceptable, he snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Before the rooster-headed man could react, Su Ming swiftly lifted his foot and stomped precisely on the man's shin. Crack! The sound of breaking bone was unmistakable, followed by a piercing scream. Agony surged through the rooster-headed man's body like an electric current. He writhed on the ground, his forehead beaded with sweat, and his shirt soaked with cold perspiration. Su Ming looked down coldly at the struggling figure and suddenly asked, Tell me, if 1,000 birds fly away and 3 are left, how many remain? The rooster-headed man was in no state to answer, consumed by his screams of agony. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he ordered the nearby Knight Commander, break his other leg. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Knight Commander was already in motion. Another sickening crack was followed by an even more harrowing scream as the man's face contorted in pain. Answer, Su Ming demanded sharply, his gaze cutting into the rooster-headed man. 997. The man managed to gasp out, panting heavily, his face as white as a sheet, his eyes filled with terror at Su Ming. With the answer given, Su Ming's lips curled into a chilling smile. For the next hour, the area echoed with agonizing screams until the rooster-headed man finally succumbed. Su Ming stood up, now holding several storage rings. Unfortunately, these people were not wealthy, as the rings contained little of value. Having resolved this minor incident, Su Ming began to explore the tyrant's dungeon. According to the information he had, the boss of the dungeon was a massive and formidable tyrant bear, which was precisely Su Ming's target. He swiftly made his way deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, a level 30 rock bear blocked Su Ming's path. This colossal creature swung its enormous paws, eyeing Su Ming menacingly. Su Ming did not attack immediately. Instead, he summoned a storm warrior to gauge the power difference between it and the rock bear. In this tyrant's dungeon, the rock bear was a formidable monster. It possessed not only massive paws, but also a back covered with a layer of hard rock. Although its agility was somewhat lacking, its attack and defense were exceptional. The rock bear swung a paw at the storm warrior, and with a resounding boom. This time, the storm warrior's luck completely ran out. The rock bear's paw came down like a crushing mountain, sending it flying several meters before it crashed heavily into a thick tree trunk. Its bones scattered across the ground, silently telling the tale of the terrifying power behind that strike. Su Ming grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The rock bear's display of strength was exactly what he needed to fill the gap in his summoning roster and further enhance his own power. Go for it, Su Ming commanded, and over 100 undead warriors surged towards the rock bear like a tidal wave. The clashing of metal and the dull thuds of impact mixed with the rock bear's roars, creating an intense symphony of battle. However, the fight didn't last long. Soon, the exhausted rock bear collapsed, its life force gradually fading away. Su Ming walked unhurriedly to the rock bear's corpse, focused his mind, extracted the undead information, and summoned it immediately. The rock bear's undead attribute panel appeared before him. Name, Rock Bear. Level, 30. Strength, 105. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 75. Skill, Mighty Strike. Talent, D. These stats slightly surpassed the Knight Commander, bridging the power gap with a 20-level difference, proving the Knight Commander's strength. Su Ming pondered, if he could find a way to increase the level of his summoned creatures, what terrifying existence would the Knight Commander and ultimate bosses like the Hell Dragon become? The thought made his blood boil. This trip wasn't in vain, Su Ming remarked, looking at the newly acquired rock bear undead. The overall strength of his undead army had stepped up a notch, increasing his desire for the boss tyrant bear's corpse. Let's go, Su Ming ordered, leading his formidable undead army to rampage through the dungeon. Most of the monsters they encountered were only around level 10, weaker than the storm warrior, and failed to capture Su Ming's interest. While Su Ming was searching for powerful monsters, a cry suddenly came from afar. It's the rock bear. Retreat quickly. These 3 words instantly ignited Su Ming's enthusiasm, and he swiftly dashed towards the source of the voice. Soon, 5 figures came into view, with 2 massive, fierce rock bears in pursuit. Finally found them. And there's 2. Su Ming was not afraid, but delighted, sprinting towards them with vigor. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Those are rock bears. And there are 2 of them. The leader, shocked by Su Ming's reckless charge, kindly warned him. Thank you. Su Ming sincerely thanked them as he sped past. He had been searching for rock bears all day, and these people had brought 2 at once. Not expressing gratitude would be unthinkable. The group looked puzzled, unable to comprehend Su Ming's unusual behavior. The group stared in disbelief as Su Ming faced the 2 rock bears alone, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. A concerned girl tugged at the leader's sleeve, whispering, Brother, is he crazy? Shouldn't we help him? The leader sighed and shook his head. We can't be sure we can handle 2 rock bears ourselves. Besides, we don't know who he is. Let's not get involved. The girl insisted. He doesn't seem like a bad person. He even thanked us earlier. Have you ever seen a polite villain? A muscular man nearby chimed in. If our little sister wants to help him, let's lend a hand. We don't have to fight the rock bear's heathen. Just get him and retreat. The girl nodded eagerly, a sweet smile spreading across her face. The leader shook his head in exasperation, his voice tinged with frustration. How many times have I told you not to trust strangers or meddle in others' affairs in these dungeons? You're only asking for trouble. The girl clasped her hands together, pleading with the leader. Please, just this once. Unable to resist her, the group reluctantly turned back. By this time, Su Ming had already reached the rock bears, locking eyes with them. The rock bears, sensing a challenge, let out a deafening roar. Friend, get back. We'll help you. The leader's voice called out from behind, surprising Su Ming. He thought, it's unexpected to find such kind-hearted people in this dungeon. People like this usually don't last long. Stay back. Su Ming shouted harshly. Before he finished, one of the rock bears swung its massive paw towards him. The group watched wide-eyed, the girl instinctively covering her mouth in horror. At the critical moment, two shadowy figures appeared, blocking the rock bear's attack. The wind swept through Su Ming's hair, his expression unchanged, as if everything was under control. The group was stunned, watching the shadows that had stopped the rock bear, their faces a mix of astonishment and curiosity. The girl murmured, "Are they rock bear spirits?" Their attention shifted back to Su Ming. This seemingly young man, not even 20, clearly wasn't as simple as they had thought. The other rock bear hesitated for a moment and then lunged at Su Ming. Standing his ground, Su Ming summoned the Night Commander and the Dark Knight, who swiftly appeared by his side, intercepting the second rock bear as well. The rock bear was slightly stronger than the Night Commander, making it difficult to determine a winner in an unknown fight. However, with the addition of 20 Dark Knights, the tide of battle quickly turned. The clash of metal and heavy thuds filled the air as the combat began. Su Ming decided to end the battle quickly. With a snap of his fingers, a black halo rapidly spread out from him, enveloping the battlefield. The Knight Commander and the undead rock bear's power surged, and the two rock bears were instantly at a disadvantage, completely overwhelmed. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their shock evident. Questions flooded their minds. How could this guy named Su Ming be so terrifying? Was he really only level 20? Who was helping whom? In no time, Su Ming had slain both rock bears. The system notifications echoed in succession. Successfully killed rock bear, gained 7,000 experience. Successfully killed rock bear, gained 7,000 experience. Su Ming quickly extracted information from the rock bear's remains before turning to face the others. His eyes scanned them like a radar. The leading man was the highest level of the five, at level 25, while the girl was the lowest, at level 15. Thank you. Su Ming nodded politely in gratitude. Although they hadn't actually provided much help, their goodwill was rare in this brutal dungeon. After all, most good people were already gone. The leading man smiled awkwardly. No need to thank us, we didn't really do much. Su Ming noticed the fatigue on their faces, indicating they'd been fighting in the dungeon for days. He asked, "Are you planning to leave the dungeon now?" "Yeah," the leader admitted with a nod. "We've been in here for a week, and just as we were about to leave, we ran into the dungeon's infamous rock bear." The girl's eyes sparkled as she stared at Su Ming, excitedly asking, "You were amazing. You took out those two rock bears so easily. Are you really only level 20? A brawny man chimed in. "Little sis, look at him, he's a necromancer. He must be the Su Ming who's been making headlines recently, right?" Su Ming acknowledged, "That's right. I am Su Ming." The leader's expression lit up with excitement, surprised to meet Su Ming, who had changed the public's perception of necromancers. He introduced himself warmly. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yu Feng." The girl stepped forward with a smile. "I'm Gao Lan." Su Ming shook hands with each of them, responding politely. "Nice to meet you all. Since you've been in here for so many days, there's something I'd like to ask you." Gao Lan eagerly replied. "What is it? If we know, we'll definitely tell you." Su Ming had left a great impression on her, not only courteous, but also incredibly powerful. Su Ming got straight to the point with an unexpected question. "Have you ever encountered a tyrant bear?" When the crowd heard Su Ming inquiring about the tyrant bear, they were shocked and stood frozen in place. The tyrant bear is an extremely terrifying presence in this dungeon, far more powerful than the rock bear. Even a team of 5 could hardly escape destruction. Seeing the prolonged silence, Su Ming curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Feng snapped back to reality, his face filled with concern, and earnestly advised, "Friend, you don't intend to challenge the tyrant bear, do you? It's a level 30 boss. Even a level 30 team of 5 might not succeed, and you're only level 20. Although you're quite skilled, this is too risky." Su Ming smiled nonchalantly and sincerely said, "Thank you all for your concern. If you know its whereabouts, please let me know." Gaolan suddenly remembered something and excitedly said, "I know. A few days ago, we encountered a team in the dungeon. They seemed to have found the tyrant bear and were preparing to make a move." Her words were cut short by a stern look from Yu Feng, making her shrink back and stay silent. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately took out a pile of magic crystals from his backpack, including 3 level 30 crystals, with the rest being at least level 15, totaling a value of about 100,000 Longxia coins. He offered them to Yu Feng, saying, "Consider these magic crystals as payment for the information." Yu Feng waved his hands, refusing to accept them. "Friend, you've misunderstood. It's not about the money. I just don't want to see you throw your life away. With your talent, you're destined for great things. Why take such a risk?" Su Ming smiled helplessly. "Brother Feng, if you insist on not telling me, I'll have to find it on my own." His tone was firm, showing his determination to find the tyrant bear. Seeing this, Yufeng finally relented. All right, since you're so determined, we'll take you there. We might as well see it through. Gao Lan chimed in cheerfully. My brother is actually very easygoing, just a big softy. Su Ming was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked them. Thank you so much. With you leading the way, it will save a lot of time. Yufeng waved his hand with a wry smile. No need to thank me. I don't even know if I'm helping or harming you. The group set off on their journey to find the tyrant bear. After walking for a while, Su Ming couldn't help but say to Yufeng, Brother Feng, I really appreciate your help, but I want to remind you, when you decide to head back, don't get involved too much. I truly hope you all leave the dungeon safely. Yufeng was taken aback, not expecting Su Ming to be concerned about their safety. Yufeng's words made Su Ming chuckle. The one in danger next is you, not us, he said, shaking his head helplessly. Gao Lan cheerfully bounced over to them, her smile radiant. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm just giving you a heads up. He didn't say much more, but he remained secretly vigilant. After 2 days of trekking, the group finally reached the spot where they had previously encountered those people. Yufeng looked around, carefully searching for any possible clues. My friend, this is where we met them. They mentioned a cave around here, and if I'm not wrong, that's where the tyrant bear might be hiding. Su Ming expressed his gratitude. Thank you all. I'll search on my own from here, he said, handing Yufeng the magic crystals he had collected along the way as a reward. Yufeng quickly refused. No, you're not treating me like a friend. If we're friends, you'll accept it. Su Ming insisted. The two were at an impasse until Yufeng, unable to refuse any longer, reluctantly accepted the magic crystals. This exchange made them appreciate each other's character even more. Yufeng smiled wryly and said, My friend, you're impossible to deal with. We'll head out now. Once you're out of the dungeon, let's have a drink together. Remember to find us for some fun once you're out, the others chimed in warmly, having grown familiar over the past 2 days. Sure, definitely. Take care. Su Ming nodded in agreement, secretly pleased to have made these friends during this dungeon adventure. You take care too. We'll be waiting for you, Yufeng said earnestly before leading the group back the way they came. Su Ming watched them until their figures vanished from sight before turning to leave. He moved swiftly through the forest, searching for the legendary cave and the group he had encountered before. In less than half a day, Su Ming found the tracks of that group. He silently approached, listening intently. This tyrant bear is insanely strong. After 2 rounds, we're all injured. If we don't get some good loot, it'll be a huge loss. A chubby man was complaining incessantly. From their conversation, Su Ming quickly learned that this 5-person team had already engaged with the tyrant bear and suffered injuries. A man with a headband was drinking a basic potion and said, Don't worry, Hao is on his way. He should be here by now. Why is he taking so long? The chubby man couldn't resist complaining about Hao. You know Hao, always running into something along the way. He's famous for causing trouble. The headband man warned, Watch what you say. Hao is from the Zhang family. You don't want to get on his bad side. The chubby man grinned cheekily. We're just talking among ourselves. Hiding in the shadows, Su Ming listened to their conversation, quietly planning his next move. Upon hearing the mention of the Zhang family, Su Ming's expression instantly turned grim, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His hands clenched into fists involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the force. The hatred for the Zhang family burned within him like a raging fire, and he thought to himself, It's time to collect some interest. A little over 10 minutes later, another group suddenly emerged from the forest. Leading them was a man dressed head-to-toe in luxury brands, with hair slicked back with thick gel shining brightly. This was none other than the person they referred to as Brother Hao Zhonghao. Brother Hao, you're here. The man with the headscarf and the others, seeing him, jumped up like obedient puppies, nodding and bowing in greeting. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, glaring at Zhang Hao with such intensity that his murderous intent seemed almost tangible. Oh, I'm late. Sorry about that, Zhang Hao said, casually wiping blood off his hands with a tissue, the origin of the blood unclear whether from a monster or a human. Not at all. You're never late, Brother Hao, the headscarf man replied obsequiously, his voice dripping with flattery. Ran into a few fools on the way here, got held up a bit, Zhang Hao remarked nonchalantly, discarding the blood-stained tissue on the ground as if he were discussing the weather. Oh, fools you say? They deserved it, the headscarf man nodded in agreement. Hearing this, a sense of foreboding rose within Su Ming, his heart filled with unease. He silently reassured himself, It can't be. It must be someone else. It can't be that coincidental. Ha ha ha. That girl was quite something. Zhang Hao suddenly let out a lecherous laugh, his face contorting into a disgusting expression. Su Ming's heart sank abruptly, his eyes widening in shock. What girl? Brother Hao, meeting a girl in this deep forest dungeon. That's quite rare. The headscarf man showed interest in the girl Zhang Hao mentioned. Ha ha ha, you rascal. That girl was only level 15 and dared to come to a place like this. She was asking for it. Zhang Hao pointed at the headscarf man, letting out a series of vulgar laughs, his tone full of disdain. Upon learning that the girl was only level 15, Su Ming's fists clenched even tighter, his knuckles emitting a faint cracking sound. His eyes burned with rage. In this level 30 tyrant dungeon, he could think of no one else besides Gao Lan who fit that description. Brother Hao's luck is truly remarkable. The headscarf man continued his sycophantic praise. Enough about the dead. Talking too much about them is bad luck. Let's discuss the tyrant bear. Zhang Hao waved his hand, changing the subject. By this time, Su Ming's anger had reached its peak. The friends he had just made had all fallen at the hands of this beast. What made him feel even more guilty was that Yufeng and the others had turned back to lead him. Otherwise, they might have safely exited the dungeon long ago. What's that sound? Zhang Hao's sharp hearing quickly picked up on an unusual noise. Sound? What sound? I didn't hear anything. The headscarf man responded, frowning as he looked around. There's something over there, Zhang Hao said, his eyes cautiously fixed on the spot where Su Ming was hiding. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their sharp gazes in the direction it came from. The man with the headscarf, furious, shouted at the bushes where Su Ming was hiding. Who goes there? Come out now. Their group consisted of 10 people, including several level 30 experts, making them a formidable force in this dungeon. The bushes rustled slightly as Su Ming slowly revealed himself. The headscarf man was taken aback upon seeing Su Ming's appearance. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding an intimidating aura of menace. He seemed like a deity of death emerging from the underworld, making the very air around him feel heavy. Is he insane? This kid. Even Zhang Hao was overwhelmed by Su Ming's presence. Su Ming's voice was chilling, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Did you just say you killed 5 people? And one of them was a girl, at only level 15. Zhang Hao snapped back to reality, resuming his usual arrogant demeanor. So what? You know them? The strongest was only level 25. In his eyes, Su Ming was as good as dead. With his group of 10, Zhang Hao couldn't imagine how Su Ming could turn the tables. Very well. You've sealed your fate. Su Ming could no longer contain his overwhelming rage. As he finished speaking, countless black vortices appeared around them. Undead warriors emerged from these vortices, including 3 level 30 rock bears. Su Ming even summoned his ultimate trump card, the Hell Dragon. A massive black vortex tore open in the sky, and a 20-meter-long skeletal dragon soared out. Everyone stood frozen, utterly stunned, as the words, "Oh my God," echoed in their minds. All of you die. Su Ming spat the words out through gritted teeth. Instantly, the undead warriors launched a ferocious attack on Zhang Hao and his group. Brother Hao, who on earth did you provoke? The headscarf man was panicking after seeing the Hell Dragon. The dragon's aura exerted immense pressure on everyone. How should I know? Zhang Hao's eyes widened in shock. This guy is only level 20 and already this monstrous? No way. He's a necromancer. He's Su Ming. Zhang Hao finally realized who he was dealing with, and the monster before him was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Damn it. Whoever he is, we have to take him down. With the undead army closing in, Zhang Hao had no time to think and could only fight for his life. Boom. Clang. The two sides clashed instantly, producing deafening sounds. Each dive of the Hell Dragon brought a sense of impending doom. Its tail struck the ground with force, sending dust flying. Even a level 30 expert would struggle to withstand such a devastating blow if hit. Su Ming watched the group coldly, his voice laced with icy disdain. What? Did you think this was over? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their sharp gazes towards Su Ming, both shocked and curious. Was this not enough? Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he clasped his hands together, and a black halo rapidly expanded from him as the center. Wherever the halo passed, the aura of the undead warriors surged, their attributes astonishingly increased by 50. Zhang Hao frowned deeply, feeling the power drain from his body. Damn it, it's that kid's skill. The man with the headscarf stared at Su Ming in disbelief, silently acknowledging that this guy's strength far exceeded expectations. Crush them. Su Ming's cold command echoed. The undead warriors surged toward the enemy like a tide, placing unprecedented pressure on Zhang Hao and his group. Zhang Hao snorted. Do you think the Zhang family is full of weaklings? He swiftly retrieved a mysterious potion from his storage ring and drank it in one gulp. Then he brandished a black staff and whispered, Inferno Dragon Flame. In an instant, flames shot skyward as a massive dragon formed of fire roared into existence. The scorching heat wave swept across the area, turning the undead warriors to ashes, and even the formidable Dark Knights couldn't escape the devastation. Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly recognized the potion Zhang Hao consumed. It was a purification potion worth 10,000 per bottle. Such a price was insignificant to Zhang Hao, but could dispel all negative statuses. What now, kid? Don't underestimate me. Zhang Hao boasted, having wiped out a quarter of the undead army with a single skill. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. A fire mage? I didn't expect to encounter a rare talent from the Zhang family here. Seeing this, the man with the headscarf gained confidence. Don't think being a rare profession makes you impressive. Our brother Hao is too. Su Ming's sharp gaze fixed on the man with the headscarf. This isn't your place to speak. Death coil. As he spoke, spectral hands emerged from the ground, tightly binding everyone except Zhang Hao. The Knight Commander and the Stone Bear seized this fleeting opportunity to attack, instantly taking down several foes. Zhang Hao shouted, "Damn it! Everyone, stay alert." The man with the headscarf struggled to break free. Thunderous whirlwind slash. His blade severed the spectral hands completely. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he felt a massive shadow looming over him. Su Ming coldly remarked, "Do you think breaking free will save you?" Only then did the man with the headscarf realize, but it was too late. He was completely engulfed by a massive shadow. Boom. The Hell Dragon's massive claw struck like thunder, hitting the man in the headscarf directly. With a heavy thud, he was sent flying dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing through several trees before coming to a stop. The man lay motionless on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Crack. Bang. In an instant, a sharp shattering sound came from his body, followed by the explosion of his protective gear, sending fragments flying. Clearly, the armor had just saved him from a fatal blow. Zhang Hao witnessed this scene and felt the terrifying power of the Hell Dragon. He quickly raised his hand, unleashing a black flame wave that instantly killed 2 undead warriors. However, he didn't linger in battle but began to retreat. "Stop him!" Su Ming, who had been closely watching Zhang Hao's movements, shouted sharply. To him, anyone could escape, but not Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao sneered at these words. "Think you can stop me? Let's see if you have the skill." Hexagram flame array. With that, he thrust his magic staff into the ground. Whoosh! A hexagram emitting a crimson glow rapidly expanded from Zhang Hao's center, stopping only when it covered an area of about 10 meters. A large number of undead warriors were rushing into the array, raising their weapons to attack Zhang Hao. "Explode," Zhang Hao said coldly, his face expressionless. Boom. Within the hexagram's range, the undead instantly turned to ash. This scene even shocked Su Ming. Zhang Hao's every skill contained terrifying and wide-ranging destructive power, far stronger than an ordinary mage. The hexagram flame array, in Su Ming's eyes, was like an enhanced version of a fire explosion, not only with a larger range, but also significantly increased damage. "Don't let him escape," Su Ming shouted as he began to summon the undead warriors that had just been killed. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? Can he summon endlessly? He couldn't accept what he was seeing. The undead warriors he had just defeated were back on the battlefield, their numbers undiminished. At this moment, the Hell Dragon had landed, its claws continuously pounding the ground, creating loud crashes. Dust and debris filled the air, turning the scene chaotic. Sensing the dire situation, Zhang Hao swallowed nervously, feeling panic rise within him. The surrounding undead warriors were too numerous, making escape difficult. He attempted to ease the tense situation. "Friend, I think there's a misunderstanding between us." Su Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he advanced toward Zhang Hao. "A misunderstanding? You killed my friends, and you think that's a misunderstanding?" With Su Ming closing in, Zhang Hao's heart pounded faster. Trying to maintain composure, he continued to explain, "We don't have any deep-seated hatred. There's no need for a fight to the death. The ones I killed might not even be your friends. Taking a step back, even if I did kill 5 of your friends, you've already killed 5 of mine. Let's call it even, shall we?" By now, Su Ming was right in front of Zhang Hao, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Are you saying I misunderstood you? That the people you killed weren't necessarily my friends?" Zhang Hao nodded quickly, even invoking his background. "Exactly. You didn't see the bodies. What if they weren't? If you kill me, wouldn't I be wronged? Besides, I'm from the Zhang family. If you kill me, you'll face our family's wrath. Why go that far?" Su Ming knew very well that, as a fire mage, the opponent held a significant position within the Zhang family. Killing him would undoubtedly infuriate them. However, since this was a dungeon, as long as he eliminated everyone, there would be no witnesses. Zhang Hao, observing Su Ming's impassive expression, cautiously suggested, "Friend, how about I take you to confirm the body? If it truly is your friend, it won't be too late to act then." Just as Su Ming was about to respond, Zhang Hao's demeanor suddenly changed. With a sinister expression, he roared, "Die, Inferno Dragon!" Before the words were fully spoken, a blaze erupted. A massive, lifelike dragon of flames appeared instantly, its searing heat palpable. In an instant, the fiery dragon was upon Su Ming. Zhang Hao laughed maniacally, seemingly envisioning Su Ming's demise. Su Ming's expression tensed as a shield of blazing fire appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, he cast a death curse on himself. Boom! The flaming dragon collided forcefully with the fiery shield, creating a deafening explosion and a billowing cloud of smoke. Zhang Hao laughed triumphantly. "Kid, don't you know that no one's words in a dungeon can be trusted? Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Ha ha ha, black flame wave. He launched several black flame waves at Su Ming's original position. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed, scattering sand and stones. How does it feel, kid? Zhang Hao taunted disdainfully, confident that Su Ming couldn't have emerged unscathed. As the smoke cleared, the scene became visible. Su Ming stood firm, holding the blazing shield, completely unharmed except for 2 deep scratches on the ground beneath him. How is this possible? Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you withstand my Inferno Dragon and still be standing here? Even someone of the same level should be severely injured by such an attack, especially Su Ming, who was only level 20. Moreover, as a Necromancer, his defense was notoriously weak. He should have been instantly killed. Su Ming slowly lowered his shield and calmly said, "Sorry to disappoint you." In the next moment, a dark red greatsword appeared in his right hand, and he swung it fiercely at Zhang Hao. Seeing the gleaming sword, Zhang Hao's pupils constricted, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He tried to leap away but found his feet firmly held by phantom hands, immobilizing him. Clang! Thud! The greatsword struck Zhang Hao, first with the sound of metal clashing, then blood splattered. The armor-piercing effect of the blazing greatsword tore through Zhang Hao's armor with devastating force. Zhang Hao let out a scream as he fell heavily, his eyes filled with shock. Su Ming's strange attack had pierced through his armor. Su Ming stepped forward, placing his greatsword against Zhang Hao's neck, calmly explaining, "You were unlucky. You triggered the special effect of my shield, which has a 5 chance to ignore attacks." Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, his voice full of resentment. "Damn it." Su Ming continued, "Even if it hadn't triggered, you could have only caused me minor injuries. I have the shield of red flames and the armor of the evil dragon, with incredible defense. Even the Hellfire Dragon can't kill me." Zhang Hao's face turned ashen as he hurriedly pleaded, Don't kill me. You don't want to make an enemy of the Zhang family, do you?" Su Ming, with a stern expression, said without hesitation, "Just because you're from the Zhang family, you're doomed." Before the words were fully spoken, the greatsword had already sliced through Zhang Hao's throat. Blood gushed from Zhang Hao's throat and mouth. In disbelief, he died knowing his team of 10 had been defeated by a mere level 20 kid. Su Ming removed Zhang Hao's storage ring and turned to the others who were still struggling. "Your master is dead. Now it's your turn." They asked in shock, "What? You killed Brother Hao?" Su Ming coldly replied, "Why should I not have?" Someone said in terror, "Aren't you afraid of the Zhang family's revenge?" Su Ming sneered, "In this dungeon, who will know it was me who killed you?" He raised his hand to summon the Hand of the Void, firmly imprisoning them. The giant claw of the Hell Dragon swooped down, tearing the person to shreds. Another person laughed maniacally, "Foolish. Brother Hao was a rare class, highly esteemed in the Zhang family. They'll scour the entire Tyrant dungeon to find you. Prepare to face the wrath of the Zhang family." Su Ming impatiently said, "Enough talking. Die." In an instant, the Hell Dragon annihilated the remaining enemies. Su Ming turned and walked into the depths of the forest, soon reaching the severely injured man with a headscarf. The man leaned against a tree, his face pale, occasionally coughing dryly. Seeing Su Ming, the headscarfed man asked in surprise, "Brother Hao and his team left? Are you here to kill me?" Su Ming calmly replied, "No, they're all dead. You're the only one left." The headscarfed man was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Su Ming's massive sword pierced through the heart of the man with the headscarf like a bolt of lightning, causing blood to gush out. The man fell with confusion and reluctance, his life quickly slipping away. With swift and decisive movements, Su Ming withdrew the bloodstained sword and quickly took the storage ring from his opponent. His gaze swept over the other bodies, lingering momentarily on Zhang Hao's storage ring, a flicker of greed in his eyes. After dealing with all the enemies, Su Ming didn't immediately search for the Tyrant Bear. Instead, he sprinted in the direction from which Zhang Hao and the others had come. He was anxious, intent on confirming the safety of the Yufoam squad. In the dense forest, Su Ming moved with the agility of a monkey, even dispatching undead warriors to aid in the search. Half an hour later, Su Ming finally came across the bodies. His heart raced, his breathing quickened, hoping the 5 people killed by Zhang Hao did not include the Yufoam squad. As he got closer, the faces of the bodies became clearer. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, offering a wry smile of release. The 5 bodies were indeed not from the Yufoam squad. One female body was disheveled, clearly having been violated, aligning with what Zhang Hao had said. Although he had misunderstood Zhang Hao, Su Ming felt no guilt, as even without the misunderstanding, Zhang Hao would not have escaped death. After confirming the situation, Su Ming immediately turned back to search for the Tyrant Bear's lair. According to the information from the man in the headscarf, the Tyrant Bear might be injured, which made Su Ming even more urgent. It wasn't until nightfall that he discovered a massive cave with an entrance over 10 meters high, likely the hiding place of the Tyrant Bear. Standing at the cave entrance, Su Ming commanded several Storm Warrior undead to investigate. Within a minute, the roars of a beast and the sound of heavy impacts emanated from the cave. Su Ming sensed that the undead warriors had been slain, yet the cave returned to silence. He sent in twice as many undead warriors again. Soon, The roars echoed once more, accompanied by explosive booms. A fierce wind howled out of the cave, but Su Ming stood unmoved, unfazed at the entrance, his eyes gleaming with a challenging light. The undead warriors who had just entered the cave were once again completely wiped out. Su Ming calmly assessed the situation. The dark and narrow interior of the cave was clearly not suitable for his undead army to leverage their advantages. He decided to adopt a more aggressive strategy and coldly ordered, "Charge." 3 undead rock bears charged into the cave first, followed closely by dozens of undead warriors. The cave instantly erupted with the sounds of intense battle, more ferocious than the previous 2 encounters. The inclusion of the rock bears noticeably extended the duration of the fight, but ultimately, with a loud crash, the cave returned to silence. Su Ming's expression grew more serious as the opponent's tenacious resistance exceeded his expectations. He quickly adjusted his strategy, summoning all of his undead warriors with a mere thought. The entrance was instantly filled with a dense mass of undead warriors, and a massive bone dragon circled in the sky above. Attack! With Su Ming's command, the undead army surged into the cave like a tidal wave. Even the hell dragon in the sky swooped down, crashing heavily into the cave entrance. The entire mountain shook as countless undead warriors poured into the cave one after another. Inside the cave, continuous roars and sounds of combat could be heard for about 2 minutes. Suddenly, a massive figure burst from the cave, tossing the surrounding undead warriors aside like straw men. Seeing this, Su Ming's face broke into a long-anticipated smile. Finally, they had forced out this formidable opponent, a giant bear, standing 10 meters tall. Its paws were covered with a mysterious metal, and each time it slammed them into the ground, it kicked up huge clouds of dust, making the earth tremble. The giant bear's eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, filled with rage and a bloodthirsty desire. Su Ming carefully examined the giant bear, noting the numerous small wounds covering its body. He turned to the hell dragon in the sky and said with a smile, "It's your time to shine." The hell dragon let out a thunderous roar in response, then spewed several fireballs at the giant bear. Each fireball hit the giant bear, causing massive explosions that forced it to retreat a few steps. However, the bear managed to deflect most of the damage with its metal-covered paws. The giant bear roared in anger, effortlessly swatting away the nearby undead warriors, then looked up and issued a challenging roar at the hell dragon above. At that moment, the Knight Commander seized the opportunity, leaping high with a giant sword aimed at the bear. However, the giant bear reacted swiftly, swatting the Knight Commander away, sending him flying dozens of meters. This scene even made Su Ming pause slightly, surprised that even the Knight Commander was so easily overpowered by this giant bear. Seeing this, the hell dragon increased its dive speed, and the 3 rock bears seized the moment to pounce on the giant bear. Suddenly, the giant bear clapped its paws together, creating a visible energy ripple. This shockwave instantly sent the surrounding undead warriors flying, and even the 3 rock bears were knocked back. With just one strike, it wiped out a large portion of Su Ming's undead army. Su Ming was shocked by the terrifying power displayed by the giant bear, thinking to himself, "Is this a level 30 boss? Incredible." Despite his shock, he was filled with exhilaration. At this moment, the tyrant bear was fully prepared for battle. Its massive body stood like a small mountain, with its head held high and its fierce eyes locked onto the descending hell dragon. In its eyes, it seemed that only this formidable opponent was worthy of its attention. Just then, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he murmured softly, "Did you forget about me?" Before the words were fully spoken, the hell dragon swooped down like a black lightning bolt. Its enormous tail, accompanied by a howling wind, smashed towards the tyrant bear with great force. Roar! The tyrant bear let out an angry roar, instinctively trying to block with its paws. However, at this critical moment, it suddenly found its hands bound tightly by countless phantom hands, unable to move. Boom! The hell dragon's tail struck the tyrant bear's forehead with a deafening thud. This blow not only contained the dragon's full strength, but also carried the momentum of its dive. The ground beneath the tyrant bear cracked instantly, even sinking significantly. Dazed and staggering, it struggled to regain its footing. Yet, the hell dragon gave it no respite. Its massive maw opened wide, and boom, 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 3 large fireballs shot out in succession, hitting the tyrant bear precisely, each explosion echoing loudly. Thud! The tyrant bear finally collapsed to the ground, emitting a pained cry. Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Looks like it's almost over. With a thought, countless undead warriors appeared around him, charging at the fallen tyrant bear. Sensing the commotion around it, the tyrant bear tried to resist with all its might. However, the phantom hands reappeared, and the level 9 skill greatly impaired its movements. Under the interference of Su Ming's death coil, it was unable to rise. The undead warriors quickly reached the tyrant bear, their weapons hacking away furiously. Although these attacks couldn't cause severe injury, they inflicted unbearable pain. Roar! The tyrant bear let out another roar, its eyes suddenly glowing red, muscles bulging, and its powerful aura soaring. A knowing look flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Berserk skill? What a pity. In my presence, your berserk effect won't amount to much. With that, he lifted his right hand slightly, then clenched it, causing a black ring of light to spread outward instantly. Death's Curse. Even though the tyrant bear used its berserk skill, significantly boosting all its attributes, it was immediately affected by Death's Curse in the next moment. Its attributes were drastically reduced, possibly even lower than before the berserk skill was activated. Roar. The tyrant bear roared repeatedly, seemingly bewildered by the abnormal changes in its attributes. At that moment, the Hell Dragon attacked again. Its sharp claws aimed directly at the tyrant bear, piercing its skin with a puff, and scarlet blood splattered out. Roar. The tyrant bear let out a mournful roar, struggling frantically, but under multiple assaults, its resistance grew increasingly feeble. Su Ming found himself overwhelmed by the deathly grip and the assault of hundreds of undead warriors, unable to break free. The battle soon reached its climax when the massive tyrant bear crashed to the ground, triggering a system notification. Successfully killed level 30 boss tyrant bear, earning 100,000 experience points. As the boss fell, several dazzling lights shimmered on the ground. Su Ming quickly approached and discovered the loot included a precious upgrade stone, a set of tyrant armor rare, tyrant gauntlets rare, and 3 bottles of berserk potion. Upgrade stone. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This was the most valuable find. As for the berserk potion, although it temporarily boosts all attributes by 20, it only fetches around 100,000 on the market, similar to the price of standard purification potions, so it's not particularly rare. The 2 rare quality equipment pieces, despite having set effects, were useless to Su Ming, who was already outfitted in epic gear. However, for others, they were priceless treasures. Just the armor alone, due to its rarity, could sell for millions in the market, not to mention the added set effect, making its value incalculable. The entry fee of a mere million had already been recouped. Su Ming swung his giant sword, extracting the magic crystal from the corpse, and then commenced the critical step extracting the undead essence of the tyrant bear. 50 seconds later, with a thunderous roar, a massive black vortex tore open in the air, and a 10-meter tall undead tyrant bear emerged. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground, exuding an intimidating aura far surpassing that of the rock bear. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, meticulously inspecting the attributes panel of his new subordinate. Name, Tyrant Bear. Level, 30. Strength, 250. Agility, 70. Spirit, 60. Constitution, 200. Skills, Shockwave, Berserk, Mighty Strike. Talent, Grade B. These attributes surpassed the Hell Dragon by a fair margin, which explained why the Hell Dragon couldn't compete without Su Ming's intervention. With the addition of the Tyrant Bear, Su Ming's undead army's strength significantly increased, leaving only 3 summoning spots remaining. Given that the refresh time for the Tyrant Dungeon was much longer than the Novice Dungeons, and with the Youth Championship approaching, Su Ming couldn't wait for another Tyrant Bear to appear. In the following days, he hunted down 3 formidable rock bears. These powerful creatures were scarce in the area, and finding just these 3 took considerable time. However, the rewards were substantial: 6 rock bear undeads plus a boss-level Tyrant Bear, significantly boosting his power. As the 7-day deadline approached, Su Ming began making his way toward the dungeon exit. On the 7th day, Su Ming emerged from the Tyrant Dungeon as scheduled. As the entrance's light flickered, he stepped onto familiar ground, returning to the real world. The bearded staff member at the entrance immediately recognized him and asked, slightly surprised, "Just you?" Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Is there a problem?" He knew well that the level 30 Tyrant Dungeon was extremely risky, with many never making it out once they entered. If unlucky, encountering the boss Tyrant Bear right away could mean the whole team's demise. The staff member quickly waved his hand. No problem. He had asked merely out of curiosity. Su Ming smiled politely. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." With that, he turned and left, leaving the staff member watching his back, lost in thought. The man felt something must have happened to Su Ming's team, but he couldn't pinpoint what. As soon as Su Ming got into the taxi, his phone rang. He almost didn't need to look to know who it was besides Wang Xiaoming. He couldn't think of anyone else. "Hello." Su Ming answered the call. On the other end, Wang Xiaoming's rambling voice went on for a full 2 minutes without getting to the point. Su Ming couldn't help but interrupt. "Get to the point." Wang Xiaoming snapped back to reality. Okay. About the registration for the Youth Championship, I sorted it out a few days ago. Tomorrow, we'll have our first battle. It's taking place at Jiangbei Academy. Alright, got it. See you at the academy gate tomorrow morning. Su Ming replied succinctly, then hung up. He wasn't particularly concerned about the preliminary match. Among the graduates in Jiang City, he couldn't think of many who could rival him. In the taxi, Su Ming began reviewing the loot from the Tyrant Dungeon. He first checked the storage rings of Jiguantu, Gongzi, and others. only to find them disappointing. The combined value of the items in these rings was estimated to be less than $1 million. Those guys weren't doing too well, Su Ming sighed. Next, he examined the storage rings of Chun Chuanying and the man with the headscarf. The items from these level 30 experts were noticeably more valuable, with a considerable number of high-level magic crystals and potions of various grades, which pleased Su Ming. Finally, Su Ming opened Zhang Hao's storage ring. As an important member of the Zhang family, Zhang Hao's belongings were naturally the most noteworthy. Unfortunately, his armor had been damaged in battle, otherwise, it would have been quite valuable. Su Ming's attention was first drawn to a black staff, which exuded an extraordinary aura. The attributes of the Abyss staff appeared before Su Ming: rare quality, spirit 30, agility 10, special effect, intelligence skill effect increased by 10. Seeing this special effect, Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't hide his astonishment. He thought to himself that with just this 10 effect enhancement, the value of this weapon would easily exceed 10 million. The things from the Zhang family were indeed extraordinary. Su Ming continued to examine other items, his gaze sweeping over the array of potions. He quickly realized that just Zhang Hao's storage ring alone was worth more than all of their combined possessions. Suddenly, a faint glow caught his attention. A fragment of the divine. Su Ming's eyes lit up with joy. Inside the storage ring, he found a fragment emitting a soft halo. This was the second piece he found after obtaining one from Qin Chuanjun of the Hungry Wolf Guild. He was one step closer to synthesizing the legendary divine stone, an unexpected delight. Driver, to the treasure pavilion. Su Ming suddenly changed his destination. Changing the route now is a bit tricky, the driver said, sounding a bit troubled. I'll pay extra, Su Ming stated bluntly, having already seen through the driver's small hesitation. All right. Hearing about the extra pay, the driver immediately agreed, and the car's speed increased slightly. In less than 20 minutes, Su Ming arrived at the treasure pavilion once again. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was greeted by the enthusiastic voice of a server. Welcome. Ignoring the greeting, Su Ming went straight to find Lin Anqi. Mr. Su, did you go to another dungeon again? Lin Anqi asked in surprise, as it had only been a week since their last transaction. Yes, Sister Qi, please handle these items for me, Su Ming said, handing a bundle of storage rings to Lin Anqi. Lin Anqi took the storage rings, nearly dropping her jaw in shock. She looked around nervously, worried someone might see. Oh my, Mr. Su, did you go robbing again? She whispered to Su Ming. Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly at her words. What are you saying? Do I look like a bandit or a robber? I understand, Lin Anqi quickly said, realizing she had asked something inappropriate, and gave Su Ming a look, indicating he didn't need to explain. Su Ming chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself. Actually, I picked these up from a corpse. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Lin Anqi began to check the storage rings and their contents. Half an hour later, she handed Su Ming several lists, indicating for him to sign. Su Ming glanced at the total amount and signed without hesitation. The total value was 32 million Longxia currency. Is there anything else you need help with? Lin Anqi asked. There's also a monster corpse, Su Ming said calmly. Another boss level? Lin Anqi asked, both surprised and curious. Yes, a level 30 boss, the Tyrant Bear. Su Ming replied directly with the monster's name. Hearing it was a level 30 boss corpse, Lin Anqi's eyes were filled with shock. If not for courtesy, she would have asked Su Ming, are you even human? Su Ming walked into the treasure pavilion with the corpse of the level 30 boss, the Tyrant Bear, leaving Lin Anqi speechless with surprise. The level 20 boss last time was already astonishing, and this time it was even more jaw-dropping. Anqi, you should be familiar with the Tyrant Bear, so just name a price, Su Ming said, noticing her prolonged silence. Lin Anqi snapped back to reality and hurriedly picked up her device to check. In less than half a minute, she looked up at Su Ming and said seriously, the standard purchase price for the Tyrant Bear is 20 million. Deal. Su Ming agreed with a nod. Although it wasn't as much as the Hell Dragon, the price was still quite satisfactory. The two quickly completed the transaction, with 20 million being transferred to Su Ming's account. Seeing his balance rise to 229.7 million, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, something occurred to him, and he paused mid-step, which puzzled Lin Anqi. Mr. Su, is there anything else you need help with? She asked curiously. It's a personal matter. Su Ming led Lin Anqi to a corner, his mysterious demeanor piquing her curiosity even more. Anqi, I've been quite busy lately, and would like your help finding a suitable place to live. Of course, money is not an issue, Su Ming whispered in her ear. Lin Anqi was momentarily stunned, then understood his request. This is just a favor between friends. No need to mention money, she replied with a smile. I know some real estate agents through my sales connections. I'll find you an excellent location. After thanking her profusely, Su Ming left the treasure pavilion. By the time he returned to his shabby and cluttered home, it was already late. He noticed that the watchful eyes around had noticeably decreased, indicating that the establishment of the Freedom Guild had already had a deterrent effect. After freshening up, Su Ming went to his room. That night, he summoned not only the Knight Commander, but also the Storm Leader and the Dawn General. The assembly of these three powerful summons seemed to herald a significant change on the horizon. The cautious Knight Commander, Su Ming, carefully arranged his two companions in the living room before retreating to his own room. He kept his ears perked, ready to respond to any unusual sounds. Once everything was in place, he allowed himself to sink into the soft bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. There's nothing like a comfortable bed, he murmured to himself, then summoned his super system. Just past midnight, he eagerly began the long-awaited experience extraction. It was the first time he performed this operation since returning from the hidden dungeon 9 days ago. The system successfully extracted 777,600 experience points. Su Ming quickly glanced at his level panel. Level 20, Experience 1, 598, 5482, 800, 000. He almost immediately closed the page, calculating in his mind. Although the experience points were substantial, they were far from enough to boost him to level 30, only allowing for about a 3-level increase. For Su Ming, who was eager to unlock new skills at level 30, this was a minor improvement. I'll wait a bit longer, he decided, giving up on the idea of leveling up for now. Lying in bed, Su Ming felt a long-lost sense of relaxation wash over him, and soon he drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, bright sunlight spilled onto Su Ming's face, but it wasn't enough to wake him. It was the annoying ringtone of his phone that eventually shattered his dreams. "Grandpa, your grandson is calling." The ringtone repeated incessantly. Groggily, Su Ming fumbled for his phone and answered the call. "Su, where are you? We haven't seen you yet, and it's about to start." Wang Xiaoming's anxious voice came through the line. Amidst some scuffling noises, a cold female voice followed. "Su Ming, don't tell me you're still in bed." The voice was like a clap of thunder, instantly jolting Su Ming awake. He sprang up from bed, realizing with dread that he had forgotten about the youth championship. "Of course I'm up. I've been up for ages. There's a bit of traffic here, but I'll be there soon. Really soon," Su Ming hurriedly explained, knowing the voice belonged to Yi Lingfei. He dared not offend the talisman of the Free Guild. "I'll give you 10 more minutes," Yi Lingfei said coldly before hanging up abruptly. 10 minutes. Su Ming cursed under his breath, dashing into the bathroom. In less than a minute, he was out the door, choosing to jump down from the third-floor corridor without hesitation. Although he nearly summoned a hell dragon, he opted for a more discreet approach, considering it was broad daylight. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jiangbei Academy, Wang Xiaoming and 3 others were anxiously waiting. They wished they could install a tracker on Su Ming to know exactly where he was. Suddenly, fireworks sounded within the academy. Boom, 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 signaling the imminent start of the competition. Yi Lingfei couldn't wait any longer. "Let's go? Don't wait for him. He'll find us himself once he gets here." With that, she turned and headed towards the competition venue. Wang Xiaoming and the others glanced at the end of the highway, then turned back to look at Yi Lingfei, who had already walked 10 meters ahead. Sharing a resigned look among themselves, they sighed and followed in Yi Lingfei's footsteps. The Jiangbei Academy's sports field was packed with people. As the venue for this year's preliminary round of the Youth Championship in Jiangxing, it was bustling with excitement. On stage, Principal Gao Baisong was passionately explaining the competition rules and important notes. Each round, one member from each team will compete. The team that lasts until the end wins. Remember, any fatalities during the competition will result in immediate disqualification. The audience seats were filled to capacity, with people eagerly discussing the event. This prestigious competition, held every 3 years, not only offered generous prizes, but also provided a great platform for young martial artists to showcase their skills. Jiangbei Academy was chosen as the venue thanks to this year's 2 prominent figures, Su Ming and Yi Lingfei. Gao Baisong beamed with joy, confident that this year's new student enrollment would be overwhelming. After a 10-minute-long speech, Gao Baisong pointed to a large red box beside him and announced, "Next, will the team captains please come up to draw lots? Teams with matching numbers will face off." I'll go. Nong Jia eagerly jumped up. "I'm the captain." Wang Xiaoming waved him off impatiently. Go. Yi Lingfei coldly advised. "Try to draw a later number." Nong Jia patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, my luck is terrible. I definitely won't draw an early number." With that, he strode up to the stage. However, when he pulled out a numbered ball from the box, his eyes widened in shock. He turned weakly to Gao Baisong. Can I draw again?" Gao Baisong suppressed the urge to strangle the clueless boy, maintaining a tense smile as he said, "Please step down, student." Nong Jia returned to the team, dejectedly handing the numbered ball to Wang Xiaoming. "How did it go?" Wang Xiaoming asked eagerly. Seeing the number on the ball, everyone was stunned. Yi Lingfei's face instantly darkened. Wang Xiaoming was furious, nearly taking off his shoe to throw it at him. "Didn't you say your luck was bad? How did you draw number 1? Brother Su isn't even here yet." Nong Jia Le shrank his neck, looking as if he felt guilty toward the heavens, unable to meet everyone's eyes. Perhaps it was just his bad luck that he drew number one. Hua Haitao leaned in closer to Wang Xiaoming, his eyes gleaming with mischief and added insult to injury. Wang Xiaoming's anger flared instantly. He grabbed Nanjiale by the collar and clenched his fingers around his neck like a vice. Nanjiale's face turned red as he coughed violently, his hands flailing helplessly. Enough! Yi Lingfei commanded sharply, her brow furrowed. Even without Su Ming, we might not lose with our own strength. Stop fighting among ourselves. Reluctantly, Wang Xiaoming released his grip, and Nanjiale collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The drawing of lots proceeded quickly and was over in less than 10 minutes. In Jiangqing City, there were 80 teams competing in the youth championship, but only 10 could advance to the next round. This meant that to advance, they had to win 3 consecutive matches. Attention, competitors, the host announced. The team with number 1. Please proceed to the edge of the arena and have one member ready to compete. At this point, the judges had been replaced by other instructors from Jiangbei Academy, while Principal Gao Baisong sat in the audience. When he saw Yi Lingfei and Hua Haitao among the team, he was momentarily surprised, not expecting them to have formed a team. Gao Baisong was suddenly invigorated, turning to the other leaders beside him, boasting with a smile. Ha ha ha. Look, there are the rising stars of our academy. Upon hearing this, the other leaders directed their attention to Yi Lingfei and her team. However, someone quickly noticed something amiss. Wait a minute. Why are there only 4 of them? Do they underestimate their opponents that much? Gao Baisong was taken aback by the comment and immediately turned to verify, indeed noticing one person missing. His smile faded, particularly when he saw the formidable team they were up against. Principal Gao, the opposing team is no pushover either, someone pointed out. Their captain is Sun Zhe, the rising star of Nandu Academy, said to have a rare level talent. The other team members are also graduates of Nandu Academy, their strength not to be underestimated. Gao Baisong scrutinized both teams. When he saw the captain of Yi Lingfei's team, a slender man with squinty eyes, his brow furrowed. He thought to himself, anyone who earns Yi Lingfei's respect as captain must be extraordinary. Appearances can be deceiving. There must be something exceptional about him. The opposing team quickly sent a stout man to the stage. Wang Xiaoming turned to Yi Lingfei and asked, who's going first in the first round? Su Ming isn't here, so you're the strongest. I'm the captain. I'll go first. Nanjiale volunteered enthusiastically. Wang Xiaoming rolled his eyes at him. Come on. You're just a healer. Going up there is like offering yourself up. Nanjiale retorted indignantly. Haven't you heard of Tianji's horse racing strategy? The group exchanged puzzled looks. Wang Xiaoming sighed helplessly. Brother, looking at the opponent, they're clearly the underdog, and so are you. He was at a loss for words. You too. These words deeply hurt Nanjiale's heart. Let him go. Yi Lingfei suddenly spoke up, sensing that Nanjiale just wanted to prove his worth. With Yi Lingfei's support, Nanjiale gritted his teeth and said, I won't let you down. Then he strode confidently onto the competition field. The host, seeing both contestants in place, eagerly announced, all right, both teams are present. The match begins now. Clearly, he was also eager to witness this exciting showdown. The chubby opponent, upon seeing his rival's role, was taken aback. A priest? Are you here to die? The crowd also showed surprised expressions. A priest against a warrior seemed like a death wish. Gao Baisong still held hope for Nanjiale, murmuring, he must not be an ordinary priest. Nanjiale coldly replied, how will you know if you don't try? A glint of determination flashed in his eyes, though it went unnoticed due to their size. The chubby man scoffed, TCH. I might as well send you down. He raised his large sword and charged at Nanjiale. Nanjiale, seeing the attack, appeared calm but was panicking inside. He quickly retrieved a white staff from his storage ring and began healing himself before even getting hit. This move left everyone stunned. Gao Baisong frowned in thought. Could this be some kind of strategy? The chubby opponent reached Nanjiale, shouting, are you crazy? It's over. He swung his large sword, deliberately avoiding vital areas. Wang Jing couldn't bear to watch, muttering, it's over. This kid. Suddenly, a piercing metallic clash rang out. Nanjiale was knocked back several meters, yet the chubby man looked surprised. He glanced at his hand, seeing his palm cracked and bleeding. Is this armor? He murmured in disbelief. Nanjiale quickly got up, the earlier healing spell now taking effect. Gao Baisong speculated in surprise. Is this kid planning to win with money? Nanjiale kept healing himself, quickly returning to form. He taunted his opponent. Come on, fatty. The chubby man was infuriated. You think money makes you invincible? He attacked Nanjiale with renewed ferocity. Wang Xiaoming was anxious on the sidelines. Isn't he just getting beaten up? Why don't you come down, and I'll go up and avenge you. Nanjiale stood again, blood at the corner of his mouth. Despite his impenetrable armor, his body was still bruised. He panted, how does it feel? The chubby man, also exhausted and with bloodied, trembling hands, struggled to hold his sword. Both were at their limits, yet neither was willing to concede, and the battle continued. After Nanjiale finished casting his healing spell, the chubby guy couldn't wait to ask, "Are you done? Is it my turn now?" Nanjiale chuckled at this and replied, "Your turn? Do you, a priest, have any attack skills?" The chubby guy gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain in his hands, and gripped his large machete again. The blade trembled due to his shaking, a detail Nanjiale didn't miss. His eyes flashed with determination, sensing the opportunity to end the match was ripe. "Sorry," Nanjiale said softly. "I know it might not be fair, but I have no choice." Before he finished speaking, Nanjiale quickly put away his white staff and pulled out a gleaming golden bow from his storage ring. The sudden weapon switch caused an uproar among the spectators. "Does this kid have a gold mine at home or something?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. The golden bow shone brilliantly in the sunlight, and even those unfamiliar with weapons could tell it was of exceptional quality, likely of rare grade or higher. Having such a high-quality weapon at a low level undoubtedly provided a significant advantage. The chubby guy panicked as soon as he saw the bowstring drawn. He was exhausted and had no confidence in dodging the incoming arrows. Even if he managed to avoid the first arrow, how would he deal with the second and third? "Damn, do you have to flaunt your wealth like this?" the chubby guy said through gritted teeth, his face pale. "I give up, all right." Gao Baisong slapped his thigh in excitement and said to the other leaders beside him, "I told you he's extraordinary." With the chubby guy conceding, Nanjiale naturally became the victor. He could choose to step down or stay and wait for the next challenger. The chubby guy slunk back into his team, grumbling to his teammates, "Brother son, you guys have to avenge me. That guy was just too much." A skinny guy immediately cracked his knuckles, eager to jump in. "Don't worry, I'll go teach him a lesson." However, Nanjiale remained motionless on the field. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but shout, "You can come down now. It's our turn." Hua Haitao came over, half-jokingly asking, "What's going on? Did that kid pass out?" Hearing this, Yi Lingfei frowned slightly and instructed Wang Xiaoming, "Go check on him." Wang Xiaoming, suddenly nervous, ran over to inspect. He found that Nanjiale had fainted from exhaustion, only standing because the golden bow supported him. "He's fainted, not passed out," Wang Xiaoming emphasized as he carried Nanjiale back to the group. After setting Nanjiale down, Wang Xiaoming volunteered, "I'll go next." After his defeat, Wang Xiaoming's face was full of guilt. He lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly, as inner torment consumed him. The most underestimated farmstay unexpectedly won the competition, and he turned out to be the one holding the team back. Just then, Hua Haitao approached him, patted him on the shoulder, and said with determination, "Don't lose heart. The competition isn't over yet. Leave the next part to me." With that, he strode confidently toward the arena, his eyes filled with a determination to win. Gao Baisong, sitting in the spectator seats, couldn't help but smile slightly as he saw Hua Haitao take the stage. He thought to himself that the victory was secured. However, the skinny opponent who had just defeated Wang Xiaoming didn't leave the stage, but chose to continue competing. Seeing the level 7 Hua Haitao, he appeared slightly worried. The skinny competitor knew well that his battle with Wang Xiaoming had already drained much of his energy, and now facing a higher level opponent, he clearly had no advantage. As Hua Haitao stepped onto the field, his face showed arrogance. He coldly remarked, "Stop the nonsense. You want to defeat me? You'll have to exert some effort." The skinny competitor's intention was clear. Even if he lost, he aimed to exhaust Hua Haitao as much as possible to gain an advantage for his team. "Oh really?" Hua Haitao's tone carried a hint of amusement, and in the next second, he vanished from everyone's sight. The audience knew this was the assassin's skill stealth. The atmosphere on site became tense, and the skinny opponent was on high alert, his eyes darting around. Time ticked by, yet Hua Haitao remained unseen. Gao Baisong, in the spectator seats, wore a faint smile, thinking, "This kid is playing mind games." The skinny competitor grew increasingly anxious, shouting, "Come out! Show yourself!" The prolonged tension nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. At that moment, Hua Haitao suddenly appeared behind him. Instead of using a weapon, he delivered a hand strike to the back of the skinny competitor's neck, causing him to collapse instantly. Standing beside his fallen opponent, Hua Haitao coldly said, "A mere level 7 assassin, and you dare to show off in front of me?" As the skinny competitor was carried off, the opposing team quickly sent out their third contestant. Hua Haitao turned to face the third opponent, his brow furrowing slightly. He swiftly assessed the situation, level 10, also an assassin. At this point, Hua Haitao felt the pressure. He wasn't afraid of facing the same class, but the opponent being level 10 meant a significant difference. Although level 10 was only 3 levels higher than his own, the gap was as vast as a chasm, difficult to overcome. In the audience, Yi Lingfei and Gao Baisong both wore worried expressions. The announcer loudly declared, "The match begins." As soon as the words were spoken, both competitors simultaneously used stealth and vanished from the arena. The spectators were left bewildered as they watched. With both assassins invisible, How could they follow the match? Just as everyone wondered, Hua Haitao suddenly reappeared. Due to his lower level, his stealth was shorter, and as soon as he emerged, the opponent spotted an opening. The situation became instantly critical, and everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome of this assassin duel. The opposing assassin unleashed a level 10 skill, Instant Strike. Before Hua Haitao could even react, the assassin was already behind him. The assassin's figure flickered like a ghost, landing a heavy blow squarely on Hua Haitao's back. Hua Haitao felt a surge of pain, and everything went black as he lost consciousness on the spot. Fortunately, this wasn't a real fight, or Hua Haitao might have been instantly taken out by the assassin's attack. As Hua Haitao fell, the situation on the field changed drastically, leaving Yi Lingfei alone to face the opponent. To win the match, Yi Lingfei had to take on 3 opponents by herself, with all the pressure now on her shoulders. Hua Haitao was helped off the field by his teammates and quickly regained consciousness. He looked at Yi Lingfei, his face full of guilt, and said, "I'm sorry." Yi Lingfei didn't waste words, responding simply, "Leave the rest to me." With that, she walked confidently into the arena, her expression resolute. Seeing Yi Lingfei enter the field, the opposing assassin smirked. In his eyes, dealing with a mage was a piece of cake. However, Yi Lingfei remained unfazed, turning to the announcer and saying coldly, "Let's start." The announcer was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered, announcing, the match continues." The assassin, feeling his pride was challenged, sneered, "Interesting. The higher you hold your head now, the more embarrassed you'll be soon." As the match began, the assassin used his usual tactic, disappearing from sight. Yi Lingfei, expressionless, calmly stated, "That move doesn't work on me." No sooner had she spoken than shards of ice appeared beneath her feet, rapidly spreading outwards to form a thick layer of ice. The spectators gasped in awe, and even those in the stands were taken aback. "She's truly an exceptional ice mage, far superior to ordinary mages," someone exclaimed. "Indeed, Principal Gao, your school has really produced a remarkable talent," others chimed in. Gao Baisong beamed with pride, but responded modestly, "Not at all. This year, Sun Zhe from Nandu Academy is also quite impressive." On the field, the assassin watched as the ice spread across the ground, his expression growing serious. He thought to himself, "This one is trickier than I imagined." Yet he didn't back down. Instead, he shouted, "But if you think this will restrict me, you're still too green." Before he finished speaking, the assassin had already used Instant Strike to flash behind Yi Lingfei. However, Yi Lingfei seemed to have anticipated this, calmly saying, "It's useless." A sharp ice spike suddenly shot up from the ground, aiming directly at the assassin. With a thud, the unexpected attack startled the assassin, who barely managed to dodge, but not without his arm being grazed. Blood dripped from his fingers onto the ice below, making a crisp, drip sound. "Damn it," the assassin cursed, retreating to create distance. Yi Lingfei did not pursue, but coldly declared, "You have 2 choices, surrender or be crippled." At this point, hundreds of ice spears hovered around Yi Lingfei, glinting menacingly. The audience swallowed nervously at the sight. The assassin's legs trembled slightly, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Internally conflicted, the assassin wanted to surrender, but his pride wouldn't allow it. Weighing his options, he realized that if he surrendered now, Yi Lingfei would conserve her energy and enter the next round in top condition. Instead, he decided to fight, hoping to deplete her mental strength as much as possible. Quickly making up his mind, the assassin clenched his fists, ready to launch one final attack. Yi Lingfei stared at the unyielding assassin across from her, a flicker of determination in her eyes. With a thought, dozens of ice spikes shot out from behind her like arrows, tracing icy paths through the air. The assassin gripped his dagger tightly, dodging with ghost-like agility. His speed was incredible, and he managed to slice through many incoming ice spikes. However, the sheer number overwhelmed him, and he couldn't evade them all. A few spikes pierced his body, and blood flowed down, pooling at his feet. Yet the assassin didn't concede. Instead, he let out a chilling laugh. Yi Lingfei frowned slightly and turned to the host, saying coldly, "If this continues, he will die." The host snapped out of his daze and immediately declared Yi Lingfei the winner. Although the assassin was still conscious, he was clearly unable to continue fighting. As the assassin left the field, his teammate consoled him, "You did well. Let me take revenge now." The team captain, Sun Zhe, couldn't help but warn, "She's strong. Be careful." The teammate nodded in agreement and stepped into the arena. In the audience, Gao Baisong looked serious. He murmured, "Nandu Academy is indeed formidable this year, with so many level 10 graduates. The one entering now is a level 10 sorcerer. Although he's no match for Yi Lingfei, she has no one else after her. Winning 3 in a row will be tough." The match resumed, giving Yi Lingfei no time to catch her breath. The sorcerer repeatedly used control spells, severely limiting her movements. Each time she broke free, it drained her mental and physical energy. The battle dragged on, and Yi Lingfei narrowly won, almost completely exhausted. At that moment, Nandu Academy's ace, Sun Tze, stepped into the arena with confidence. You should concede. In your current state, you can't beat me. Yi Lingfei wiped the sweat from her forehead and firmly replied, You're enough for me. Sun Tze sneered. You should know. I'm the only rare class from Nandu Academy this year, a lightning mage. As he spoke, a blinding arc of electricity flashed in his palm. The audience erupted in excitement. This was going to be a showdown between a lightning mage and an ice mage. Gao Baisong frowned deeply. This doesn't look good. Lightning counters ice, and Yi Lingfei isn't at her peak. This match seems to have a foregone conclusion. Wang Xiaoming asked anxiously, What do we do? Sun Tze looks really strong. Even if Yi Lingfei doesn't concede, she'll just take a beating and lose badly. Hua Haitao shook his head with a sigh. Looks like we'll be eliminated in the first round. It's all Su Ming's fault for being late. Why blame me? If she can't win, she can just surrender. Why push herself so hard? As Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao were deep in conversation, a head suddenly popped up between them. They both turned almost simultaneously and were startled to see Su Ming's face. Hua Haitao was so shocked that he stumbled back several steps, his eyes wide open, swallowing nervously. Hua Haitao felt a wave of panic, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, What's going on? I was just talking about him, and now he's here? Did he hear me? Su Ming seemed to read Hua Haitao's mind and said directly, I heard you. You were bad-mouthing me. Hua Haitao shivered in fear, repeatedly apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Su Ming gave a slight smile, shifting his gaze toward the competition area. The match begins. As soon as the host announced this, a thumb-sized stone struck Sun Tze's head with precision. Thunk! The sound of the stone hitting was crisp and loud. Who? Who threw that stone? Sun Tze shouted, turning towards Su Ming and the others. The host and Yi Lingfei looked over, seeing Su Ming with an awkward, apologetic smile, exuding an air that made one want to punch him. The host was initially stunned, then regained composure, sternly questioning. Was it you who threw the stone? Don't you know that outsiders are not allowed to interfere with the competitors? Yi Lingfei's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. She was astonished that Su Ming finally arrived at such a critical moment, yet was baffled by his foolish and laughable behavior. Sorry, I aimed wrong. I was trying to hit her. Su Ming apologized repeatedly, even pointing at Yi Lingfei. Everyone was speechless at his words. Yi Lingfei was especially bewildered, pointing at herself, looking at Su Ming with a puzzled expression as if to ask, Are you talking about me? Are you on the same team? The host inquired. The match was paused due to Su Ming's interference. Yes, we're on the same team. Su Ming nodded, his eyes showing a wisdom that belied any suspicion of lying. Although the host was a mentor at Jiangbei Academy, he couldn't show favoritism in front of everyone and had to announce fairly. You violated the competition rules by secretly helping your teammate and attacking the opponent. Therefore, Yi Lingfei is disqualified. The announcement caused an uproar. The audience erupted in curses, all directed at Su Ming. What the heck? We finally had a chance to witness a duel between two rare professions, and it got ruined like this? Yeah, who's that idiot? Gao Baosong, watching from the stands, covered his face in embarrassment, feeling ashamed to be the principal. Yi Lingfei was completely dumbfounded. Yi Lingfei sighed helplessly and had no choice but to step down. At that moment, Su Ming stepped onto the stage with a slight, confident smile on his lips. Don't worry, Su Gu is here. Wang Xiaoming quickly reassured. Hua Haitao chimed in. Yeah, it's better you came down to avoid getting hit. Hearing this, Yi Lingfei turned sharply, her eyes flaring with anger as she glared at Hua Haitao. Startled by her look, Hua Haitao shivered, quickly covering his mouth and averting his gaze. As Su Ming took the stage, the audience buzzed with chatter. Someone shouted angrily. Isn't that the fool who threw the rock? How dare he show his face up there? Exactly. He made us miss the rare class showdown. Another spectator agreed. On the high platform, Gao Baisong squinted, stroking his chin as he murmured. Could this kid have done it on purpose? On the stage, Sun Tze's eyes flashed with malice as he said coldly, So you're Su Ming? Whether it was intentional or not, I'm going to make sure you leave here lying down to vent my anger. Su Ming chuckled lightly, rubbing his nose casually. Is that so? The next moment, Su Ming's information appeared before everyone. Class, Necromancer. Level, 20. The crowd fell silent. Even those in the stands stood up in excitement, turning to Gao Baisong as if to ask what was going on. Gao Baisong was equally shocked, waving his hands. Don't look at me. I have no idea when he reached level 20. Sun Tze's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How can you be level 20? You must be cheating. Su Ming laughed. Do you feel like you spoke too soon? The audience gasped, whispering among themselves. A necromancer? Another rare class. Yeah, this is worth it. Still a rare class showdown. Could he be the Su Ming from the news? The host finally snapped out of it and announced loudly. Let the match begin. Sun Tze gritted his teeth. Damn it. So what if you're level 20? Show me how strong you really are. Before he finished speaking, a blue light flashed, and electricity crackled around his arm. Su Ming nodded in approval. Impressive, you seem strong. Sun Tze slammed his palm to the ground, sending arcs of electricity towards Su Ming. Su Ming calmly said, "Your opponent isn't me, it's them." As he finished speaking, two black vortices appeared in front of him. A level 15 storm leader wielding a battle axe emerged from the first vortex. The second vortex also produced a level 15 elite monster, the Dawn General wielding a long spear. The arc struck them, causing only a brief pause. Sun Tze's mind buzzed, and he was bewildered. Level 15 elite monsters? And two of them? How am I supposed to handle this? The audience couldn't help but swallow nervously. A leader praised, "Principal Gao, I didn't expect the dark horse from your school to be so formidable." Gao Baisong's smile returned. "To be honest, this is my first time seeing him in action too." The thought of the genius from Nandu Academy being bested made the corners of his mouth lift. Su Ming casually ordered, "Just make him cry." To avoid elimination, he didn't dare let his undead warrior go all out. "You bastard. Don't underestimate me." Sun Tze, enraged, erupted with lightning. Thunderblade. A blue flash struck the Dawn General, arcs of electricity enveloping its body. Thunderstream. He struck again, the staff releasing a burst of lightning. With a loud boom, the Dawn General was blown to pieces. Everyone was stunned. Sun Tze's power was no less than Su Ming's. "I told you, don't underestimate me." Sun Tze used the same method to attack the Storm Leader, quickly defeating it. "Now it's your turn. So what if your level is higher than mine? Your summons are dead." Su Ming smiled. "Oh really? Who told you my summons are dead?" To everyone's shock, the two summons returned to the battlefield. "I underestimated your strength, and I apologize. Let's start our battle anew." Su Ming politely bowed his head, and as he raised it again, another black vortex appeared. This time, a level 10 knight captain emerged, clad in dark red armor, exuding a formidable presence. "You bastard. How dare you underestimate me?" Sun Tze was furious. No, not underestimate, underestimate. Please be precise with your words." Su Ming shook his head repeatedly. Meanwhile, his three undead creatures charged toward the opponent. At this moment, Sun Tze had no time to bicker with Su Ming. The three undead warriors in front of him posed a massive threat. He gripped his staff tightly, sweat dripping from his palms, and continuously cast spells in an attempt to fend off their attack. However, he soon realized that the power of the Knight Captain far exceeded that of the other two undead. What's going on? How is a level 10 stronger than a level 15? Everyone was stunned, watching in disbelief. As Sun Tze barely managed to hold off the two level 15 undead, the Knight Captain darted toward him like a phantom. The dark red greatsword gleamed coldly as it swung down at Sun Tze. His pupils contracted. Unable to defend himself, he instinctively raised his hands to protect his head, eyes shut, bracing for the pain. Duong. With a dull thud, the Knight Captain flipped the sword, striking Sun Tze's head with the flat of the blade. Damn! Sun Tze's eyes bulged from the pain, involuntarily cursing. Then Duong. 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 The Knight Captain mercilessly continued to strike Sun Tze with the flat of the sword. The pain hit him like waves, causing tears to stream down his face as a large bump formed on his head. The other two undead joined the fray. The Dawn Warrior turned his spear around, using it as a staff to educate Sun Tze. The Storm Leader was even more brutal, swinging his battle axe like a massive hammer, each blow feeling like it was breaking Sun Tze's bones. "Stop! I surrender, I surrender!" Sun Tze cried out, unable to bear the pain any longer. "Stop!" Su Ming, hearing the surrender, nodded in satisfaction and halted the undead warrior's assault. Su Ming wins. The host snapped back to reality, having never witnessed such a scene before. With Su Ming's victory, the match between the two teams concluded smoothly, and their team successfully advanced. "Well played, my friend." Su Ming grinned, recalling his summons and addressing Sun Tze. You just wait." Sun Tze, with tears and snot flowing, felt utterly humiliated. "All right, I'll wait." Su Ming replied with a smile, which to Sun Tze seemed like blatant mockery. "Bastard. I'll repay today's humiliation twice over someday." Sun Tze fumed, though he could barely stand, grimacing in pain with every movement. Su Ming was uninterested in further conflict, thinking that if they ever met again, he wouldn't mind making Sun Tze cry once more. "Tze, are you okay?" Sun Tze's teammates hurried over to support him as Su Ming left the field. Careful, careful. My bones are broken." Sun Tze shouted in pain. Meanwhile, Su Ming leisurely rejoined his team. "Su, you're really something." Wang Xiaoming immediately approached, sincerely praising him. "Honestly, did you do that on purpose?" Yi Lingfei, still cold as ever, demanded. He, of course not." Su Ming shrugged, looking helpless. "I called out to you several times from behind, but you didn't respond. I thought I'd throw a rock to get your attention. Who knew it would miss?" Yi Lingfei snorted softly, choosing not to continue the conversation. After this match, Su Ming emerged like a brilliant new star, instantly capturing the attention of all participating teams. His performance was nothing short of spectacular, like a dark horse that appeared out of nowhere. Both his level and his summoned creatures left the audience and opponents in awe. Around the stadium, whispers filled the air. Many began to speculate about what other astounding skills Su Ming might be hiding. After all, in this match, he won effortlessly relying solely on his summons, clearly not showing his full potential. People couldn't help but imagine the terrifying scene if Su Ming were to go all out. Young Master, the strongest team in the Jiangxing division this time is definitely them, a follower reported in a low voice to Zhang Yongxing. The Zhang family had also sent a team to compete, with 2 members having deliberately stayed back a year for this youth championship. These 2 had endured hardships, studying hard in their graduating class for 3 years, all to seize victory and win the generous prizes in this competition. Zhang Yongxing, referred to as Young Master, had just witnessed Su Ming's match and was feeling a complex mix of emotions. Hearing his subordinate praise Su Ming further fueled his anger, and he snapped, "Shut up. Who said they're the strongest? Do you think the Zhang family is just here for show?" The 2 holdback students were equally defiant, their tone full of defiance. "Exactly. He's only level 20. Aren't we also level 20? Their team only has 1 level 20 member, while we have 2. I'm actually looking forward to facing them in the second round." Zhang Yongxing was confident in his team's abilities. The family had thoroughly prepared for this youth championship, with 2 level 20 holdback students as their backbone. He felt no pressure. The competition continued to be lively, with one match following another. However, apart from the first match that featured 3 rare professions, the following 10 or 20 matches didn't showcase any standout participants. The levels of the contestants varied, with few reaching level 10, mostly being holdback students. Su Ming watched the intense battles on the field, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, and suddenly asked, "By the way, what's the prize for this youth championship? Why has it attracted so many holdback students?" In his previous life, Su Ming was too weak, constantly struggling to gain experience, with no time to pay attention to such high-level competitions. At that time, he had just been beaten up by Zhang Yongxing's men and was recovering in the hospital for over a month. Newly discharged, he was just a level 1 weakling, far from having the ability to engage in such high-level events. Yi Lingfei coldly replied, "As long as a team qualifies for the preliminaries in Jiangxing, each team will receive an upgrade stone as a reward." Upon hearing upgrade stone, both Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao's eyes lit up, and even Su Ming couldn't suppress his excitement. He was still working hard to collect 10 upgrade stones to advance his super system. At the same time, Su Ming was also shocked by the generosity of the prizes this time. This was just the preliminaries, and 10 teams would advance. This meant the organizers had to provide 10 upgrade stones, each starting at 1 million in auction value. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel internally. The organizers are really going all out this time. The scale and generous rewards of the youth competition were so impressive that Su Ming couldn't help but gasp. The prizes for just the preliminary round in Jiangxing were enticing enough, let alone those in other cities nationwide. The mere thought of the total prize pool across the entire Longxiao nation was dizzying. Su Ming's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned closer to Yi Lingfei, lowering his voice to ask, "What are the prizes for the finals? What if you win first place?" As soon as he spoke, Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao also leaned in, eager to listen. Yi Lingfei turned to meet Su Ming's gaze, her expression unchanged, and said, "Each person gets an upgrade stone." "And what else?" Su Ming pressed on, convinced there was more to it. Yi Lingfei continued slowly. "The team rewards include 3 quality stones, an epic storage item, an epic weapon and armor, a silver-grade key, and the Frost 9 provinces." Her tone noticeably intensified at the mention of the last 4 words. Everyone was visibly shocked upon hearing this. Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao's eyes were fixed on the stones and equipment, while Su Ming was entirely captivated by the silver-grade key. He recalled the substantial boost the bronze-grade key had provided last time and couldn't help but anticipate the power of the silver-grade key. "I only want the Frost 9 provinces," Yi Lingfei stated her goal straightforwardly. Su Ming immediately responded, "That can be yours, no problem, but I want the silver-grade key." His tone was firm. "I have no objections." Yi Lingfei was the first to agree. Wang Xiaoming and Hua Haitao quickly chimed in, "We don't mind either. We'll take whatever you guys don't want. We're not picky." They were well aware of their abilities and were content with whatever they could get. Yi Lingfei frowned and reminded them, "Don't underestimate how hard it is to get first place. The top 3 teams are usually predetermined, and those teams are incredibly strong. For a team like ours that was formed last minute, the chances are slim." Su Ming, however, was unfazed and scoffed. "Predetermined? It's the same everywhere. This time, I don't care if it's rigged. I'm getting that silver-grade key." His expression suddenly turned exceptionally serious. To Su Ming, the silver key was as vital as life itself. His eyes gleamed with fervor, and he silently vowed that no matter the cost, even if it meant committing heinous acts, he would obtain it. This determination left Yi Lingfei momentarily taken aback. She had never imagined a key could captivate someone's heart so intensely. Su Ming's yearning for the key seemed even more intense than her own pursuit of the Frost Nine provinces. This realization filled Yi Lingfei with a sense of shame, and she instinctively averted her gaze. Just then, Wang Xiaoming's voice broke the silence. Huh? Isn't that Zhang Yongxing over there? Su Ming followed the sound, and indeed spotted the familiar face of Zhang Yongxing. During this period, Zhang Yongxing had also advanced to level 8. A glint of coldness flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he thought. So he's participating too? I hope I get to face him in the next round. In the competition arena, Zhang Yongxing, being the weakest link in his team, stepped up first. Arrogantly, he declared, I am Zhang Yongxing from the Zhang family. If you know what's good for you, concede now. These words immediately placed immense psychological pressure on his opponent. His opponent, a level 4 warrior with no apparent background, panicked upon hearing that Zhang Yongxing was from one of Jiangqing's 3 major families. Seeing this, Zhang Yongxing grew even more smug. Huh? A level 4 dares to step up? Are you waiting for me to make a move? Or will you surrender first? Dealing with a nobody like you is beneath me. The barrage of insults turned the opponent's face an ashen hue, but in the end, he chose to concede. Wang Xiaoming watched in disbelief, exclaiming, wow, this guy? He actually defeated his opponent with words alone. Hua Haitao casually remarked, if it were you, you'd surrender too. This comment hit a nerve with Wang Xiaoming. Though he wouldn't admit it, he knew deep down that if he had hastily assembled a team and faced Zhang Yongxing's taunts, he would also choose to concede without hesitation. Soon, a level 6 mage took the stage. Zhang Yongxing raised an eyebrow and asked, what? Do you still want to fight me? The mage defiantly replied, he may have chickened out, but I won't. Zhang Yongxing laughed, all right. I hope you don't regret those words. As the match began, both sides simultaneously cast fireball spells. Zhang Yongxing's fireball was clearly more powerful, and within 5 minutes, his opponent was knocked to the ground. Just as the opponent was about to concede, Zhang Yongxing swiftly stepped forward and delivered a harsh kick to his chin, cutting him off. Straddling his opponent, Zhang Yongxing mercilessly pummeled him with his staff while whispering in his ear, want to surrender now? Too late. Zhang Yongxing's words hit the man like a sledgehammer, fear flooding his eyes as his pupils dilated rapidly. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed through the arena. Zhang Yongxing slowly rose, looking down at his opponent from above. He knew he had successfully broken the man's hands. If he continued, the referee would inevitably intervene, so he decided to stop. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Yongxing stood up, the referee rushed over. After carefully checking the fallen man's injuries and confirming there was no life-threatening danger, he declared Zhang Yongxing the winner. The audience gasped collectively, realizing that the Zhang family members were not only arrogant, but also extremely ruthless. Even Su Ming, usually calm and composed, squinted after witnessing the scene. Wang Xiaoming clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth. Soon, the third opponent entered the arena. This person, also at level 8 like Zhang Yongxing, should have been evenly matched. However, Zhang Yongxing showed no fear, confident that his superior equipment would crush his opponent. As the match began, Zhang Yongxing activated his verbal assault mode, unleashing a barrage of mockery and threats. The opponent, recalling the gruesome fate of his teammates' broken hands, was terrified and immediately surrendered without even attempting to fight. Wow! Wang Xiaoming exclaimed, eyes wide. Is this guy going to take out all 5 of them? Su Ming smirked slightly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yongxing. It's hard to say. With the Zhang family's influence, he can intimidate many. Plus, with their wealth, his gear might even stand up to a level 10 opponent. It's infuriating just to watch. Wang Xiaoming sighed. Hua Haitao chimed in unexpectedly. If we face them, you should go up against him to vent your anger. Wang Xiaoming felt a pang of anxiety. To be honest, the thought of facing Zhang Yongxing made him nervous. The competition quickly reached its conclusion, just as Wang Xiaoming had predicted. Zhang Yongxing astonishingly defeated 5 opponents in a row, causing an uproar in the crowd. In the audience, a leader chuckled and shook his head. Principal Gao, isn't this Zhang family kid from your Jiangbei Academy? I must say, you have quite the talent this year. His words dripped with sarcasm. Gao Baisong's face turned livid, and he remained silent. Using influence to intimidate opponents, what kind of real skill was that? The image Jiangbei Academy had worked hard to build was instantly shattered. With that, the first round of the competition concluded. 4 arenas operated simultaneously, making the process highly efficient. Out of 80 teams, half were eliminated, leaving only 40 to advance to the next round, which would take place the following day. As Su Ming and his friends exited the school, the setting sun cast its glow across the land. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoming pointed into the distance, puzzled. What's that? Everyone looked in the direction he indicated, seeing nothing but darkness in the distance. Not only did Su Ming and his team stop in their tracks, but the surrounding spectators and participating teams also paused. Monsters! Su Ming frowned, his gaze fixed on the dark shadows approaching in the distance. As they got closer, everyone finally saw their true appearance. Wang Xiaoming's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "What the heck? Aren't those level 2 monsters, the great demon dogs?" As soon as he spoke, panic erupted around them. Several instructors who were maintaining order at the school gates quickly reassured everyone. "Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Please retreat back to the academy for now. Jiangbei Academy will ensure your safety." Hearing this, the crowd swiftly moved back into the academy. Wang Xiaoming tugged on Su Ming's sleeve and urgently said, "Brother Su, let's go back too. We have a match tomorrow. We need to conserve our energy." However, before they could act, a series of deep growls echoed. Roar, roar, roar. In no time, the great demon dogs had completely surrounded the academy entrance. These creatures were twice the size of normal dogs, with jagged fangs and foul-smelling saliva dripping from their sharp teeth. Their eyes glowed with bloodthirsty red light, sending chills down one's spine. Ordinary people were terrified at the sight, and even the seasoned fighters felt a shiver at the sheer number. Su Ming estimated there were at least 1,000 great demon dogs. What on earth is happening? Why are there monsters here? Su Ming turned to Yi Lingfei, hoping she could explain. Yi Lingfei shook her head. "I don't know. I encountered something similar before, but it was only a few hundred level 1 demon wolves. I never expected so many great demon dogs this time." Su Ming thoughtfully observed the great demon dogs outside the school gates. From Yi Lingfei's words, it was clear that this attack wasn't targeting him alone. The group of instructors, around level 15, could defend the gate without much trouble, but eliminating all the great demon dogs would be a challenge. At that moment, Wang Xiaoming exclaimed again, "Brother Su, look over there." Su Ming followed his gaze and narrowed his eyes. In the distance, several figures were rapidly approaching the school gate. Was the level 10 demon werewolves. Yi Lingfei noticed the change in Su Ming's expression and asked coldly, "Should we make a move?" She added, "If we don't help, once the gate is breached, many people might die." "Not yet," Su Ming said, rubbing his chin, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if waiting for something. The instructors battling the great demon dogs soon noticed the approaching demon werewolves. "Damn it! Even the level 10 demon werewolves are here," someone shouted. The crowd grew more chaotic, with complaints starting to rise. "Why isn't anyone coming to help with all this commotion? Yeah, there are so many instructors at Jiangbei Academy. Why isn't anyone here?" Some even pointed fingers at Su Ming and the other competitors. "Hey, you contestants, go help. I remember you. You're that level 20 Su Ming. Why aren't you doing anything?" Facing the questioning looks from all around, Su Ming remained silent, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to act. Su Ming glanced coldly at the crowd, pointing fingers at him, standing motionless. The initial urge to act had vanished. "So what do you think?" Yi Lingfei asked again, her tone a mix of urgency. "Not much," Su Ming shrugged, stepping back a few paces from the battlefield. He raised his voice deliberately, as if wanting the crowd to hear. "If I step in, wouldn't it mean they're teaching me how to handle things?" Seeing Su Ming retreat instead of advance, the accusations grew louder. "You're so irresponsible," someone shouted. "There's a monster right there, and you're avoiding the fight? Are you even a man?" "Yeah, what a waste of your high level," another voice chimed in. Contrary to expectations, Yi Lingfei supported Su Ming's decision and also stepped back. With two strong contenders retreating, Wang Xiaoming and the others naturally followed suit. As the demon wolves joined the fray, the instructors were clearly overwhelmed. Soon, a large demon dog broke through the defense and leaped into the academy. Seeing this, other teams emulated Su Ming's retreat to protect themselves. Roar! Another demon dog broke through, followed by a third, lunging at the panicked audience. "Help! Save me!" Screams echoed as someone was pinned down by a demon dog, struggling desperately. Against these level 2 monsters, ordinary non-combatants had no chance. In no time, those who had just criticized Su Ming lay dead, their bodies mangled by the demon dog's fangs. Seeing the aggressive ones now fallen, Su Ming finally moved to help. But just then, a blazing fireball whooshed past from behind. Boom! The fireball struck a demon dog dead, incinerating it instantly. Everyone turned to see Gao Baisong leading a group of instructors rushing to the rescue. "Don't panic," Gao Baisong called out, calming the crowd as he launched several fireballs, eliminating the demon dogs inside the academy. "We're saved. We're saved. Principal Gao is here. With Principal Gao, we're safe." Cheers erupted, and the tension eased. Heavenly fire. Gao Baisong leaped into the air, his staff swinging powerfully. Instantly, countless sparks appeared in the sky, raining down on the demon dogs outside the gate. Boom, boom, boom. The sparks hit the ground, exploding everywhere. With just one spell, most of the monsters were destroyed. "A level 40 mage," someone exclaimed. "Who knew our principal was so formidable?" Su Ming was also awestruck. It was his first time witnessing Gao Baisong in action. "You don't become a principal without some skills." Yi Lingfei glanced at Su Ming, her tone a bit smug. With Gao Baisong and others joining in, the sudden monster invasion was quickly quelled. Just as the last monster was defeated, several black cars arrived at the school gate. The doors opened, and a group of stern-looking, suit-clad individuals stepped out, surveying the scene. Su Ming stared at the unexpected team in front of him, led by none other than Su Tianxiang, whom he had briefly met before. Gao Baisong quickly approached them, greeting warmly. Captain Su, you're here. This sudden monster horde really caught us off guard. Su Tianxiang frowned, speaking gravely. Principal Gao, there have been several such incidents, but the source remains unidentified. Even more concerning is the appearance of level 2 monsters this time. The situation is not optimistic. He paused before continuing. I didn't expect you to have handled it yourselves. These magic crystals should belong to your academy. Gao Baisong gladly accepted, calculating that this unexpected gain could serve as a bonus for the mentors in the youth championship. At that moment, Su Tianxiang's gaze landed on Su Ming, and he exclaimed in surprise. Oh, isn't this little Ming? Su Ming silently observed Su Tianxiang, puzzled. This man seemed to know his father and even had some history with Li Dahe, yet Su Ming had no recollection of him. Su Tianxiang approached Su Ming, smiling broadly. What's this? Not calling me Uncle Xiang anymore. I held you when you were little. I'm your Uncle Tianxiang, remember? Or has old He told you something? Su Ming asked directly. Do you know my dad? Of course. Your dad and I are good brothers. Su Tianxiang patted Su Ming's shoulder with a touch of familiarity. Su Ming remained skeptical, questioning. Then why haven't I seen you at my house all these years? Su Tianxiang's expression turned wistful, sighing. Ah, there was a misunderstanding back then, which led to your father and old He ignoring me. How could I just show up uninvited? It would have been no fun for anyone. Su Ming's interest peaked, and he pressed. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Do you know what happened 5 years ago? Su Tianxiang quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. Are you participating in the youth championship? Give it your best. Let bygones be bygones. The past is like smoke. With that, he turned and walked away swiftly, ignoring Su Ming's calls. Once inside the car, Su Tianxiang's demeanor turned cold. He looked back at Su Ming through the window, muttering to himself. Does he really not know? Or is he pretending? Has Su Chang not told him yet? Or is he waiting for him to fully grow up before revealing everything? Su Tianxiang's eyes glinted with a complex mix of emotions, as if he were weighing a significant decision. Su Ming's face was as dark as ink, his eyes sharp and fixed like a hawk on Su Tianxiang's car disappearing into the distance. It wasn't until the car was out of sight that Yi Lingfei cautiously spoke up. Do you know him? Yes and no, Su Ming replied, his tone cold enough to freeze the air, clearly in a foul mood. He slowly uttered, Su Tianxiang, the executive captain of the Sword Tiger Guild. Yi Lingfei raised an eyebrow. You know him? Only then did Su Ming turn his gaze to Yi Lingfei, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Know of him, but not well? Yi Lingfei paused, noticing how significant this person seemed to Su Ming, and continued. He came to Jiang City 5 years ago, joined the Sword Tiger Guild, and became the executive captain right away. 5 years ago, Su Ming's brow furrowed, his mind racing. That was the same year his parents had their incident, and the so-called misunderstanding was undoubtedly related. He narrowed his eyes, plotting silently. Yi Lingfei seemed to read his mind and warned. I advise you not to mess with him. This guy has a complex background, clearly sent from elsewhere. Got it. Su Ming nodded, seemingly agreeing not to act rashly. With the monster incident concluded, everyone gradually left the academy. Before parting, Yi Lingfei seriously instructed Su Ming, don't be late tomorrow. It's both an order and a warning. Okay, it was really traffic today, Su Ming waved dismissively, unwilling to admit he had overslept. After a simple goodbye, everyone went their separate ways. Su Ming walked home alone, replaying Su Tianxiang's words in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Su Tianxiang must have wronged his father in some way. Otherwise, how could Li Dahe despise him so much? It seemed the so-called misunderstanding was likely not a misunderstanding at all. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Unknowingly, Su Ming found himself in a familiar alley. As soon as he stepped in, a heavy stench of blood hit him. He frowned and looked down, examining closely. Sure enough, there were 5 bodies lying in the middle of the alley, each with a clean cut to the throat. Blood stained the ground, the metallic smell permeating the entire alley. Su Ming nudged the bodies with his toe, finding them all unfamiliar. He checked their fingers, but found not a single storage ring. Robbery? Seems unlikely. Su Ming was puzzled, but then had a sudden realization. Could they have been here to ambush me? He squinted, quietly speculating. Was I robbed? That's just too unbelievable. Or is someone secretly helping me? Su Ming stood at the entrance of the alley, frowning and absent-mindedly rubbing his chin. His mind raced, trying to make sense of this series of bizarre events. Unable to reach a definite conclusion, he shrugged helplessly, brushed the dust off his pants, and turned away from the enigmatic alley. As Su Ming's silhouette disappeared at the alley's entrance, a small head quietly peeked out from the rooftop. In the moonlight, A barefoot figure stood at the edge of the roof, with a string of silver bells around her slender ankle, gently tinkling in the breeze. Those clueless fools always looking for trouble, a sweet female voice rang out in the night. I'll take them down every time I see them. The words had barely left her lips when a fierce glint flashed in her crimson eyes, starkly contrasting her sweet tone. That night, Su Ming slept exceptionally well. The next morning, having learned from the previous day, he set an alarm. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into his room, he was already up and energized, ready to head to the academy for the second round of the competition. Passing by the alley again, Su Ming was surprised to find that last night's bodies had vanished. Cleaned up pretty quickly, he sneered, quickening his pace to leave the troublesome spot. Su Go, over here. This way. From a distance, Wang Xiaoming and the others were already waiting at the school gate. Seeing Su Ming's figure, they immediately waved and called out, instantly drawing the attention of many nearby. Su Ming awkwardly scratched his head, feeling a wave of second-hand embarrassment. At least we're not late. Yi Lingfei maintained her usual indifferent expression, uttering a brief statement before turning to lead the way to the competition venue. By now, the participating teams had mostly gathered. Due to the monster attack incident the previous day, the audience numbers had noticeably dropped by a third. As the teams assembled, the draw phase quickly commenced. Students, for fairness, please draw again to match your opponents. Gao Baisong said into the microphone, patting the large box beside him. The rules are the same as the first round. I'm the captain. I'll do it. Nanjiale once again volunteered enthusiastically. Yi Lingfei's eyes swiftly surveyed the present teams and coldly remarked, it doesn't matter what number you draw this time. Among these teams, I think only the Zhang family team is the strongest. Just don't draw them. Su Ming secretly hoped to draw the Zhang family team. He had long wanted to give Zhang Yongxing a good beating. Don't worry. Trust me, Nanjiale assured everyone confidently. Last time was a fluke. It's impossible to draw them again. With that, he strode toward the draw box. Hua Haitao smirked and said, if nothing unexpected happens, it should still be unexpected. Don't jinx it. Wang Xiaoming glared at Hua Haitao, annoyed. The Zhang family team has 2 repeat students rumored to be level 20 experts. Since they're repeat students, they definitely won't be weak. Soon, Nanjiale returned to the team with a number ball in hand. What number? Wang Xiaoming impatiently asked. Still number 1. Nanjiale replied with a wry smile. Yi Lingfei didn't even have the energy to complain, merely shaking her head in resignation. Within minutes, all the teams had their corresponding number balls. The host returned to the stage and announced loudly, would the 2 teams with number 1 please step forward and prepare? As the 2 teams stepped forward, Wang Xiaoming and the others were stunned. Even the usually composed Yi Lingfei couldn't help but turn to glare at Nanjiale. However, amidst the shock, only Su Ming wore a faint smile on his lips. What a twist of fate. In the second round of the competition, Su Ming unexpectedly faced the team from the Zhang family. Yi Lingfei and the others frowned, secretly feeling that this was not good news. To them, the Zhang family was the strongest rival in the Jiangxing City division, someone they hoped to avoid but ended up facing head-on. Nanjiale, sensing the sharp gazes from everyone, quickly waved his hands in explanation. It's not my fault. I drew first, and they drew after me. Contrary to expectations, Su Ming was brimming with excitement. He patted Nanjiale on the shoulder and laughed. Ha! You've done me a big favor this time. Leave the Zhang family team to me. With that, he strode confidently into the competition arena. It was only then that Wang Xiaoming and the others snapped out of it, hurriedly shouting, hey, Brother Su, you're the ace of our team. How can you go first? They knew all too well that the Zhang team had 2 formidable level 20 repeat students, and the likelihood of Su Ming taking them all down was slim. Going first would only drain his stamina. However, Su Ming ignored them, leaving behind only a confident silhouette and a casual wave. Within the Zhang team, Zhang Yongxing immediately recognized Su Ming. A sly smile played on his lips as a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. It's him, Su Ming. We've really run into him. This time, I want to see how you meet your end. The audience and leaders in the viewing area were also caught off guard by Su Ming's decision to go first, their faces showing a mix of shock and confusion. Gao Baisong leaned back in his chair, murmuring thoughtfully, starting off with a bang, huh? One of the Zhang team's repeat students, Zhang Han, stepped forward and volunteered. This guy is level 20. Let me go first. The other team members nodded in agreement. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yongxing, who had yet to enter the arena. He provocatively beckoned with one finger, his eyes full of mischief. Zhang Yongxing was instantly infuriated, his eyes reddening as he gritted his teeth. Bastard. This guy is provoking me. Someone quickly advised, young master, you're not a match for him. This remark completely ignited Zhang Yongxing's fury. He roared, bastard. Even if I'm not his match, I can still wear him down. Zhang Han, observing the situation, calmly analyzed. Young master, if you go first, you'll just be taking hits. Why not let us wear him down to his last breath, and then you can step in? Zhang Yongxing, upon hearing this, suddenly realized the strategy. He said fiercely, all right, you're right. You go first, but remember to leave him with just enough strength for me. I want him to understand that in the face of absolute power, even a genius like him has to bow down. With everyone's approval, Zhang Han stepped into the arena to face Su Ming. The air was thick with tension, and an intense showdown was about to begin. His appearance did not draw Su Ming's attention. Su Ming's gaze, sharp as a knife, remained fixed on Zhang Yongxing, filled with disdain. This silent provocation seemed to say, "You're just a coward, afraid to step up." Zhang Yongxing stood below the stage, gritting his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. On the sidelines, a leader turned to Gao Baisong and said with a smile, "Principal Gao, it looks like your academy's dark horse has met a tough opponent." Ha ha. Everyone present knew that was the Zhang family's team, and Zhang Han was one of the repeat students specifically prepared by the Zhang family for this youth competition. Gao Baisong remained silent, his expression grave. Naturally, he hoped Su Ming's team would win, which would further elevate Jiangbei Academy's reputation. Finally, Zhang Han took the stage. He continuously cracked his knuckles, producing a series of crack, crack, crack sounds, occasionally tilting his neck, the sound of bone friction clearly audible. This series of actions finally caught Su Ming's attention. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, asking with sarcastic curiosity, "Do you have arthritis or something?" This question hit Zhang Han like a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily speechless, with a surge of desire to crush Su Ming. Sensing the escalating tension, the host loudly announced, "Both sides are ready. Let the match begin." As the host's words fell, Zhang Han shot towards Su Ming like an arrow from a bow. He was a level 20 knight. His lance aimed fiercely at Su Ming's throat. Just as the lance was a mere 18 centimeters from Su Ming's throat, it suddenly seemed to hit an invisible wall, the tip halting midair. Zhang Han exerted all his strength but couldn't advance any further. Su Ming said coldly, "I'm not interested in you. Get Zhang Yongxing up here." The crowd erupted in astonishment. The audience watched in disbelief, and even Yi Lingfei and Su Ming's other teammates witnessed his skills beyond summoning for the first time. Gao Baisong and others in the stands also showed expressions of shock. Countless phantom hands appeared at Zhang Han's feet, ghostly restraining his attack, immobilizing him. Zhang Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "What? What is this?" Su Ming didn't answer, instead saying coldly, "Get down." As soon as he finished speaking, several undead warriors materialized beside him, their weapons swinging towards Zhang Han. In a critical moment, Zhang Han shouted, "Holy shield." Instantly, a golden shield rapidly expanded from him, shattering the phantom hands. Bang, bang, bang. The undead warriors' attacks landed on the shield with muffled thuds. Su Ming was familiar with this move, having seen Li Dehai use it before. He anticipated the opponent might detonate the shield next, so he quickly stepped back to maintain a safe distance. Sure enough, the next second, with a loud boom, the golden shield exploded, shattering the undead warriors and leaving a crater in the arena. Regaining his confidence amidst the explosion's aftermath, Zhang Han grinned, holding his lance. "Kid, our battle has just begun." The duel between the two level 20 powerhouses held the audience in rapt attention, amazed by the spectacle. However, Su Ming's response left Zhang Han slightly stunned. "Is that so? But from my perspective, our battle is already over." Su Ming's words were filled with contempt and confidence, as if the outcome was already determined. Before Zhang Han could react, several dark shadows suddenly appeared behind him. He spun around, his eyes widening in shock and terror. Everyone present was left speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Behind Zhang Han stood three rock bear spirits, their massive bodies made of solid rock, with eyes glowing like burning coals, intently fixed on their target. The terrifying sight sent shivers down the spines of everyone there. "Oh my god, are those level 30 rock bears?" someone exclaimed from the sidelines. "Su Ming can summon creatures of such high level? That's insane. How can anyone stand a chance against 3 level 30 summons?" Another voice echoed, filled with despair. With a deep growl, the three rock bears launched a ferocious attack on Zhang Han. Even though he quickly cast a holy shield, the golden barrier soon cracked under the relentless assault. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered, scattering like stardust across the arena. Without his protection, Zhang Han was sent flying out of the competition area by a powerful swipe from one of the rock bears. He hit the ground hard and rolled several times before coming to a stop, looking utterly defeated. The host was momentarily stunned by the incredible scene. After a pause, he announced, stammering, Su Ming wins." In the audience, Zhang Yongxing's face darkened with rage as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it. How could Zhang Han be so useless?" Another repeat student, Zhang Qing, said in a steady voice, "It's not that Zhang Han is useless. Su Ming is just too strong. Being able to summon level 30 rock bears is unbelievable." Zhang Yongxing glared at Zhang Qing, snapping, "Don't make excuses for your weakness. You're up next." Intimidated by Su Ming's display of power, Zhang Qing cautiously suggested, "Young master, I recommend sending others first to tire Su Ming out." Zhang Yongxing hesitated, realizing the suggestion had merit. After all, Zhang Qing was currently the strongest in their team, and if he lost, they would be in deep trouble. "Fine. Zhang Zibi, you're up." Zhang Yongxing called out another name. Zhang Zibi panicked, stammering, "What? Young master, I'm only level 9. Going up there is like asking for a beating." Zhang Yongxing coldly replied, "Stop whining. If you can force out even one of his skills, it's worth it." Reluctantly, Zhang Zibi braced himself and stepped into the arena. Su Ming didn't even bother to glance at him. As soon as the host announced the start of the match, the 3 rock bears charged at Zhang Zibi like arrows released from a bow. With a loud boom, the match ended as quickly as it began. Zhang Zibi hadn't even had a chance to react before he was sent flying out of the arena by the rock bears. Under the powerful strike of the rock bear, Zhang Zibi, a level 9 fighter, was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground, too pained to even scream. This scene left Yi Lingfei and the others utterly shocked, finally realizing that Su Ming's claim to defeat 5 opponents in a row was not an empty boast. Judging by Su Ming's effortless demeanor, it seemed like a piece of cake for him. Wang Xiaoming murmured in disbelief. When did Brother Su become so strong? It's terrifying. Hua Haitao felt secretly relieved, thinking, good thing I was smart enough to seek forgiveness in time. Yi Lingfei's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, excitedly thinking, we really have a chance to win first place in the youth championship. On the sidelines, Zhang Yongxing was furious, cursing, useless, absolutely useless. He turned to another level 10 team member with a stern tone. It's your turn. Don't let me down. The team member trembled slightly at his words, visibly nervous. He knew full well that he was likely to meet the same fate as Zhang Zibi. The match begins, the announcer proclaimed loudly. Sure enough, as soon as this team member entered the arena, he was struck by the rock bear and sent flying even farther than Zhang Zibi. He landed heavily and immediately fell into unconsciousness. Zhang Yongxing gritted his teeth. Ugh, not a single one can fight. He suddenly turned to Zhang Qing with a sinister tone. It's all up to you. Win and you'll be rewarded. Lose and you know the consequences. Cold sweat instantly dotted Zhang Qing's forehead. He knew Zhang Yongxing, being a direct descendant of the Zhang family, wasn't joking. I'll do my best. Zhang Qing nodded heavily, aware that his chances were slim but knowing there was no turning back. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yongxing's eyes. Do your best. I will. Zhang Qing, having no choice, reluctantly agreed. Good, I like that answer. Go on. Zhang Yongxing finally gestured for Zhang Qing to step forward. As the second Zhang family contestant made his appearance, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense once again. The audience eagerly anticipated this showdown between the level 20 powerhouses. Su Ming remarked calmly, if I defeat you, Zhang Yongxing will finally step up, won't he? Zhang Qing gripped his staff tightly and replied in a low voice, you'll have to beat me first. Class, Summoner, level 20. The audience erupted in excitement. Wow, a battle between summoners. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if the Zhang family summoned beasts can match up to Su Ming's undead summons. Do you really expect the Zhang family to summon something at level 30? Even the leaders in the audience sat up straight, filled with anticipation for this summoner duel. The match begins, the announcer declared loudly as both participants took their positions. As soon as the host finished speaking, Zhang Qing immediately waved his staff, summoning 2 glowing circles in front of him. In an instant, 2 summoned beasts appeared out of thin air gale wolves, trusty companions for a level 20 summoner. Unlike Su Ming's undead summons, these beasts change with the summoner's level and attributes. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Is that it? Of course not. Zhang Qing retorted, his voice steady. Before he finished speaking, a larger circle appeared before him. Then, a colossal creature came into view, a towering tusked elephant, 8 meters tall and weighing about 15 tons. Its massive tusks glinted coldly, and each step it took made the arena tremble. Zhang Qing didn't stop there and quickly cast another skill. Divine Blessing. 3 beams of holy light enveloped his summoned beasts, which let out deep roars as their muscles visibly swelled. This was clearly a skill to enhance their attributes. Su Ming couldn't help but wonder whether this divine blessing was more powerful than his own death curse. Despite the tusked elephant being only level 20, its massive size made a striking visual impact on the audience. Go ahead, Su Ming said casually, ordering his 3 rock bears forward. The summoned creatures from both sides charged at each other almost simultaneously, and a fierce battle erupted. Zhang Qing watched the intense fight closely, his expression serious. Are you just going to stand there and watch them finish fighting? Su Ming said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the entangled summons. Even with the boost from Divine Blessing, Zhang Qing's beasts failed to gain an advantage. The level 10 difference was significant, and the tusked elephant, at best, was an elite tier, unable to change the outcome of defeat. However, With the attribute boost, the rock bears couldn't finish the fight quickly either. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhang Qing frowned, not understanding his opponent's intention. Aren't summoners supposed to wait for their beasts to finish? Were they expected to fight each other physically? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind: Su Ming might have more summons. This realization made Zhang Qing shudder, cold sweat dripping down his face. Go! Su Ming grinned as a knight commander leaped out from behind him. Damn it! Zhang Qing exclaimed in shock, his pupils contracting. The knight commander moved swiftly, reaching Zhang Qing in the blink of an eye. It raised its shield, aiming a heavy blow at Zhang Qing's head. Instinctively, Zhang Qing raised his hands to block, but his strength was no match for the knight commander. A cracking sound followed by a dull thud filled the air as Zhang Qing's arm snapped, and he fell heavily to the ground. The sudden pain contorted his face, and he let out cries of agony. The knight commander discarded its massive sword, gripping the shield with both hands, and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on the fallen Zhang Qing. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of impact were relentless, and Zhang Qing's pitiful state was unbearable to watch. Everyone present was stunned, shock evident on their faces, as if they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Stop! Su Ming, stop right now! The host's voice boomed across the arena, his face filled with terror. Su Ming was mercilessly unleashing his undead warriors on Zhang Qing, creating a scene so gruesome it was hard to watch. The host rushed forward, fearing that Su Ming might actually beat Zhang Qing to death in the arena. He knew that if someone died, the Zhang family would surely come after them, and as the referee of this match, he would be held accountable. Hearing the host, Su Ming slowly turned his head. He pointed at Zhang Qing, who was curled up on the ground, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, the host shouted even more urgently, I said stop right now. We can't have a death here. Su Ming pouted, reluctantly signaling his undead warriors to cease their attack. The host hurried over to check on Zhang Qing, and, after confirming that he was still faintly breathing, breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Qing is unable to continue. Su Ming wins, the host announced, promptly arranging for Zhang Qing, who was barely conscious, to be carried off the arena. Su Ming then turned his gaze to Zhang Yongxing, a menacing smile spreading across his face. You're next. Come on up, he taunted, beckoning with his finger. However, after witnessing Zhang Qing's fate, Zhang Yongxing was petrified. He realized that stepping into the arena would only lead to a brutal defeat. After some hesitation, he swallowed hard and declared his surrender without even setting foot in the arena. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression turned dark as night. Zhang Yongxing, having admitted defeat, suddenly felt emboldened. He knew that if Su Ming dared to attack him now, not only would Su Ming be disqualified, but he would also face justified defense from the Zhang family's experts. Zhang Yongxing couldn't resist taunting. You don't even have the guts to step into the arena. What gives you the right to talk to me? Su Ming, uninterested in a verbal spar, turned to leave the arena. He had already achieved a remarkable 5-match winning streak, securing victory in the second match. One more win and his team would advance smoothly. Just then, Zhang Yongxing threw out another bombshell. Oh, by the way, I heard your useless dad is paralyzed? Ha ha, is it true? Su Ming halted abruptly, glaring at Zhang Yongxing with murderous intent. Zhang Yongxing, seeing this, felt even more triumphant and continued his relentless mockery. What a shame. If I'd known at the time, I wouldn't have given him a single drop. Ha ha. Each jeering laugh was like a dagger stabbing into Su Ming's heart. Remembering his father's plight in the hospital, he longed to annihilate the Zhang family. At that moment, Zhang Yongxing was practically dancing in front of death. Squinting his eyes, Su Ming's gaze glinted coldly as he silently vowed, Zhang Yongxing, you will die today, I promise. However, he didn't act on his anger immediately. Instead, he left the arena. Despite Su Ming's departure, Zhang Yongxing continued his verbal assault. TCH. So what if you're talented? In front of our Zhang family, you don't even dare to make a sound. Just then, Uncle Zhang quietly approached Zhang Yongxing and whispered, Young master, the master is furious about the loss. Shouldn't we head back? Zhang Yongxing nonchalantly waved him off. It's an uncontrollable factor. Not my problem. Let's finish watching the match first. Little did he realize that his arrogance was sowing the seeds of his own destruction. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.